Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. When it comes to pest control, don't guess. Go online and get the facts with Atco Pest Control. Atco is a family-owned local company that's been protecting the Bay Area homes for over 40 years. And quality service does not have to come at a crazy price tag. If you're dealing with ants, spiders, rodents, or anything crawling where it should not be, visit AtcoPest.com. That's ATCO Pest.com to learn more and schedule service today. Atco's got you covered.
UFC fans, listen up. Want to win the ultimate UFC fan experience? Total Wireless, the official wireless provider of UFC, is sending 4 lucky winners to Washington, D.C. for a VIP UFC Freedom 250 Fan Fest experience. We're talking travel, VIP access, and so much more. Text TOTAL to 23955 to enter for your chance to win. No purchase necessary. Data rates may apply. Ends May 19th. Entrants must be resident of the 50 U.S. or D.C. 18 plus. Official rules at TotalPowerSweeps.com.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit HabasLaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SNAP to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE8 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE8 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE8.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Invest your tax refund in your home with Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Upgrade with Milgard windows and patio doors and get up to $100 back on patio doors and up to $40 per window, depending on the series. Hurry, this offer ends June 8th. Connect with us at goldenstatelumber.com. The first 50 customers who mention this radio ad get free delivery. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
This is the highlight of my morning. Hey, what's up? It's Island.
And I'm Josh.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit is that it's our go-to morning comfort.
And you've got that nice golden fluffy egg.
With a soft, flaky biscuit.
Crispy bacon.
Melty cheese.
You want something quick, you want something convenient, but most of all, you want something good.
There's no better way to start your morning.
There we go.
Start off the morning with a Chick-fil-A Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Biscuit with Simply Orange Juice. Order on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
In San Francisco today, mostly sunny with a high of 66.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Right. Just unwilling to...
Magnos. Thomas to deep left field. And gone! Grand slam! That's how you make them pay for an intentional walk to load them up in front of you. 11-3 Giants.
Dave Fleming on the call, the birthday boy yesterday for NBC Sports Bay Area. And that was just 4 of the 19 runs scored yesterday at Coors Field in Colorado. The Giants do salvage the series in a massive, massive way. 19-6, the final. You heard it there. You got Adames getting the grand salami. You had Jung-Hoo Lee with 5 hits yesterday. You had Bryce Eldridge with 4 hits and a home run. Hey, yesterday, Joe, was a good day, at least. I know the season in totality has not been very fun. I know they lost the series. But yesterday potentially could provide a blueprint of what this team could do the rest of the season. Not saying they're going to score 19 runs, but you saw Casey Schmidt batting leadoff. You saw this new kid, Jonah Cox, making the jump from AA all the way to the big leagues. He gets his first big league knock yesterday. That was a lot of fun. Obviously, I mentioned Jung-Hoo Lee. I mentioned Bryce Eldridge, the young guys, Jesus Rodriguez. You got Drew Gilbert in there. Hey, let the young guys play. Let's go. Let's go. What are we doing?
Losing 2 of 3 for the Rockies.
Hey, we're not going to worry about that, all right? Positive vibes only on a Monday.
Yesterday was the template of what you want if you're a Giants fan moving forward. And, you know, I think that Jung-Hoo Lee's return was obviously a huge boost. Look, is Jung-Hoo Lee a great ball player? Nah.
I don't know what he is.
Well, that's kind of what I'm saying, but he's a giant upgrade from whatever you had prior.
Correct.
Right? And so I think that's kind of to give you an idea of where they were in the outfield. And then, you know, Casey Schmidt defensively, a couple of lapses in left field. And you're seeing yesterday, I thought it was the Bryce Eldridge day. 4 hits. For him to have a 4-hit game, you could say, oh, it's the Coors effect. Well, then I don't think you've been paying attention the last week because he's played 7 days in a row. And clearly the at-bat quality, whether it's in Coors Field, whether it's in Arizona, whether it's at AT&T Park, it does not matter. We could play in Antarctica.
Oh.
This guy's at-bats have been significantly better since he started playing every single day. I need to get him a start at first base defensively.
Glad you brought that up. Last 7 games in particular, as you just mentioned, Joe, 22 at-bats. He's batting .409, on-base percentage of .500. He's slugging .773 right there with 9 hits in a jack, as you mentioned. And it's the walks for me. In that span, he has 5 walks.
Yeah, the most on the team.
He's just seeing the ball very, very well right now. And we're starting to see the promise of what, Giants fans thought this kid could be. It's early. We don't know what he's 21, for God's sakes. Can we back off of him for a little bit?
No, we need to move him up in the order, not back off of him.
No. But I'm saying we were crushing this kid for how long? For months.
I wasn't.
No, but people were. They're saying, hey, he's got to earn that spot. He's got to earn all these at-bats. He's not doing it right now. And, it takes 2 to tango. You can't get mad at Buster and Vitello and Manassian. They're just doing what's best for the team. Well, what's best for the team right now is playing this guy every single day. It's not even close.
So it's best for everyone. I mean, he's clearly giving you either the second or third best at-bat on the team, at minimum. If Casey's 1 and Devers is 2 right now, Eldridge is 3. And look, I know Jung-Hoo Lee just came back, so obviously he had a great day yesterday. But, the at-bat quality is so obvious. I mean, yesterday you go Schmidt leading off. Don't love that, but whatever, that's fine. Devers in the 2-hole, Arise, Adames. See, to me, I think I'd bat him in that 5 spot. As great as Jung-Hoo Lee was yesterday, I don't want Matt Chapman batting in front of Eldridge right now. I want Eldridge in front of those guys. I'd like to see Jung-Hoo Lee somewhere higher in the lineup, preferably, so that he can run in front of Eldridge hitting the ball. So I think that they look really good yesterday. And then you saw Barracoto come into the game late, made a really nice play defensively, Susak starting. And then, you got an opportunity to see Cox pinch hit yesterday, and really he pinch ran first, and you saw the speed going first to third and then scoring. And then you see him get his first base league knock in the 9th inning and showcasing the speed as well. That guy getting called up from AA, I mean, that's unique. I'm here for it. I'd rather see these young guys struggle than see these 4A randos,
right?
Get these opportunities. I'm tired of the 4A randos.
And I think Giants fans are. They're just tired of a team that's not going anywhere this season and falling on the sword for a lot of these older guys that I think most of the fans could agree upon. We want to move off these contracts. So if they're not going to, at the very least, can we see the young guys play a lot more consistently? And I don't really give a damn if I'm a fan about the feelings of, the hard feelings of an Adames, a Devers, a Chapman. If these guys aren't going to produce, hey, you guys are, dug your own hole here. You're 10-plus games on. You were flirting with Joe heading into today. We were talking about yesterday. There's a scenario where we opened up today's show talking about the worst team in baseball. The worst team in baseball. It's almost the San Francisco Giants. Now they're still at the bottom of the National League. Only the Rockies are worse than them. 23-36 is this team's record right now. And I know people are going to be texting in. It's like, wow, you guys aren't going to just gloss over the fact that you lost 2 or 3 in Colorado. This team stinks. Well, yeah, but I'm not here to put lipstick on a pig and tell you this thing is good right now. I'm just telling you you're in agreement. I liked what I saw yesterday.
Yesterday's the blueprint for me moving forward, which is I don't care about the results per se. I care about who's playing, how often they're playing, what it looks like when they're playing, and who's getting the opportunities. That, to me, I've pivoted. I've given up on worrying about wild card and all that. Now it's like development time for me. I don't want to hear this team talk about we're chasing wins. Yeah. We're trying to scrape back into it. Like, you've had your chance. It's 2 months. And I'm not sold on you right now. Look, Robbie Ray. Is Robbie Ray considered one of your better players?
He is.
Yeah, yesterday was another example of him not looking so great.
Now,
so even if you want to make this argument that this team is going somewhere, like their bullpen is shoddy, their starting rotation has holes in it. Logan Webb looked great on Friday, and what did you end up doing? You blew that game.
Yikes.
Let's go back to Friday.
Yeah, can we please?
Let's go back to Friday. Logan Webb looked great in his return. I thought he was awesome. That's the best he's looked since the USA game. Would you agree?
I would agree. I kept telling Sam on Friday, did a hell of a job filling in for you. Hope you're feeling better, by the way.
Yeah.
I was a little concerned. But no, I was like, hey, dude, he has a really good record at Coors Field overall. Mm-hmm. Like 3.6 ERA for a guy that pitches in the division there. That might as well be a 2.6 at other parks. Yes, it was one of his best starts given the circumstances coming off the injury, Joe.
And he went 4 1/3.
Yeah, I know.
All right. So like, and I'm not mad that he went 4 1/3. I think that they took him out at the appropriate time because he is coming back from an injury. But he went 4 1/3. And so in that game, I'm watching it, and I had some health stuff on Friday, so I apologize for those. I was out. No, it's just a lot of stuff going inside the chest. Anyway,
I was scared.
They go straight to Matt Gage, which I thought that was the right move. Matt Gage gets you out of the inning. All right. Then they go Peguero. Then they go Eric Miller. I thought Eric Miller was struggling to throw strikes. You'd look at the box score and you go, oh, he went an inning, he had a strikeout, he gave up a hit. I thought it was uglier than it looked regarding the box score.
Lasted an inning.
Then you go to Keaton Wynn. And you got a multi-run lead in the 9th. And you go Killian in the 9th. Now, first batter hits a ball down the line. I have a tough time knowing how hard Rafi Devers broke on that ball because they never give you the wide-angle view of when the ball is pitched and then immediately hit. We kind of always get that cutaway view.
Yeah.
All right? So when you tell young first baseman, if there's an out to be had, you run and go get it. You sprint to go get that ball. So it's tough for me to know how hard he broke on that ball, whether he did or didn't. But that ball hits the bag. It's going to be an out. It hits the bag and bounces to the right as Killian is coming over to like cover, and Devers is coming over to field the ball, and it's no man's land, and you give up a hit to start the inning. And I turn, and I say to my son, uh-oh. This is one of those bad omens. It's Coors Field.
Did LJ respond?
No, he had no idea. He wanted me to keep pitching, foam balls to him.
Like, hurry up, Dad.
But I could feel that they were going to blow that lead. And I know that sounds insane. It's not even a knock on Killian. It's just the Coors Field history.
You've seen it. You've seen this movie 1,000 times.
Especially this year.
Correct.
And so
I felt the same way.
Yep.
You felt the same way.
As soon as that ball hit the bag, I was like, oh, man, I've seen this episode so many times.
Sam was scared the entire day leading up to it because of Coors Field.
Well, it's Coors Field. Any Giants fan who knows.
100% agree. And so as that inning is playing itself out, you're thinking, oh, God. I mean, that's just what I'm thinking the entire time. I'm expecting the worst to happen. And I'm telling you this right now. It's not even a knock on Killian. I like Killian. Is he a closer? Probably not.
Probably not.
But again, I'm telling you who they used in this game. They used their lefty and Matt Gage right off the rip because Logan only went 4 1/3. They go to Peguero, who ends up hurting his hammy yesterday. And that reminded me of Armando's Benitez. They go to Eric Miller, their other lefty. They go to Keaton Wynn, who's been one of your more reliable relievers. And then they go to Killian. All right? So this is all playing out before we even get to the 9th. So Killian's in the 9th. You get that single down the line, the ball goes off the line. Freeman gets a single. You get the next out in a fly out. All right? And then next dude hits an absolute moonshot down the line. It's like, you're like, oh, that's hit too high. Can that turn?
Is it too high? Can that turn? That's so, they're down so bad.
Can we go down? Like, he ties it up, and they're in those baby blue and purple jerseys, which don't make sense to me. Are they Nuggets jerseys? I'm not even sure.
I don't know what
those
they're
jerseys?
doing. I like their old ones where they had like the green. The green. It was cool.
Yeah, I like those ones too.
It was Hunter Goodman, by the way, at the home
so
run.
So we
there.
review it, and I'm not mad at them reviewing it because I probably would have reviewed it. It takes forever. It's like, yeah, that's clearly a home run.
Yeah.
Then you get the next guy to strike out swinging, and then you get another single. And look, maybe at that point, you go to someone else in the bullpen. They don't. Tovar comes up.
Night.
Game over. And the immediate reaction from Giants fans all over my timeline is, why did they stick with Killian?
Who else?
Guys.
Brubaker?
Baraki?
Gone, by the way.
Henches? People were like, go to Henches in that situation.
We don't even know how to say his name as a fan base correctly.
Henches. He has 4 appearances this year, or up until that point. At 4 appearances. He has a career almost 4.5 ERA. What are we, 29-year-old journeyman? What? Like, guys, if I'm here for, like, critiquing the team, I'm here for critiquing the Buster, I'm here for critiquing specific moments for the manager. Who did you want him to go to? Like, I'm serious, Joe.
I know.
Who did you want? To me, that loss was on Buster and Manasian in the offseason. That's what that was. Like, who did you want him to go to? Am I wrong on this?
No, you're not. Well, it's the construction of this roster, and it's limiting Tony Vitello right now. And obviously, we haven't even talked about, the story that started there was on Friday, Hector Borg reassigned.
I mean, look,
Ron Wotus
I feel
taking
bad
over
for him on an individual basis. It's completely the right move.
It is.
And Ron Wotus brought out the scorecard yesterday. I don't know if you saw that. He was the one that exchanged scorecards, looking for some, good juju. I'm all for it, man. I'm all for it. Like, it needed to happen.
Well, you know what else needed to happen, and hopefully it was a wake-up call Saturday night after that loss of the series to the Rockies in 888-957-9570. Felt like Tony Vitello, for the first time all season, legitimately called out his team.
He should have.
In the effort.
Saturday, they got knocked out early, and they gave up. I watched Willie Adames and Schmidt, too, and I love Schmidt. They both kind of gave up on a blooper fly.
Yeah.
And I said, Tony, and this is where I want to tell Tony this. Tony, you're either going to make it or break it by being yourself. If you've got some fire in you and you got to call guys out, so be it. This is your career on the line. If you want to be a big league manager or not, you need to call it like you see it, and you need to have the gumption to be able to light a fire under people and hold them accountable. And if you're pretending to be friends with people and you're worried about feelings, you're never going to succeed. You have got to be yourself. And so for him to finally call this team out Saturday night, and look, they responded in one game against the Rockies in Colorado. I'm not pretending like it's the end-all, be-all, but I think he needs to be himself. And if he's got to call guys out and sit them and do whatever, so be it. The young guys right now are outperforming the veterans. Devers had a great month. Whatever you guys have done with Devers, stick with it. Adames has had a really rough weekend in general. The Grand Slam was a great moment for him. He needed that. But you got to just call it like you see it. Now, I want him to manage the way that he managed in college. Now, I know the personalities are different. Guys are making money. But you got to be yourself. That's how you're going to win.
I'm glad you brought up the college aspect, because it's hard not to think about Tony Vitello this time of year, when the College World Series and all the playoff stuff is happening. Got the softball obviously happening. Hell, shout out St. Mary's team, right? The men's side, upsetting #1 overall seed UCLA. Incredible stuff. Twice.
And UCLA barely won the other game in between, where they had to fight back. What was it? I thought the college baseball weekend was better than the NCAA basketball weekend.
It was incredible. It was actually an underrated sports weekend. I know you can't really say it's underrated when we had a Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals betwing the defending champion, Oklahoma City Thunder.
Thank you, Giants, for making the other game very unwatchable, so I could just watch Spurs OKC.
That's exactly what I did too. It's just like, okay, we have dual screen and we're fully on Mike Tirico, Reggie Miller, and Jamal Crawford, as the San Antonio Spurs will be taking on the New York Knicks June 3rd, Wednesday, Game 1 of the NBA Finals, Joey. Can't wait for that. It's going to be very exciting, and it's a rematch of a series that took place 27 years ago, 1999, the last time that finals matchup happened. But I mentioned the college baseball aspect of it because we're going to have a guy that knows all things Tennessee college baseball, as they got eliminated over the weekend. Tony Vitello's old squad to VCU. Tony Basilio of Tony Basilio Show on 105.7 FM in Knoxville, who joined us when the Giants first made that announcement that they were going to hire Tony Vitello. Tony Basilio knows him very well.
I don't know if I follow all these college SEC baseball accounts now because my nephew's playing down there.
Well, no, I know the Arkansas for sure.
And they got knocked out, Arkansas.
Oh, was that a big upset?
Huge upset. And so, I mean, they didn't make it out of the Kansas Regional. And what ends up happening now, who do you think Arkansas fans want to coach their team? Tony Vitello.
Really?
I'm seeing the memes all over the place. Come home, come home.
Oh, he has a history there.
He has a history with Arkansas.
So now the chatter's going to get even louder.
Even though he's a Missouri guy.
And you don't think that the Tennessee Volunteer fans are feeling that way? Immediately, I'm sure they are.
100%.
So we're going to talk to Tony Basilio about all that. If he thinks Tony Vitello could potentially be one and done with the Giants this season, that's going to be at 7:20. And as I mentioned, we had some NBA Finals to look at. Chet Holmgren with a series to forget. Yikes. Could he be on the trade block potentially? And there's a lot of different machinations with the Spurs, the Thunder. How do the Warriors fit into that? If they're trying to move some pieces, we'll get into all that, Joey.
And I think on the other side, we have got to dissect the weekend that was for Bryce Eldridge.
I mean, we've been talking about this kid for how long?
It was his arrival weekend. Mark it down. Final weekend in May against the Rockies. You guys can dilute it all you want. Rockies suck, Colorado, etc. The at-bats were incredible, and he was ripping the ball, and he would have had base hits in any ballpark in America. He probably would have had another home run. One of them got caught at the wall. Bryce is a superstar. He's here to stay, and every time that this guy is in the lineup, you need to watch. And every time he's not in the lineup, we should have pitchforks out.
We are coming to you live from the Laugh Among Studios. Laugh Among, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And the Morning Roast is presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union. Banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. Happy Monday to all of you lovely, lovely people out there. It's a beautiful day in downtown San Francisco. And joining the conversation, 888-957-9570. And it's the day after a Giants game, which means we're going to hear from the manager on the other side, Tony Vitello. What do you hear? What do you say? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Dibs. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. France is trading at 18% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $519 if they win soccer's biggest prize. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, D-I-B-S, to get $10 when you trade 10, K-A-L-S-H-I. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, use kalshi.com/regulatory.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Jordan in Oakland. Lawrence came out, took care of servicing the motors, and offered great recommendations tailored to our needs. Thank you, R&S. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
It's Big O Tire's anniversary sales event. Now through June 14th, buy 3 tires, get 1 free on 4 select in-stock Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Plus, you'll also get our industry-leading ProTech Plus warranty for free. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for pricing.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called Select Quote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with Select Quote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing. But the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call Select Quote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
This is Stories from the Pitch, brought to you by the first ever Infinity QX65 and by Lowe's. Give your yard its own moment with new limited time deals from Lowe's.
For decades, FIFA had promised Africa a World Cup. Sepp Blatter finally delivered. South Africa is 16 years out of apartheid host of the tournament. And the soundtrack, whether broadcasters liked it or not, was the Vuvuzela, that long plastic horn, droning like a swarm of bees through every match. Some players hated it. Networks tried to filter it out. Mostly, they failed. So Piwe Chabalala scored the opening goal of the tournament for the host nation against Mexico. A screamer into the top corner. The whole country on its feet. South Africa wouldn't make it out of the group. Ghana would carry African hopes deepest. But the cup had finally come home, and home was loud.
Stay tuned to this Odyssey station for more Stories from the Pitch.
Doing damage. He drills one to center. McCarthy going back at the wall. Gone! Booming power from Bryce Eldridge. Into the trees. 453 feet. 12-5.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibs coming up at 2 o'clock today, but now back to the morning roast with the Joes. How perfect is it that a guy named Spadonuts is on in the morning?
It's so funny, dude. So funny. Never heard that one before.
He's funnier than
Joey
you.
Spumoni.
He's funnier than you.
Joey Spaghetti, now Joey Spadonuts. Love you, Mark. I was listening to him on Fox Sports Radio yesterday with his boy Ephraim Salam.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. They're talking about Jackson Dart and Abdul Carter. I was like, not NBA Finals, not,
Get off that conversation.
You're good off that one?
Yeah, I'm
You don't
cool.
want to touch it? Hey, how about Bryce Eldridge getting a jack yesterday? Real quick, I do think he'd be perfect in Colorado if his career ever does go there because he could be Paul Bunyan. What? The guy is huge. No, hold on, because I just got the vision in my head. He hit into the trees. He's like 6'8", 6'7". Get him a blue ox. Get him an axe. Get him the little brawny, not LeBronny, but the brawny man, flannel. It's perfect. The marketing's there, Joe. The marketing's there. We can do that in San Francisco, too.
Yeah, I don't know why can't, we had a guy named Stretch here, was a larger-than-life figure who was left-handed and played first base.
Yeah, I know. Well, that was, 40 years before I was born, but he's an all-timer. Rest in peace.
I mean, Willie McCovey's one of the all-time greats, but I would never compare anyone to Willie McCovey.
Oh, no, please.
That being said, you can see the vision for Bryce Eldridge, right? And I think one thing that I really love about what I'm seeing from him thus far is the plate discipline and his ability, like the home run that he hit. Look, is that a home run in every ballpark given the altitude and all that? I don't know. Who cares?
He's strong as hell.
The swing is that is the swing that you saw in the minor leagues 2 years ago on videos where you're like, oh my God. I mean, to hit a way knee-high fastball and drive it so effortlessly with the hands and the follow-through, the guy looks incredible. I mean, he was spraying the ball all over the field, and I just think that right now he's coming into his own. And one thing, if you look at Bryce's different stops throughout his minor league, career, one thing that has been pretty obvious is that he's a slow starter. So, let's say he gets to single A, maybe it takes a few weeks for him to kind of figure it out. And then all of a sudden, he kind of settles in and he feels comfortable. And then he goes on a run. He did this at Double A. He struggled a little. I think he got hurt too, but he struggled a little. And then all of a sudden, he kind of settled in, and then he took off. Same thing in AAA. He struggled a little, and then he settles in, and then he takes off. And you're seeing now at the big league level, he struggled to start off with last year and this year, and the strikeouts were up and all that. You're seeing now he's working counts. Also, he gets a bad strike zone. I'm glad the ABS is in place. He is going to challenge a lot of stuff moving forward because he has a large strike zone.
Correct.
And I noticed over the weekend specifically, the low strike was out of the ABS zone, and he kept getting called routinely, but the Giants were challenging a million things over the weekend, erroneously, and so we didn't have a lot of challenges left. I think his knowledge of the strike zone, and again, I'm not saying that he's Brandon Belt, or for those that love him or those that don't love Brandon Belt, but I can see a Brandon Belt-like eye when it comes to commanding the zone early on. Now, Brandon was excellent at that, and I give him a lot of credit, and I'm not the biggest Brandon Belt homer by any means, but one area that you have to give him a tip of the cap is guy understood the strike zone.
Well, he understood it so well, Giants fans would get so pissed off at him because he was looking to walk a lot of the time, and they wanted more power from him.
Exactly. But seeing Eldridge and the effortless power, and then the ability to turn now on some of the inside stuff, when you're that big, I do think it's very difficult to turn on the inside stuff as a lefty. And you saw a couple opportunities where he actually did that over the weekend. And so I'm really encouraged. I think the sky's the limit for this guy. He's got to be in the lineup every day.
Well, I'm glad you brought that ability to turn on those fastballs up and in very quickly, because he was able to do that in the series prior, in the weekend prior, against the Chicago White Sox in a big opportunity. Yeah, it's one thing to do it against the Rockies at Coors Field and the altitude, as you mentioned. Now let's do it against one of the best teams in all baseball. The Milwaukee Brewers have an elite pitching staff. But again, if he goes out there today and tomorrow against, Shane Drowan, who has a 2.63 ERA, who's been balling this year, and Kyle Harrison, who's looking like a Cy Young from Milwaukee this year with a 6-1 record, 1.57 ERA, it's not going to say like, oh, he sucks, he needs to get out of there. No. That's how you get better. No, go up against the best.
He needs to play every day, and he just needs to continue to stack really good at-bats.
Absolutely.
And to me, the results are going to settle themselves out because he hits the ball really hard. That's one thing. The guy, he knows how to barrel up a baseball. I mean, this looks like one of the best pure hitters we've had since Buster Posey. Does it not?
It does.
It's a 15-year gap.
Well, this is the most hope you've had of a, future star probably since Buster, right? I'm talking about everyday player, too.
Joe, I truly believe you see flashes of a guy who has the ability to be a multi-time all-star. Let's get to that.
Yes.
You see flashes of what could be a guy that could hit 35 to 45 home runs a year.
Keep stacking it.
And everyone can say, Oracle, he's never going to be able to hit that many. You play in Arizona. You play in San Diego.
Correct.
You play in LA. You play in Colorado. You're going to be able to hit in warm environments where it's conducive for lefties to hit bombs. I just think the sky's the limit. But it starts with the team prioritizing him in the lineup. Now I want to see him 6th or higher. That's what I want to see moving forward, and I want to see him every day.
888-957-9570. I teased it. Let's go to it. Tony Vitello, what do you hear? What do you say? And we mentioned it last segment, and we're going to play the sound. This is from Saturday night, Joe, after losing to the Colorado Rockies in just horrible fashion Friday night and then getting absolutely obliterated the next day, losing the series the way they did. Felt like Tony Vitello, for the first time all season, called out the team.
We need to take a little more pride, I think, in how it's ideal to not have last night occur, but, bounce back. And I got the vibe like we were in a position to do that. The first 6 outs we had at the plate would say that, but getting in a hole makes it a little tougher after that.
You need to take more pride. Thank you. And they responded yesterday. That looked like a prideful team avoiding the sweep and, avoiding being the worst team in all of the National League and all of Major League Baseball, quite frankly, record-wise. So they're able to do that. But good on Tony for saying something, because you know what? The first text I saw when I walked in this morning, and it's always interesting, too, because over the weekend, you have the orange and black weekend wrap. Sam Lubin, Dan Devone doing a hell of a job. Appreciate it. Chimed in, and I was listening this weekend, Sammy. And this is what I see. 408. Well said, Dan. The local media is afraid to say what's obvious. Vitello is in over his head. Period. Now, Dan was being a little hard on him. He's saying, hey, maybe this guy is in over his head. Maybe, this is a symptom of the managerial staff and what he's not been able to do. But I think we kind of understand now, 2 months into the season, it's the players.
Did Dan have a problem with Friday night? I wasn't listening.
No, yeah, he just didn't think that they had a proper handle on the bullpen, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, again, I gave you everyone that he used in that game.
I'm with you.
You tell me who he should have went to in the 9th.
I'm with you. I think he is a victim of just not a lot of good players on his team.
Sam, is there any elaboration on Dan's behalf? Because I know a lot of people were like losing it on the timeline. I said to all of them, like, you're really dying on the hill for Borucki? You're dying on the hill for Hentges?
I don't remember us talking that much about Borucki or Hentges. It's more just kind of the sorry state of the bullpen, how you know that these things were going to happen when I think a lot of the conversation was you got guys in there that you can kind of trust, but it's just not good enough that you could trust them every day, and because you didn't get enough guys you could trust, basically.
Does anyone remember what happened in 16, 17, 18, and 19 for Bruce Bochy?
Yeah, they're not good.
No, the bullpen was awful.
Yeah.
Awful. So you're only as good as the parts you have.
Well, what did we always say about Bruce Bochy when things were going well with the team winning? It was like, wow, his magical touch on the bullpen. He knows everything. He can cure it. No, even a guy that won 4 World Series, he's going to be a victim of the talent around him sometimes, or the lack thereof. So Richie and Queens will get you on the other side, I promise. We do have to get to take care of some business here as it pertains to the Golden State Valkyries, who did have a big matchup yesterday against the defending champion Las Vegas Aces, Joe. But I do want to get your thoughts on the other side about Tony Vitello, because I do think he's a big story alongside Bryce Eldridge this weekend. But now it is time for the teamwork play of the game. Brought to you by El Camino Health. And yes, the Valkyries were defeated by the defending champion Aces yesterday at Valhalla 91-81. But they put up a fight in the process. Cecilia Zandelicini, it's a great name, Paisana, had 9 points, including this big 3 in the second to give the Valks a brief lead.
Zandelicini, left wing, dribbles into a 3 over Wilson, and she hits it over Asia. Timeout, Becky Hammond, and 5 quick points from Cecilia Zandelicini as the Valkyries back on top.
K-Bone, Kevin Dan on the call right here, 95.7 The Game, and that was the teamwork play of the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. El Camino Health, where togethering heals. Is Becky Hammond going to have to walk back her take of Jalen Brunson if the Knicks win the whole thing? That a short superstar, not named Steph Curry, could never be the best player on a championship team? We'll see.
Well,
we'll see.
I think what she's saying is that it's an outlier if that happens. I think that was the bigger takeaway because, Isaiah Thomas is an example that I can think of off the top of my head of a shorter player who was a champion, but they had so many great players around Isaiah Thomas. He was able to do his thing. I mean, Joe Dumars, and that team was loaded.
Absolutely. I just think that she's just continuing to double down and triple down on the take. I kind of respect
it. Was Chauncey Billups the best player on those Detroit Pistons teams?
Yeah, probably. I mean, you saw Ben Wallace, you had Rip Hamilton. Yeah, for sure.
So, you could be the best player as long as, you have a lot of other really, really good players.
It's always a team effort, right?
So, yes, I'm saying you can have outliers.
Absolutely.
I get what she was saying, though.
What's coming up with the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're going to go out to the phone lines, 888-957-9570. Hey, the kids are all right with the San Francisco Giants. They made some moves over this weekend that might be signaling, Joe, to me, that big changes could be coming. Spadoni, Shasky's The Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game.
Don't miss Built Like a Baller every Friday as the Morning Roast breaks down the standout performance of the week.
Burton, a heave at the horn from 28. Banks it in!
Brought to you by Baylord, wealth management for the Bay and the people who've built it.
Celebrate the vibrant cultures that make Silicon Valley shine at the free Mosaic America Festival June 6th at History Park in San Jose from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. Experience multicultural music, dance, food, arts and crafts, vendors, and family activities representing cultures from our very own neighborhoods. Presented by Mosaic America in partnership with History San Jose, this joyful community festival welcomes everyone to come together in celebration, connection, and belonging. Learn more at historysanjose.org.
Paid advertisement by Ovation Law Firm, a California law firm. Some cases may be referred to partner attorneys. No attorney-client relationship is formed without a signed agreement. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Attention, California vehicle owners. Feeling worn down by a 2022 or newer car that won't stop breaking down? We know the sleepless nights, the missed hours at work, the money and pride tied up in a vehicle that keeps letting you down. If your 2022 or newer purchased or leased vehicle has had repeated problems or been in the shop for over 30 days, California's Lemon Law is on your side. You could be entitled to a full refund, replacement vehicle, or a cash settlement. We've helped thousands of people get real relief, and we'll fight the manufacturer so you don't have to. There's never a cost to you. For a fast, free qualification check, call now at 800-535-0310. That's 800-535-0310. 800-535-0310.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank, and when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's cars with a K.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
The standard is the standard.
Now back to the morning roast.
Hi, how are you?
With Joe Spadoni.
Hey, I got a lot of love for you too, as you know.
And Joe Shasky.
Sure, whatever. Okay.
On 95.7 The Game.
You know, I'm finally feeling like Tony Vitello is making his imprint as the Giants manager.
Don't do that.
No, it's true, Steve. I feel like this weekend in particular, and yeah, they're down bad. They're 13 games under 500. Things are not going great. He had to address the media Friday, he made the right move and decision, by the way, of reassigning Hector Borg, their third base coach. Now he's going to go to player development. Great. Go do that, because third base, it wasn't your thing. It wasn't happening. We'll put Ron Wotus there, and we'll make it work. That's how he started off this weekend. All right? And then they had that horrible blown opportunity on Friday. They lose that game, come back the next day, get absolutely obliterated, and he calls out the team, saying they need to take more pride. I love that. That's what a leader does. That's the leadership of a Tony Vitello that a lot of Giants fans were hoping to see and still hope to see in a winning effort down the line. But as we've discussed all season long, you're only a sum of your whole all of your parts, right? When it comes to Devers, when it comes to Chapman, when it comes to Adames being your three highest paid players, all those guys, combining for like $500 million in salary. It's hard to overcome that if they're not producing off the start. And it's hard to dig yourself out of a hole that early in baseball when you have teams in your own division that are stacked. Diamondbacks, above 500, really good team. Padres, one of the best teams in baseball. Dodgers, obviously back-to-back defending champion. They look like they're trying to three-peat. They're incredible. It's hard to do that. But you know what they did yesterday that was really refreshing? They leaned into the young guys. They leaned into Casey Schmidt, who's been their best player all season long. They brought up this kid, Jonah Cox, not from AAA, Joe, from AA. He made the jump. You don't see that very often, but that speaks to the desperation of this team and trying to get some youth and trying to get some young influence to maybe push some of these older guys. That's why I liked Bryce Eldridge getting called up a couple weeks ago, because I thought it could push some of these older guys, and now maybe we're starting to see that pay off. Bryce yesterday, having 6 at-bats, getting 4 hits, having a home run. Barracoto you referenced. Susak, who hopefully he's coming back around now because it was a struggle there offensively. Jesus Rodriguez coming in, getting a couple RBIs. Drew Gilbert, obviously, yesterday. So I feel like for the first time this season, I'm finally seeing the imprint of him. And it was refreshing to hear Tony finally call this team out. It was refreshing.
It really was. We got a lot of people calling in. I love it. If I were to give a message to Tony Vitello, I would tell him this. Hey, look, Tony, I feel like you've just been a little too cautious, almost a little too safe.
Yeah.
And I get it. When you start a new job, you don't want to ruffle feathers. You want to learn. There's a lot of new at the big league level, the length of this season, guys making hundreds of millions of dollars, learning how to work up and down within an organization, whether it's with the front office and ownership, whether it's down towards your staff, working from minor leagues through major leagues and how to develop an entire roster, not just the guys that are on your team like he's done in college. Like, there's a lot of new. And I think most of us in new settings are a little timid, and we don't really want to ruffle any feathers, and we don't want to necessarily alienate anyone. And what I've learned in my life is that there are certain times where I understand being cautious and dipping your toe into the pool. And then there are other times where if you want to really, truly optimize and maximize everything in your life, you got to be yourself.
Yeah.
You got to be authentic to yourself. And so my message to Tony Vitello would be, Tony, I want you to feel comfortable and be yourself. Stop worrying about the insecurities of being new. Stop worrying about alienating individuals. Your team is already down and out now.
They're already done. Exactly.
Well, there's a lot to play for. Whether we're talking about the season and the individual players.
The pressure of making the playoffs, that's gone.
But there's innate pressure to prove yourself all the time. So I want him to be himself without fear and without insecurities. I want him to feel more comfortable, and I think you always feel more comfortable around any individuals, whether it's a group of friends, family, whatever, when you feel like you can be your authentic self. Disingenuous is a stench that other colleagues and friends can smell a mile away. And there's nothing worse than when I know someone's being disingenuous. I just meet everything that comes out of their mouth with skepticism. Would you agree?
Yeah, and fans can smell that a mile away. They just can. Like legit diehard fans.
I agree.
And where you see a lot of where you use disingenuous, You see a lot of that in college too, particular from like football coaches that bounce from team to team to team, that give the same spiel left and right. You know what reeked of being disingenuous? When Brian Kelly was announced as LSU head coach, and a guy that grew up, I believe, in Massachusetts, all of a sudden had a Southern draw when he was announced on campus at Baton Rouge. Like, dude, just be yourself. You don't need to have this fake accent and be someone you're not.
Authenticity is your superpower, right? And for a lot of people, think Jim Harbaugh. Being his authentic self is one of his superpowers.
That's him.
Steve Kerr. Being himself is one of his superpowers, right? My message to Tony Vitello would be very straightforward. You've been too safe. I think you've been too safe and too guarded, and you've been so afraid to step outside of the box. And I want you to just feel comfortable and be yourself. And I get it. The first couple of months are very, very difficult. You're new to this. You don't want to upset anyone. When you said we need to take more pride, I felt that in my bones. And I felt like it was the first step toward you coming out of your shell and being yourself. Play who you want. Play who you want without fear. No one cares. If you think the young guys are the path, play them. If you think you're going to alienate one of the veterans, I don't care anymore. And I don't think the clubhouse cares anymore.
No.
Like, it is what it is. Be yourself. I want you to call people out when you feel it's appropriate. I want you to be ticked off, and if you feel good about something, even though the result itself wasn't what the team wanted, but you feel good about the at-bats a young guy had or an outing a young pitcher had, and you want to highlight that, be your authentic self. That is your superpower. So my message to Tony Vitello is stop being so worried about what outside forces are thinking and start just being yourself and be comfortable and call people out when you feel appropriate and be long-winded when you think it's needed and be brief and be ticked off when you think that's needed. Be yourself. And until you are that, you're never going to reach your optimized self and your maximized self as a big league manager. There's nothing worse in life than when you feel like you look back at an opportunity, gosh, I should have just been myself. That's the worst feeling in the world, having regret. Have no regret, Tony. Be yourself. If you're going to go down swinging with what got you to where you are to this day. Don't go down pretending to be someone you're not. That's my message to Tony Vitello.
Well said. Richie in Queens will get to you. Dylan Modesto, brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com, 888-957-9570. Rich, what's going on, man? You're on the roast. How we doing?
All right, guys. I agree totally with Joe just said about Vitello, but here's the deal. This guy is under tremendous microscope.
Yeah.
This guy was never in a clubhouse with vets and major leaguers. This guy came in as obviously on a leash. I don't know how much he has to say, guys. I don't know if Posey's pulling all the strings and up to say, no, you can't do that because you've never done that. This is how we deal with major leaguers. I do think he took a first step. But the fact that they're so bad and how the start has gotten, I think the pressure on him is incredible at this point.
I would agree.
Now, how he handles it internally and mentally is going to be the big deal. But, yes, I like what he did. I also like, let me go to the positives. There was nothing wrong with what happened on Friday as far as the rotation.
Thank you.
Nothing. Everything was done correctly. And so when he made, and I had the same feeling, guys, when that ball got loose, I said, wow. And because, we were 30-9 against this team, and now we lose 2 out of 3. It tells you the season we're having against them. But nothing was wrong there. I think Piccaro is going to wind up being the closer. I really do. His strikeout rate hasn't been great, but he's got the stuff. The positives, obviously, Drew Gilbert came along. By the way, if that ball came back to the right fielder, he would have had a single. He's done it more than once. That's another thing that Vitello should get on. Run. You're a rookie.
I would agree.
You can't be looking at that ball like you're an established veteran. But the positives are 11 hits for Lee. Goodness gracious! I know it's in Colorado, but that was impressive. Obviously, Schmidt has been impressive. Devers has been good. Adames is up there and leads the league. Him and Devers in doubles.
Yeah.
So I guess that's a positive. But you know what it comes down to, guys? It's going to come down to. Again, we're beyond the fact about the playoffs. We can't think about that. And Eldridge got 57 at-bats. Let them keep going. And you know what can happen? You guys mentioned about the no trades. I was talking to Dibs on Friday, and he does have a no trade, Chapman. But you know what could happen? You play against lefties, you don't play against righties. Schmidt goes to third base. Okay, then maybe that'll get him to a point to say, you know what? You can't do that to me. I want out of here. He's the one guy that even in Colorado he's not hitting. But the pitching staff, that's going to be the issue. I bring up Wisenhunt. Bring him up. He's 3.5 ERA down there. He's got more strikeouts than innings pitched. Bring him up. Because if there's going to be one positive out of this year, it's going to be the fan base like me and you guys to say, okay, we know it's a losing year, but we got some positives.
Yeah,
There's not a lot. The pitching staff's an issue. But, hey, guys, real quick with the Knicks. I was on, my feeling with the Knicks real quick. I'm thrilled, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay, I saw them in 73. I've seen the championships. 99 when we got wiped out by a superior team. I don't know how good they are. In other words, they beat inferior teams in the East, and they went through it like a juggernaut. But again, you're going against the best two teams, and the Holmgren thing, that is a Carlos Beltran moment, guys. Ooh. Worse than that because Beltran took their, strike three. What he did, he was hiding.
Oh, man.
He didn't want any part of a Game 7. That was ugly. Always good talking to you, boys.
Thanks, Rich. And that's a great last point on Chet. That was a horrible, horrible series for him. Do you think maybe we're overreacting a little bit that they're just going to outright trade him
well,
this offseason?
Is Josh Giddey not there?
Well, he couldn't play it. No.
Why
Josh
is Josh Giddey not there?
Well, he could have played in crunch time. He got played off the court.
It was one series that really highlighted the whole thing. Like, this is what happens in the NBA. Guys get into a series, and then, oh, my God, this is your flaw, or this is the thing of what we're going to do here. And then an organization overreacts to a 7-game series, and they lose their minds.
Sure. I think Giddey...
This happens all the time.
But Giddey was more of a total skill set issue, for sure. I just don't think his shot was ever going to get to the point where they were going to feel confident with him on the floor.
Joe, that one playoff
series. This was a crisis of confidence, as Steve Kerr would say with Chet Holmgren.
That one playoff series for Giddey
stole
was the
all
end.
Of his confidence.
No. That one playoff series was the beginning of the end for everything. You knew the minute that series played out, you're like, Josh Giddey can no longer come back to this team. The same thing with Harrison Barnes. After the finals with Harrison Barnes, Harrison Barnes cannot come back to this team. What happened with Jordan Poole? After the Lakers series, him and Clay, both guys cannot come back to this team. The teams overreact because what happens is there's a small minor flaw. It gets accentuated in a 7-game series playoff, and we overreact. I'm talking about the organizations, the fans,
you think Sam
everyone.
Presti's going to do that? I don't know. They clearly had the vision that Giddey was the odd man out because they were going to go with the big three, and they won a championship.
No, I'm using him as a microcosm for other moves that end up happening.
We'll see.
Joe, if you do not think the Oklahoma City Thunder are trading away, it is the lock of the millennium.
Okay.
Is either Chet or Jalen is out the door.
Maybe. We'll see. I have no idea. We'll see what they do. I just think we are overreacting after one bad series against Victor Wembanyama where he humbled Chet Holmgren.
No, it's not just that. It's Jalen's. He was unavailable pretty much all year.
Well,
they shouldn't have
played him. They shouldn't have played him though. Like his hamstring
great.
Yeah, then he wasn't. Then he was off for 3 games.
You have to. It's the playoffs. It's the playoffs. Like, you're a young team. You're going for a back-to-back. That's what you do.
I think even injured, he should have tried to be out there just to be a decoy on the side of the court because they just focused Shea the whole game, and it was over.
It was the same injury as Steph, though, and Steph didn't play the entire series after that.
26.
I understand
Game
that.
7.
Yeah.
Western Conference Finals.
Well, hey, how about Chet, again, going back to the crisis of confidence, wide open 3, why don't you take it instead of double clutch? Like, and I love Caruso. You know me. I love Alex Caruso. He can't be your second best scorer. And in Shea, by the way, I know he showed up Game 7. It was no one else. No one else.
Well, Shea was exhausted,
he was.
I mean, he was hunched over. It's just, look.
I'm excited for this series, though. I am. I actually give the Knicks a fighting chance. I know you don't. I do give them a chance in this series.
I agree.
They'll have an opportunity. Yeah. I just think it's the Spurs' time.
We'll see. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always on with the Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And yes, Tony Basilio from the Tony Basilio Show on 105.7 FM in Knoxville, Tennessee is going to be joining us in about 17 minutes, Joe. And remember, we had him on when Tony Vitello was hired back last year in December. And Basilio was very complimentary of Tony V. He knows him very well. And I just wonder how Tennessee Volunteer fans are feeling this weekend as they get bounced from the playoffs against VCU. You already referenced Arkansas getting bounced. There's already tweets from Arkansas fans wanting Tony Vitello. Could Tony V possibly be one and done in Major League Baseball? 888-957-9570. But I want to get back to what Richie said and something you said. There's still a lot of pressure on Tony Vitello right now. A lot. I don't know about that. I think a lot of the pressure has come off actually because the team is so awful now.
I think a
lot of the pressure's off. I don't agree that, they're 13 games under. What are fans expecting from Tony at this point?
Perfection. That's what they're looking to blame someone, Joe.
I think fans are smart and they realize that he was handed a turd sandwich.
Friday night, the reactions were all over the map. Some people were like, dude, look at who they're choosing from. And there were a contingent of very loud people that were saying to me, this manager is in over his head. He sucks. And my only suggestion to them was, who did you want him to go to? I read off every pitcher that played in that game. All right, let's go back to Friday. Logan goes 4 1/3. So you've got to patchwork almost 5 innings through your bullpen. He went Gage, Peguero, Miller, Wynn, and then Killian. You're pounding the table for Hentges?
I know.
I'm with you. 4 appearances?
I'm with you.
Some 29-year-old journeyman who could have walked in here and said, hey, my name's, Sam Hentges? And no one would know who he is. Are you a hockey player? No, I'm actually a relief pitcher.
Rugby. 888-957-9570. I just think it's an interesting question. I'll throw it out to the audience. It's June 1st. We're 2 months into the season. The team's 13 games under 500. Do you feel like there's more pressure on Tony Vitello now or significantly less pressure like I do for the rest of the season? 888-957-9570. Dylan's in Modesto and wants to join the conversation. What's up, Dylan?
Hey, hopefully you guys are doing good today. To be honest with you, I think it's just coming down to coaching, the bullpen, and the starting pitching. The people over the last 2 weeks, they've been to the back of their baseball card, and they've been hitting with offense. But then you look at these game scores, and then, okay, you say 12 under 500. Well, Ryan Walker messed up 2 games. And then, like I say about the bullpen, if you go out here, those 12 games that we're under 500, that's from pitching, right?
Pitching hasn't been great. No. You're right, Dylan. The pitching is even Robbie Ray yesterday, 4 innings and he could, 95 pitches,
Landon
whatever it was.
Roop has been their best starter.
Yeah.
Well, like I say, the offense has picked up over the last 2 weeks, so hopefully they can pick it up. But then I'm not going to lie to you guys. After we traded Camilo Duvall last year, got rid of Walker, and then Rodriguez got hurt, and then it's come on, look at our whole bullpen from last year, and we didn't make no improvements this year in the offseason. And then I'm with calling up young cats because, look, we called up McDonald. He's been pitching good, right? So I'm willing to call up, but we keep calling up offense. I don't want to call up offense no more. I want to call up basically defense and pitching.
Well,
thank you, guys.
Jonah Cox is apparently their best defensive outfielder in the whole system.
Yeah.
Now, we will see. I've now seen Barracuda make multiple really nice plays defensively in right field. I'm very intrigued with him. I'd like to see him play a little more. He hit a lot of home runs in the minor league. He's 24 years old. To me, he's still a legitimate prospect, like a top 15 prospect, not like a top 5 prospect, but he's still legitimate, and I would like to see him. Jungle Lee's played really good defense, actually, in right field.
He made some ridiculous catches over this weekend. So I don't know if they were good or he was in the right spot, but he made the plays. That's all that mattered.
A name that no one, if we keep talking about the veterans, a name that no one's brought up that I would consider moving for pitching. Elliot Ramos, under great team control for whoever would want to take him. A very low number financially, I think has some value, seems to be very redundant in terms of his offensive skill set for what you have. Probably a, lower end defender.
Not a great defender, not a good base runner.
And I think what we've learned over the last couple of weeks since he went out is that, hey, having a lot of speed in the outfield really can help this team.
Yeah.
They really need to get younger and more athletic. So I would open up left field. I mean, again, this is I'm just talking out loud here. I would open up. I don't want Casey in left field. Preferably, I'd find a infield position for him, and maybe Arise is that guy that gets dealt. Maybe it's someone else. We haven't even got up to the Matt Chapman.
We haven't
kind
yet.
of thing
We're
that
gonna get
happened
into
over the
that,
weekend.
yeah.
But I want to see these young outfielders, Cox and Barracuda. I would love to see Gilbert in the rotation, not necessarily an everyday starter, but in a rotation, and Jung-Hoo Lee, and just see where that takes me.
Yeah, you mentioned it. There was an article released yesterday from Susan Slusser, SF Chronicle. Giants Matt Chapman opens up on fan vitriol, threats against family. And there's some quotes from Matt Chapman here sitting with Susan Slusser. Obviously, their relationship goes back to the Oakland A's days when Susan was on the beat there. And this was the quote talking about all of the DMs and social media. Yeah, it's bad. Chapman told the Chronicle before Sunday's game at Coors Field, I got off social media, stopped looking at it, but it still seems like only the negative stuff finds you, right? You should see my DMs. It's people saying, I hope your family dies. People threaten us all the time. I just block it and whatever. I don't make a big deal about it, but it's just not cool. I would never do that to anybody, end quote. And yeah, that people doing that. It's low life scumbags. And unfortunately, and Matt Chapman's around the same age as me, Sam. You know, we grew up in the social media age. Obviously, you are part of the social media age as well, Joe. It's become too commonplace, and it's easy for us to say. And we get hate every single day. We get love. We get hate. We get all of it in our DMs and here on the text line, on YouTube, all of it. But you know, it's something that you kind of accept, unfortunately, which makes it sound like I'm excusing it, which I'm not. But guys that hear it constantly, I don't know. It's there because I'm sure Adames, I'm sure Devers, I'm sure everyone, I'm sure Logan Webb, Robbie Ray, all these guys that have any social media presence are constantly getting these things thrown at them. Not saying it's right to do that. It's just, unfortunately, it feels like it comes with the territory with Major League and professional athletes today. And it's too bad. And I don't think it's going anywhere. Like we can call it out and say, hey, you know, that's a problem. And of course it's a problem. Is it going to stop though? Probably not.
No, I mean, the anonymous accounts. Yeah. Or even if they are, you know, have a name attached to them. I mean, you bring up the word low life. I would say even worse than that. You know, obviously you're a scumbag if you're pulling that off. I put it into buckets. For me, this is the way I view it. Like, because Chapman said a lot right there. Yeah. He's talking about how people have turned on him. Well, I mean, put the like the death threats in the DMs. That's a whole, that bucket is like, you are like, I mean, come on. Check your life if you're sending those things. So put that to the side. Let's talk about the criticism of his play and people turn him. I mean, Matt, you signed a $150 million deal and you play professional sports. Like, your performance is up for criticism. Your performance. Now, you know, death threats on your family.
Families,
like, those people, again, I put that in the bucket of I don't even want to acknowledge it. You're clearly an individual that needs to be off of social media if you're doing that to another human being. Like, that's dehumanizing on a level that it's not even, I mean, it's just criminal. But like critiquing your play, I mean, Matt, you haven't, he thinks he's been one of the best third basemen in the game. I would argue, like, if we're going to be realistic, Matt, let's have a sit-down conversation. No, you haven't. No. You missed almost 2 months last year. And Casey Schmidt has outplayed you offensively this year. Defensively, though your defensive runs save metrics have been really, really good, you have not been the same caliber glove this year as you were 2 years ago. Like, anyone watching these games can tell you that. You know, I think you'd be on it. Like, be honest. Come on, Matt.
And, you know, you and I, we never get personal here. We're not calling out people, their livelihoods or anything like that, or what they do on a day-to-day basis with their families, any of that. We just analyze and critique what we see on the field. Yeah. And he just hasn't lived up to his contract. Like, he just hasn't. His play on the field has not lived up to the contract that he signed. Fans have a right to be frustrated with it. You could boo. You could do all that stuff. Like, I have no problem with that.
Don't miss that break, dog.
As you just said, it crosses the line when you get the family. When you start saying death threats, like, dude, what are you doing? What are you doing with your life? What are we doing here? Well, Tony Basilio is going to join us on the other side of the Tony Basilio Show on 105.7 FM in Knoxville. He knows Tony Vitello very well from his managerial days with the Tennessee Volunteers, who got eliminated over this weekend. Could Tony V potentially be one and done in Major League Baseball? We'll ask Tony Basilio all about that on the other side. And it's going to be sponsored by Safeway, Sammy.
Head to Safeway this week for Lucerne shredded or chunk cheese, 32-ounce selected varieties, just $5.99 each. Limit 4 items. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Invest your tax refund in your home with Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Upgrade with Milgard windows and patio doors and get up to $100 back on patio doors and up to $40 per window, depending on the series. Hurry, this offer ends June 8th. Connect with us at goldenstatelumber.com. The first 50 customers who mention this radio ad get free delivery. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, we're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Megan, trapeze artist and scratchers enthusiast. So, Megan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, they're easy to play when I'm hanging around.
Oh, okay. Like when you're relaxing?
No, like when I'm hanging on the trapeze. I swing upside down, then do a quadruple somersault, all while playing scratchers. Watch this.
Unbelievable.
I know, right?
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Tune in every Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. to hear The Morning Roast, hosted by Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni, as they dive into the latest sports news to get your morning going. Presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, where everyone is treated like a hero.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
When you're at work, you never know when you'll be interrupted. But with the Dell Pro, powered by Intel Core Ultra with vPro, no matter what distracts you, your laptop won't. It's battery optimized for the way you work with built-in intelligence that quiets distractions when you need to focus. Your laptop will help keep you locked in, even when it's bring your dog to work day. Built for those who stay in the flow. The Dell Pro, built for you. Dell.com/Dell-Pro.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent.
The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Yo, what's up? This is Javon from San Francisco. I want to shout out my favorite morning roast, my favorite radio station in the whole Bay Area and the whole country. 95.7 The Game.
It's science.
It is science. Find us on YouTube. We're streaming right there.
Yep.
Free Odyssey app. Kerr's on that for sure. Yeah, Steve Kerr. He's a big Odyssey app guy. Tony Basilio might be as well. He's going to be joining us momentarily. And who is Tony Basilio? Well, you should know. We've had him on the station many a time. Tony Basilio Show on 105.7 FM in Knoxville, Tennessee. And you can also find him at TonyBasilio.com. Knows all things Tennessee sports, volunteers, the college program where Tony Vitello, once upon a time, I should say, won a national championship. And they got ousted over this weekend. They had a disappointing season overall. And could they potentially try to woo Tony Vitello back to the collegiate level?
You went to what high school again?
Palma High School in Salinas.
So Urban baseball team, the Urban Blues.
Oh, yeah.
17-8 record. It's their best ever. They ended up losing in some sort of the CCS, and now they're on to, or NCS, excuse me. Now they're on to state. And they're playing Pacific Grove.
I saw that.
So they're playing Pacific Grove on Tuesday. So shout out Chris Cajero and the Urban Blues, their best season ever. So they're playing Pacific Grove on Tuesday.
Shout out Pacific Grove, the Breakers. I believe they won either the Division 5 or 6 CCS playoffs, and now they're going to state. So good for them. And Palma, my alma mater, came up short in the Division 2 CCS finals, Joe, to Mitty. So shout out Mitty for winning the CCS Division 2 title.
Yeah, and I think I saw there was Valley Christian won on a walk-off. So anybody that won any of their baseball stuff, shoot us a message, let us know. But I think the big one, St. Mary's. I mean, college, St. Mary's knocking off UCLA not once but twice. Why are you smiling, Carter?
God, well, we used to see Urban on our schedule. It was like a bye week.
Oh, really?
Seriously.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, you went
Shots
to
fired?
Any sport.
You went to what?
Stuart Hall.
Oh, yeah.
Rival.
Oh,
It's your rival.
Okay.
No, because they were way below us, but
The only Urban I acknowledge, rest in peace, 95.7 The Game legend, Michael Urban. Good for ball, bad for ball. You know who's good for ball? Tony Vitello. You know why? Because I just enjoy listening to the guy. And for the first time this year, this weekend in particular, I felt like he made his mark on the team. Reassigning Hector Borg within the organization. He was a third base coach. You know what? You weren't up to snuff. Sorry, Hector. You're going back to player development. We'll bring up Ron Wotus. He can do that job just fine. Oh, you need me to call out the team? Yeah. Okay. How about you take some more pride, Giants players? Because you guys suck right now. I need a little bit more pride.
We need to take a little more pride, I think, in how it's ideal to not have last night occur, but, bounce back. And I got the vibe like we were in a position to do that. The first 6 outs we had at the plate would say that. But getting in a hole makes it a little tougher after that.
Need to take more pride. You know what? They responded yesterday in tow, 19-6, the final, Joe. Just looking at this box score, though, it feels like it's a couple weeks worth of games for the Giants. And they had 25 hits. 25! That's insane. Jung-Hoo Lee, he had a fifth of all of them. He had 5 himself. Bryce Eldridge had 4. Willie Thomas only had 1, but he had a grand slam in there. He had 3, excuse me. But
how about Rafi ending his month?
Yeah, Rafi Devers,
he had the most doubles for a Giant in any month since Brandon Crawford in 2016.
You gave me that stat earlier. I wouldn't think it was Brandon Crawford, but he does have those month stretches in a Giants uniform where he was just absolutely like an MVP. So it actually doesn't surprise me in hindsight. But yeah, Rafi Devers batting over 250 now.
Did you see what he did in the month of May? It was 306, 356, 593 slashing with 18 runs, 5 home runs. I think it was 15 total doubles and 19 RBIs in 28 games. That's a heck of a month for him.
How you feeling about Rafi Devers real quick? How are you feeling about him?
Well, it's interesting. He looks great right now. He looks absolutely great. I'm a little conflicted in the sense that, like, we need him, but also there's days where I'm like, why can't Bryce play a little first base?
Yeah.
So
is it just because that quote last year that we replayed that, like, hey, you know, when I'm playing out there defensively, I'm better at the plate.
Well,
is it as simple as just catering to that?
Yeah, but everyone can make that argument outside of, Edgar Martinez and Big Papi in the history of DHing. So, look, I think he's right, but I guess what I'm saying is there's got to be a happy medium here. We've got to be able to find a couple of starts a week for Bryce at first, defensively.
We got our guy. Let's go to him. Tony Basilio joining us now on the Morning Roast. Tony, good morning. Joe Spadoni alongside.
Oh, look at that man cave.
Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky, not both Joe Spadoni. But Tony Basilio, 105.7 The Fan, FM in Knoxville, TonyBasilio.com. And he joins us now on the River Islands guest line. And let's dive right into it. Obviously, the Tennessee Volunteers baseball season came to an end this weekend in a loss to VCU. And was the thought immediately, Tony, hey, if Tony Vitello and the Giants keep stinking, can we get this guy back after just a year?
Well, I don't know about that. There's an old saying, you can never go home again, or I don't know. The thing about Tony is when they hired him, I told you guys that, he was going to do it his way. And I know that's exactly what he's done. But, it was pretty uneven baseball season here. First time for Tennessee not making it out of this round in close to 7 years. So since he's been here, we got used to playing deep into June, really, with this guy here.
So are you guys surprised that the Giants are this bad with him? Because you keep saying, you said it I think twice within that answer, doing it his way. I haven't felt like he's been fully himself. He feels like he's almost not insecure, but afraid to kind of rock the boat, if you will. That's the sense I've gotten.
Well, you guys are a lot closer to it than I am. Obviously here, and you being on the left coast and it being so late, there are folks in our fan base that are really following that because they're cheering for Tony. He brought so many great memories and did so many things, and they kind of think of him as one of their own here. Even though he didn't go to school here or anything like that, but he just left such a mark in this place. The fact of the matter is that, out there, boy, that's a tough spot. Like, I'm a Phillies fan, right? When you don't have a club and you're surrounded by a bunch of spenders, or you spend money on the wrong people like you guys were just talking about, you're up against it. And that's sort of the nature of where the Giants are right now. It's just a bad baseball team. You guys told me that when you had me first on back when they first hired him, you said, how's he going to handle being out in front of a bad baseball team? And I said, not well, because this is a guy not used to losing. These guys aren't used to losing. And in college baseball, you lose 15 or 20 games, that's a bad year. In Major League Baseball, you lose 60, and you're coach of the year. So you lose 100, and a guy like Tony Vitello at the end of that won't know his name. So I don't know how this thing works out with him and them. I do know that he's a very intelligent guy. I do know that when you listen to his answers, he tells you the truth. He can give you a word salad now. He would come on my show. We would talk MMA. We would talk about everything. And then he would go into subjects, like you're interviewing a guy and he's way over there somewhere because he's a bright guy and he's just not your average coach. Let's just put it that way. No offense to coaches.
No, it's been a breath of fresh air as Tony Basilio is joining us here, 105.7 FM in Knoxville. You can check out his show there, and TonyBasilio.com. Like, that was the big change, right, Tony? Going from Bob Melvin, established, he's going to give you every single generic answer you've ever heard of. it's been a breath of fresh air. I think Shasky agrees.
I love him.
We've kind of dissected hell. Go back to the opening weekend, Tony, against the Yankees. This is the first 3 games. And he's like, yeah, maybe I pumped up the team a little bit too much, and maybe they're too amped up. And then Robbie Ray, one of the veterans, right, 35-year-old Cy Young, he's like, yeah, Tony, I think we're okay. It's just, it's the opening series. We're not doing too well. It's not that big of a deal. But to your point, the word salads, he's done that a couple times. I actually think he's handled the losses overall pretty well this season. And for the first time this weekend, it felt like he finally called out the team, saying they need to take more pride in some of their play. They're a loss here or there for being the worst record in all of baseball. It has not gone well. But you said something in your first answer I kind of want to get back to. Do you get any sense at all, that he would resign after one season if things continue to spiral out and go back to the college ranks? Or do you think he's in this for the long haul?
I mean, I only text with him every once in a while, and it's generally to say, hey, man, congratulations on this or congratulations on that. So I'm the wrong person to ask on this. My sense of Tony is that the losing listlessly is going to wear him out. That would be my sense of him. I can't speak to what he does. I've always thought the timing of this is really precarious. I mean, here's Major League Baseball. The product's as hot as it's been in forever, and they cannot figure out what they're doing from a financial standpoint to the point where they're going to lock these players out. It's asinine. If you're trying to kill your sport, I mean, the NBA would kill for this kind of momentum. Now, the NBA got a big market in the final, which will help their numbers, but we all know that that's a broken product. When you hear when you listen to their commissioner talk, Major League Baseball right now, they have all these young stars. They have all these stars. They have this Ohtani thing. I mean, it's nauseating what's going on in L.A. They just ripped my Phillies apart. You guys know that. It's nauseating what's going on. But it's great for the sport, and they're going to lock these guys out. Here's my thing. They get into next year, and this thing's locked out, and somebody from a college calls Tony. Will he listen? If the Giants continue on this trajectory, I mean, I would be foolish. We would all be foolish to think that he wouldn't listen, right? You going to sit there for a year? I mean, what's going to happen, guys? You guys tell me with this lockout next year. What are your thoughts?
I mean, anything could happen.
Anything could happen.
The RSNs, it feels like they've all agreed we don't care about the RSNs anymore, which are the regional sports networks.
Yeah.
And so that is a big hurdle that I think everyone's kind of overcome. I think that we need a floor and in baseball to get some of these lower level teams to start spending. You want to have more viable teams in the league. So I don't know. But my biggest issue is, like, you shouldn't be 31, 32 years old and hitting free agency for the first time and wanting a 10-year deal. Like, that's how we get stuck in the Adames situation or the Chapman situation.
That's right.
So I think they do have some deep financial issues. I don't know how it gets solved, quite frankly. You brought up something, though, that I find really interesting, which is teams looking to maybe look at Tony Vitello, and maybe a year from now something comes up. I follow Arkansas baseball. My nephew plays for them, and they got bounced over the weekend. And the first comment under one of their game score kind of tweets is bring him home, and it's a picture of Tony Vitello in an Arkansas hat. And I'm thinking to myself, like, I'm already seeing SEC teams saying, this is the guy who can come solve our situation here. Do you think that only is going to continue in terms of the drumbeat of other teams saying, hey, he could come fix us, as the Giants situation is as dire as it is?
I mean, look, Tony probably going to like me saying this, but he's Nick Saban of college baseball. And Nick Saban, when he went from LSU to the Miami Dolphins, everybody was looking at him going, okay, when's he coming back to the sport? Whether that's fair or not, Like, Tony in his mind might be saying, you know what, I'm done with it. He hadn't told me that, but he might be thinking, you know what, I'm going to make it here. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to make it in this league. And by the way, guys, I think the guy is intelligent enough, is adaptive enough that he could make it there. I really do. Now, he's going to do it his way. Like I told you guys, he's going to do it his way. And I thought one of the more comical things that's happened so far early in this tenure was when Frank Anderson got thrown out of a game, because Frank's a total psycho. And he's on the bench, and that umpire looks at him and says, who the hell are you? And get off my field. You're out of here. But, in a lot of ways, Tony Vitello is who he is. The thing about Major League Baseball is it's such a closed fraternity. I sense there are a lot of media people and even people in the Bay Area, if I can say this, cheering against the guy because he's not in the club. They don't want him in the club. They don't want college coaches in the club. So you know that from from following the college game. There's a line of demarcation in that sport that doesn't exist in some of these other sports. There's a level of resistance there that's palpable, and they don't want this guy. This guy's an interloper in their sights. They don't want him there. So every little thing he does, they're going to jump all over. Every little thing, every little mistake he makes, they're going to, because he doesn't speak like the last couple guys, and he's not like Gabe Kapler. Let me tell you something. Gabe Kapler doesn't have the intelligence. Tony Vitello has more intelligence in his pinky than Gabe Kapler does in his entire body. You want to talk about a guy who's got it bad for himself. That Gabe Kapler guy's a clown compared to Tony Vitello.
I totally agree. You're preaching to the choir. There's this hey, we're the good old boys club. We're Major League Baseball. And you're lesser than. Well, I watched college baseball over the weekend. You want to talk about a sport that is on fire? St. Mary's locally, it's in our backyard, knocking off UCLA, not once, but twice. I follow the SEC, like I told you, because of my nephew, and he's playing for Arkansas right now. He's a freshman. And I watched the Georgia kid over the weekend. I want to ask you this question because people are going crazy. You saw the video of the kid for Georgia hit the home run, turn to the other team, and he's taunting them, and he's running around the bases. I do believe we've gone a little overboard on the celebrating. Now, I coach youth baseball, and, I'm watching kids get, they dribble one underneath the third baseman's legs, and they get to first, and they're doing the salt pepper shaker celebrations. It's out of control. But seeing the kid from Georgia get ejected over the weekend, is this something that the SEC baseball scene has seen all year, or was this just because, I think it was appropriate to kick this guy out of the game? I thought it was way over the top. It's a sixth-inning home run.
I loved it. I loved it. Let the kids play, damn it. Come on. Show some swag.
We got to have a little fine line here on this. What did you make of that Georgia home run over the weekend?
Oh, no, he had it coming to him. That Phelps kid's been completely on the edge all year. and listen, that crew, it looked like they were going to be long-suffering with him. It's one thing. They let him talk to the dugout. But it was almost like at the very end of that thing, when you watch him and he's spinning around and he does a low five, with a spin. It's like all that stuff is rehearsed. I'm like, kid, do you do anything else? Do you work on your celebrations 24/7? He had some things in there I've never seen in my life. I'm like, wow, this kid's pretty, this kid's like an artist here, like a celebration artist. I like the second baseman. He's going by the second baseman's looking at him like, dude, it's the sixth inning. I love when the second baseman looks at the kid like, what planet are we on, man? Like, what are we doing here? But, at the end of the day, I love what Drew Gilbert has brought to the Giants. Look, if you're not going to win games, have fun.
Yes.
And if you're going to lose 100 or 90 or 100 games, go out there and do the thing where you're doing the pelvic thrust and the guys and the Bader guy and they're falling over. Look, you're going to win a couple times a week. You might as well enjoy it. But the Phelps guy is you talk about a guy that's, he's going to sit out now, the Super Regional, the first game of the Super Regional. That's it.
Yeah.
And he's a great player for them. That's highly injurious. I love that college game because it's played on the edge. Those are all playoff games. If you're a Major League fan and you don't give – and I realize it's not accessible to Major League fans. I grew up in Philadelphia. We didn't know college baseball. I wouldn't have understood that if I wasn't here. But, man, I'll tell you, it is a really, really great sport. It's pressure-packed, as you know. Hey, those kids from UCLA – those kids from St. Mary's made them feel the pressure. That's exactly what happened. They put it on them.
I love it.
It's a great sport.
It is. Great.
It's a great sport.
Hey, Tony, great stuff this morning, man. We really appreciate the time. The only person that would disagree with you, though, on the Drew Gilbert celebrations would be one Will Clark, who absolutely eviscerated the entire team last week. Yeah, shocker alert. Will Clark is pissed off about something when the team isn't playing well.
Will Clark's always been a really sweetheart, hadn't he, guys?
Yeah, all his teammates would agree.
Tony, good stuff, man.
Yeah, he's a real sweetheart. See you guys.
Good stuff, man.
All right, there he goes. Tony Basilio of the Tony Basilio Show on 105.7 FM in Knoxville. You can also find him at tonybasilio.com. Just good stuff.
Okay, I want to get into Vitello in just 1 second.
Dude, he destroyed Gabe Kapler. I think that was the Philly fan in him doing that.
I loved it.
Hey, Tony, real quick, I'm going to defend Gabe for a second. Tony's never going to replicate a season that Gabe Kapler had here. 100-plus wins. Come on.
Well, neither is Lamont Wade Jr., Darren Ruff. Like, there's a lot of reasons why they did what they did.
Absolutely. But the guy's 13 games under 500.
No, I know, but
let's back off Gabe right now. We have bigger fish to fry.
Let his career play out.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, I mean, there's a reason Gabe's not managing.
Sure.
Right? So, like.
Assistant general manager.
No, he's the general manager.
Oh, he is now?
He's the dude.
Oh, he's
okay, great.
He's their
not
buster.
in the dugout, is he?
No, I mean, he'll probably pop in from time to time. But no, he's their Buster Posey.
He gets a pop-in text. Does he send that to the players like, Nahegan, pop in here for a second?
Obviously, I need you to pop in here. Come sit on the couch with me.
They're 26-34, by the way, the Miami Marlins.
Pause.
Oh, they lost 5 in a row.
Kapler asked you to sit on the couch with him?
I'd sit on the couch with Gabe.
I had one or two times where I was on the couch with Gabe.
Yeah. He's a good, we've had him, we interviewed him, Joe. He's a great interview.
Gabe's a great guy to converse with.
He is.
When it comes to like baseball stuff, but you know, he's a fun guy to chat with.
No, he's good at baseball, like national stuff, talking Ohtani, talking Trout, talking, you know, when he won a World Series as a player with the Boston Red Sox once upon a time. Love Gabe Kapler. Can't get enough of him. Love Tony Vitello too. Can we, you know what? I'd love to reach out to Tony, get him on this show. That'd be great.
So, for those that didn't watch over the weekend, we'll get right back into Tony. Just give me 1 minute on this. College baseball was on fire over the weekend.
And softball. Both have been incredible.
Incredible. I swear to you, and I know I'm jaded because I love baseball, and you could argue whatever you want. I've been following college baseball more this year than I have in a long time. The amount of upsets were incredible. And to see, I watched UCLA 3 straight days. They played St. Mary's, and then they played, who was the team they came back and beat? Gosh darn, it's going to kill me. They were down 2 in the 9th inning. And they came back to tie the game and then win on a walk-off, and then lost again on a walk-off the very next day to St. Mary's. You want to talk about it, just an incredible, incredible weekend for the sport. It was awesome. And I'm watching it, and the same things apply. Pitch, play great defense, situational hitting. There's a lot of things. And yeah, the metal bats is different, but the intensity was incredible because it's elimination.
Yeah.
You lose twice, you're done. Your season's over. And I wanted to see this kid, Rock, who plays shortstop for the UCLA Bruins. And, I mean, he comes up with a chance to win the game against St. Mary's on Friday, and he's swinging first pitch with 2 outs. And it's like, dude, take a pitch. Let's go. Like this guy's not throwing strikes. Why are you swinging without an opportunity?
Is it Chalowski or Chalowski?
Chalowski.
Chalowski. Okay, that's the kid. Right.
The thing that I came away was there is this weird, like, line in the sand. That's college. It's not real baseball. MLB is real baseball. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Playing good defense, throwing strikes, getting ahead in the count, like all the same principles apply. Speed on the base pass. Yeah, there's a lot of elements about the game that are very, very different. The amount of money people are making, the abilities of some of the guys. Like, you don't have to face Aaron Judge or Ohtani or, you know, Betts or any of those guys. Like, yeah, of course there's going to be some more sophistication in terms of their approaches. But I don't know why we do this thing where, like, just because you're a college guy, you can never be an MLB guy. I mean, if that's the case, how's Paul Skeens making that transition?
I don't understand why there is such a line in the sand from the college game to the pros. I understand there are major differences, as you just alluded to, but there's also major differences between college football and the NFL. Why do you think we see so many quarterbacks transition and fail? We see it all the time.
Basketball, too. Psycho T, Tyler Hansbrough. Oh, one of the better college basketball players.
We knew immediately he couldn't play in the bigs.
No, his entire college career, we're like, well, it won't translate to the NBA. And either you enjoyed him or didn't enjoy him. And it's like, well, wait a minute. Like, he's good for that sport. He may not be great at the next level. We'll see. Like, we'll see. And he had a pretty solid NBA career.
He's decent. Yeah.
He's a good backup.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But, like, of course, like, from the jump, you weren't able to fully embrace him. Oh, he'll never be a pro. It's like, wait a minute. Like, what are we doing here? And I don't understand it. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So then we get back to Vitello.
Yeah.
I do believe there is a contingent of people that are giving them a chance. I think I'm one of those people. Like, hey, let it play out. There's some things he's done well. There's some things he hasn't done well. And then there's another contingent of people who are like, no matter what, anything that goes wrong, it's the manager's fault. It's this rookie manager who I'm not going to give him any opportunity. He's not fit for his the job position that he has currently. Well, okay. I would agree he doesn't have a resume. Neither does the GM. Neither does the president of baseball ops. And the guy that you had last year, who also had a long, long resume, wasn't any good. So,
Manassian has
it's just the organization isn't good.
Manassian has a scout, obviously, but he has no general manager experience. To your point,
this is a different job,
very different, as we're learning right now. And I think it's a great point. If you're going to have hate for Tony Vitello because of he's making the jump and this has never been done before and this is just a shock move or whatever.
Well, it's real that those things are real in terms of what you just laid out. Well, those are real, but I'm watching him. Is he the one costing them on a night-to-night basis?
No.
I don't think so.
And that's why I understand the frustration coming down Buster Posey's road right now. That makes sense to me. Not Tony Vitello. If you want to get on anyone right now, Manassian and Posey are the guys. And honestly, maybe Manassian, because we all understood Posey's going to be leaning on him for a lot more experience when it comes to the development, when it comes to trades, when it comes to asset allocation. We all knew, and Buster himself told us, he said to the media, he's like, yeah, I have a great team around me. I'm going to be leaning on, and this is going to be a group process. Like this is going to be a group think tank with a three-headed monster of Vitello, of Posey, and Manassian. And right now, the three-headed monster, it looks like it's that meme, right, of that dragon where it's just like the two serious ones and the derpy-looking one. Well, two of them look derpy to me right now, and I'm not getting on Vitello.
I mean, let's talk about the starting pitching before we even get to the bullpen. Adrian Hauser, how's that been looking?
Not great. Lately better, but still not great. Yeah.
Tyler Mahle, how's that looking?
Awful. He's the worst pitcher in baseball. Starting.
What did they do over the weekend with him? They kind of made up a knee injury. Is that what happened?
Yeah, he's got a little injury. He's got to go on the IL for a little bit.
Does anyone buy that?
Well, maybe that's going to be, maybe when he comes back and it's healed, he'll pitch better, Joe. Maybe that's the case. Look, but it opens up a pathway for Trevor McDonald to pitch tomorrow.
He might have a legitimate injury. But
as we've seen with the Farhan era, there is a thing called the Phantom IL.
Everyone does it. And it's not just the Giants. Everyone does it. But
we learned a lot more with the Farhan era about the Phantom IL.
Sure. But I look at their pitching situation and it's like, all right, Landon Roop, Robbie Ray's taking a slight step back, right? Some would say a big one. And has Logan Webb been Logan Webb?
No.
He pitched really good Friday. He went a 4 1/3.
Yeah, he couldn't even get to about 5 innings.
It's his first start back. I'm not mad at him. Like, you're going to ease him into it. It's a 15-day IL for Tyler Mahle. So you're out probably 3 weeks.
Oh, it's 15. I thought it was the 10-day. Okay.
No, 15. And they retroacted it to the 27th. I'm looking at it right here.
Okay.
And then Peguero hurts his hamstring yesterday, and he was a promising right-handed, bullpen arm. I don't know to what degree. To me, it was like, okay, maybe he's a 6th or 7th inning guy. You lost Hayden Birdsong before the season even started. You lost Randy Rodriguez last year. Like, guys, the need on this team is pitching. Lots of it. And you don't have enough of it.
We got Roop, McDonald, Webb, Hauser
and
for
Budo
the next 4 games.
By the way, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt
you're good.
Budo's the other one. Remember, he had the thing in his arm. He was going to be a big part of the bullpen.
He was.
I don't know to what degree, but they were going to use him either in the 6th, 7th, or 8th inning.
The blood clot, correct? Yeah, that was really serious.
Auxiliary artery in his upper right arm.
Yeah, something.
As someone that almost had one of those on Friday, trust me, it's a scary feeling.
Wait, what?
Well, it's just, I had some shortness of breath, so it's a long story.
That's scary, okay?
It is very scary.
I need you to stick around for a while, bud.
Depending on your, diet and your blood thinners and all that stuff, you got to be careful.
No, I took it upon myself. I need a checkup. I haven't had a checkup with the doctor for quite some time, so I did that yesterday.
The next step is wearing your helmet, but we'll get to that. I'm going to shame you into it.
Okay. You know who's going to shame Buster Posey a little bit? Dan O'Dowd, former general manager of the Colorado Rockies for 15 years.
Dan O'Dowd.
Shame is strong. I was just transitioning to this.
Yeah, no.
But he was on with Willard and Dibbs on Friday. It was a really good interview, and I highly recommend it. If you missed any of it, find it in its entirety on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. But this is Dan O'Dowd, does a lot of work now with MLB Network on why Buster should have hired a more experienced GM. And maybe we're kind of talking about that right now when it comes to Manassian's lack of experience there.
Even with Buster's background and as great a player he was, this is a learning curve for this role. And sitting on the seat as a board member and looking at the thing from 30,000 feet, I'm sure that he felt like he had answers to the test. It's just different when you actually are the one taking the test. I will say I was surprised, and I don't know Zach at all, his GM, but I think that I would have hired a very experienced GM in the game. Like, I'm not saying me. I'm just saying someone who had my level of experience, though, to come in and be his right-hand person. Because when you put two people in that role that haven't sailed the boat before, it just exasperates the learning curve that you're under, even though if you may have a great relationship. And sometimes it's not always great to have a great relationship. Sometimes it's good for someone to see something that you can't see and is not afraid to tell you that.
So 3 guys leading this franchise with tremendous inexperience.
I think it's hard to argue with his point about maybe bringing in someone with the experience. Looking back on it, that's probably where they went a little wrong. I mean, getting back to the Tony Vitello, you think it's Tony Vitello who's putting together his staff and putting Hector Borg at third? Or was that an organizational decision?
I think that was organizational.
Yeah. He didn't even know who Hector Borg was.
No.
You know, but he admitted such, I think, on Thursday and on Friday.
He did. We have the sound about that. We haven't even really played it because it happened back on Friday.
I'm glad they made the move.
Yeah, reassigning, because that was a big conversation and talking point on Friday. Sam and I were saying, and it came to fruition. I was like, they'll probably announce it like before the game starts. That's exactly what they did. Hector Borg being reassigned.
Ron Wotus back is a good move.
Yeah, he brings credibility. He's a familiar face. He's
good at the job.
Good at the job. Good at talking too. He's good at, like, if you want to go get a good interview before the game, he's a great guy to talk to. Great head of hair too, Ron Wotus. Elite lettuce. Here's more from O'Dowd talking about, as you were saying, not buying that Tony's the only one right in the lineup.
But I read an article where I think it was Zach talked about, well, the lineup construction and the use of roster is totally up to Tony. That's not our gig. That's totally up to him. Even in the non-era of analytics, going back the beginnings of my career, that just was never the case. So if that's happening in the Giants, that's the first time ever for me. Because you're always having discussion with your managers about player usage and how best matchups. And it's even more prevalent in the game today because you can see pitch shapes versus swing pass. So you always know who the better matchups are. So I just didn't buy that. And so I read that in maybe poorly and wrongly that, hey, I'm distancing myself from that decision. When in reality, you all have to circle the wagons when you're going through this, because really everybody is culpable. Everybody's had a responsibility, and it's going to take everybody to get out of the hole that you've dug yourself.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's throw back this question again we were asking earlier before Tony Basilio joined us. You think there's more pressure or less pressure on Tony Vitello at this point? It's June 1st. We're 2 months into the season. The team's 13 games under 500. I do think there is significantly less pressure than at the start of the season because I think it's understood now. This team's probably out of the playoff picture. Not to say they have nothing to play for. Don't get it twisted. There's not nothing to play for. There's still a lot to play for a lot of these players. I just think that initial pressure of you need to make the playoffs, as we talked about heading into the season, Joe, that's off his shoulders now. And it's understood that there are major flaws within this roster that are way above the head and shoulders of Tony Vitello and what he could do with this team right now. So I believe there's less pressure on him. Do you agree? 888-957-9570.
I still think there's going to be tremendous innate pressure that you put upon yourself.
Sure.
And then there's always going to be like the day-to-day pressure of getting Bryce Eldridge in the lineup.
I think that's a really interesting point, and Basilio was kind of hammering that with us most of the pressure that is on him feels like it's from Tony himself.
Yeah,
like he's just that kind of guy.
Yes.
And I think it's well said that you what you've been saying this morning, Joe, about, dude, just be yourself.
Just be yourself.
And I think that's going to take a lot of the pressure off him if he could just stop being who he isn't, which is this kind of ho-hum, maybe soft around the edges. Just, dude.
Ride high when you're feeling high. Yeah. Be salty when you feel like you need to be.
Say more of what you said Saturday. Yeah. Need to take more pride.
You got to be your authentic version of you. And if that alienates some individuals, then so be it. Look at the roster right now. Like, if you look at the roster right now, how many of these guys are going to be on this team in 2 or 3 years?
It's a great question.
Right?
I don't know.
Well, why are we worried about alienating people in general? Like, if people perform, there's no need for me to alienate you or feel like you need to be alienated.
It's one thing if you alienate a star player, which you feel like is going to be there for like a 5 to 10 year stretch, right? For a long time, the last few seasons, the Milwaukee Bucks were afraid of alienating who?
And how many coaches? And how many coaches has he eradicated?
Oh, he's the coach killer.
Yeah.
He's had like 5 or 4 in the last like decade, it feels like. And now finally they're ripping off the Band-Aid. But you know what, Joe? Might be a little bit too late when it comes to value because they sabotaged that because they were pussyfooting around with this guy just saying, hey, Giannis, we want you back, but do you want to come back? It was all stupid. And now Giannis is a part of that too. The way he handled it, I think he was very immature about a lot of this stuff when it comes to social media with all the memes. But that's where you do when it's an organization of a superstar. I mean, are you really afraid of alienating Rafi Devers right now? Are you like, really? Him?
Well, he's rolling right now, so you don't want to mess it up. But today, they play today in Milwaukee. Bryce needs to be in the lineup, and maybe today's the day you let Rafi, hey, Rafi, you're going to DH today, and Bryce can get a starter first. I would consider that.
I would too. Why not? All to cater to Rafi because he needs to play with his defense. Takes a date. We're not saying you don't have to be the first baseman every single day.
Well,
once in a while would be nice, though, because I would like Bryce to start learning at the big league level with the glove.
Well, the other element is that you could put Casey Schmidt in the infield this week. With Adames facing his old team, he's probably going to want to play all 3 days.
Sure.
I would have had Adames sit yesterday, but I wouldn't have got the grand slam and some of the other theatrics you got from him. So, Chapman or Arise is the guy that sits today so that Casey could play in the infield. I'd give Barracoto a start, and I'd give Jonah Cox a start.
888-957-9570 is the number. 408. Vitello may be a great guy. Doesn't mean he was the right hire by Posey. Absolutely.
Well, time's going to tell.
All that is true.
Who is the right hire?
Well, right now, what's a worse hire, Manassian or Vitello? I think it's Manassian. It's not even close.
Yeah, and I know why we do this where we're like this.
Yeah, it's a
to me, they're all kind of lumped in together right now. I'm kind of grouping them all in together.
650. What about this, Joe? Boston Red Sox fans will love this. What about Devers at third and bench Chapman?
Devers isn't a good third baseman.
He's not a good third baseman. He's just not. I do still love the fact that they got him. We're almost coming up on the 1 year anniversary of him. Was it Father's Day last year? Of him becoming a San Francisco Giant. And of course, that series against the Red Sox at Oracle was approaching and him taking the first base reps because he just refused to do it in Boston.
Can I ask you guys a very simple question? Because I know we've been hung up on Vitello, and I get it. I totally get it. Bryce Eldridge. Is this it? Is this the guy that you've been wanting to see for the last 4 years? Is this what is he delivering on a little bit of the promise?
A little bit.
Are you ready to say that this is the guy for this team for the next couple of years to build this thing around?
Still early, but I'm liking what I'm saying. Still early. I'm not ready to jump in all the way.
I'm not saying crown him. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is like, have you seen enough to basically say, even if this year all the team accolades kind of go out to the wayside, isn't it really about if this guy can be a star or not?
I think the development of Bryce Eldridge, now that you're 13 games under, that's the most important aspect of this season.
Yes.
It's not even close to me.
So, like, it's every day. Where is he in the lineup? Where's he going to hit? Where's he going to play? That's what it is for me. And I wonder if that's it for Giants fans. I thought yesterday was the kind of the hallmark weekend for him, the arrival weekend for Bryce Eldridge. As much as we're talking about Tony and the team, and Eldridge finally showed up. I know it's Colorado. I know it's the altitude. I know it's their pitching staff, but the at-bats have looked incredible.
888-957-9570. Are we finally seeing the Bryce Eldridge that was promised, Giants fans? Are we finally seeing that? Or are you still skeptical overall? Which, again, so am I. But I think it's prudent right now to just talk about where this team is at and what needs to take place. It's seeing what you have with the young guys, and in particular, a guy that has been highly touted. And Giants fans, you see it everywhere. You just want to have your Nick Kurtz. You want to have your Aaron Judge. You want to have, whatever the young player, an Ellie De La Cruz.
Thundercat.
You want an Ellie De La Cruz. You want whatever the guys have over in Pittsburgh. You just want your version of that. Because we know it's not going to be Adames. We know it's not going to be Chapman. Rafi Devers is Rafi Devers. He's still one of the best elite hitters when he's going in the game. But you want something even more. And Bryce Eldridge can give you that. He is 21 years old, Joey. He's 21.
I put a tweet out over the weekend where essentially all I was caring about, and I'll read it word for word for you, this is before the game, just let the kids play. 10 times out of 10, I want that struggling prospect getting the opportunities over these Will Brennan recycled cast-off 4A guys. No problem if he starts 0 for 10 or 1 for 20. Play good defense, contribute, develop, look better every day. Play the kids. I want to see Eldridge, Susac, Casey every day. Let's figure it out and let's develop. That's my mindset moving forward.
I love that. Injury report. The Giants placed outfielder Harrison Bader on the 10-day injured list over the weekend with what is being called left plantar fasciitis. Bader left Friday night's game with a foot injury, but said yesterday that his injury is not plantar fasciitis, but more of a heel pad injury. Regardless, he is not expected to miss a lot of time and should be back after the 10-day stay on the IL is over. Well, hopefully it isn't plantar fasciitis, because we've seen that from the NBA perspective more, where that could be a career ender, quite frankly. Like something like that could linger for a very, very, very long time. And it's very hard for it to heal over the course of a season. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Halfway home here on a Monday, Spadoni and Shasky, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KDNZ FM HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And the Morning Roast is presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. And yesterday, the Heroes in a 19-6 win, Willie Adames, Jung-Hoo Lee,
Hero
and this guy.
strong.
Well, I could be your
When
hero,
you salvage
baby.
that, so you don't get swept by the Rockies on a Sunday. You don't become all of a sudden a hero.
They
But
did
I
have
get where you're going.
25 hits, Joe. I mean, come on, 25. Can't argue with the results.
They had almost as many combined hits and runs as our man Dave Fleming has had years on this earth.
Hey, Dave Fleming. Happy birthday, Dave. Give him a happy unbirthday. Shout out Alice in Wonderland in a couple days, because he joins us every single week right
50th.
here. Wait, it's 50?
Yeah, he turned 50 yesterday.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
That's significant. Why does he still look 35?
I don't know.
Why does he still look like Mark Randy?
Is he older or younger than Mark Willard?
I think they're the same age. Isn't Mark? Didn't Mark
same
just turn
age?
50? I think so. Yeah. But Mark's got he's got the salt and pepper. So he's crushing. He's looking good.
Dave does look young though.
He's got baby face. That's what you want. I mean, I look at myself in the mirror. I'm just aging by the day after this third kid. The bags get deeper and deeper and deeper. It's bad, Joe. The salt and pepper's coming there. The hair's falling out. Our pets' heads are falling off. But I love being a dad. It's the best. It's the best. Father's Day's coming up in a couple weeks. What are you going to do?
We're going to probably be in a tournament that weekend, Father's Day weekend up in Petaluma.
Oh, really?
And Matt
Nice.
Williams is doing like a little tournament, so I think we're going to be up that way. Yeah.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Let's get him on this week. Can we do that?
I'm efforting.
Okay. Let's get Matt Williams on. Well,
Speaking of former Giants, did you see the FP Santangelo, Susan Slusser video that went like berserk over the internet?
Boy, did I. Do you want to hear some of it?
I got to get in on this.
You teased it. FP Santangelo obviously does some work on the radio side for the Giants, was a former host here at the station, former player. He sat down with Susan Slusser, San Francisco Chronicle, and just doesn't really get the hate for one Buster Posey right now.
I don't understand the hatred right now from Giants fans to what's going on against a guy that gave us all those thrills for all those years. I know it's a different role and a different time, but when I talk to Buster Posey, I think about the 2010 World Series ring that I have on my shelf at home, and he's a big reason why I got it. I think of all the great memories he gave me as a San Francisco Giant and the 3 World Series that he brought to the city of San Francisco, and there's nothing that can happen with him as a president of baseball operations that's going to change any of those memories for me. So when I see people lashing out, and I got to get off Twitter. It's just a horrible place right now. But when I see people lashing out at a guy just because a team has played poorly for a couple of months and all these things they're saying about him, whether it's on the radio, whether it's on social media, it just blows my mind that you can be that guy, a wonderful human being, a great person that's brought us all these unbelievable memories, and then you have a bad couple of months or maybe, a 500 year last year, and people are lashing out, man. I just don't get that. I'll never get it. He'll always be Hall of Fame catcher Buster Posey to me.
That was part one. We have a part two.
Can we just let me stop. Okay. FP, I got a chance. I know FP, and I got to work with him. And I don't know. Maybe he was taken out of context in terms of the overall conversation.
Well, we have a part two.
Like, FP, you do realize Chris Mullin is one of my favorite players of all time. I love Chris Mullin. Chris Mullin is one of my favorite players. He was a very mediocre GM, okay? Most fans can separate player from GM. They're two different jobs. John Lynch is one of the great badasses in the history of the NFL.
He's Hall of Famer.
There's not one person who loves football who's like, John Lynch sucked at football.
No.
No, dude, he was awesome. The question is, are you a good GM? Which is a completely different skill set. Do you know how many different salesmen I worked with who were horrible managers? Best salesman I've ever worked with in my life. But in terms of managing people, terrible.
Couldn't do it. And vice versa. It could go the same way. Yeah.
What? FP, come on, man. What are we doing here, buddy? Seriously. Look, I know you work for the organization. That's real. You work, and I know when we have Dave Fleming on, he works for the organization, and so you're gonna say things with a
slight skew. Yeah, one way.
Slant toward the organization. I'm not naive. I know how things work. If you interview Greg Papa, who's the voice of the Niners, who I hope is doing well, you're going to get a friendly version of his perspective on the Niners. I get that.
But the great ones are able to also
bad couple months. They're the worst team in baseball.
Yeah.
FP, they're one of the worst teams in baseball. A bad couple months. You went into the year with no closer and no setup man. You went into the year after you traded away your closer and your setup man last year, and then a week later, that guy who you wanted to be the closer wasn't good at closing. I'm talking about Randy Rodriguez, who I like. I like him, but wasn't good at closing, and then blew his arm out and was done for a year and a half. Most fans can separate the two. We know the difference. Hey, Mike Montgomery, was he a good college coach?
Yeah,
he's one of the great Stanford college coaches ever. He was a terrible NBA coach.
Yep.
We understand nuance.
John Calipari, right? Yeah, come on.
Well, what is he talking about? And here's the thing. Because we love Buster, we're actually being kind of nice in this situation.
Yeah.
Did you see what we did to the last GM? We ran out of town on a pitchfork. I've had a few issues with the way FP's been talking about this team and the people that talk about the team. He's made his big deal. I don't see anybody coming to the games. Dog, I'm watching the game with my 2.5-year-old in the living room. You're paid to do PR for them. I'm paid to analyze what I'm watching. All right? Do you know how much I spent on opening day? Does he know? I'm a paying customer. Do you know what I'm spending on opening day? I took my kid and my wife. I spent almost a rack, okay? I spent a lot of money to go watch that team. They got the crap kicked out of them on opening day. little did I know it was a sign of things to come. But like, I'm supporting this team financially with my wallet. What do you mean I'm not allowed to be angry a little? What are you talking? I'm the consumer. If Apple puts out a product and a year later I got to buy a new one because you created an update, hell yeah, I'm going to be pissed off. I spent $1,000 on the phone. I'm spending well more than $1,000 on Giants gear. What is he talking about? I'm trying to have my son love this team. Hey, kid, let's watch St. Mary's baseball. They've given me more excitement over the weekend than the Giants did. Damn. Like, what? In what world are we not allowed to be a little disgruntled as Giants fans? We've had one winning season in 9 years. In what year? What? Now, look, let's be real here. Does that mean I run to Matt Chapman's DMs and say some heinous things? No, those people are morons and they don't represent the fan base and it's heinous. Like that level of hatred and all that belongs nowhere in society. Being a little ticked off because your Giants team that you love and you've supported forever stinks to the high heavens. And my grandmother knew that they needed a closer and my mother knew that they needed a setup man, like who don't even watch baseball. Anyone could have told you that. Like, what are we talking about? Like, I don't have a ring without him. You did post-game radio because Eric Burns went away. What are you talking about, FP? Stop. Like, stop it. Like, I'm being real. Like, the way he's been talking about fans has been a little disingenuous and, quite frankly, disrespectful. All right? I've forgotten more about Giants baseball than you know. Just because you played there for 5 seconds doesn't mean you know the team the way I do and some of us fans do who have been supporting them. Stop talking down to us. I've been saying this to everybody who's been critiquing fans. We're allowed to have opinions on our team that we love. Stop telling us what is right and what's wrong. Hey, this is filet mignon. It tastes like bologna. You're the second worst team in the National League. You almost got swept by the Rockies. Yeah, we could be a little angry. You got Adrian Hauser and Malley in the rotation, and they stink. What are we talking about? I'm sorry, I'm done. It drives me nuts. I heard that said, and I was like, dude, this guy's getting ratioed.
Hey, FP, part 2 on he doesn't get the hate for Buster.
He knows more baseball in that rant I just went on about Buster Posey than I'll ever know. He's forgot more baseball in this last sentence than I'll ever know. And while maybe this is a work in progress for him and a new experience for him and possibly overwhelming at times, he's learning, Tony's learning, Hector Borg was learning. And I said this before the season started. There's going to be a lot of moments early in the season with a new manager from college that we're going to be like, whoa. And there's going to be some whoa or WTF moments. But I think for the most part, Tony's done a good job with what he has. And a lot of stuff looks good on paper in spring training. A lot of stuff looks good in the offseason when you make these moves. And then it's up to the players, to your point, Susan, to perform, to get to the back of their baseball cards and do their job. But all this hatred toward the front office right now is just blowing my mind.
Yeah, but FP, the people that put those players in the position are the front office. So I'm going to get at the front office for putting the players on this team that aren't performing well. See, this happens all the time in football. This happens all the time in basketball. Why do you think we're freaking out about Mike Dunleavy and John Lynch? Because we want them to bring in good players, and they haven't been able to do that. Or the players that they do bring in get hurt.
Joe, I watched this during the Singletary era. Does Mike Singletary know more football than Joe Shasky?
Mark Singletary?
Mike Singletary. One of the greatest linebackers who ever played.
Does he know more football?
Of course he does.
Yes.
He's one of the worst coaches I've ever seen in my life. And he's forgotten more football on a Tuesday than I'll ever know in my lifetime. 10 times over. And he was one of the worst coaches I've ever seen in my life. Just because you know the sport, just because you were great, doesn't mean you're going to be great as a manager or as a position coach or as a GM or as someone who's running a baseball team. Like, this is all up for scrutiny. Buster knows in his heart of hearts he took the job. And with that comes what? Scrutiny. Yeah. If you're going to take the job, you got to take it. Joe, what my wife told me, this is what she said to me when I took the radio job. She says, well, everything's out there now.
Yeah.
You know what you signed up for, right? And so in this profession, I know when I put out opinions, people are going to be mad. People are going to be happy.
Might get an article.
If I put pictures of my family out there, people are going to make comments. And it kind of just comes and goes with the territory. When Buster Posey took the job, he knew exactly, he was keenly aware of what he signed up for. And if he didn't, that's on him.
Getting a lot of love for you on the text line. We'll react to that on the other side. 888-957-9570. Giants fans and just sports fans in general. Are you able to separate the player from the GM, from the president? They're two different entities. Are you able to separate your love or hate for those two different entities? 888-957-9570. It's going to be sponsored by Front Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Tune in to Willard and Dips every Thursday at 4:40 as we raise a glass to toast the sparkling performance of the week. Presented by J Vineyards, the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. Raise a glass to excellence on the court and in every bottle.
Why do professional builders and contractors rely on Golden State Lumber and Showroom? Because when the job's on the line, you need a partner who delivers. With locations in every corner of the Bay in Sacramento, and with over 40 acres of material in Stockton, they can provide you what you need when you need it. Delivered with one of the largest fleets in Northern California. And it's not just supply, it's support. Their experienced sales team has extensive knowledge to help you get the job done right. And visit GoldenStateLumber.com to explore the full lineup of brands and vendors and watch product videos on GSTV. You can also request a quote or start the order right from the homepage. Whatever the job, Golden State has the material, the expertise, and the service to help you do your best work. Since 1954, they've supported those building a better Bay Area. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
Struggling with social isolation? There's help, and it starts with shoes. Try Walk and Talk, the non-prescription treatment for people who want to move their bodies and mouths at the same time. Simply invite a friend on a walk. Just one dose boosts serotonin and reminds you that light gossip is better outside. Side effects may include new inside jokes and slight perspiration. Do not attempt if you're allergic to processing emotions in public. Individual results may vary. Don't wait. Ask your doctor if Walk and Talk is right for you. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Togethering heals.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
It's Union City's finest, Daryl the Guru Johnson, and I'm listening to my guy, Joe Spadoni, and my brother from another mother, Excelsior's finest, Butcher Boy Joe Shasky. Take it away, guys.
You know, Joe, I was thinking about this, like, Michael Jordan's one of the worst owners of all time.
Yeah.
Like, ever.
Ever.
Right? Like,
it's not even close, yeah.
And I think everyone's able to separate owner from player. He's still considered one of the greatest players of all time, right?
Not if you ask Rich Paul, but yes. You saw that over the. You saw that over the. You brought up Michael Jordan. I'm sorry, I had to.
I'm so over it.
He would have been 0-6 without Scotty.
This thing that, like, just because you won some titles doesn't mean that I'm not allowed to analyze what you're doing currently.
Well, and it's like that we're not grateful for what he did as a player.
Of course we're grateful.
No one's saying that, like, we can't celebrate the player. We all understand that. But this comes with the territory, Buster.
You know who we brought up just recently? You brought up Matt Williams.
Yeah.
I loved Matt Williams. What do I always say to you guys? Look up 1990 through 1995, Matt Williams.
Baller.
The stats are unreal. Like, he just went off, right, for 6 or 7 years for the Giants as a power hitter. He's one of the worst third base coaches I've ever seen in my life.
Till Hector
Borg showed up. and like, I'm able to separate the two. Like, I love Matt Williams. Love him. Is he the greatest coach? I'll never forget when he took the ball out of, what was the guy's name for the Washington Nationals in the playoff game? Zimmerman.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, they had the two Zimmermans, right?
Well, they had Jordan, and then they had the third baseman, Ryan Zimmerman, who lost his shoulder and then had to play first base.
He was really good, though. I love Buster Posey as a player, 6'5", but not looking good right now as a team builder so far. Are you able to separate player from general manager? The love for you that you had for Buster Posey, the player, Giants fan, are you able to separate that from the president of baseball operations? It's really, he's like, and I think most fans can. That's the thing.
Yeah, I think
no one's like, I've always hated Buster Posey, going back to when he was winning all those gold gloves and when he was an MVP player and when he won 3 World Series. I've always hated him. Like, no one's saying that. No. And listen, if he has to resign, hey, that's okay. We're still going to love you, Buster. You're still going to be invited to all these things. You're still going to be able to do all these things. You know why? How I know that? Because Chris Mullin, as you mentioned, does everything with the Warriors.
I love Chris Mullin.
You see him on the pre and post game. You love him with Bonte and Festus. Does anyone even
remember him being a GM?
No.
Most young fans don't even probably know that he was a GM.
We only remember, come on, people, the Rick Barry thing at his jersey retirement.
It's the best.
When it was Joe Lacob getting booed. Like, come on. Oh, 813. Depends on what sport you're talking about, Chasky. Jordan's killing it with NASCAR right now. Well, one of his NASCAR like team members like ran over someone, I think, over the weekend. Yeah,
Yikes.
Can't be doing that.
Yikes.
Yeah. Colin in San Jose though wants to talk about something that's very important in this conversation: player development. You know how Buster could earn the fans back? Play the young guys, let them develop, and then we could see a blueprint for the future, like potentially we saw yesterday in that win over the Rockies. What's up, Colin? You're on the roast.
Yeah, no, you guys just said it. Now, what you guys were talking about the break, I totally agree. I think just a realistic view of this year and kind of a focus on development. We're obviously, if we were contending, the story would be different. But we're in the basement. The team we're battling out was down there, just took 2 out of 3 from us. So I think a realistic view of the season and a focus on development is what we need. And as far as we're talking about Buster and the job he's doing. Just a quick comment on Vitello. I kind of like Vitello so far. I like that he's got a different energy, and I have a hard time judging him just on this year because maybe I'm in the minority, but I don't really see a baseball manager as this grand, the team's 15 games back, and he's going to take him from worst to first. Like, a manager to me is more in the margins. They can maybe push a team a little bit over the top and small adjustments here and there, but this roster and just the way it's awkwardly constructed and the way the team is just, in my opinion, doesn't have it. I don't see Vitello as the make or break. Like, he's the difference. He's gonna, put us over the top with this roster.
I totally agree. It's like I've been saying it maybe for about a week now. Like, okay, you put Joe Torre in the dugout, prime Joe Torre. What are they, like 2 or 3 games better? Maybe.
Can I get Posada? Can I get A-Rod? Can I get Derek Jeter? Can I get Roger Clemens too?
Speaking of Derek Jeter, you want him running your team?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, see, and those are interesting examples as you brought up Michael Jordan and Derek Jeter. See, no one really gave a damn. I've never even met a Charlotte Hornets or Bobcats fan, so I don't even know what Michael Jordan's Q rating was within that fan base. I know he's North Carolina Tar Heel.
Yeah.
Obviously, they care about their college basketball in North Carolina, Duke, obviously, Wake Forest, etc. But did they really, what did Michael Jordan mean to the Charlotte Hornets? It's same with Derek Jeter. What did Derek Jeter mean to Miami/Florida Marlins fans? Absolutely nothing.
It's like Danny Ainge right now with Utah.
Correct. Buster Posey means something for Giants fans.
No doubt.
That is different from this. Yes.
It's very
another
unique.
one, A-Rod to the Timberwolves.
Exactly. A-Rod, and now he's the owner. So it's like it's even more different there. Like they means nothing there. The Minnesota? No, A-Rod's a Mariner, Ranger, and then a Yankee. That's what he is.
I think though that most fans are able to separate. Now, in the case of Mike Dunleavy, okay,
that's an interesting one.
The reverse. So you're the reverse, right? You had very little success as a player.
Let's be honest, he was hated as a player. Hated.
I actually think fans have been able to give him a second chance.
Yeah.
Way more than I ever anticipated. I think most fans are able to separate. Now, where it goes down the path of negativity is, here we go again. See, Dunleavy was a bad player, and he's a bad GM, and blah, 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 blah. Right?
Absolutely.
Right? And so, I don't know. I just think you're only as good as your most recent success, no matter what your job title is at any given time. And I think most people can separate player from maybe coach or a player from GM, right?
I would agree with you. And it looks like the text line's agreeing with us. So when we have statements like you're reacting to from FP Santangelo sitting down with Susan Slusser of the SF Chronicle, we hear these callers and we see these texters, and yeah, social media is one thing when you see the frustration there.
Well, there's always going to be the outlier whack jobs. Like if you're giving death threats, you're a low-life scumbag human being who doesn't deserve to be, tweeting and putting out social media DMs.
Exactly. And you bring that up because obviously Chapman and another sit down with Susan Slusser of the Chronicle talked about, seeing DMs as threatening and his family saying, I hope your family dies. And he's getting a lot of hate there. I saw an article this morning drop from TMZ about Tanner Scott of the Los Angeles Dodgers getting DM death threats for his family. It's like, unfortunately, this is the norm for a lot of athletes today, which is insane. I hate that it's a normal thing now that is going through, because, when you see this, it's like, wow, this is so abnormal. No, it's not.
No.
It's not. This is a really bad thing and deep thing. And what's even worse? I feel like a lot of them are bots, which is even more disgusting. And that's another conversation.
I still don't understand bots. So if it's a bot, is it ran by someone at a supercomputer? Like what? I don't get it.
There's a lot of different variations.
Do I sound like a moron?
No, you don't. There's a rampant problem with AI, bots, auto responses, all this stuff. That is a real thing. But there are also people that are legitimately behind these accounts that are sending these things that are disgusting human beings. And yes, it should be called out upon, but also at the same time, we can still critique Matt Chapman, the player. Doesn't mean we're like I can't have sympathy for him and his family off the field and what he's going through on a day-to-day basis. I'm only discussing what I see on the field. And right now, he hasn't quite lived up to his contract as a San Francisco Giant. And you know what? We're going to discuss why. That's the only thing. That's it. We never get personal with any of these things.
So if we put can't believe we're saying the death threat stuff to the side, which is it's heinous and clearly has no place in our society. What's the solution on that stuff? It's easy for me to say.
It's just get rid of your social media.
No, I know, but I'm talking about what would social media's answer be? I've gone down this path. It's like, well, should everyone have it tied to their social media? So have their social media tied to maybe like a social security account or something? That sounds good. I don't think that's practical, right?
Wait, your social security tied to your social media account?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, no chance.
No, but I've heard people suggest that, and I'm like, I don't. That sounds.
Is it because they're like, oh, you're a keyboard warrior,
you should be held accountable for what you tweet and blah blah blah. Well, that's a whole Pandora's box I don't even want to acknowledge. But
I mean, were we doing that when we got like fan mail back in the day? That was hate mail all the time when you had to like write letters.
Yeah.
Like I don't think so. Although those addresses attached to it, so maybe I don't know.
Well, here's what I would say to you though, like. Put the death threats to the side, which are heinous, and no one in our audience is like, yeah, like no, that's awful, and you're very big low life if you're doing that, if not criminal. But like fans turning on you regarding like your play, I mean, Matt, I'm not trying to be like mean to him. I'm being sincere. Did you not see what happened to Jordan Poole, Klay Thompson? Those guys won championships here. Klay multiple. It was the head dog.
They had higher Q ratings within their fan bases than Matt Chapman's
fan bases turned on them in a heartbeat.
Yes.
What is it like? Has he seen Kevin Durant's career play out?
Look at Brandon Pajemski right now.
Brandon Pajemski's a great example.
He's getting booed. He's even more hated in the Giants fan base than Matt Chapman is.
I mean,
he's getting booed at Oracle Park.
Does he not
just for enjoying a baseball game?
One of his teammates, Rafi Devers, was ran out of town in Boston.
Yes.
Ran out of town. So, I'm a little surprised he's surprised.
Yeah, listen. You said it well. It's like you can't really say putting the death threats aside because that's a horrible thing. And this is a serious matter. We don't want him to have to deal with that.
No,
that's why I always say, like, dude, if you're making all this money, if I was in his position, you have a publicist, you have an agent, you have someone take care of your social media. You don't even have to look at it.
Joe,
someone else.
Because
I understand you have to have a brand. You have to have a brand somewhat, but I'm not opening that thing up.
No,
I'm deleting it off my phone.
You're not understanding.
What do you mean?
Meaning there's a reason why we have guys speeding 150 miles per hour in $200,000 cars is because you could have any driver you want. You could have an Uber. You could do this. But what do people want to do? They want to be reckless and they want to control their lives.
But Joe, if you
it's a microcosm for social media.
Absolutely. No, I understand. But if you have the control, Matt Chapman doesn't need social media. He doesn't. He does not. There's nowhere in his contract that states you need to have a social media presence.
Maybe he wants to.
That's fine. But you also have to understand what comes with that if you're an athlete. And I think all athletes need to take courses on this or something. You have to understand the mental aspect and the fatigue potential of what social media brings. Because I just don't think a lot of these guys understand. And Matt Chapman should. He's our age. He grew up with Facebook, with MySpace, with all like cyberbullying. Like that whole era started in the Matt Chapman age, in the millennial age. Like that, he should understand that.
Imagine Chet Holmgren's DMs today.
Oh my goodness.
Dude, we were sending some in the chat.
Oh,
it was like,
my goodness.
He was getting compared, like, I don't even want to say it, but like he's getting compared to like dictators, all that. Like this is what happens. They turn these things into like jokes and but it's not a joke. These are guys' lives.
Pajemski's getting booed at games he's not even playing in.
I wouldn't have it. I just straight up. I'm not having a social media. Delete it immediately if I sign that $150 million contract. Twitter, bye-bye. Facebook, bye-bye. Everything else,
I think that's easier said than done because I think a lot of people are like, I'll rise above it. And I want to have it because I need to make a couple extra bucks on X, Y, and Z.
Absolutely. Have it. Have your publicist do it.
Well, like my nephew's plays for Arkansas. His dad does all his social media.
There you go. Perfect. Mom or dad, you guys want a job within the family? There you go.
Well, that's its own can of worms.
Oh, yeah.
But to your point, they don't control their own social media. He does.
Yeah. So they can filter out all the noise. 888-957-9570 is the number. 510. How did you guys receive death threats before social media? I didn't receive any.
I don't think I ever.
Unfortunately, for those people, if there is a will, there is a way. Stupidity didn't just begin at social media. That's what I
totally true.
Well, 510. I don't know if you were just listening when I said there was fan mail back in the day. Before that, you would write a letter and send it to the player. And I know for a fact a lot of players got a lot of negative fan mail.
This is how the movie The Fan.
Thank you.
Have you guys seen that movie?
Robert De Niro, right?
Gil Reynard, or what was the guy's name? It's
supposed to be Barry Bonds, right?
It was loosely based on Barry Bonds.
Loosely based on Barry. And it was
I think it was
Robert
Benicio del Toro was the guy that got stabbed in the shower.
Really?
Yeah.
The Fan.
I think it's Benicio.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Juan Primo.
Yeah, Juan Primo.
There you go. Bobby Rayburn was Wesley Snipes.
Bobby Rayburn. But what was the name of? Was it Gil Reynard?
Gil Reynard. Yeah.
So
Renard. There you go.
Gil uses
Jack Black was in this.
What?
Oh, Jack Black.
Everyone's in it.
It's a great
into like the fake KMBR at the time as he's going across the Golden Gate Bridge, and I'm like, there's so much wrong with this. Nobody had cell phones going across the Golden Gate Bridge like that.
No one.
And there was just, I love that movie. It's so bad.
1996.
The best is when he's at the payphones, a Candlestick. God, there's so much I love about that movie.
It's a good cast.
So bad.
I mean, yeah, you just said Benicio del Toro, Robert De Niro, John Leguizamo.
John Leguizamo?
Yeah, Leguizamo. I say Leguizamo. I think that's, Leguizamo, but it's like, is it supposed to be Leguizamo? Isn't that what it's supposed to be?
I knew him as John Leguizamo.
No, I think you're pronouncing it correctly, but I always look at it like that. I was like, isn't that, it doesn't matter.
He's in a lot of movies. I love him.
He's Manny in that. And then the broadcast technician, Jack Black. There you go. It's a star-studded cast, Joey. Who's gonna play? Who would play you? Who would play you if Shasky was on that? You were the radio host. Who's playing you in the movie?
A beaten down Macaulay Culkin.
Oh my God! Hey, he's
beaten down by life.
He's out of all the Laker games, or he was.
I mean, in my mind, I would want Justin Timberlake, but that's not gonna.
You're gonna get JT.
Yeah, you gotta be like way better looking.
Who's gonna be Loveman, the producer in the back? Sean White.
He's Sean White.
There you go.
Sean White, 100%.
Hey, Sam, that is
Carrot
your
Top.
That's your. No, not Carrot Top, please. Although Carrot Top is super jacked. It's not the worst comp ever. But the face, it looks nothing like
the Giants need a Juan Primo.
Carter would be Andre the Giant, of course. Of course. I mean,
with a singlet.
Anybody want a peanut?
Anybody want chicken?
Anybody want some Chick-fil-A? So you got this morning. More from Dano Dowd, getting this thing back on the road here. And if you want to join in the Matt Chapman conversation, what is the right move for athletes, though? Like, that is my question. When you have social media, shouldn't you have everything on mute? I don't even know how you can have social media as an athlete these days. Right? How?
I don't know. Like
because then you go Kevin Durant, and then you go like, would you rather be that guy? I don't know.
I think there's another example in our own backyard too, which is Brandon Ayuk. I think.
Oh, that's a great.
Social media is working directly against him.
Someone needs to take his phone away, right?
Today's June 1. Are they going to cut him?
It is June 1st. Well, you know who we're going to ask at 9:20? Jennifer Lee Chan, who covers the 49ers for NBC Sports Bay Area. So we'll ask her.
So, all right. On the social media thing, it's very interesting that you guys are bringing this up. I think it's easier said than done regarding like, I wouldn't have a social media account, blah, blah. You got to think a lot of these guys created it at a time where they maybe weren't making a lot of money or they weren't already in the bigs. Right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's one element of it. And then there's a lot of people that use it to their power. So like I think of someone like, is it Kirsten or Kristen Juszczyk?
Kristen Juszczyk, I believe. I'll get the name right. Don't worry.
I don't know. I do not follow her. But you know when you're scrolling the reels and the reels will come up and it's her always dancing and doing a bunch of stuff. And it's like her, it's Claire Kittle. Sometimes Mac Jones pops into these videos and Kyle Juszczyk pops into the videos. Like
Kristen, yes.
Kristen, sorry. I don't want to be disrespectful.
You want to get it right, Kristen.
Yeah, I want to get it right. But like she's done a great job propelling her brand through social media, whether that's the stuff that she's selling, meaning the clothes and the retail stuff, whether it's just staying relevant. And like she's done a really good job. And I think that Kyle, in a roundabout way, has been elevated by her presence on social media. Would you agree?
I would agree. Sure. But again, Kyle Juszczyk's not on there, I'm sure, checking all of his DMs or anything like that, right?
Who knows? Maybe he is. I don't know.
And I hope Kristen is not getting any messages received on there either, because it's a double-edged sword, as you're saying, Joe. She's going to get all that.
Oh, I wouldn't even want to be a woman.
Her husband.
Social media. Oh,
could you
God.
imagine if Kyle Juszczyk drops a ball, right, in an important playoff game? She's going to get stuff on her DMs about it. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
it's a double-edged sword.
Well, just being a woman on social media in general is
sure. A woman in general these days. Yeah.
I
absolutely.
can't even imagine what they go through.
229. Spadoni is more sketchy and has more baggage off air than Rashee Rice. Is that true? Rashee Rice? What?
We have 2 suggestions for who would play me in this fan remake, and I was the sports broadcaster.
Who is it?
One is Paul Dano. This is horrible.
That's off. No, you're not Paul
Paul
Dano.
Dano's a good actor.
He is, but that's not who he, personality-wise.
The other one is Samuel L. Jackson, which I think is just funny. That's just funny.
Hearing Sam Jackson do some of Shatsky's rants. Ooh, buddy.
Well, Sam Jackson we could do the Guru thing there, but I think Guru's way better looking.
He's more. He'll tell you he's Denzel, but I got to tell you, Denzel's like 75. Goo. Sooner or later,
still looks good.
Yeah, you got to get off the Denzel though.
Still looks good.
He's bald. Dude's got way more hair than Denzel.
Is he going to do Michael B. Jordan? Michael B. Jordan as Guru.
One. That's the good one. I'm getting Andy Samberg.
Drake is Bonte.
Drake, that's not bad. Let's see. Keep your social media private. 925. All right. 650. Why can't they make their accounts private?
Casey Schmidt is private.
There you go.
And you have to request following him.
Okay.
I don't follow a lot of athletes.
Do you follow Casey?
I do.
He gave you the...
Because I wanted to find out what glove he was using.
Oh, there you go.
Which is a Pro 204 or 205 H-Web.
Did you DM him and be like, hey, Casey, can you accept my follow request? I want to see what gloves you're using.
I will look at athletes' pages to look at the type of glove that they're using, because I'm just curious, because something will stick out, and sometimes they'll put a slide. Sure. What do they call it? A slide? There's a bunch of photos, and you'll get a chance to get a look at the glove. Hey, what kind of web is that? Is it a Pro Preferred? Is it a Heart of the Hide? Are you using a Wilson? What are you using? So I follow Casey because I hit wanted to see what he was using.
He was kind of getting a little roughed up on too early on.
I think it was last year too.
Yeah, last year. Casey had a lot of errors. He wasn't playing very well. I understood why he was kind of more I'm going to be more aloof and I'm going to back off. And he's an interesting cat too. Listen, start of the season, we kind of forget about these things as they happen, Joe. This is 2 months ago. Matt Chapman yelling at Casey Schmidt for a mistake against the Padres. Remember that? Mm-hmm. That felt like forever ago. We don't even bring that up anymore. And Casey's been the guy that's been on fire since then. And Chapman's been the one struggling. And, why are we talking about this subject? Well, if you're just joining us and you missed the article in the San Francisco Chronicle, it's titled, Giants Matt Chapman opens up on fan vitriol, threats against family. And this is the quote sent down with Susan Slesser. Yeah, it's bad. I got off social media, stopped looking at it, but it still seems like only the negative stuff finds you, right? You should see my DMs. It's people saying, I hope your family dies. People threaten us all the time. I just block it and whatever. I don't make a big deal about it, but it's just not cool. I would never do that to anybody.
Yeah, I've never felt compelled, thankfully, to run to someone's DMs and then type a bunch of heinous things. I couldn't.
Never.
I don't get it.
And
are they done by personal accounts, or are they done by
that's what I'm getting
anonymous?
At. That's what I'm getting at. Is it like a bot? Is it legit?
I don't get the bots. I don't understand it. So if you are running these bots, do you have 50 under your control and they're all tweeting out the same things? Or is it each individual one you have to sign in and I don't understand that.
It's an automated computer program designed to mimic human behavior, such as liking, sharing, following, or commenting on posts. While some are helpful, many are malicious, created to spread misinformation, inflate engagement metrics, or run scams.
Remember a few years ago when they did a bot check on social media?
Oh, yeah, if you bought them or you bought
a bunch of people got outed for buying them.
Well, don't do that. Be authentic. Like here on the Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game, baby. All of ours are authentic, all of our followers.
What do you get? I get a lot of wild DMs. Do you get wild DMs?
I do. I think I know where you're going with this. On the other side?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Well, we can do our DM of the day, which is the one thing. But the other part is just kind of some of the things that I see in my DMs. I'd say 95% of them are positive.
I would agree with that. and then 5% are negative. And most of the negativity, quite frankly, probably comes to the text line daily with some of our takes that people just disagree with.
And they don't realize that we have their number on the text line?
Well, we're not supposed to say that, I don't think, but it doesn't matter. We have everyone. Oh, that's true, though. Hey, if you feel tough, we have all the information. Social media, it's the same thing.
I'm not tough.
You're a tough guy. Yeah. Come on, you're a big tough guy. You're wearing that Callaway hat.
Yeah.
Look very tough in that.
Yeah, when I think of tough, I think of a guy wearing a Callaway rope hat.
When did that come to stop, by the way, the rope on the hat? What's going on with the game is sponsored by Front Bank, here for you, here for good. You did mention earlier, we will touch on some 49ers in the 9 o'clock hour. 9:20 JLC, Jennifer Lee Chan going to be joining us, covers the Niners for NBC Sports Bay Area. June 1st is important for a lot of different things when it comes to contracts, when it comes to trades potentially happening all around the NFL. How will it affect the San Francisco 49ers? We'll ask Jennifer 9:20. And on the other side, we'll dive into our own DMs. Good, bad, and ugly on 95.7 The Game. Hey, it's Joe Spadoni here, talking about getting your home ready for summer with Ashby Lumber. Every detail matters when designing an outdoor living space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch, even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and easy to work with. Humboldt Sawmill Redwood checks all the boxes for a beautiful and durable building material. Ashby Lumber stocks a full range of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood lumber products, including decking, fencing, dimensional, timbers, and more. With locations in Berkeley and Concord, Ashby Lumber is here to serve you. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore their selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project. Learn more at ashbylumber.com.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SNAP to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
No one plans to call a lawyer, but a lot of people wish they had sooner.
because after an accident, the clock starts immediately. Insurance companies move fast. They call, they record, they push for answers. And one wrong move, saying too much, signing too early, trusting the process, that can cost you thousands. That's why waiting is the biggest mistake you can make. Call Beam Law first, before you speak to insurance, before you agree to anything, before you risk your case. This just isn't a claim. It's your recovery, your income, your future. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, please don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run, because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
This is San Jose Jazz fan, and I wake up with the Morning Joes, Spadoni and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. They're doing a great job.
You know, that's the example of a guy that sends positive DMs. San Jose Jazz fan, baby. Let's go. And unfortunately, there's a lot of negativity out there. And we're going to try to go positive, all right? And I feel sorry for Matt Chapman and his family that they get hate. They got people saying, like, death threats, all that. Tanner Scott, the Dodgers, the same thing. Mookie Betts has talked about it. It's bad. It's not good. Yeah. How's Brian doing?
I mean, that guy. You want to talk about...
Hey, there's nothing personal with him. He's just
social media behavior.
Yeah, but he just called it like it is.
3 minutes into a game. Player X stinks. He's the worst ever. This team is terrible.
It's never personal, Brian, though.
No.
Never personal.
Never personal.
Speaking of personal, we're going to go personal because it's time for our DMs of the day. DM of the day? Yeah.
It's time for the DM of the day.
Oh, there it is. I was waiting for it. Sandstorm. Hey, by the way, they better be playing this at all the World Cup games coming up next week, Joe.
What happened with Arsenal over the weekend?
They lost the Champions League final to Paris Saint-Germain.
Did you see this?
No. Penalties.
There was a little bit of some rain the other day.
Oh.
During that, after that match. Mark Grandy crying in his beer.
Oh, no. The Grandy man?
I didn't know he was an Arsenal fan.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense. He's an Oregon Ducks fan. It's a team that also chokes all the time, too. So it'd only be natural that he's an Arsenal fan. But they did win the Premier League.
Who's your team?
I just root for good players. I root for the Americans that play in the Premier League. So,
but you'll root for Team Italy in the World Cup. I'm trying to figure this grid.
Well, they're not in the World. They're not in the World Cup, Joe.
Oh, they're not in. Okay.
No. And if you've listened to me on these airwaves for the last year, what do I always say? Loyal to the soil. I'm Team USA always, first and foremost. They won yesterday against Senegal, 3-2 the final. In a friendly, their second to last friendly before their first World Cup match. They will play Germany in a friendly this Saturday. And it was good to see Christian Pulisic finally score for the Red, White, and Blue first time, and I believe in a couple years. Yeah, he's been in a little bit of a dry spell there scoring. We need Captain America to return. And the World Cup approaching next week. Joe, you pumped up? You pumped up for the World Cup? Let's go.
I mean, I will be.
You got your USA jersey or what? You got one?
I mean, we'll see.
We'll see. You better get one so you can match me. I got my Alexi Lawless Stars and Stripes, baby.
Be a front runner and pick like Brazil?
No. Well, you wouldn't be a front runner there because they haven't won a World Cup in like 20 plus years.
Well, yeah, but they're always there.
Yeah,
Women of Brazil is always at the top of the page.
They're down bad.
Carter.
Neymar's already hurt. And that Neymar hasn't been Neymar for a long time, but yeah.
They do have sweet unis.
All right, my DM of the day. We're going to go nerdy on you.
All
How
right,
about
if
this?
you want to be a DM of the day that gets disclosed, you can get into the DMs on Instagram.
That's
We're
right.
trying to grow the Instagram brand.
Let's do it.
Butcher Boy 415 and
At Brosif Spadosif. It's a good one.
That one might need some altering.
No, it's, because it's like Joseph Spadoni, but like Brosif Spadosif. It's clever, actually. You guys need to just accept it. There's, I'm tired of the social media hate on my Instagram handle. All right? It's a good one. Get over it. By the way, shout out Harry, who is a big fan and listener of our show. Met him at the park yesterday.
Oh, nice.
With his daughter when I took Benny and Nora out there. And it was great. And he walked up, he's like, hey, wait, you Joe Spadoni? I love listening to you guys every single morning.
Nice.
Like, that was very nice. And he said, give him a shout out, because I told him, I was like, I'm going to give you a shout out. What time? He's like, I'm usually listening between 8:30 and 9:30. So Harry, shout out you. There you go. And he listens to, I asked him, how do you listen? All this old-fashioned way, radio dial. He drives in every day.
Old-fashioned
The
way.
old-fashioned. Well, because you ask.
Sit around the television. We're going to listen to the radio.
There you go. The old school one.
Yeah. The box.
The box set. There you go. So no, shout out Harry. And now I'm going to shout out the DM, Frank Kim on Instagram.
All right.
Hit me up.
Oh, no.
And then he's like, hey, this is for Butcher's new DM game. I heard you talking about the guy who played Kingpin that did a good job in Ben Affleck's original Daredevil movie. I wanted to say Colin Farrell stole the show for me as Bullseye in the movie. Wanted to comment on this ever since I heard about it a couple weeks ago. Sorry for the late response. Thanks.
Colin Farrell crushed it as Penguin.
I agree. Bullseye as a villain, Frank, I'm going to be honest. I don't think it was Colin Farrell's fault. I just think having super accuracy might be the lamest superpower of all time. Super accuracy.
That's the David Lombardi superhero trait.
Or super hearing like Daredevil. The weakest
I've been
power
right about
ever.
everything ever.
Wow, I'm blind, which again, for the blind community, he's a hero. I understand that. That's great. I just think, wow, I'm a lawyer and I could hear when his heartbeat's elevated. That's what we're doing.
If we're gonna do lawyers, Liar Liar is the greatest lawyer movie outside of My Cousin Vinny.
Short shriveled to the left all time. One of the greatest lines ever.
It's the best. The Utes.
The claw. I still do the claw with Benny sometimes.
So good.
It's
I
a
love
knife.
the pen is blue scene.
I've had better.
I've had better. And he starts laughing to himself.
So good.
Everyone. Oh, then the lady gets into the elevator with, wow, everyone's being really nice to me. Oh, well, you know why? Yeah. I can't say it. I don't want to get canceled.
What's the woman in that who...
Jennifer Tilly?
Jennifer
There
Tilly.
you go.
She's hilarious.
All-timer. They
You know
have
what
it
movie
on
I watched over the weekend?
What?
Goat.
Oh, it's a good one. Yeah.
It is good.
Steph Curry's plays the giraffe in that one.
He
He's
does.
the voice.
And,
Yeah.
I noticed right away that it was him.
Which is funny because he's the tallest character.
Yeah. The horse. Who's the horse supposed to be?
That's a good question. I don't know because it's not LeBron.
And was it a panther or a puma? What was the feline that was...
Panther, and that was Gabrielle Union, I
Okay.
believe. Yes.
I mean, it was like what, Kobe meets Jordan?
Something like that.
Ball hogging it?
Main attraction was the horses, played by Aaron Pierre.
He had dreads.
Jelly Roll was Grizz, the grizzly bear. Bobby Lee was Rusty.
Had no idea that the grizzly
Angel
bears-
Reese was in that. Did you know that, Sammy? Prop.
A brick?
Damn.
What?
How are the Atlanta Dream doing this season?
Somebody sent me a tweet that said, like, she's the only player in the NBA, the WNBA, who has not made a basket outside of like 6 feet.
In 32 minutes on Friday's win for the Atlanta Dream, she dropped 18, 5, and 12. Put some respect on that, Joe. All right? It's a double-double.
12 rebounds?
NBC had Valkyries yesterday. Kate Scott was on the call.
Yeah, that was a tough loss for the Valks.
And the Aces are really good.
They're humbled against the defending champs. That's what it takes to beat a team like that. You can't. They started off great. They had a lead at halftime, and then just 29-13.
Yada, yada, yada.
It's just not good. Not good. I'm sorry. Like, all the goodwill they built up leading into that, I was hoping for an upset yesterday, Joe. And they got obliterated 23-13 in the third period. They fought back, but just wasn't enough.
I'm going to read one of my DMs. All right. DM of the day. I think I saw Fat Dom in the Eagles NFL draft room.
Now, why is that his nickname? Come on.
Ridiculous. See what AI says when reviewing it. Yes, affectionately known as Big Dom, he sits right in the Eagles' war room and plays a massive trusted role in their draft process.
Literally.
That's from Gil Moreno on Instagram. Fat Dom is helping Howie make picks. Does anyone believe that? Big Dom, you fat slob. Stop. I don't like that. I don't like that.
Is that your lowest moment of the year?
Chapman's probably like, that's not
Oh,
cool.
sounds like all my DMs.
Yeah. Don't do that again, please.
I'm dying.
There's no context in that, all right? There's no context with
Is there
that.
really any context needed?
Some of your best work.
Like it's Fat Dom.
Sirianni, you boob.
Boob and fat slob, huh? You were feeling yourself after that one. Come on, it's okay. Brock Purdy putting the team on his back. Let's go.
I hate the Eagles.
By the way, Dom DeSandro's official title, Big Dom, the senior advisor to the general manager. So he has a right to be there.
Senior advisor to the general manager.
What? That's he needs to be there at draft night then.
Could he help Buster out?
You know what? Maybe John Lynch.
Can he help Buster out?
I was going to say John Lynch, but maybe Buster Posey needs a Big Dom, Sammy. Which one needs one more? That's right. Move Manassian out of here. Put Big Dom in the position. Let's go. Let's go. That was fun. I love that. That was a good DM of the day.
Could you imagine Alex Pavlovich? You know, I'm hearing word that the San Francisco Giants are bringing in Fat Dom from the Philadelphia Eagles to run their draft board.
It's not his nickname. He's not a mobster.
You see Fat Dom just tell like Jim Bowden, yeah, you know, it's collaborative, but I'm pretty sure Tony does the lineup.
Bob Nightingale.
Oh my God.
Tweeting about it.
Dominic DeSandro.
Big Don is becoming the Giants GM.
Yeah. You know what? Why not? He has experience, at least.
Gonna dominate the NL West.
All right, we've
okay.
That's it. That's the end. Do the legal and move forward.
Okay.
Can we get into the NBA? We got 10 minutes. I really want to get into the NBA.
I was going to go to the NFL, but we can get into the NBA. I like that more, actually.
We'll get into the NFL. We got Jennifer Lee Chan. I got the Niners. Big week.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HU1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors of Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And as you just mentioned, NBA Finals. It is set. Game 1 Wednesday between the New York Knicks and San Antonio Spurs. First game in San Antonio.
So watching Game 7 really reminded me of almost 10 years ago watching Steph and Clay and Harrison Barnes and Iggy and Bogut.
Can I stop you real quick? I just have a little nugget on that. That game you're referencing right there, Game 7, 2016, when they completed the comeback against the Thunder, that is the last time a home team has won a Game 7 in the conference finals. Since then, I believe it's 0-4.
It's all road teams, yeah.
It's kind of crazy, right? A little bit, because prior to that, they were like almost undefeated.
You didn't feel the tension in that? I mean, I felt it. It was lemon booty.
Well, after that block from Cornette in the fourth, I think
so sick. Cornette was playing out of his mind.
He was.
I actually thought I would have put Wemby on the bench for a couple more minutes and played Cornette more because they weren't attacking Wemby. I was like, you're letting Wemby off the hook here.
You're 5 fouls with like 6.5 to go. Go at him.
I don't know. Anyway, but as I was watching that, and I'm watching SGA, he was exhausted. And SGA was in, you know, he's not injured. At least I don't think he's injured.
No, they didn't say he was. So.
You know, but maybe he's dealing with something. But I got the same sense of when I watched the Warriors. They had exerted so much energy that year, and there were so many things going wrong in terms of their team health.
Sure.
They had nothing left. And I'm watching Chet. Now, again, Chet's way better than Harrison Barnes, but similar, it was like a black hole. Like, Chet did nothing. And Jalen's on the bench, right? And I'm thinking to myself, like, one of these two guys is gone. Like, it just feels like they're going to overreact. They're going to lose their minds. And now, look, there's this whole other element of the CBA, which is really, really, really difficult to have three guys on max contracts all together and then still round out your team and have, you know, the Carusos, the Hartensteins, all those guys, those mid-level players, right?
Sure.
Lou Dort, non-factor.
He didn't do anything.
Non-factor whole series.
Yeah, no.
Would you agree?
Yeah. If he's not shooting, he wasn't really doing much.
I mean, they barely played him in that game 7. 22. What's his name?
Cason Wallace he showed up.
He was incredible.
5 and 9 from beyond the arc. He's their best 3-point shooter.
I thought they missed Wiggins. I thought they missed the other Jalen Williams. Yeah. Obviously, they clearly missed Chet.
I mean, that speaks to how deep they are as a team that it went to Game 7. And they're going to be kicking themselves for that Game 1 overtime where they
no question.
Just Caruso dropped 32. That felt like a squandered opportunity. But the fact they were in that position still to win this series the last couple of games without their second best player. I mean, Chet. You reference Harrison Barnes. Harrison Barnes played 3 minutes and Chet Holmgren scored only 4 more points than him.
I know.
Chet played 33.
I know. So I'm watching that game and I'm thinking to myself, like, man, the CBA is going to come down hard on OKC. What did we say when Denver won it all?
Let's see if they can keep these guys together.
No. What did the NBA? Not you and me. What did the NBA fans?
They're going to
win the next 2 or 3.
The next 5 years is theirs.
5's a little aggressive, but let's say the next 2 or 3.
But that's what we do. I'm already hearing Spurs for the next decade.
Yeah, let it play out. That's number one. They got to win this one first.
Can they win the finals first?
But like, what happened when Boston won it all?
Oh, they're going to, dominate the league.
They're going to turn. They got the 2 best players. They got a monster team. Blah blah. Well, Tatum goes down and everything changes for them. Now, OKC wins it all last year. What did we say? Next 3 years, OKC's.
Yep.
Obviously, the Spurs were coming. We could feel they were coming. Now they're here, and they haven't even won it, and we're already just penciling them in next 6 years.
Crowning them.
Next 6 years. Now, you might be right. You might be right that they end up. Let's win this one first, and then we'll worry about the next one. But it's just so crazy how quick the NBA comes for you. And now I look at it and I say to myself, like, all right, what is OKC going to do? Are they going to stand pat? If this were the 80s, what would they do? They'd probably stand pat, correct?
Probably. Yeah. Yeah, because I can hear the argument of Sam Presti, the GM, saying, we didn't have our second best player for the entirety of the series almost. Like that matters.
But my third, in this case, would have been now propelled to second best player, did a complete no-show. And against that guy, something, for whatever reason, doesn't work.
He got dominated, and mentally, he looks fried. He looks shook, Chet Holmgren. And they're talking to the fan base wants him out of there.
Yeah, so I think it's an overcorrection. If I was them, I would stay the course. They're not going to. I'm being real. They're not going to. I would keep that core together.
I agree.
How many regular season games have you guys won? You've lost pretty much, one big-time playoff series where they've all been in their primes?
Yeah, this one.
Yeah. And Jalen didn't even play.
Correct.
So I don't know. So they're going to trade. And I think it's the bad decision.
Well, what if they get Giannis?
I would just stay the course.
Even if I can get Giannis for Chet and like a pick or two?
I don't think Giannis is the end-all, be-all.
I mean, Giannis isn't doing what he did yesterday. If you have Giannis yesterday, you're winning that game, right? It's not even close.
Is Giannis going to be healthy?
Giannis would put Victor Wembanyama. He'd foul, make him foul out. That's what he would do. Is he going to stay healthy? Joe, what if I said this? Hey, my other 2 guys on any given night, my 3 best players, it could be Giannis one night, it could be Jalen Williams one night. I still like the depth behind them. They're going to cruise into a top 4 seed. And that's all you need if you have Giannis on your team.
But I guess my point is like you have all the picks and you have all your players, and yeah, you can kind of, we'll see what happens with Dort and Caruso and Hartenstein, but don't you still want to keep this trio together for a long time?
Maybe. Or was this a reality check if they're looking at the Spurs saying, man, if we are going to compete for them for the next handful of years, I don't know if we can have Chet go up against Wemby like that. Now, you don't think about one other team, right? You can't think like that as a GM, but it's hard not to, just looking at the hierarchy of the West.
So you're going
things
more...
will change like this summer, but right now, there's no other teams that are touching the Thunder and Spurs, in my opinion.
Look, you lost the series. He had a bad series. It's a bad series for a young player. He disappeared.
That happens.
Heck yeah, it happens. And like I would run it back. Now, that doesn't mean I'm not open to bringing in, Trey Murphy III or something like that and make some ancillary moves. Would I keep these 3 together, barring any real ramifications from the CBA? Yeah, I would. I would try to keep them together because they've won a lot of games together and they all clearly get along and play well together. Now, Jalen's injury history this year, it can't happen again next year.
No.
If you sell him or Chet, it does feel like you're selling a little low based on what their value's been the last couple years. I just wouldn't trade all those guys. I would stay pat.
I do think it's a fascinating conversation, though.
Build.
Well, they're talking about Giannis. They're also talking about potentially trading up and getting a young rookie like a Cam Boozer to just put in there.
Is he going to defend?
And then maybe you flip him. Yeah, maybe he is the Wemby
smaller, though.
But he's much thicker than
No
Shaq.
doubt.
Much
He's
thicker.
a really good player. They needed another playmaker in the half court.
Yeah.
That was my big takeaway watching that. They really missed Jalen. I don't know.
I know. They were relying on Jared McCain to be their offensive firepower. But who was really undersized and had some really good moments, by the way, this series, Jared McCain. His stock rose exponentially around the league, and it just looks like a worse and worse trade.
But what if I
Daryl Morey
told you this? Seeing how quickly, OKC, next 5 years is theirs, and now it's boom, it's like evaporated. Do you have a little more appreciation for the run the Warriors just went on? The little 10-year run. run.
We were talking about that in the chat.
Do we have just a little more appreciation for being great for 6 straight years?
We talked about in the chat this notion that, the next 10 years of the San Antonio Spurs, they're going to be the favorites every season. I was like,
possibly.
The Warriors might be the greatest team ever assembled. All right, we're going 2014 onward. It lasted barely 5 years. Barely 5 years to 2019. And then it got blown up.
And
Kevin Durant left, injury, Achilles, Clay got and then guess what? They won a couple of years after that, and no one thought they were going to.
No.
In hindsight, it's unbelievable that they got that trophy again. And things broke their way, and it was great. But this notion that any team is going to Joe, this is going to be the eighth straight year in the NBA. There's going to be a different champion. 8 straight years. We've never had this level of parity in the NBA like we do today.
Were you rooting for or against OKC?
I
had no feel in the fight.
I was rooting for the Thunder. I want to see a team finally break the curse and go back to back, if you will. But
I really enjoyed that game. I really didn't care who won.
I think a lot of people are going to be rooting for Wemby and the Spurs that don't have an allegiance to either team. Now, the New York fan base is massive, so there's going to be a lot of people in further there.
Doesn't matter to me one way or the other.
I just want a good series.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, that's all I care. That's why I didn't want the Cavs or anything to win. I was because the Cavs are going to get destroyed. The Knicks are the only team that I felt have the player personnel, if they play to their ability. Now, that's the question. Karl Anthony Towns, Anunoby, Jalen Brunson, amongst others, that can win a series against either of these teams. They have the talent to do it. Now, will they? I don't know. They're heavy underdogs in this series, are they not? The Knicks?
And the other thing that stuck out to me watching that whole series play out, the others. Caruso, Cason Wallace.
Jared McCain.
What about Keldon Williams for San Antonio?
Yes.
Was amazing down the stretch.
The depth, man.
Vassell.
Yes.
Cornette.
Cornette,
Exactly.
Played 6 minutes. But those were an impactful 6 minutes.
There's no doubt that the stars have to ride you or to that moment, but you need all these other guys to step up. And I'm just watching the Warriors. They just don't have enough. I'm talking about this current team.
Sure.
They just don't have all the pieces required. Look how tired in his prime SGA was. And you guys all, not you guys, but people think that Steph can still, at 39, is going to do and carry them through that. They had a good amount of rest. Would you agree, OKC, this year? They were able to play the schedule game.
They swept the Lakers in round 2. They had an unbelievable amount of rest.
SGA is hunched over at the end of that third quarter in Game 7. Gassed. And I'm thinking to myself, dude, you guys are down. Can he even afford to be on the bench in the fourth quarter?
I mean,
but they had to.
The amount of youth, size, and length that the Spurs throw at people, those young legs, that was the big takeaway for me too. It's just the youth overall of this team. They don't know any better. And
the coach was celebrating with them.
Mitch Johnson was going nuts.
I was he won me over.
The Spurs, if I'm on DraftKings right now, just finals winner, -205. They were heavy favorites to win the series. 4.5-point favorites in game 1.
The other thing is SGA and the whole OKC team felt scared of entering the rim because of Wemby. And anything in the paint, they'd leave their feet and they'd kick it back out. And they need some physical presence in the paint offensively to kind of counterbalance it. See, I think now the way I'm watching this, I'm like, these guys, they're impossible to find, but is there a load, a guy that you could put in the paint on that OKC team offensively that would force Wemby to have to guard them at the block?
I mean, the name would be Giannis, right? If you like, he
likes it at the elbow, though.
No, he does, but Giannis is he's so strong.
True.
That he could force Wemby. Like, that's a guy, a body
I meant more
mismatch.
college ranks.
No, sure. Because Cam is still, 6'9"? He's thick. Don't get me wrong. He could grow more into his body.
He's more of a playmaking guy.
I agree with you there.
You know?
I mean, Debanza?
No, he's a wing.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I know these are physical freaks, but there's not like that bona fide 7-foot freak coming out of this.
Something to chew on. We're going to talk about it tomorrow. In the event that Giannis is getting dealt to OKC or the Spurs or whomever, I want the Warriors to be in on what I would call the other guy. So they're going to reroute these guys other places. I don't know is Milwaukee really just going to take on Jaylen Brown and just stick with him, or are they going to rebuild? Are they going to take on Chet or Jaylen? I don't know, but if I'm the Warriors, I would be in on whatever 3 or 4 team deal. Maybe you have a sweet enough package that you end up getting a Chet Holmgren or a Jaylen, and I think we should explore that tomorrow.
This is interesting. 707. The last 3 games versus the Knicks, Wemby is a -27, and the Knicks won the last time they faced 114-89. Jennifer Lee Chan on the other side. And by the way, Joe, a mystery team I heard about and read about this weekend for Giannis. Orlando Magic.
I like that.
A lot of young assets to get rid of.
But does Paolo and him, is that good spacing?
I have no idea. But it's a great question. Jennifer Lee Chan on the other side. It's June 1st. What's going on, Brandon Ayuk? What's going on in OTAs? Trent Williams going back this week? It's all going to be brought to you by Safeway.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Safeway is celebrating 100 years with you. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app and breeze through checkout. Mix and match signature select chicken drumsticks or thighs. Value packs are buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy 2. It's kind of like how you buy 1 host, get 2.
And this is me right here. Enjoy a clip or click offer on juicy green or red seedless grapes for just $1.49 per pound. Limit 4 pounds. Lucerne, shredded or chunk cheese, 32-ounce selected varieties are just $5.99 each. Limit 4 items with a clip or click offer as well.
Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items that you already buy. Go to Safeway.com for more of the details, and we'll see you in the aisles.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. The business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait. Don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Joan, a method actor and scratchers enthusiast. So, Joan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, as a method actor, it's about becoming the ticket.
Scratching up, down, stage left, stage right.
So what's your motivation? Because your performance feels so real.
Oh, I was just tapping into my inner scratchers.
Incredible.
Yes. Bravo me.
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
From Carriage House to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery. Staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hey, this your boy Frank Gore. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Frank? Love talking some red and golds, talking some Niners. Because it's June 1st, but who cares? Got OTAs. 365, baby. That's what the NFL has turned into. By the way, got a little breaking news. Joe, do you see this? Russell Wilson finalizing a deal with CBS Sports to be an analyst for the network next year. Russell Wilson with James Brown, Nate Burleson, and Bill Cowher. Interesting.
Is he done playing?
Apparently he has a backup role like on the table somewhere in the NFL, but he's electing to do analyst work instead.
All right, Hall of Famer, yes or no? Not on first ballot, just is he a Hall of Famer, yes or no?
No. I think the back half of his career was so awful, he is not a Hall of Famer.
God, he really revolutionized his play style, the size, there's so much that he did well.
If it was against the 49ers only, yes, Hall of Famer.
I would have bet everything he was going to be a Hall of Famer 5 years ago.
Let's ask Jennifer Lee Chan, who joins us now.
I don't know.
She's watched a lot of Russell Wilson. 888-957-9570. Jennifer Lee Chan joining us now on the River Islands guest line. As all guests in 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, covers the 49ers for NBC Sports Bay Area. Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. And let me ask you real quick, Jennifer, in light of recent news that I guess Russell Wilson's going to be a broadcaster with CBS next year, you think he's a Hall of Famer?
Oh, do you want me to make 49ers faithful mad at me?
Put you on the spot.
To keep my audience watching me and listening to me, I'm going to say no.
There you go. We love it. Non-partial, impartial in all ways, Joe.
Is Brock Purdy a Hall of Fame? No, I'm just joking. I don't want to do that to you. What happened last week, Jen? You've been following this team for a long, long time. They were back at practice, but it didn't feel like everyone was there. So what exactly was last week for the team, for the fans that aren't even realizing that the Niners gathered last week for practices?
Oh, okay, so they were all there except for Trent Williams, and Trent Williams will be there this week. So basically everyone was there. There were people that did not practice when we had open practice. Christian McCaffrey actually did practice the day before, which was Wednesday, but Thursday he didn't. So he's like, you guys just all missed the day I was out on the field. All the guys that are rehabbing from injuries were there. So 99.9% attendance except for Trent Williams. So basically everybody was there. They're going through meetings, meeting each other. The veterans and the rookies are working out together. So the first, 11-on-11 work that happened on the field was last week. So it's getting going. They're ramping it up.
Jennifer Lee Chan joining us here on the River Islands guest line. And Jennifer, today's obviously a big day around the NFL landscape, June 1st. If you're a fan, you always hear this thing, post June 1st designation when it comes to trades, releases, et cetera, et cetera. Why is this a big day for the 49ers, and in particular with one 49er, Brandon Ayuk?
Yes, he is still on the roster as of right now, as of what we all know. So it's up to the Niners to make the next move. Brandon Ayuk, there's been several stories out. Do teams want to trade for him? Do they not want to trade for him? The 49ers want to get some sort of something back for him as opposed to just releasing him. But I guess we'll just wait to see what happens.
I'm having a hard time with the Ayuk, just the whole thing, because I'm not sure what's real, what's not. From your vantage point, like what is real? Like I'm talking about the social media posts, the pictures, because like I've seen some are AI generated photos. Like,
oh God,
because you're a real journalist. That's why I'm asking. Like, how have you been able to sift through what's real and what's not? Because I'm having a hard time following.
Basically, only things that he puts out himself. If he is actually speaking on another player's podcast, I guess, and what John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan have said, and Jed York, repeatedly throughout the offseason, they've all said, hey, he's probably played his last snap with the 49ers. We'd love to trade for him. John Lynch, hilariously holding up his phone. We're open for business. Call us. I think those are just the true storylines you have to hold on to.
Is it? I mean, there's no world where he ever plays for this team again, is there?
Can't be.
I don't think so. I don't think that's possible. Jed York kind of threw that out there like, oh, you never know. We'd love to have him. He's talented, but I just don't think that is a reality.
So let me roll through the wide receivers who are on this team, because I think this is important. We ended last year and it felt like we had no healthy wide receivers. Jennings is gone. Insert Mike Evans. How has he looked to you?
He was not at practice on Thursday because he took care of some family business in Texas, so we haven't seen him on the field yet. But we did see Christian Kirk, and just watching him where he was out there, and this is obviously very, very early 11-on-11 work, but just really nice, easy checkdowns, routes in the flat. He was there when, there weren't any other receivers open, just a guy who's in there for those, shorter yard distances, and looks like he's fitting into the offense pretty quickly.
What about Ricky Pearsall?
Looks healthy. He's out there. He's practicing, always, dancing around on the field pre, 11-on-11 work, having a good time. Also looks healthy. Jordan Watkins is out there looking like he did last year in camp. And, of course, Dejon Stribling, just, a guy who has shown a little bit of his speed. We haven't seen a lot of him, but, he's out there running routes and catching passes as well. So, I mean, look, it's a fully fleshed out group of wide receivers as of right now.
Who's returning kicks? Is you didn't mention Jacob Cowing, so I'm just wondering, did they do any punt return stuff? Because they lost, obviously, Sky Moore, that's a big loss, I feel like.
Right. So Jacob Cowing was out there. He looked great as well. They were only doing punts when we were out there off the jugs. So Christian Kirk was back there. Jordan Watkins was back there. Jacob Cowing as well. So those three guys and one of the undrafted free agents was back there.
Jennifer Lee Chan joining us here on the River Islands guest line, covers the 49ers for NBC Sports Bay Area. And Jennifer, who's the RB2 right now? Or I guess who's the front runner in your mind heading into next season. A lot was made last year about the amount of touches that Christian McCaffrey got. Obviously, he was at times their best running back and wide receiver. I know Niners fans would like to see that reduced a little bit, although Kyle Shanahan, he loves to run his RB1. Brian Robinson really wasn't that guy for them. I know they made the trade. It just never really felt like it worked out. Jordan James doesn't get his first snaps all season until the divisional round in Seattle. It was kind of crazy. Obviously, Garendo dealing with an injury. Kalen Black that just drafted. How do you see the RB2 battle shaping up here?
I mean, it really was Kalen Black, and he was back there a lot, and Jordan James. Both those two guys were the ones who were taking most of the carries at practice because Christian McCaffrey was sitting out when we watched. So I would think it's between those two guys for sure. It just depends on how Kalen Black picks up the offense. It's in a detailed offense as far as, rookies coming in. So they have to know everybody, what all 11 are doing on the field. So it's pass protection. It's, blocking, it's all of that stuff. So if Kalen Black can pick up on it really quickly, he's definitely in direct competition with Jordan James. But I think it's between those two for sure.
Interesting. What about the offensive line? I mean, it felt like the season, with ebbs and flows. The offensive line was a huge story. Obviously, through the draft, the offensive line was a huge story. So who's starting at left guard right now? Because that's kind of the one spot that feels like it's up in the air.
That's definitely an open competition, between a lot of the guys that are there. We talked to Colton McKivitz after practice, and he felt like Connor Colby, the rookie from last year, has done a really nice job working throughout the offseason, paying attention to what's going on, and he thought he was doing a really nice job. So there was definitely rotation at that position. So that's, again, something that's, it's too early to tell at this point, but we'll definitely keeping an eye on that during training camp.
Jennifer, are we past the substation now? Can we finally put the substation talk to bed? Is the locker room, more importantly, still talking about the substation at all?
It's not spoken about in the building. It's really only spoken about outside the building. And if you really want to go numbers-wise only for the 49ers injuries versus the other teams in the NFL, it's not overly, it's not higher than everybody else in the league. It's just that last year it was all the star players that were hurt. So it was, who got injured as opposed to how many people got injured. I know that's not, what 49ers faithful want to believe. They want to believe there's some other entity that's causing their team not to make it to the Super Bowl. But honestly, if you look at it, it just was every player that was a starter. Those are the guys that got hurt. So it made it very difficult for them to stay healthy throughout the season.
Was George Kittle there? Obviously, he's got the torn Achilles right now. How's he looking?
He was there. He was doing some sideline stepping. He was working out with Brett Toth on the side with the medical staff during practice. So he looks like he's, potentially, if anyone can come back at the beginning of the season, it's George Kittle. But, maybe it's, a little bit later. He did it so late in the season, but, he's walking normally. He's kind of doing light footwork normally, so you never know.
All right, so give me tight end 1 through 3, or if there are more, in your eyes. Like, who would be the starter right now if they had to play a game?
Oh, it's the guys that were there last year. So, definitely Luke Farrell is out there. He was out there catching passes as well. Jake Tonjes, he was out there. So, both those two guys are going to be at the top because they know the system. They've worked with Kyle Shanahan. They've been there. Interestingly, Jake Tonjes has the same agent as Dejon Stribling. So those two guys know each other. Yeah, and Jake Tonjes, nice work last year with the Jake Hands Tonjes catching all the passes that were thrown to him.
Jennifer Lee Chan, 49ers insider for NBC Sports Bay Area, joining us here on the Morning Roast, Spinoni and Shasky. Speaking on the injury front, Mykel Williams, Nick Bosa, how are these guys looking? It must have been an encouraging sign for Niner fans just to listen to Nick Bosa at the podium. Does that give any signal that he could be here sooner rather than later?
He says he plans to be ready. Those are direct words from his mouth. So I would think that he'll be ready for week 1. He said he's trying to take it slower than he did the last time he had an ACL injury. So he said he feels really good, and I would expect him to be ready. Mykel Williams, again, has happened a little bit later. We've seen him kind of working out on the side field as well. His return might be a little later, but those guys all rehab together, which is kind of, good for each other's mental support.
Dre Greenlaw, are they putting too much in, like the Dre will be ready to go and be a full participant all year basket?
He should be. He said he started to feel like himself last year. So he was out there not practicing. He and Fred Warner were just kind of tossing the ball back and forth, and it was like business as usual for those two out there. So I would expect that he will be the weak side linebacker.
Is there any young player that you saw on defense who's really standing out? Romello Height, one of the secondary players. Yeah, who looks good?
Romello Height, exactly what you said. Just watching him do drills. I was watching the offensive line while there were 7-on-7s going on, and I was watching the defensive line was to my left, and someone moved really quickly, and I turned and looked, and it was him. Just ability to change directions really quickly is what it feels like. I don't know because I'm not Chris Kasarik, but Nick Bosa also said that he feels like he's much more polished as a rookie than a lot of guys who have come in have been. So just his ability to bend and move the way he does, kind of a more unique guy that way. So he's definitely a guy to watch.
How does that 7-on-7 look different with Raheem Morris running things as opposed to Robert Saleh? Is there, 5 guys on the line, 3-4, 4-3? Like, what is it looking like?
Well, so the 7-on-7s are just no linemen. So when it was 11s with the linemen in there, you didn't see much difference. It's pretty vanilla at this point. I think they're just trying to, see who goes up against who. No real scheme changes from our ability to notice at this point.
Jennifer, great stuff. We really appreciate the time this morning. We'll do it again in the future.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you.
There she goes, Jennifer Lee Chan, 49ers insider for NBC Sports Bay Area. Find her on the Twitterverse too. She's always up there, and she is very connected. The Ayuk thing, Joe, I just don't get it. Jeremy Fowler, and this is what she was referring to earlier, ESPN insider. I have talked to 2 rival executives who believe Brandon Ayuk is untradeable. That's just going to be hard to move on because of knee issues. Plus, he's kind of ghosted the 49ers at times. And then you have the contract. So all 3 of those things, yeah, he's untradeable. But we're keeping around just because. Yeah, maybe someone's going to trade us a conditional 7th-round pick for Brandon Ayuk. I was talking about this with Sam on Friday. They had the opportunity just to outright release him before June 1st, right? And maybe they can still, retroactively do that. I don't know how the machinations of it. But if they did a pre-June 1st, just outright release of Brandon Ayuk, their dead cap in 2026, $33,598,000. But they would save $19 million in total savings overall heading into next year. Now, they have the number 1 cap.
I don't even know. They're over the cap the following year, so they need to be able to roll some of that over.
Well, if you do it this year, right, the June 1st designation release, you have $12 million in dead cap, $21 million of dead cap next year. If you did a pre-June 1st release, is what I'm saying is you don't have any rollover into next year at all.
No. I get what you're saying.
Eat it. Just eat it this year is what I'm saying. I still don't know why they didn't want to do that.
Well, Joe, I don't understand what's going on either, but they clearly feel very ticked is what I would say.
Is that what it is? You think they're just angry and that's why they're doing this?
I think this is part business, part
pettiness.
Spite.
Okay. All right. Well,
I kind of respect it though.
Really?
Yeah. If somebody screwed you over when you gave them that amount of money and you were fretting over the amount of money that they wanted to give you, and then all of a sudden now it doesn't mean anything to them, that's a little bizarre. So for
this
next
whole thing is bizarre.
But next year, just before anyone, because everyone's like, they have $70 million. Why haven't they spent anything? The 2027 cap, just so you know, if everything stays the same, and it won't, but if everything stays the same, they're already $9 million over the cap.
Next year.
For 2027.
Okay.
So that's why, having money to roll over, because you can have 3 years of rollover, essentially. You can play it around. It does matter for them to have this extra wiggle room.
Okay.
Because you figure they're going to do something with Bosa. He's set to make almost $60 million next year.
Are you going to give him
Ayuk
that?
Is on the books for $42
million.
million.
You going to give Bosa that right now, coming off an ACL?
No, I got to see him play. Well, I don't even like giving Fred $30 million.
He's been such a leader for
I know, but 31-year-old Fred, $27 million for 31-year-old Christian McCaffrey.
Well, that's what I wanted to get at, too. Ugh. We only have so much time with Jennifer, but the overall age of this team and who they're going to be relying on next year. You brought up Dre Greenlaw, and I get it. I guess Dre felt like he finally started feeling like himself towards the end of that season. It was a disaster.
I mean, they couldn't wait to get rid of him.
They couldn't wait to it was an unmitigated disaster in Denver for Dre Greenlaw. Now, it might just be a clash of styles. Sean Payton, what they were doing over there in Denver, Benjamin Albright, who covers the Broncos, we had him on saying like it just wasn't a fit. Maybe it's just a fit in San Francisco. Maybe he just needs to be next to Fred Warner. And the 49ers could get that edge back that they desperately need, right? They need some sort of edge on that defense that they just haven't had since Dre Greenlaw's departure. Aziz Al-Shaair had it. And when Fred Warner was out, you just felt it. It just was not a good defense. They couldn't get any pressure. It was all bad. So I did like to hear that Romello Height is some guy that's flashing on that defensive line. Someone that they desperately need. You said speed, right? Mm-hmm. Like, when was the last time we had someone with speed that you could rely on?
D Ford.
D Ford. Exactly. Couldn't stay healthy, but...
I don't think he's played for them since 2020.
Exactly. That's 6 years, Joe. We're saying 6 freaking
Bryce
years.
Huff had some speed, though.
A little bit, occasional, right? And he retired, right? Bryce Huff. So
I was just going to say, I think he was just hurt.
He was just hurt.
There was the first half, and then the groin injury, and he was just different.
What it was, the groin or the hamstring.
He's just totally different. Yeah, whatever that was, the groin, the hamstring. Just bad.
Can I ask you just overall, though? No? Okay. All right. Lost Carter or Sam? No, but do you think they've done enough this offseason so far to like make you feel like confident heading into next year?
I didn't think that last year, and then the results spoke for themselves. So
I'm asking this year.
Yeah, I'm a little less on the scrutiny side for the Niners.
Okay.
Right now, I mean, their team is their team, and I wish they would have had another tight end.
Okay.
Seeing Njoku go for like $6 million to the Chargers, I probably would have done that.
I was making the argument on Friday with Sam, and I want to get your thoughts on this. 888-957-9570. This upcoming Niners season has a whiff of the 2025 Golden State Warriors season where they're going to be relying on a lot of older guys and guys with injury history. And there is a major kind of ticking time bomb, if you will, that could go off very quickly on this team, and things could unravel.
Well, I mean, look at Mike Evans, right? Like, I think Mike Evans is a stud. He's one of my favorite players ever.
Yeah.
He didn't have a very healthy season last year.
Not at all.
So they're banking on a lot of his health for this year, and I don't know. Like, I just don't know. I want to believe. I really, truly do. The kid that they drafted that she said flashed and looked really good, Romello Height.
Yeah.
He's an older player.
Yeah.
He played on a million different teams. He was like the 4th most important Texas Tech player.
It's 25. 25-year-old rookie. You don't see that very often.
I think started at USC or...
Texas Tech, Auburn, USC, Georgia Tech.
Yeah. So he's been around, and it took him a long time, and he really didn't flash until that year where they had the highest priced defense in NIL history at Texas Tech. He's a wild card for me. Is he just a late bloomer? Is he... perfect, like an older guy who kind of like has grown into his body and is perfect fit for what they want to do. It does feel like his success is incumbent on Bosa's success. Where's Bosa at with the knee injury? I bring up next year just for how do you feel about paying Fred Warner a dead cap hit or a cap hit, of $29 million?
Well, he's 29 right now. He'll be 30 soon. I'm okay with paying Fred Warner until I see a noticeable drop.
$30 million for a linebacker?
I haven't seen a drop off in his play.
No, I know.
He got hurt, but like
$30 million for a linebacker is a lot.
It is, but
he's a dead cap number of $52 million.
But he's easily the best linebacker in football. It's not even close. He's that much better than everyone else at his position.
Has he been for the last 2 years?
Well, he's been first team All-Pro, right? Or second team All-Pro.
Last year he barely played?
No, not last year, but prior to the injury, I'm saying.
Yeah, and I didn't think he was his best year. He had the broken foot, and he played through it. And their defense was a bottom dwelling defense. Now, he was awesome. I love him, but he wasn't the same I love Fred. He wasn't the same version of himself.
Sure, but the year prior, he was first team All-Pro, and I'm with you.
That's 2023.
No, 2024, he was technically. Yeah.
But that was the year he broke his foot, and he was not the same.
But he was listed as a first team All-Pro.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But he wasn't. Like, to me, he wasn't his same self, right? And like McCaffrey making $27 million, that number
one for me is a little more concerning. I mean, the guy has bilateral Achilles tendonitis still. He was able to get through it last year. He was able to be their healthiest 49er, which is kind of insane given how much they used him. And heading into the season, we were all freaking out at the 49ers summit because we got the report of his sore Achilles or whatever. But you noticed the burst just wasn't there at times. For as great of a season he had, Joe, he was really good.
Well, that's the way I feel about Fred from the year before. He was good, but not He wasn't the same. I expect linebackers to have wear and tear like a running back.
So not only do you have those guys having injury concerns, getting older, Nick Bosa, third ACL injury, George Kittle. I mean, I think it's kind of like laughable almost in the sense that we're expecting this guy to be back week 1. Hell no.
No.
I don't want him back week 1. I don't want that. Come back halfway through the season, dude. Take your time.
Talking about Kittle?
Talking about George Kittle, yes.
Yeah, well.
He's older. That's an Achilles.
I don't love
come
it.
on.
I think they're just, we saw this with Dre Greenlaw, where if you're expecting a guy to make this big impact, you're probably going to be disappointed.
Yes.
I would expect nothing, and anything you get would be gravy, but they're not going about it that way.
Well, I understand how important he is to what they're trying to do. But again, as I'm doing this compare and contrast with the Warriors, hell, you can toss in the Giants in this. When it comes to team building, you need to have someone else that's at least reliable in the run pass game as a tight end. That's why you brought up Njoku. I thought that would have been a great move for this team of a savvy veteran. And I love what Ton just did in the passing game. He's not a blocker, and I get it. You paid Luke.
They like him though.
They like him. Luke Farrell, you paid all this money.
I know.
Oh, that's the contract that's killing me right now. Ugh.
I do feel good about wide receiver. I mean, you got to get healthy, right?
Sure.
Like talking about Pearsall and Mike Evans, these guys missed a lot of time last year. But if you can show some health, think about this. Evans, Kirk, Pearsall, Stribling, and maybe Jordan Watkins steps through.
Maybe.
That's a really good room. Well, if they stay healthy.
I feel better about their passing game than their running game right now. Well, they're not a pass-first offense, but...
You factor in Brock.
Yeah.
You know, Brock actually wasn't as good with the play action last year as he was just drop back passing. Now, where he really made his money is getting rid of the ball quickly. Under 2.5 seconds to throw.
Yeah.
He was like 115 passer rating, like a crazy number. So that is where I would tell Brock, you get rid of it, you play on schedule, and get rid of the rock to these guys, and let's get, yards after the catch. Let's go.
And speaking of another guy with, let's be honest, injury concerns. It's a guy that dealt with turf toe last year, a guy that doesn't have the biggest frame, a guy that is the highest paid player in the history of the franchise. Now, you got Mac Jones, so now we know heading into this season at least, if Brock does have to miss time, it's not the end of the world. We got Matt Carter. Oh, sorry, you were leaning like you wanted to talk. I just threw it to you. I apologize.
Now, one thing I would say, though, which you guys are kind of brought up there, is the Kittle thing. I wouldn't expect to see him week 1, and I'll tell you why. Is because they play on Thursday.
Well, they play in Australia, too. I don't think you want to send him down there.
His Achilles.
Yeah, but it just...
In January.
I mean, I'm 100% with you. I'm just saying, if you sit him out, you're kind of getting a week and a half extra. You know what I mean? Instead of just 1 week. Doesn't really make sense.
He's going to start the season on the pup. I don't know why why are we lying to ourselves?
This is...
you know what? Lock it in right now. Lock it in.
What?
Shasky's predictions. Lock it in.
Do we have a segment for that? Shasky's predictions?
Starting the season on the pup, okay? And I'm not mad at them for doing it. We got to be realistic here.
It's the right move.
It is the right move. What are we talking about?
This is
which would mean he wouldn't be ready till the 5th week, I think. 5th or 6th week, the window would open up. That seems more reasonable. Does it not?
An NFL player typically returns 9 to 12 months of rehabilitation to return to game action following a torn Achilles tendon. That's the NFL. That's not the NBA. It's not baseball. It's just the NFL. Typically, it's 9 to 12 months. And if it's on the earlier end, 9 months, that would be October, Joe. So that'd be about maybe week 8, week 7.
I want you to think about the last 2 years, okay? 2 years ago, it was Dre Greenlaw. He'll return. I think week 13.
It was that Rams Thursday night game, right?
Okay. Last year, it was Ayuk, remember?
And then didn't play at all.
Now, Ayuk was a unique
His was really messed up, too. His knee was multiple shreds in there. It was bad. And then there was the drama on top of it.
So I just have a hard time seeing him return. What was Sherman? Sherman was a full year?
That's a good question, Richard Sherman. I'm not entirely sure. He was around the same age, though, I want to see, as what George Kittle is right now. Because Kittle's, 33, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
I don't think he was that old. I think he was 29, 30.
He'll be 30. Kittle will be 33 October 9th. So, I mean, these guys are getting old. And what scares me about his game, too, is that his is dedicated on serious explosion in the run game and in the pass game. Power.
Yeah.
It's not just some, Antonio Gates level, go out there, I'm going to throw some fade routes to you, old man Phillip Rivers, old man Gates in those Chargers days. That's not his. Now, he can do that, but I don't want, 40, the 40-year-old version of what, Antonio Gates was in a 33-year-old George Kittle. And listen, I'm not betting against his rehab process. The guy is dedicated to the craft. He is a physical specimen. He has been unbelievable. He's a Hall of Famer, 5-time All-Pro, one of the best of all time. I'm not putting anything past him, Bosa, Fred Warner. The 49ers have been blessed with elite athletes on this team and guys that care desperately about conditioning and all of that. I just go off the age, I go off the position, and I go off what I've seen with Achilles injuries as someone that's watched sports for 25, 30 plus years. It's very difficult to come back and look the same.
So November 13th, 2017, Richard Sherman tore his Achilles. He ended up playing 14 games the next year for the 49ers. That was almost 3 full months in front of Kittle.
And how did he look that first year?
It was up and down.
Up and down, right?
2019 was a monster year for him.
See, that's the thing. And you talk to Dr. Nalpandia, UCSF Health, who we've talked to many a times. It's that year after you come back with that Achilles.
Corner is so different, too.
It's much different.
It's so different.
The explosion on there, you lose a step.
So different. He was 29.
You lose a step being a corner, your career's over almost.
Listen to this. So rookie year, he plays 10 games as a starter, but plays in all 16. All 16, all 16, all 16, all 16, all 16, 9. 14, 15, 5. Wow.
Richard Sherman?
Dude, I mean, you can't start off a career. He went almost 7 years without missing a second.
Was he the best player on those Legion of Boom teams, you think?
I always thought Marshawn was, but
I know.
I don't know. Like I think Marshawn
Cam Chancellor was a beast.
Was ridiculous.
Bobby Wagner.
But Earl Thomas was too, though. Like that whole team was ridiculous. Bobby Wagner was amazing. Cliff Averill. Bennett was out of his mind.
Michael
he was
Bennett.
Awesome.
With the smallest shoulder pads you've ever seen in your life.
Was it Lenville Joseph? And then they had Brandon Mabane.
Linval Joseph.
Yeah, they had a lot of really
Bruce
good players.
Irvin, we didn't bring up, was really
Brandon
good.
Browner was a beast.
Malcolm Smith, Niner legend. Super Bowl
Why do you got to do that? See, no, that's what I'm talking about. Why you got to do that?
What?
It's like one of the worst plays ever in Niner history.
No, I'm saying he was a Niner, though, Malcolm Smith.
Yeah, he also was the guy who caught the interception off of Sherman.
Yeah. 5-time All-Pro. He's going to be a Hall of Famer, though. Richard Sherman. That's going to be a slam dunk.
Niner uniform?
Real quick, I just like these sports questions.
It's ridiculous.
Who you taking all time? Darrelle Revis or Richard Sherman? I'm taking Revis. Not even close for me.
Cornerback?
Just in general.
Or just those two?
Just those two players. Because they were known as I think those are the last two
probably take Revis.
Shut down corners. Maybe Gilmore if you want to toss him in there too. I'm taking Darrelle Revis too.
Yeah, I'd probably
But it was a conversation at the time. That's why I brought it up. Just feel like, the young whippersnappers, they forget just how good some of the shutdown corners were.
I'm probably taking Champ Bailey over Darrelle Revis. I think Champ Bailey's one of the sickest players. I love him.
God, Revis Island was so good.
I'm not saying it wasn't.
Revis.
I know, but
Champ
no, Champ
was so
he
sick.
was. No, he was.
Going back to Georgia, I love Champ Bailey. It's one of the great trades of all time. Clinton Portis for Champ Bailey, straight up.
It's also a dope-ass name, Champ.
Dude, he was so sick.
Where do you put Charles Woodson?
Seawood, I put him in
different, though.
Rod, Seawood, Ronnie Lott. They're like great DBs.
Yeah, hybrid.
Just all time could play anywhere in that secondary.
Ed Reed too.
They're very unique players. Those two are very, very unique.
You know what else is unique? Our final thoughts.
The greatest corner of all time is Dion. It's
Neon Dion.
He was ridiculous.
Not even close. Well, his health. I mean, the toe couldn't stay healthy.
Come on, dog.
Ed Reed.
Dion was the sickest. Come on, dude. Are you kidding me? Dion can't. Let's now go into it. Deion Sanders. Oh, my God. He was so good. I'll never forget. He shows up to the Niners. We're playing the New Orleans Saints. And they had the throwback jerseys. Okay? I think the Saints might have been in all white. They might have been in all white. We were in the white pants. Anyway. Dion is literally like telling Tim McDonald and Merton Hanks, I got this whole side. Like the whole side. And I'm up in the stands and I'm watching and I'm like, Dad, they have no one on that side. There's literally no one. And Dion's just like, no, I got this. He showed up from baseball, picked off a pass in the red zone, and then like zigzagged and is high stepping for like 50 yards. He was the best athlete. He's the best shutdown corner. In his prime, there's no one better. Look, he's crazy. He's out of his mind. He's one of the most arrogant athletes of all time. there's only one of one. Like similar to Jerry Rice, like he's the best, and then the question is like, who's two?
Wow. I know you love Ronnie Lott too, but I know you.
Talk pure corners.
Oh, pure corner. Okay.
Dion's ridiculous.
All right.
They would not throw his way for weeks on end, and then you did, and he picked it, and then he'd run it back. I also think he would have been the greatest return man of all time if he just played returner.
Let's see. 510. A lot of people always side with Revis because he was a man corner versus Sherman, who was a zone corner. However, with that being said, playing zone is a lot more about route and concept recognition and playing it correctly. As a man corner, you have to be better with physical abilities, but is not as mentally strenuous as being a zone corner. So
I'm not here to like debate about his two sport athlete stuff.
Oh, sure.
I'm not here to debate about him as a coach. I'm talking about in his prime. Deion Sanders is one of the greatest players in any sport at that. Like him in his position, he was unbelievable. And then when he went to the Cowboys, it flipped the whole. I mean, obviously Haley did as well.
Yeah.
But like, dude, he was so good. Deion was incredible.
And it doesn't make him safe from being judged as a coach because he was great.
That's a great point.
Well, he also didn't play at Colorado. So true. But if he was the Florida State head coach, you never.
Deion was the baddest, dude. Like the baddest.
510. It's your boy Leroy. We love you, Leroy. Call in, dude. I'm a lifelong 49er fan, and I think that the make or break games for the 49ers will come after the first 4 games, which I feel the Niners will be 2-2. After that, it gets tougher. They got Washington, Atlanta, Vegas, Dallas. I don't think those are tough. I see 3-1, 2-2 at best.
A name that never gets brought up in this greatest DB conversation of all time, Dick Night Train Lane for the Detroit Lions. No. Like, you got to look back at the old highlights, dude. No, I'm not joking, man.
I know you're not.
Why do you guys got to do this?
A legendary enforcer. 1952.
What was his famous tackle?
14 interceptions in a 12-game season.
You Googled him. I'm glad that you could type.
Well, this was actually already up because I actually searched Deion, and then Night Train Lane came on before him. So there you go. See, I'm always looking up stuff because I always wanted to be prepared. Willard always makes fun of me that I have too many tabs open. But
he's probably right.
It's called being prepared, guys. It's called knowing my stuff. What you got in the boys in the back? What do we got?
Angelo Hall thought he was Deion.
Oh, God.
And it was like, dog, you're not even... And he was a very good player.
He's not even Nnamdi Asomugha.
Like, you're not...
He's not even Nnamdi.
Nnamdi's just a very different player.
He was.
But he was good. Nnamdi was really good.
Bothers me he never claims the Raiders and he claims himself as a Philadelphia Eagles. Like, dude, you're only good
cheeks with the Eagles.
Your only good years were ever with the Raiders.
But he had more total wins with the Eagles than he did with the Raiders.
But Kerry Washington.
And Rod Woodson was so good. Like, there were a lot of great corners of that era. Eric Allen was a great corner for a long time.
Hall of Famer. He just got
love Eric Allen. Like, there's a lot of really good ones.
All those guys are like on the Raiders too together towards the end.
T's brother Rondé was a really good cornerback.
Who's not in the Hall of Fame, which is low-key ridiculous. You look up his stats and how long he played.
I contend that defense is as good as a defense we'll ever see. Simeon Rice, Booger McFarland, Warren Sapp, like that defense, Derek Brooks, they were ridiculous.
Of being just on a stacked defense and all those guys got in and he was on the he was a 5-time All-Pro. 5-time.
He was amazing. He was awesome.
All-Decades team.
And Dexter Jackson. Who was the guy that won that? Was it him who won
I think so.
The Super Bowl MVP?
Dude, 215 consecutive starts at cornerback, which is an NFL record. 215!
I'm telling you, dude, in Madden, that team was unbeatable.
You know what else is unbeatable? Dan Devone and Matt Steinmetz.
Sorry, I took away your guys' final minutes. My bad.
Fremont Bank here for you. Here for good.
For 75 years, San Francisco Fire Credit Union has been doing things differently ever since it was founded in 1951 in a San Francisco firehouse.
And the best part is, anyone can join.
So if you want a top-rated mobile banking app, ATM access worldwide, and a credit union that's built around people, it's definitely worth a look.
They're local, not-for-profit, and they put money back into their members and the community.
Visit sffirecu.org. That's sffirecu.org. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government, privately insured by ASL.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Paid advertisement by Ovation Law Firm, a California law firm. Some cases may be referred to partner attorneys. No attorney-client relationship is formed without a signed agreement. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
California drivers, your 2022 or newer car problems could actually qualify you for a major payout. Ford drivers got up to $186,000. GM drivers got up to $173,000. And those are just some of the settlements recovered this year. Some drivers may qualify for even more. If your 2022 or newer car keeps breaking down, stop paying for a mistake the manufacturer should be paying you for. California Lemon Law could entitle you to a massive cash settlement, a vehicle buyback, or even a replacement vehicle. If your 2022 or newer vehicle has repeated issues, warning lights, engine trouble, transmission problems, electrical issues, or it's been stuck in the shop for 30 days or more, you could already qualify. We fight to get your money back, and you pay absolutely nothing unless we win. Call 800-527-2131. That's 800-527-2131. 800-527-2131.
If you're ready to lose weight, feel stronger, boost your energy, or finally get your hormones dialed in, check out Jumpstart MD. You get real clinicians, real support, and a fully personalized plan with GLP-1 medications like semaglutide and tirzepatide, testosterone therapy, hormone optimization, peptide therapy, and more. They've helped Californians lose over 1 million pounds and counting. Visit one of their 13 Bay Area clinics or do it all online. Mention radio for up to 70% off this June. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com.
J Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries, continuing its mission to uplift women across industries. J Vineyards and the Valkyries share a commitment to female leadership, ambition, and breaking barriers to support women who raise the bar in sports and beyond. So Valks fans, join us at the game, at home, or at Jay's Tasting Room in Healdsburg for a memorable experience. J Vineyards, raise a glass to excellence, on the court and in every bottle.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week, new segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. I don't like him. And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. What's going on, everybody? Matt Steinmetz along with Dan Devone. Guru will be back tomorrow from his trip from Ensenada. What's up, Dan? How you doing, man?
What's going on?
Not much. Giants bats come alive yesterday, but they still lose 2 or 3 to Colorado.
Well,
and we have an NBA Finals matchup. The Spurs and the Knicks we'll talk a little bit about. But,
hell yes, we will.
Yeah.
Telling you, by the end of the day, I'm going to bring you over.
It's going to be quite a chore. It's quite a chore. Spurs look pretty good. You'd rather have the Spurs, though, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah.
Just because of that championship
a couple
pedigree?
of reasons. Well, they're inexperienced, and so as a Knicks fan, that bodes well. But also just for the bigger picture, the intrigue, get Wembanyama's freaky butt out there. Let the alien. Everybody wants to see this. This is must-watch TV. Let's go. It's the Knicks, and I was never into OKC. Like, I just don't. I don't like that part of the world. I was in Seattle when they stole our basketball team at the time. So the hell with them.
Gotcha. Here's one thing I was thinking about as I was coming into work today. Giants have lost 2 out of 3 to the Rockies, and they scored 19 yesterday, which is great. Now they go to Milwaukee for 4. And then on the heels of the Warriors season, where everybody seemed to be disappointed, I feel like there's some anger in the Bay from Bay Area fans. I feel like some Bay Area fans are maybe seeing some writing on the wall that they're starting to be able to read. And I think what they're starting to figure out is there are no quick fixes for some of our teams. And I'm talking specifically about the Warriors and the San Francisco Giants. But as it relates to the Giants right now, and you've watched them 60 games, I get the sense that Giants fans they are fuming right now. The team's 13 or 12 under. I don't even know what it is now. And there's just an overwhelming sense of disappointment about this team. And I think they're starting to try to figure out whether it's the players, whether it's the team that's been put together. But I don't get the sense there are a lot of Giants fans that think this team can turn it around.
Well, rightfully so. They've sucked to this point. I talked to you about this. We had our little meeting beforehand, and we'll do good cop, bad cop, but I'm buying the 19 runs I saw yesterday. I'm that guy. And you talked about this beforehand on Friday. You're like, watch this. The Giants will win 2 of 3, or they'll sweep the Rockies, and some bozos will jump on board and say, here we go. They're about to pivot. Well, they lost 2 of 3, but I'm still buying the Giants. And I'm not saying they're going to the playoffs. I'm not saying, although I don't know, it's still very early. I'm just saying they're going to play a lot better than this. And you know why, Steiny? They have to, man. How can you not? This isn't conjecture. This isn't a bunch of prospects that did it at a minor league level. These guys, it's on the back of the baseball card. And I think that this team, after what it is that I saw yesterday, I'm like, yeah, you guys can hit the ball. I think they're going to play a lot better. And I know, listen, callers, you, everybody else can get after me, but I think that there was something that, and the other thing was, it was good to see Vitello smile. And I don't know what you think about this. This guy's got a little Gomer Pyle in him, man. But this poor Southern kid, man, he's just like, I don't know if he knew what he was walking into, but it was just good to see that dude at least put
a grin on his face.
I mean, I guess my question at this point is you're 23 and 36, and I'm starting, and this is where this conversation kind of originated. I'm looking at some of the Giants' numbers, and like they're not as bad as you think they are. Like Devers is up to 250, Arise is hitting 320, Schmidt's having a career year. Adames is up to 243. Chapman's still not playing well, but he's up to 235. Like the numbers are starting to resemble the back of the baseball card, but they still haven't been able to make any headway. And the way I look at it is maybe they're just not good enough to make any headway, but you seem to think that if this trend continues and they throw, and Eldridge starts playing every day and getting better, that they will play better. And I'll give you that. But my question to Giants fans is, like, can they play better enough to avoid just disappointment this year? If they don't, can they succeed now this year without making the postseason, which it looks like they're not going to make?
You're probably right, but I think the second half of the season is going to be a team that's going to be well over 500. I really do. I've seen enough. What it is that I saw yesterday is like it unlocked a lot of what I thought potentially they could do. And I mentioned this to you as well. I think that the dynamic and the narrative of this team, when we talk about the big three as the season goes along, is going to shift and it's going to change. We're so honed in and locked in on the big three are so disappointing. Chapman can't hit. Adames, what are you doing? And Devers has been a little bit better of late. The big three from this point forward, to me, when we have this conversation, say a month or 2 months from now, are going to be Eldridge, Casey Schmidt, and Jung-Hoo Lee. And maybe you can throw Devers in there as well. And these other guys are going to be more ancillary pieces as far as Chapman and what it is. If Adames can give me 30 bombs and just get his average up a little bit better, I'm okay with that. And one of the reasons why I like this team, Steiny, is because I just like the makeup. Sometimes you identify, you're like, yeah, I like these dudes. As opposed to like a couple of years ago, like I couldn't identify. If Jung-Hoo loses the plate, I'll watch him hit. If I'm cooking something and Devers is at the plate, I'll watch that dude with that bat held high and his foot in the bucket. Or Bryce Eldridge is now becoming must-watch TV, 6'7", striding to the plate. A couple of years ago, dude, I'm not watching J.D. Davis or Michael Conforto or Mitch Haniger. You think I give a rip about these dudes? Or Tyro Estrada? A couple of years ago, they were bad and boring. For whatever reason, there's something about this team. They got a little personality. And maybe that's it. Maybe it's a personal thing that I identify with this team, and I'm like, I hope they play better.
Yeah, I mean, I will give the Giants this. I mean, you gotta keep Eldridge in the lineup every single day. I mean, I don't think there are too many Giant fans that don't agree with me on that one. You got Casey Schmidt who's coming into his own. I mean, this is one of those things where, to my way of thinking, yes, you've got to move Arias and maybe another player or two. You see what you can get for them, and it doesn't necessarily mean you're waving the white flag, because it's ridiculous to talk about a playoff run right now. So you're probably not going to make some moves for the next couple weeks. And so the question then becomes, can you play better baseball the next 2 or 3 weeks, and to give yourself a better look at this team to see what you really want to do once the trading deadline comes around. But I don't know. One game doesn't really do it for me, especially on the heels of the way they lost Friday and Saturday. But look, I don't think they're giving up, and I think the veterans are starting to come around. But now they got to start winning some games. Can this team win 7 of 10?
They got to rip off 9 in a row.
And I don't think they can. I mean, I think the best they're going to be able to do is 10-3, 10-4. But even that's going to get them to 7 under. And I mean, before I even think about the postseason, they've got to put together at least 2 weeks of good baseball, I would think.
Can we talk Bryce Eldridge for a second?
Yeah.
I think it's kind of scary, because this guy obviously needed to be in the lineup every day. You can see the maturity. You can see how the game's slowing down for him.
You can see him getting deep into pitch counts against right-handers and left-handers. So what does that tell you? Why wasn't he playing? Like, he needed reps. He needed to see pitches. He needed to see Major League pitching. So for those of us that are defending, whether it's Posey or Vitello, I think we can all collectively say, hey, you were wrong. You mismanaged this guy. After seeing what he's doing right now, and he obviously, there's no question that he has to play every day, that you were wrong, that this guy should have been in the lineup from Jump Street, and he wasn't. So if you're wrong about Eldridge, I mean, what else are you wrong about?
Yeah, and look, maybe they can still fix the Eldridge thing, obviously, by playing him every day. And I think they're at the point where...
But the question is, why didn't they?
Because I don't think they brought him up with the plan. I think they brought him up to kind of send a message because they weren't hitting. And maybe they just wanted him up there, or maybe they thought they were going to give him more at-bats than they did. But I think that what's happened over the last 2 or 3 weeks or months since he's been up, now it's become obvious. I mean, you got to play him. I mean, you're 13 games under. If you're not going to play him now, I don't know when you would play him. But 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll get into the Giants. There's some Warriors stuff out there I want to talk about, obviously. We'll get into the NBA Finals. And I also just want to ask a question that I think I've been tap dancing around on the other side. But we'll be right back to talk about it. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was also sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, you only get one shot at this. One chance to handle your injury case the right way, one chance to get the compensation you actually need, and one chance to protect your future. And once you make the wrong move, you don't get a do-over. If you sign too early, it's final. If you say the wrong thing, it's recorded. Take a low offer, you can't go back. So before you make any decisions, call Beam Law. They step in immediately, guiding you, protecting you, and making sure every move is made with your best outcome in mind. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't take that risk. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
UFC fans, listen up. Want to win the ultimate UFC fan experience? Total Wireless, the official wireless provider of UFC, is sending 4 lucky winners to Washington, D.C. for a VIP UFC Freedom 250 Fan Fest experience. We're talking travel, VIP access, and so much more. Text TOTAL to 23955 to enter for your chance to win. No purchase necessary. Data rates may apply. Ends May 19th. Entrants must be resident of the 50 U.S. or D.C. 18 plus. Official rules at TotalPowerSweeps.com.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes owed to the IRS. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, you may now be eligible for relief through current IRS initiatives for struggling taxpayers. In some cases, taxpayers may qualify to reduce as much as 99% of what they owe. You may already be experiencing wage garnishment, liens, levies, or audits and be unaware of this important information. Call Guardian Tax now to see what relief you may be eligible for at 800-404-6851. By taking action today, you may be able to stop all collections and resolve your tax problem before your tax problem gets worse. Tax experts are standing by to review your case and fight to slash your debt dramatically. Don't let your tax problem get worse and miss this time-sensitive opportunity. Check your eligibility with Guardian Tax now. Call 800-404-6851. 800-404-6851. That's 800-404-6851.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Dan Devone in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Guru getting back from Ensenada. I don't know if you saw some of his photos.
Is he okay?
Oh, he looks like he's fine. Looks like he was having fun in
I saw
Ensenada.
some of the videos he took.
They're terrible. They're just terrible.
He needs like a media member with him.
Yeah, he needs a social media director is what he needs, and a stage manager for sure. Hey, let me ask you this. Let's say you were a pro athlete. What do you expect out of your home fans?
What do I expect?
Yeah.
I expect you to fill up the park or the arena.
All right.
And I expect you to support and cheer the hell out of us when we do well. I'm not one of those guys. I'm sort of a realist that if I suck and the team suck, knives out, baby. I'm okay with that.
Did you hear? How do you want to do this, Kenny? You looking for it? Oh, there it is.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
Go ahead.
Well, just a bombshell of a trade is being finalized right now, according to Ian Rappaport. The Browns are finalizing a trade of Defensive Player of the Year Myles Garrett to the Rams. So they will the Cleveland will send Garrett to LA in exchange for star edge Jared Verse, a first rounder, and more.
Uh-oh. Myles Garrett to the Rams.
Let me digest that. Why would they do that? The Rams' young defenses, and especially that upfront line, is so young and good.
Maybe because
that's McVay. That dude, he does not care about picks or the future. I'm winning tomorrow.
I mean,
Myles Garrett. Holy crap!
I mean, it's a team that's that's probably looks at him as a player that puts him back over the top. And they're one of the few teams that's knocking on the door, and now they get maybe the best defensive player in the league.
They were already over the top, Yeah,
I mean,
hell, they could have beaten Seattle if it wasn't for a bad call. I mean, the Seahawks won that thing, but I'm saying they're right there with the Seahawks. If we're measuring if that's the barometer as the best in football, the Rams are right on their coattails, and now you give them Myles Garrett. This is now the team to beat. Myles Garrett's at the Rams.
How you feeling if you're a Niner fan? I mean, the team you lost to by 40 is still in your division. The team that's competing with them now just got Myles Garrett. It's not a good day for the Niners. Let's put it that way.
Considering that starting the season, you don't have anybody coming off the edge.
Right. Although Bosa says that he's ahead of schedule, but we'll see how that works off. But man, that's a big one. Myles Garrett is going to be traded to the LA Rams. LA Rams for who? Jared Verse?
Yeah, Jared Verse, a first rounder and more. So there's probably going to be
first rounder when?
They haven't clarified yet.
Wow.
I mean, Verse is good, but he's not Myles Garrett good.
I mean,
I guess it's not so. What was Cleveland thinking? Was there some internal things going on? I know he can be a bit of a problem, but were they trying to unload him?
I mean, his name's been out there for a couple of years now. And he's by far one of the better defensive players in the NFL. And now he's in your division. Pretty unbelievable. It's kind of weird because I wanted to kind of steer this in another direction, and it's this. So if you look at this is what I don't understand sometimes. So right now, if you're watching the Giants, who's the player you're most excited about?
Eldridge.
Has to be, right?
Yeah.
It has to be. And when I look at the Bay Area teams over the last several years or decades, it's the one thing that has just proven itself is that the way to build a team, and it doesn't have to be all or nothing, it's the draft. And if you look at the players that have come down the pike over the years here in the Bay Area, anybody who is considered like a Bay Area great is always homegrown. I mean, whether it's Curry, whether it's Purdy, whether it's Eldridge, whether it's Draymond Green or Klay Thompson, Kittle, Bosa. I mean, even a guy like Jonathan Kuminga was somebody that a lot of the fan base just, adored and loved because of what he represented. And I guess my question is, if we've had such a track record of success, why does it rub people the wrong way to say we're going to try to get some young players on here? Is there a way you can say we want to go younger without people saying we're going to rip it down and we're going to stink for 5 years? I mean, can you do a little bit of both? Like, I'm just looking at the Giants. They've got some veterans, obviously, with Devers, Chapman, Adames. But can you move the right veteran or two in the next month or two to get some prospects in here that we start to monitor in the next, 2 or 3 years? Like, I just don't understand what's so painful about that.
Well, I don't think you can conflate the two. When it comes to the Giants, yes. You can play with Adames and keep Devers as well as Chapman and integrate the Bryce Eldridges. We saw this Knox kid from AA get an opportunity. Casey Schmitz, obviously an integral part of this team. You're seeing some of these younger players get a chance, and we'll see more of them if they continue to struggle. So both of those two can coexist, the veterans and some of these younger players with the Giants. With the Warriors, it's a completely different story. I'm tearing that thing down to the studs, and I've been saying that for years. But here's how I would answer that question, Stein. You know what the worst thing that's happened to these teams and the fan base that you alluded to? They won. Not only did they win, they won titles.
Right.
And so once you win a championship, that now becomes the bar. And so every year, because we're still, as long as Steph Curry is on the floor and Draymond and I see Steve Kerr walk out of the tunnel, you know what I'm thinking? That's the dynasty. That's the team that's synonymous with championships. And so now to tell everybody and convince everybody, nope, the best way forward is for us to stink for 2 years and find the stars of tomorrow. People just have no tolerance and or patience from that. And it all stems from the fact that they just won a championship a short, 3 or 4 years ago.
The Warriors have to start acquiring younger players because they need younger players to maintain interest in this team. And, you know, I saw Tim Kawakami in the SF Standards talking about, you know, LeBron James again. And, you know, the Warriors could put together a $15 million trade exception, taxpayer or non-taxpayer exception for $15 million. And again, for the life of me, I just, like, you don't have to go all one way. But can't we, if we're the Warriors or we're the Giants, start acquiring players that we think might be good in 2 or 3 years? It doesn't necessarily mean we're going to flat out stink for the next 2 years because we still have some of our guys who have experience and still know how to play. But you have to, like, the way I look at it now is if you're going to ride Devers, Adamas, Chapman, well, you need to get some young players in here who might be ready to go in 2 years when these guys are still playing. Same with the Warriors. I get that Curry and Draymond are the names on this team, and you gotta kind of ride them out. But if we want to do it that way, let's get them some younger players over the next 2 years to try to help them or to try to become a better team than a 37-win team. And to me, that's the only hope, that after Steph and Draymond leave, you might have something to look forward to. Otherwise, I don't think you're gonna. And I just don't like the idea of, well, you're going to be lousy anyway, so let's keep... Because it doesn't have to be that way if you start making good decisions right now.
Let me just ask you this. I'm not being a wise ass, but for Kawakami and his article, because you hear this all the time about LeBron James. LeBron James comes here to do what? I don't know. In all seriousness, what's the object of next season with LeBron James? To win a title?
If you're the Warriors?
Yeah. What are you doing?
I mean, honestly, it would, to me, it would telegraph that they want to get through the year. Because I think, like, you have to be realistic about next year and where they're going to start with the Butler and the Moody injuries. So I'm thinking the Warriors know that they could get off to a 15-25 start before they ever get Butler or Moody back. And if that's the case, then they're kind of done. But the reason I think that the Warriors are interested in LeBron James is because in a perfect world, they wouldn't have to give anything up, which is one reason I don't think they'll get him. But nevertheless, you could bring him in here for 1 year and not F up or affect your future money-wise or draft pick-wise. And, like, on one level, Dan, I kind of feel like I don't like it because I just think they're going almost for a 3-ring circus year and just to generate some interest rather than building anything. Like, to me, LeBron James would be proof that they're not ready to even begin to think about the future.
And I guess that's my question. Is this next year just somewhat of a carnival, right? Like, this is watch Steph shoot. Draymond's still going to do Draymond stuff. But come on out and look at LeBron James. And he's playing with Steph Curry. It's the Olympics all over again. The last thing I hear in any of that, or you could convince me, is that we're going to be relevant in the Western Conference or that we're going to win games. This just becomes this is a sideshow. This isn't about, again, I just mentioned to you that the fan base here now has been spoiled because of the recent winning and championships. This ain't that. So if this is just, well, it's two of the greatest players of all time playing together. Come and watch the Golden State Warriors. Well, you sure as hell aren't beating San Antonio or OKC or Minnesota or Denver for that matter, or maybe the Los Angeles Lakers. So I guess I'm just trying to get my arms around what the hell it is the objectivity of next year is. And if it's about, like you just laid out, that let's just do this to entertain people, and then we'll get serious about basketball when all this money comes off the books, and then we can get into the draft and do whatever it is that they think they can do a year from now. I still think, again, kicking the can down the road means that you are just signing up for the abyss, my man. But that aside, just for the sake of this conversation, is that what we're looking at?
All right. Well, I'm going to try to play not devil's advocate, but actually what the Warriors are looking at. All right. So this is where I think you can do. I don't want to go down one particular road, but if I'm the Golden State Warriors and I have the 11th pick, I'm using the 11th pick. There's a young player to be had there. There's a young player to be had. There's no doubt about it. If they can pick the right guy, there'll be a guy playing next year. And halfway through the season, we're going to be like, that guy's pretty good. Mm-hmm. That guy's pretty good. He's going to probably be a starter in this league, and he's going to be a starter for us. Okay. If you bring LeBron James in for 1 year, in theory, it's not the end of the world, and I could see the Warriors thinking it'll help us right now. And while it might not help us down the road, it won't hurt us down the road because we're not going to give anything up for him. Now, here's where I part ways. If you're telling me you could generate a $15 million trade exception, then why go after LeBron James? Yeah. Why not go pick a 26-year-old free agent that you think's got a chance to get better and get him in here? I think you'd be able to get a pretty good 25 to 30-year-old player with that $15 million that you can build off of and give him a 3-year $50 million type of deal. And now you got a really young guy and a guy who's just entering his prime. And that's the way I would go. But I think they look at LeBron James and think, well, we'll take a swing at him because even if we don't get, even if we don't get him, we can go in another direction. And if we do get him, he's not going to hurt us in a year.
I guess the bigger question would be who would be that younger player if it's out there. Definitely. I mean, Duran's contract's up.
It might be a guy
Peyton
like
Watson,
Anthony Simons, somebody like that. I'm trying to think of some of the other names that were mentioned. There's some guys out there that they think they might have a crack at with the $15 million, but I'm kind of with you on the LeBron James thing. I think it sends the kind of message that reads, we know we don't have much, but we're going to try to patchwork it for another year. And, the problem with LeBron is you say he's old, and he is, but he played a lot of games last year, which he did. But the idea of putting a 41-year-old onto this team, I mean, it's going to be the oldest team in the history of any professional sport.
It's going to be a walking AARP card. I mean, that's silly. If you get to that level, now we're getting silly. We really are. I mean, if that has any sort of legitimacy, I really don't know what the hell is going on here, because the reality is that LeBron, I know he was so good in the postseason, and especially when they lost Reeves and they lost Doncic, he was their best player. But he can't do that forget about 82 games. He can't do that for 62 games. And rest assured, he'll go down with an injury. Steph isn't going to play the majority of the season. He'll get dinged up. And so what are you going to be at that point? It's just like that of last year, except you're older. And what did we forewarn everybody, or at least what did I forewarn everybody about last year, is that, listen, check back with me in March and April when all of these guys are sidelined. And that's exactly what it is that you're looking at. And so what does that mean at the end of the day? It means that you're going to be losing. And it means you're going to be losing a lot. And that's on you. It just gets back to, at what point, where do you have to go to in order to turn the page? Like, what has to happen before you say, okay, we've rinsed the hell out of this dynasty. There's nothing left in Draymond. Steph can't get out of bed anymore. Like, at what point do we close the chapter and say, okay, it's time for tomorrow? Like, what has to happen for them? Is it just next year has to happen where all this money comes off the books? And is that, we have to wait another year for that to happen? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, I think next year, I think they got to get past the year. I think they got to get past next year somehow. I'm talking about the Golden State Warriors because.
So what happens next year?
Then they have money to test free agency. Maybe they go after Jokic.
What are you going to give Jokic? You can't. Yeah, you have nothing that Milwaukee could invest in. And so Steph is, all this money's off the books. You're going to build the entire team through free agency? There's aprons in place. You can't do that. So are you going to tell me, oh, well, we have money, so we're going to bring in some free agents, and we also have, our picks. Well, your picks aren't going to develop for a couple of years, and you can have a couple of free agents. The point is that they're not able to foresee this train that's coming down the road that's just going to run them over.
They're just trying to stave off the train, it feels like, for another year. And then
optimistic.
They reset.
Lay out next year for me. Let's just say best case scenario.
Best case scenario is you draft the 11 and he's good and you realize you got a player. You do something with your $15 million. You somehow get another young player through free agency, probably a role-type player. You go into next year and you got to just know that it's going to be hard because you may not have Butler or Moody the entire season. All right? So you just have to bite the bullet next year. Do as well as you can. Chances are you won't make the playoffs. Then you have another pick. You make that pick, it's another good player. So now you got two or three younger players on the team, and then you try to go after the right free agent, and then you see what you have and figure out if you can build off that or not.
And so, who's on my roster at that point? Am I re-signing Steph to $65 and $71 million?
Well,
Is Draymond getting the extension?
That right now.
Like, I'm just trying to understand. Like, this idea, I think people are sort of under this impression, like you just laid out. Well, let's just give it one more year for Steve Kerr and Steph Curry, for crying out loud. One more year, and then all this money comes off the books. It's almost as if once this year is up, well, then things are going to return to normal. I think things are going to be worse.
They could be. But see, this is the whole, like, I think this is the dilemma that Warrior fans have. And if you're just joining us, we got some big news in the NFL. Myles Garrett has been traded to the LA Rams. Myles Garrett, Defensive Player of the Year, is going to the LA Rams for two-time Pro Bowl pass rusher Jared Verse, a 2027 first-round pick, and other draft compensation that's still being negotiated. That's being reported by the NFL Network and ESPN. So Myles Garrett is now in the NFC West. And I got to tell you, in a way, I feel like the NFC West is now like the NBA Western Conference. And
pretty
the
good.
49ers are playing with the Oklahoma City Thunder and the San Antonio Spurs. So let's go to Will in Oakland. He wants to jump in on the Myles Garrett trade. Hey, Will, how you doing?
Hey, fellas. Pretty sick about that, hearing the Garrett news. It's one of those things where, we've been late multiple times. We cleared all this cap space, so you're thinking the Niners were going to make a move for Myles Garrett like that. And, man, it comes down to Lynch and Shanahan, just the execution and what they could do in the front office, because they missed on Stafford. You guys may remember it was a Cabo scenario. Missed on Stafford a few years ago. And now, with all the cap space, you're thinking they're going to do something big. They let Garrett go to the team in the NFC West again. It's unfathomable. I think our window is kind of coming to a close because, like you said, man, NFC West, who was the two teams playing in the NFC Championship game last year? Is the Seahawks and the Rams. They're light years ahead of us. No pun intended for our guy Joe Lacob.
Right.
man, what are we clearing all this cap space for if we're not going to make a move? I mean, it's just, I'm worried about the aging of, a running back like Christian McCaffrey, which is a real issue. It's just, I'm sick, guys. I am sick to my stomach knowing that Myles Garrett was out there. We had the cap room and we didn't even, sniff a chance. We let him go to the Rams as well. It's just awful. Just awful, fellas. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Appreciate the call. I mean, how much of the way you think about the 49ers and to a lesser extent the Warriors is now based on the competition? You know what I mean? Like we're only a few years removed from thinking that the Niners kind of were in control of their situation, that they were among the best teams in football and they had a chance to be the best team in football for a few years. Ditto with the Warriors. But now you look at what they're going to have to leapfrog. I mean, how much less realistic is it now that the San Francisco 49ers can win the NFC West?
It's not looking good.
Right.
And why weren't, if Myles Garrett, to your point, if they've been shopping him the last couple of years, well, what's the one thing the 49ers need, not only this year, but of the last 5 years? They need someone coming off the edge. I'm just curious, were the Niners in that conversation? Did the Niners make phone calls out to Cleveland? Could they have sweetened the package? McVay just, I tell you what, man, Shanahan may at times get over on McVay on the field, but when it comes to wheeling and dealing, McVay does not care. And he did this when they won that championship and they went out. He'll go get Devontae Adams, man. He'll roll out Odell Beckham. Like, he'll go get Baker Mayfield. And he'll give you the future, the hell of the future. I'm all in today. And he's done it again.
You know what I'm starting to think, too, is I'm thinking about Bay Area sports fans. And, the Giants are off to a terrible start. The Warriors had a bad year. And the 49ers are still there. They're still there. They're a 12-win team. But, man, now that Myles Garrett is an L.A. Ram, I came in today thinking Bay Area fans were not happy with really anything with the Giants and the Warriors. And now I'm thinking, are the 49ers next in terms of maybe some slippage? 888-957-9570 is the number. Myles Garrett, Defensive Player of the Year, is now an L.A. Ram and playing in the NFC West. Niner fans, what do you think? What do you think? It's pretty disappointing news. That segment sponsored by the San Mateo County Fair.
It's time for the San Mateo County Fair. Powered by tradition, inspired by innovation, blue ribbon moments, fun, and bottle cake! And where experiences bloom everywhere you go. San Mateo County Fair.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Safeway is celebrating 100 years with you. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app and breeze through checkout. Mix and match signature select chicken drumsticks or thighs. Value packs are buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two. It's kind of like how you buy one host, get two.
And this is me right here. Enjoy a clip or click offer on juicy green or red seedless grapes for just $1.49 per pound. Limit 4 pounds. Lucerne, shredded or chunk cheese, 32-ounce selected varieties are just $5.99 each. Limit 4 items with a clip or click offer as well.
Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items that you already buy. Go to Safeway.com for more of the details, and we'll see you in the aisles.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code QUICK to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code QUICK to borrow up to $10,000. Use code QUICK to borrow up to $10,000.
Jay Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. As Jay celebrates its 40th anniversary, the team invites all wine lovers to experience the artistry, hospitality, and California soul that defines Jay Vineyards. Every offering at Jay is an invitation to discover the bounty of Sonoma County, where guests explore local ingredients paired with Jay's celebrated sparkling Pinot Noir and Chardonnay wines. Make Jay your next wine country destination, located just 70 miles from Chase Center in Healdsburg.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If the rice ain't with it, then it ain't right. Yo, what it do? It's your boy Pilo, and I'm out here with Senior Sisig. If you know, you know. These guys been serving up Filipino flavor and repping the Bay for the last 15 years. Whether you're cruising through San Francisco, headed to the game, or just looking to grub, tap in with Senior Sisig and make sure you try my special collab item, Pilo Sinigang Wings. If the rice ain't with it, then it ain't right. Sisig, 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 Sisig.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
That's Kittle. Here's Purdy. The Kivitz, the block. Here comes Garrett. It's a sack. His first today. Pressure up the middle.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was a highlight from Myles Garrett, sacking Brock Purdy. And the 49ers have to worry about Myles Garrett now. He is a L.A. Ram. The Rams have traded him. The Rams have traded for him for Jared Verse and a 2027 first-round pick. Myles Garrett is now a member of the Rams. And I got to, this is what's kind of hitting me, Dan. I gotta ask Bay Area fans, where they're at right now. Because, and I'm talking about with kind of all three teams because it feels like we may be embarking on a new, different type of era coming up. The Warriors, they finished 10th in the conference, and a couple years ago they were talking about titles, and I think that talk is pretty much over now. The Giants have had 4 or 5 straight years of being 500. They get Buster Posey in here. He makes a couple moves, and we think that the team may start to take off, and instead they're 13 under 500. And now we have the Niners, who coming off a 12-5 year where they achieved everything they could achieve considering all their injuries. And they find themselves in a division with the Rams and the Seahawks. And I understand things can change more quickly in football. But, I mean, are we getting to the point now where Bay Area fans are starting to realize that we may have some also-rans here? I don't want to put the Niners in there yet. But, I mean, the Rams and the Seahawks look loaded at this point.
Everything's cyclical in sports, right? Like, it was so good around here for so long, and it's just not relegated to not only the Warriors winning, but the Giants winning World Series, the Niners going to Super Bowls, and then that worm turns. That's just sort of sports. But, yeah, I think it's sort of a case-by-case or team-by-team sort of is the way you have to break this down. And look, you just have to let this thing rinse over you for a little bit. I know Myles Garrett is Myles Garrett, right?
Right.
But $40 million is a lot of scahoots, man. And that's what they got to pick up. What is it, $161 million, I think, on that contract? And Verse is a good guy who was under team control, which means he's still under a rookie deal. So I guess while I would admit that clearly when you say Myles Garrett, Los Angeles Rams, that's a win Rams, but it comes with some risk. A lot of money for one player who there had to be a reason why Cleveland was moving off on that guy. And, again, giving up Verse and a first-round draft pick. The one thing I would say about, when you talk about the Los Angeles Rams, they lose Aaron Donald, Cooper Kupp, Jalen Ramsey, Andrew Whitworth, but they fill all those spots, man. And that's something the Niners are going to have to deal with and grapple with pretty quick when it comes to their core of Williams and Kittle and company. And so my hat's off to the Rams because they go for it and they spend money. But we also have to recognize there's high risk involved when you're talking about Myles Garrett, that contract, and who it is that they gave up.
Yeah, 888-957-9570. If you're just joining us, big news out of the NFL, Defensive Player of the Year. Myles Garrett is now a member of the Rams. They've traded for him, Jared Verse, and a 2027 first-round pick. And I just got to ask San Francisco 49er fans what this does. Does this change your opinion of the 49ers going into the season? Are you upset that the 49ers maybe didn't go after a guy like Myles Garrett? Would you have given up one of your real good defensive players or a real good offensive player and a pick or two for Myles Garrett? Is that something you would have been interested in? And now it's just like going into this season, how optimistic are you about the San Francisco 49ers? And, it's funny. It's not the Niners haven't done anything to make you think better or worse of him in the last week. But I do think when you find out that a guy like Myles Garrett's now on the LA Rams, I think it's sobering if you're a 49er fan.
Well, let me ask you, be the GM for a moment. First of all, who's comparable to Jared Verse in the 49ers? Fred Warner? Bosa? I mean, Diamond Lenore?
I think 49er fans would say those two guys at their best are better.
Okay, would you give up, let's just say for the sake of this conversation, Warner, your number one next year for Myles Garrett at $40 million a year?
Oh boy,
I'd probably do it, but the point being is that there's risk, right?
No doubt. And then, you know, the thing is, Warner's so much more established here than Verse was in L.A. I don't know if you have to factor that into it.
He may not be a good comp.
Right. But, I mean, so if you didn't have the player, you could have easily given up multiple picks to see if they'd have interest. But I'm worried about my Bay Area sports fans. I'm just worried about them.
Is this the beginning of sort of the dark ages?
Well, it feels like does anybody else feel like this? The Warriors haven't played in a month. You know, the Giants have been playing. It feels like things are slipping away in the Bay Area. It does. It feels like things are slipping away sports-wise. I think that the last 6 months has been a real eye-opener for Warrior fans in terms of the reality of the situation. I think some things are coming to the fore, obviously, for the San Francisco Giants. And this is it. This is a big year for the 49ers. They've got to, if they're not good this year, then they're going to have all the same kind of decisions that the Warriors and Giants are going to have if they don't win this season.
I think they're better off.
I do too.
I think they're a little further along. First of all, I like Shanahan, and secondly, I think it's easier to build through a draft in the NFL. And as long as you got a quarterback in place, because it's so quarterback-centric, and they got one of those, I'd be more fearful of what's going on with the Warriors and the Giants at this point.
More feel for the Warriors? You worried about the Warriors the most?
Hell yes. And I know Giant fans will be like, well, you know, we're 13 games underwater. What are you talking about? But I don't know why I hold out hope for this Giant team, and as ridiculous as that sounds, but I think it's going to be dark for a long time for the Warriors.
This from the text line. Don't forget about the Sharks. Well, you know what? This is what I don't get. Maybe somebody can help me. Okay, I'll give it to you. Who's the most exciting team? Who's got the brightest future? It's the Sharks. It's the Sharks. There's no doubt about it. How come? Well, they've hit on the draft. And
Celebrini, baby.
They've taken, they obviously took a few steps back in the last several years, but they have young players that people are excited about, and now they've done what I think some teams in the Bay aren't willing to do, which is pay the price. They paid the price, and now they're sitting pretty. So if you're a Sharks fan and you've gone through the last 3 or 4 years, yes or no, was it worth it? Is it worth it to be where you are right now, where the Sharks are right now, which is a team on the come and a team with a lot of young players? And this is just kind of what I'm getting. It's like my theme is there's just no shortcutting to get to be a great team. And so, I get it. The Sharks are the team right now. But how come? Well, they just paid the price, and they went young, and they got a couple breaks, and they drafted the right guys, and now everybody expects the Sharks to take off in the next next year to start.
You can't tell me that the Warriors couldn't be in a similar situation had they been a little bit more proactive or aggressive in anticipating what to me was an inevitability.
Yeah.
Which is where we're at today.
Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. What's going on, Antonio? How you doing, man?
Doing solid, man. Do I fear the Rams now? Nah. I mean, like I said, they got better. They got a big name. But, this is football. You still got to line them up and see how it goes out there on the field. Luckily, this isn't, basketball or baseball to the point where, man, when you get some big names, you're pretty much guaranteed to go to the finals or, World Series and all that, a la Dodgers. So, the Rams, they're getting older. Matt Stafford's up there in age. We always hear Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, they're the oldest people on earth. So we got to have that same energy for the Rams and their quarterback, Stafford. Isn't he going to be 41? So, Devontae Adams probably lost a step. But we got some youngsters, man. I think the draft class is going to be good, and we're going to surprise some teams. Like I said, we made it to the second round with all these injuries this past season. So I mean, we can only go up, in my opinion, man. I think Brock Purdy's another year in the system, another year to get better, and that's all I'm focused on, man. We got Trent Williams, too. If we didn't have a Trent Williams, at least slow him down, then I would be like, oh, man, oh, shoot, what are we going to do? But we got a top 10 left tackle of all time, Big Trent. So it's all to the good, man. Like, yeah, but he's still that guy, man. He can show he's better than anything we could have gotten in the offseason. So, like I said, the Rams, they going to be a good team. Seahawks are, but you still got to line them up, man. And I think we're going to sweep the Rams. I don't think they're going to be that much better than us like that.
All right. I'll have to take that bet. I'd take that bet, Antonio. I mean, look, the one thing the 49ers still have, and we're talking about Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett's been traded from Cleveland to the L.A. Rams. He's now a member of the Rams. Look, the best thing that the 49ers have going for them, to me, is an assurance that if Purdy plays and Shanahan's the coach, you're going to – I think that just – it assures you're going to be competitive at the very least, those two guys. The question is, you got to be more than competitive to get over on Seattle and the Rams.
And if you're just to look at this in a vacuum, so now you got to deal with Myles Garrett, arguably the best coming off the edge in the NFL. What's the one weak area for that of the 49ers? It's the offensive line. So who's protecting it's Trent Williams, I get it, but like who's next to Trent Williams? Ben Bartch? I mean, these are areas that this is the biggest area of concern, and you just saw one of your number one competitors, your number one nemesis, if you will, them in Seattle, just get better on the defensive side of the ball and taking advantage of what has become clearly your Achilles heel, which is an offensive line that is very much in question at this point.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. If I were to ask Bay Area sports fans, like, what's the best thing right now, the most positive thing that's going for your team, the Giants, the Warriors, the 49ers? I mean, to me, if I'm a Warrior fan, the thing that I'm most looking forward to is who they're going to draft at 11, because that gives us a chance to get a young player in here that we can get behind. For the Giants, if you're looking at if you're asking me to look at a bright spot, honestly, I would say, you know, sometimes when you have years like this, it's like a smack in the face and you can't kid yourself anymore. And maybe the Giants, after 4 straight years of 500 and bringing Buster Posey in and the thought of some fans that now we're ready to roll, you see what happens, and maybe this will jumpstart. Like, how do you jumpstart any of these organizations right now, knowing that the 49ers, you know, they're not quite there yet, but like these teams right now need a spark. They need to jumpstart something, it feels like.
Well, I don't think it's that exciting. There's no jumpstarting. There's just getting young as far as the Warriors are concerned and identifying the stars of tomorrow. But to me, it's I've been saying this for 3 years now, and it's almost too late. You seem to believe that, okay, next year is just going to be whatever it is. And then the following year, you'll have some money to start it going after free agents, and then you get into the draft. That to me is just, if I'm a season ticket holder, there's no way you would sell me that is any sort of future for me to hang my hat on. And I think for the San Francisco Giants, man, I wish I had a stronger take than just baseball is weird as hell. Like, can you explain to me 2021? Because what we're experiencing right now is the polar opposite.
Yep.
Just the bad side of it, right? Like every button they pushed in 2021 with those bunch of coconuts, they won 107 games. Like, what? How'd you do this? Well, this is the complete opposite. You actually have legitimate players that you don't need to platoon, and nobody can hit. Well, why? I don't know, man. Why is Cal Raleigh, why did he have 60 jacks last year, and now he can't do anything? I mean, why were the Atlanta Braves, who essentially the same team a year ago, couldn't hit, and now they're the one team that could challenge the Dodgers in the National League? I know we want some more meat on the bone. I'm just telling you, sometimes baseball is weird, and I can't necessarily point a finger, and neither can you or anybody else, because I've heard it for the last month and a half, people trying to explain away what's wrong with this team. And I don't think that the Giants are that far away, and I don't know that to me, pecking order is that the Warriors are in serious damage control right now, because that is, that's only going to get worse. And I think the 49ers and the Giants, believe it or not, and I know the Giants are number 2, but not nearly as bad as the Warriors as far as I'm concerned. And I think the 49ers, as long as Brock Purdy is there and Christian McCaffrey is upright and you hit on a couple of these draft picks and you have Kyle Shanahan, you may not be, the best team in the NFC, but you're going to be competitive. You'll be in the conversation.
And, the other thing is you can make the playoffs as the third best team in the NFC West if it is as good as it was last year and if you can win 11 or 12 games. Let's go to Christopher. Christopher's in Oakland. What's up, Christopher? How you doing, man?
I'm doing okay. I first heard about the Myles Garrett trade just now from you guys, and to be honest, it's worrisome, but the trade that you proposed, the whole Fred Warner and a first, to compared to how they got rid of Curse, I wouldn't do that. Fred Warner is one of the best, if not the best linebacker, and he's the heart of the team. He really loves playing in SF, and he is, I'd say, one of the reasons we're able to even have the defense do as well as they have through the problems we had last year. So with SF, I'm just hoping the trades we did were okay, the guys we picked were okay, and that the injured dudes come back and they can make the team bump up a level and compete now that Myles Garrett's going to be in the division. When we go to the Giants, yeah, I'm kind of scratching my head the same way, but I'm looking at it like, who's exciting to watch right now, and what's the first thing we can fix? And I just keep looking at Eldridge and Schmidt are just locked in, and Devers is starting to play well, even defensively and on the bat. So those dudes are exciting to watch, but we really got to fix the bullpen. I don't know what's going on with the late game pitching, and it just keeps biting us in the rear constantly. So there's the Giants for you. Warriors, we just got to accept that the dynasty is over, and I agree with Steiny that the 11th pick is going to be a key thing to do to start rebuilding. And once the leaders of the old dynasty are gone, like Curry and Green, we just got to accept it's going to be some tough years because that's how it is. Yeah. Moving on to the Sharks, that's my team. That's my favorite team, and they are poised to be a threat in the NHL for years. And it's going to be exciting to watch. If there's anyone out there that's not into hockey, this is your chance to go see a game and see what it's all about, because it's going to be some good years ahead.
Hey, let me ask you this seriously, Christopher. So you're obviously a hockey fan, right?
Yep.
Okay, so like 5 years ago, when the Sharks were down a little bit, were they still your favorite team just because you're more of a hockey fan? Okay. I got you. So were the last 5 years, 3 or 4 or 5 years for the Sharks worth it for you as a Sharks fan? To be where they are now?
Right now, yeah. I mean, it's been rough being a Sharks fan just period, because we just keep getting so close when we were good, and then we had that dip. But where we are right now, getting Celebrini, yeah, I'd say it's worth it, because I think Celebrini is going to be a superstar, like up there with Crosby and, the recent top number ones. He's going to be big. He just got so many accolades from the older players playing in the Ice Hockey World Championship from the other Canadians, and I'm really excited to see what he's going to do when he starts aging and becoming a real leader.
Appreciate you, Christopher. I mean, he's Steph Curry. I mean, he's going to be, like, he's got a chance to be Curry. He's got a chance to be Montana. He's got a chance to be Posey.
Can I give one footnote on the NHL and the Stanley Cup?
Yeah.
Like, what the hell has happened to hockey? I mean, when you think about the original, what was the original teams? Montreal, Toronto, Boston. What was the original 6? Chicago, Detroit. Am I leaving out?
Probably Toronto, Chicago.
I said Toronto.
Detroit.
New York, the Rangers.
Okay.
And now you got Carolina and Las Vegas. Like, how did we get here?
Expansion.
Well, I get it, but...
You don't like it?
What the hell is this?
The atmosphere in Vegas for hockey is unbelievable. You got to give them credit.
I mean, yeah, I guess. I'm just saying, like, you ever seen anybody on ice skates in hockey? Like kids rolling around in Vegas?
Oh, they've set up a lot of indoor rinks. The Aces are, they are very involved in the community.
Whatever.
I'm telling you. Let's go to Bobby in Los Altos. Bobby, we got some trouble here in the Bay, don't we?
Oh, man. First of all, the Myles Garrett thing, I'm not even sure why this is the first thought that popped into my head, but remembering from the Winter Olympics, isn't he dating Chloe Kim, the snowboarder? And I think she's from Torrance or somewhere in SoCal. I
got a thumbs up from Carter. You're right.
Yeah, so the first thought in my mind was, wow, he's going to be in L.A. He escaped Cleveland, and now he gets to be in the same city as his, girlfriend. I don't know what they are, but he's going to play really well. And I feel really bad for Jared Verse because he just went from the penthouse to the outhouse. So, one man's trash, another man's treasure. So, look, I got to say, I hate SoCal with a passion, but, man, they got it over on us in every way possible. Obviously, the Dodgers, they got the greatest player of all time, Shohei Ohtani, and, the Giants are embarrassing. The Niners, it's a team sport, so, of course, I expect the Niners to be competitive. But, man, stars just line up for the Rams, and then, basketball, I guess we beat the Clippers on the 9-10 play-in, so we got that over them. But otherwise, I just got to stand back and applaud. SoCal's really got it going right now. And then finally, Devon, I don't really know what your background is, but I guess you're from somewhere in the city. You grew up somewhere in the East Coast, but when I say city, I mean New York. But look, Jalen Brunson, I just can't get behind that guy. He just doesn't play the part to me of someone that I want to model a game after. But if he can keep the Knicks competitive with his little herky-jerky, mid-range, whatever, unathletic, weird game that he has, then he really, man, I put him on a pedestal because I don't know how he does it. Everything about him does not look like he should be able to do anything, yet I guess they call him Captain Clutch or something like that. So, look, I think I'm rooting for the Spurs from an aesthetic standpoint, but man, if Jalen Brunson can get it done, he can get it done. And then finally, maybe it's because I live in the peninsula, but ain't nobody has more sports logos on them than the San Jose Sharks. I think in terms of the number of tattoos on people in the Bay Area, the Sharks got the most.
Really?
Celebrini, and maybe it's because I live on the peninsula. I don't know, but.
All right, Bobby, thanks. We got to take a break. I didn't cut you off there. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Already got some big news today. Myles Garrett is an L.A. Ram. Myles Garrett is an L.A. Ram. We'll talk about it on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
Hey, it's Dibs. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. France is trading at 18% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $519 if they win soccer's biggest prize. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, DIBS, to get $10 when you trade 10, KALSHI. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, use kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out?
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees when used as directed. Spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Dan Devone in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. And the news today is Myles Garrett is going to be an L.A. Ram. Been traded for Jared Verse and a first-round pick, some other stuff. And so now the Defensive Player of the Year is in the NFC West. Talked about that a little bit. But we got ourselves a finals matchup.
Oh, let's go.
Spurs against the Knicks. And I'll tell you this. Here's where I'm at on this one. I didn't think I was going to look forward to the finals. I didn't. I thought...
Even once you knew the Knicks were in?
Well, I got to give the Knicks... Like, the Knicks have turned into a great story, which has made the finals something that now I'm anticipating.
Right on.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if the Knicks can win. I think, like I said, I think this is a case of they haven't played in a while.
Don't do it, Steiny. Don't, man. You're better than this. Don't feed the country's narrative. You haven't played and it's the East. Dude, pull back the layers. Don't go there. I mean, you can hate on the Knicks.
I don't hate on them.
Just don't give me that.
Don't give me what?
Don't give me what Willard gave me the other day.
Which is what?
Which is, it's the East, and they haven't played in a while. Like, you guys got to come stronger than that.
I mean, there've been a lot of examples of, when the Western Conference is better, they just might be better than the Knicks and beat them in 5 or 6. It's possible. Don't you think?
I don't think they're better than the Knicks.
Really?
No.
Okay. All right.
I'd be willing to, and listen, anybody that wants to call in, the previous caller was talking about Jalen Brunson and the Jalen Brunson hurt, man. Careful, people.
Well,
Jalen Brunson's real. He's not a 1A. And more importantly, it's about a team and not just one dude.
All right. This is what I want to get into. Draymond Green, his podcast. He did a podcast after the finals matchup was determined, and this is what I want to get into. These are 3 quotes three pieces of sound from Draymond. The first one is him acknowledging that he didn't think the Knicks had much going for him.
Throughout this season and seasons past, I've expressed my doubt in the Knicks team making a finals run. I'd like to revisit those takes and see if I'd like to double down, make some edits, or flat out apologize.
All right, see, I got to tell you, this is when I think Draymond's pretty fun. Like, this is when he's at his best. So Draymond Green does a podcast, and he gets sound from something that he said in January. Okay, so this is what Draymond Green said in January about the Knicks.
The New York Knicks are missing that one piece that makes you a championship team, and that's Kevin Durant. That's Steph Curry. That's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That's LeBron James. Like, that is these, 1A, that bona fide 1A that, if I go here tomorrow, I'm 1A. If I go over there the next day, I'm 1A. If I go over there in 2 weeks, I am 1A. Until they have that, I just think it's going to be very tough to win a championship.
All right, so that's what Draymond said in January. And obviously what he's saying there is he didn't think Brunson was 1A, clearly. All right, so now, again, this is the fun Draymond. He revisits what he said, and now this is what he said yesterday.
I double down on this, just like Becky Hammond said. Prove me wrong. Absolutely double down. Getting out of the East has never been a surefire to winning a championship. What y'all talking about? You get out of the East because you're supposed to get out of the East. It's the East. Of course you're supposed to get out of the East. That don't just mean you win a championship because you get out of the East. Beat up Boston. Happy for Mike Brown, by the way. But you should get out of the East.
By the way, that ain't Draymond. That's a producer.
What do you mean?
Well, that's somebody, whoever's running his... that puts that together.
No. He does that himself.
Oh, come on.
He went back and...
Yeah. He edited that thing, right?
He did. He edited it well. I mean, he's multi-talented.
It doesn't feel that way.
Where do you want me to start? Go ahead, man.
I'll tell you what. Here's where we're going to start because I remember saying this last year, a couple years ago.
Walk into the torture chamber. Let's go.
One of the topics that I don't like to talk about is the idea of trading Steph Curry. Because I just don't think we're there yet, and I think it really roils a lot of Warrior fans. And if it's not realistic, what's the sense of talking about it? However, over the years, it's come up, and I've said, well, what can you get for Steph Curry? And I remember last year, the Knicks fell short, and I thought, would the Knicks be interested in Steph Curry? I mean, hell, maybe you could get Brunson. Well, you would have thought that I said go get Speedy Claxton. I mean, Brunson's no good. Brunson's not that good. Brunson's a ball stopper, all that kind of stuff. And the reality is, Brunson is a real good player.
No, go there. Go ahead.
And at this point in his career, I mean, he's got more years left than Steph. There it is.
You're stopping short. He's a better player right now than Steph Curry.
Well, he's in the playoffs, so he's still playing. No, I mean, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem saying that right now Brunson's better than Curry. He plays more. He's on a more successful team. They're more successful, and he's the best player on that team.
Here's what's wrong with what Draymond just said.
All right.
As far as the 1A. And I'll just start with Kevin Durant. Right? 1A, right? Kevin Durant. Wherever he goes, he's a 1A. Well, where did he go? He went to Phoenix. And Phoenix was loaded with Beal, Devin Booker, and what happened? Not only did they not win a title, they were bad. So Mr. 1A went to Houston. What happened, 1A? Houston was bad. What's my point in all of this? Look, you don't necessarily need to be the best player on the planet in the finals. You need to have a good team. Wembanyama in Game 7, right? This landmark game on Saturday night. That was, what did Bill Simmons say? The UFO landed and the alien walked out and he staked the flag and said, I'm the guy. NBA now goes through me for the next decade after what it is that he did on the road, leading his team to a victory, that young upstart team against the defending NBA champions. What did Wembanyama do? I know it's going to be revisionist history 10 years from now. That's going to be the coming out party. On Saturday night, what were his numbers? 22 and 7. Mm-hmm. Pretty pedestrian. Well, then why did they win? Well, because 7 dudes were in double figures. I think you understand where I'm going with this. This whole idea that you need a 1A, Becky Hammon, who I also don't like very much right now, and Draymond Green, you need a Kevin Durant. Well, what has Durant done? And what is Steph Curry able to do if he doesn't have Klay Thompson, if he doesn't have the likes of Draymond Green? I mean, it is not only is Kevin Durant, is Jalen Brunson your go-to guy, and right now that dude is like Fred Astaire. When he gets into the paint in that mid-range, there's no stopping that guy. But it's Mikal Bridges, it's Karl Anthony Towns, it's Josh Hart, it's Mitchell Robinson, it's a bench, it's a coach now that's getting the ball out of Brunson's hands and running plays through Karl Anthony Towns. It's the composite here. So this whole idea of being focused and hung up on a 1A, especially from a guy that has the basketball acumen like that of a Draymond Green, come on, man.
Well, I think, I mean, in fairness, I think it's less about Brunson than about the size of the guy.
Well, that's fair.
I do think it's and even Becky Hammon, when she was saying, you can't win with smaller guys. Well, if you say that, you have to allow for Steph Curry at that point. I mean, he's 6'3". Brunson's 6'2". Isaiah was like 6'2". He was the best player on the Pistons back in the day. But if Brunson and the Knicks win this series, then Brunson becomes the smallest player to be the best player on a championship team in decades. So, yeah, if the Knicks can win this with Jalen Brunson, Draymond's wrong and Becky Hammon's wrong. And to a lesser extent, I'd probably be wrong because I don't think they have enough, and I think he's going to be asked to do way too much. And I think the Spurs have a ton of athleticism and a ton of size, and I think they can neutralize him a little bit, or at least turn him into a volume shooter. But no, this is the test for Jalen Brunson. If Jalen Brunson and the Knicks win, then he becomes then he's in the league with. Would you say this? If the Knicks win, you got to talk about Brunson like Isaiah Thomas or Steph Curry.
As far as NBA titles, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying like the resume or stuff like that.
Hell yeah. And to the caller's previous caller, what it is that he was saying, that's part of the narrative that you need to buy into. He's unathletic. He's 6'2". He looks kind of dumpy. And think about New York. Think about all the guys that have said, I'm going back home. I'm going to win the Knicks that title. It's been 1973 since they've done it. It's been way too long. Carmelo Anthony, didn't happen. Phil Jackson, he was the last member of that 1973 team. And he's like, I'm going to go home and I'm going to get the title for the Knicks. D'Antoni, I'm going to bring the special sauce that I had out in and guess who's on the doorstep? It's this dumpy, unassuming 6'2" guard, Jalen Brunson. Man, if you can't buy into this or what's going on, and again, it's not about him and volume shooting. It's the total package. And when people dismiss what it is that they're doing in the postseason, or just look at this from, San Antonio, and how you're going to defend Wembanyama or OKC, and you're dismissing what it is that they've done in the postseason. And I'm talking about the New York Knicks with their point differential, the winning by 11 points. Everything they've done right now is that you're ignoring what has been an absolutely epic run. And people need to take notice.
Well, I think it's fair to say, yeah, the Knicks are playing great right now, but to my way of thinking, the Spurs and the Thunder have been the best teams all season long, and I think the Spurs will show that in the NBA Finals. I always am a little tentative when there's a team that does get hot in the playoffs, and I'm sorry, I have to wonder about the East. I just do.
No, don't do that.
I have to.
Don't do that.
Well, if I don't do it and the Knicks lose in 5, then what's going to be the reason?
It's not the East. And here's why. We had this exact same conversation a year ago. Remember, OKC was actually better last year because Jalen Williams was healthy, and they were going wire to wire. That was an epic team a year ago, OKC.
Okay.
And they get to the NBA Finals, and they're like, the East, are you kidding me? Well, who's coming to Indiana? The Pacers were a 500 team like 3/4 way through the season. Like, you're really Indiana. And what happened? Indiana pushed them to 7 games. And I strongly believe if it wasn't for Tyrese Halliburton blowing out his Achilles, in the first quarter, mind you, it wasn't in the fourth quarter with like OKC up by 25. In the first quarter with the score tied at 16, he blows his Achilles heel. OKC wins that title. They got pushed right to the edge by a 4th seed coming out of last year's Eastern Conference, which was even weaker because the Boston Celtics had lost Jason Tatum. So have we learned nothing that if you're going to play this game that it's about the East, look at Indiana a year ago. And they did almost exactly what it is the Knicks did. Is they dominated in the latter part of the season and they dominated in the postseason. But everybody overlooked that because they were so focused on the dominant West. It's like, come on, it's Indiana and it's the East. And OKC would have got clipped if it wasn't for Tyrese Halliburton blowing a tire.
Well, I mean, we also have to acknowledge that Oklahoma City was their first crack at it last year, and they might have gotten beat last year by the Pacers. But to me, it wouldn't have. Yeah, they wouldn't have a title, but they would have been to the NBA Finals last year, and they would have been to the Western Conference Finals this year. I get it. The narrative would be like, oh, can they break through? But they're still a young team. So I think the one thing the Knicks have going for them is that they're not playing OKC. They're playing the Spurs, and the Spurs, this will be their first trip, these guys' first trip to the finals. I think they got one guy, Barnes. Harrison Barnes has played in the finals. But other than that, there isn't anybody on that team that's got a tremendous amount of experience.
Come on in, man. You guys are going to wet yourselves. Because it's not like OKC for a Game 7, and I'll tip my hat. You know this. You've been there. Going to New York and playing in the Garden in front of the world, those boys aren't ready for this.
Well, I disagree. I mean, I look at this two ways. And
you saw that celebration after what they did Saturday night?
Yeah, they're young. You gotta.
I was giggling.
So you think they're going to lose because Wembanyama was emotional after the win on Saturday?
I do.
Okay.
Can I give you guys a little stat?
He's got 3-4 days to get ready.
That I've seen circulating. So the East won 49% of its games against the West this year.
Okay.
And the top four in the East went 18 and 15 against the top four in the West. Now you say that the West is so much superior. Clearly this season, it's not really the case. Pretty evenly matched, I'd say.
How about the NBA Cup or whatever the hell they call that thing? Who won that? I'll tell you.
Let me just ask you this.
The Knicks beat the San Antonio Spurs in that Emirates Cup or whatever it's called. And you know the beautiful thing about that? And it has no relevance on what's going on in the NBA Finals. But what happened? Is that what it's called, the NBA Cup? You know what I'm talking about, right? The mid-season tournament?
That's right. Yeah, Dubai something.
The Knicks beat the San Antonio Spurs. Now, Wembanyama was on a minutes restriction. But this is the beauty of all of that, is that the Knicks took some grief because they wouldn't hang that weak-ass banner in the Garden. And they're like, you got to hang the banner, man. You just won this thing. It was an edict from the NBA. Like, no, bro. The banner we want is the one that's coming in the next 2 weeks. They will hang the Eastern Conference title banner. The one that they want is the NBA championship since 1973. Not this weak-ass, we just beat the San Antonio Spurs in the Cup. By the way, 1973, you might be the only guy who can give me that starting lineup for the New York Knicks.
All right, I'll try. Frazier, Monroe, Bradley, DeBusschere, Reed.
Boom. That's solid.
I mean, I could probably go deeper into their bench, too. And they have Dick Barnett.
Fallback
baby.
Phil Jackson.
Yeah, he was on that team. It sounds like it almost sounds like you're itching to make a straight up bet.
I am.
Okay. Interesting. Don't be a prisoner of the moment though either. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But what I need you and the rest of the people out here on the West Coast, you know what's funny is that when I'm in New York and on the East Coast, there's that East Coast bias, right? Mm-hmm. There are a lot of things that happen on the West Coast. I'm sorry, people out here, you just don't have the respect of people on the East Coast. And especially when it comes to the Golden State Warriors. Years ago, I was the one guy defending the Warriors when New Yorkers, and this was sort of around the entire country, was just like, come on, man. This is 2014, 2015. You little jump shooters aren't winning a title. You had fun in the regular season. Shooting threes is not how this thing is done. It's done with Anthony Mason. It's done with Patrick Ewing. It's done with the big boys up front. This is big boy basketball when you're talking about the NBA Finals. You jump shooters don't. You little 6'5" munchkins don't win titles. And what happened? Right, that bias was at work. And let me tell you, I'm very much of a San Franciscan at heart, but I'm surprised that we're sort of recognizing the same sort of narrow-mindedness now being applied by people out here on the West Coast, which I thought were a little more open-minded when it comes to handicapping the New York Knicks.
Yeah, I don't think you have to take it personally. I think I'm just going on what I've watched for the last year or so, and I think the Spurs. I think the Spurs defend. You can tell me all you want about. Here's the thing: when you say, "Oh, the Spurs, young team coming into Madison Square Garden," okay. What about Karl Anthony Towns playing in the finals for the first time?
He's fine.
Oh, he's fine. Karl Anthony Towns is fine.
He's 7 years older than these guys.
Okay. Is that good or bad?
That's a good thing.
You think?
In this instance.
I don't know.
Let me just, one last thing on New York, and this is true. And I'm not trying to get dramatic here. The city is going to will that damn team to a title. I'm telling you, I saw this.
I got to be honest with you. This is Guru. I'm working with Guru today. The city is going to will the Knicks.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. I was in New York post 9/11, covering the Seattle Mariners. The Mariners won 116 games that year. Best team in baseball. No doubt. This team was going to the World Series. And I was there right after 9/11. And I'm doing live shows from Yankee Stadium back to the West Coast on television. And I saw the energy in that city. I saw the energy in Yankee Stadium. And I made a phone call to my producer. And I said, my man, the Seattle Mariners are not playing the New York Yankees. They're playing the damn city of New York. And the city of New York is not going to let this team lose.
What are they doing with it? Before the games are in San Antonio. Like, what does that have to do with anything?
I'm telling you that the energy is palpable, man. You walk in there, this is not OKC.
Listen, here's the one thing, and I've been staunch about this. I can't stand when people do this. Oh, man, the pressure's on San Antonio. Good. That means they'll probably play better if they think the pressure's on them. Because they'll dot their I's, they'll cross their T's, they'll pay attention to detail. That's the way it works.
Did you see them win the Western Conference title?
Who?
The Spurs.
Of course.
That didn't rub you the wrong way?
It's a young team. I think they're resilient.
That's my point. That is a young team acts like that.
Okay, so that's a young team that just went into Oklahoma City and eliminated the defending champions. They celebrate.
They cried.
Okay. That's because to get to the Western Conference Finals and then win it, it's a more emotional trip than the Eastern Conference. You know what this is like? This is like...
They don't have the scar tissue yet. They don't. They're not ready for this. You can't cry in OKC, hug each other, all these kids, and then think you're going to walk into Gotham City to the Holy Grail. You haven't done anything yet.
And you can't beat a couple of average teams in the postseason by 30 and think you're going to be ready for the Spurs. This is just like, 99? Did the Knicks win a game in 99?
One.
Okay. That's about the over-under. 1.5 in this series.
This is an entirely different team. And what they've done in the postseason is that, the only 2 games they've lost, the only 2.
Yeah, the Hawks.
By 1 point.
Okay.
And McCullough threw in some prayer. So people are being so dismissive of what's taking place. This is an epic run, people. Forget about what it is that the Knicks did in the regular season. Forget about, the West versus the East. You have to pay attention to what's taking place right now. And what is taking place right now has never happened before. And that is the Knicks' dominance. What's the bet?
All right, we'll figure something out. All right, 888-957-9570. Anybody else giving the Knicks as good a shot as Devone? I mean, he said he's taking them essentially straight up, right?
Hell, I don't want points. I don't want games. Knicks win the title.
Yeah, I'd have to take that bet. I would just have to take that bet. All right, 888-957-9570. Also, the question is, I will say this. It has, to my way of thinking, turned into a sexy matchup. And it could have only turned into that if the Knicks had done what they're doing, which is win 11 in a row the way they are. So I like an engaged Knicks fan. I do.
This isn't shtick. This is basketball acumen here.
I believed you. I believe you. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll be back on the other side.
The sports calendar is stacked, and San Francisco Fire Credit Union is stacking up a big offer of their own. SF Fire Credit Union has a limited-time 7-month tiered certificate. Earn 7.5% APY on the first $3,000 for the first 90 days, then 4% APY on the full balance for the remainder of the 7-month term. Start with as little as $250. Visit sffirecu.org and go to discover our best offers. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI up to $250,000 per account.
Paid advertisement by Ovation Law Firm, a California law firm. Some cases may be referred to partner attorneys. No attorney-client relationship is formed without a signed agreement. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Attention, California vehicle owners. Feeling worn down by a 2022 or newer car that won't stop breaking down? We know the sleepless nights, the missed hours at work, the money and pride tied up in a vehicle that keeps letting you down. If your 2022 or newer purchased or leased vehicle has had repeated problems or been in the shop for over 30 days, California's Lemon Law is on your side. You could be entitled to a full refund, replacement vehicle, or a cash settlement. We've helped thousands of people get real relief, and we'll fight the manufacturer so you don't have to. There's never a cost to you. For a fast, free qualification check, call now at 800-535-0310. That's 800-535-0310. 800-535-0310.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
Celebrate the vibrant cultures that make Silicon Valley shine at the free Mosaic America Festival June 6th at History Park in San Jose from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. Experience multicultural music, dance, food, arts and crafts, vendors, and family activities representing cultures from our very own neighborhoods. Presented by Mosaic America in partnership with History San Jose, this joyful community festival welcomes everyone to come together in celebration, connection, and belonging. Learn more at historysanjose.org.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
In San Jose today, mostly sunny with a high of 84.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Dan Devone in for Darryl the Guru Johnson here on a Monday, and Giants lose 2 out of 3 to Colorado. They play Milwaukee tonight, 4-game series. Kyle Harrison going tomorrow for the Giants, former San Francisco starter.
He's going to have 16 Ks.
We'll see. We'll see. We're also talking about Myles Garrett's been traded to the L.A. Rams from Cleveland for Jared Verse and a 2027 first-round pick. So Myles Garrett's now playing in the NFC West. But we're talking some NBA Finals right now, and we basically have a little difference of opinion. I think San Antonio wins the series. It's not that I disrespect the Knicks. I just think they're better. But Knicks fans are sky high right now, and I think you got some people that may agree with you that the Knicks have action.
Let's go.
Let's go to City Boy. City Boy's in San Francisco, of course. City, you think the Knicks have action?
Oh my goodness, yes I do, and you could feel it building and see it coming. About 3 weeks ago, I put a couple of bucks on the Knicks. I got 6-1, and I'm thrilled. I'm not looking to hedge that bet. I might even double down and put another couple bucks on the Knicks in 6. And I'll tell you why. It's interesting. So sports is funny how things come full circle, and the irony of them playing the Spurs. So I'm born in 1973, not to age myself, but that's what it is. And I'll tell you what, that is not recently. Sometimes it's your time, And look, the Giants, what did the Giants go, 52 years until they finally won in 2010? Something like that. I think it was 52. Sometimes it's your time. And the Giants in 2010, it took the Padres losing 10 games in a row, I think in September. And then the Giants beating them on the last day of the season to barely make the playoffs. And they rode that momentum all the way to a very improbable championship in 2010. And I feel a similar thing with the Knicks. I mean, they have some great players, just like the Giants did, but what they have is they have a vibe. They have an energy about them. And I just think it's their year. And by the way, the Spurs are going to win some chips, right? This team is a great team. They're going to win a couple of championships. But I think I kind of agree with Devone. Like, I think they might have felt like their ship was beating OKC, and it might be a little bit of a letdown, an emotional letdown going into the series for them. I see the Knicks in 6, and I'm all for it, man. I can't wait. I mean, I'm rooting for the Knicks. And one thing I'll not pick a bone with you, Devon. I know that you're a city guy and you love the Bay, you love Frisco. But when you said something about the East Coast doesn't respect West Coast sports, or New York doesn't respect West Coast sports teams, and I'll just quote the great Flatbush rapper Special Ed when he said, "We don't need your respect because I got it made. We got it made out here in the Bay, baby. We don't need y'all respect." So, hey, one love and go Knicks.
Thanks, City. Okay, I just want people to notice something. When I'm asking people why the Knicks have a shot in this series, they're saying things like, it's their time. There's magic brewing. Like,
no, that's real.
Come on.
No, it's real.
See. We'll see if it's real. We'll see.
I'm going to give you an example. Or did you want to go to another caller?
No, go ahead. We're good.
Saturday night, I got a buddy, right? First of all, so my wife is in New York. We have a place in New York. I spend a lot of time in New York. Don't get this thing twisted. I cut my teeth here in San Francisco. Shout out 21st Avenue between Lake and California. Hell, I grew up in Candlestick Park, freezing my ass off for some of the worst teams in the history of Major League Baseball. Throwing my leftover peanuts at a mascot called the Crazy Crab. This is who I am. I'm in San Francisco. But when it comes to New York, yes, I do spend a lot of time there. So I got a buddy calls me Saturday. And you need to listen to this, because this is exactly what it is that you're dismissing. So he's walking up Lexington on the Upper East Side, or as we like to say, the UES. And there's a sports bar there called Donahoe's. Also, good food. Donahoe's is closing in 6 months. I've been there. And it's late, and so San Antonio has just beaten OKC. So you can expect this in a sports bar, but there's the chant, "We want Wemby. We want Wemby." New Yorkers are saying they want Wemby.
Okay.
This is about 10 o'clock at night. It carries over to the street. My boy's going on Lexington.
Okay.
Randomly, people are walking around not knowing one another, and in unison, "We want Wemby." He turns the corner on 68th, and now he's headed to 3rd. And you know how New York is it's all vertical, right? It's all apartments. From the windows, like from the 3rd story, people have windows, and the entire city is "We want Wemby." This What it is that I'm trying to tell you and I'm trying to educate you on is not just whatever, energy or it's their turn. No, when they walk into 34th and 7th in Midtown Manhattan, and I'm talking about those little kids, those little 22-year-olds, and they walk into when they walk into the cathedral of sports, that being Madison Square Garden, they're not ready for this. And I don't want to hear about how good Vassell is or Castle or did you see Dylan Harper or Keldon Johnson's the sixth man of the year. Yeah, you can have all of that. You ain't ready for this. It's been since 1973. And the mojo is real. And I'm sorry, San Antonio, OKC, anybody else that wants to get in front of their way, destiny is destiny and it's real.
The problem that the Knicks have with Wembanyama is the problem that every team's going to have with Wembanyama. Like, he already has a superstar mentality. And I get it. You're going to say, well, he's already thought he's won the champ. No, he is. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. They got down 3-2 in that series, and Victor Wembanyama, he was the leader of that team. I get it. He 22-7, whatever. But here's the other thing. If you watch that game against the Oklahoma City Thunder, there are so many plays where he gets nothing recorded in the stat sheet.
I agree with
nothing.
that. Agree with that.
And he just affects possessions. And I know it was late in the game, but did you watch Saturday where, like, the Thunder were still 6-8 back with 2-3 minutes to go? But, like, they couldn't do anything because Wembanyama was just, like, running all over the place. And then he could get back and protect the basket. Like, I think this guy is, like, he gets it. And I just think he gets it. I think that he's going to play well
to your
in this
point,
series.
Not only does he block shots, not only does he change shots, he changes people's mind. Like, yeah. I think that's what you're referring to.
No doubt.
Guys will take their primary defender off the dribble and just like, okay, I'll finish against whomever. And then they see Wembanyama and they change their mind. They don't shoot the basketball.
Yep.
And there's no stat for that. I'm with you on that. And maybe Wembanyama does become the guy you just described, but not this year. I'm just telling you, it's not. He's beyond his skis a little bit.
All right. Here's a guy who agrees with you. Let's go to Palo Alto.
Stack him up.
Let's go to Priest in Palo Alto.
Hey,
Priest.
How you doing, guys?
Doing well.
Thanks
how you doing,
for
man?
having me.
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to harken back to a day gone by in the early 70s, just out of high school. And the Lakers and the Knicks were in the finals. And I had the Lakers going the whole way. Wilt, all of the boys going against the Knicks. And I believe it was game 6 or 7, I believe. And the big guy was hurt, Reed.
Yep.
And I said, there's no way. There's just no way. He came out, took 2 shots, made both of them. And that arena swallowed the Lakers whole. And I'm telling you, I've seen it in Boston and I've seen it in Madison Square Garden where you can't beat, you have to beat the city, the fans, and the team. Even the refs are overwhelmed by what's going on. And so I'm saying from this standpoint, the Spurs are, I think, the better team, but I think what people are dismissing is OG Anunoby, the way he's playing. Bridges, Hart, and that other kid. There's another kid that runs around like a chicken with his, and he's a sneaky little guy.
Alvarado?
Hispanic guy.
Oh,
Alvarado.
The guy from Pelicans?
Yeah, he's just scary, man. You gotta. So what I'm saying is this. I think what Devon is trying to explain is this thing is not too obvious to the eye, to the most of the country. It's not obvious, but when you see it, it's overwhelming. before you see it. So when they go in there, Wemby is going to have to be an aircraft carrier. He's going to have to protect that team by what he does defensively. If he can do that the way Russell used to, one of the things this is a superstar NBA. Russell won so much because he was unselfish. He was unselfish, not almost to a fault, but he would cause so much havoc that the team that was going against him would have to try to rethink everything because of him.
Right.
Wemby's got to be that. That's what Wemby's got to be. He's got to make them rethink their process. And if he can do that, they'll win. But I don't think they have I just don't think they have the mettle. Those kids are too young. They're too young.
All right, Priest. Okay. Appreciate it. Good stuff, buddy. Hope you're doing well.
It's the best call that dude's ever had.
He's had some great ones. He's had some great ones. I do think that I think the one thing, what about all the athleticism that the Spurs have kind of in their backcourt to deal with Brunson? Like Stephon Castle and Vassell, like they've got guys who can, with size and youth, and with Wembanyama just standing in the middle.
It makes no difference.
You don't think?
No.
Wembanyama in the middle doesn't make a difference?
Oh, I mean, he's going to change shots, not when it comes to Brunson.
See, I disagree. Like, I think Wemby's at his best when you don't know where he is. And, like, if you're squaring up Wemby, like, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander can make a move and get a shot off. It's like when you don't know where he is, and when Brunson kind of gets into the middle there and leaning in and trying to create, that's where I think Wemby could be a factor against him.
If he's going to cheat on Karl Anthony Towns, he'll pay for it. If what you're describing means that he's going to hedge and cheat and, okay, Karl Anthony Towns, you're in the corner, it doesn't matter. I'm going to go protect my guy because he's dealing with Jalen Brunson. Brunson will make him pay for cheating and not guarding Karl Anthony Towns. So what's going to happen? He's not going to leave Towns.
But the problem is that Wemby's one of the few guys that can do both.
Nah.
Like, he can get it. Like, I think, it's easy to rip Chet Holmgren, but, like, he didn't take 1 3 that was comfortable because Wemby was always, like, in his vicinity. Whether he was coming out to defend, like, to get a hand up and contest. We'll see. It's going to be fun.
I'm glad you mentioned Chet Holmgren.
Real quick. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from Laughing Monk Studios.
Because it goes towards exactly what it is that I'm talking about, that these emotions are real. What happened to that guy? Yeah, you can say that it was Wembanyama certainly played a part of it, but at the end of the day, this is what happens when you get into big games like this. One of two things happen. Stars hit big shots because they're stars, and then if you're somebody who's, your booty gets tight in games like that, you get exposed in games like this.
Sure.
He had a little Ben Simmons going on. He did not want the ball, man. The only time I saw that in Eastern Conference Finals was a couple of years ago, and Ben Simmons is like, yeah, I'm not dunking the basketball. I can't handle this moment. So that's real. So to my point, when these kids step into the Garden, you're going to see more of that. You're going to see Chet Holmgren was dealing on people the entire season. Then all of a sudden, it just became too much for him. So this whole thing of pressure and the Garden is real. And when you're talking about maybe Vassell in a couple of years, although Vassell's a little bit older, maybe Dylan Harper in a couple of years, maybe Stephon Castle, maybe Wembanyama and Keldon Johnson and all those guys, 3 or 4 years from now, maybe. Right now, it ain't happening, Steiny.
Well, I don't understand why and it's fair because the Spurs are young, but why do you give Karl Anthony Towns the benefit of the doubt that he's going to play well in the finals?
Simply because he's older.
Okay, because he's got a history too. Like he might be having a great postseason this year, but I wouldn't expect that Karl Anthony Towns is going to be the same player in the finals that he has been in the playoffs.
Oh, I think Karl Anthony Towns has crossed that road, man. He really? Oh, hell yes. And the one thing about Karl Anthony Towns, the only thing I'm concerned about is just keep your hands in your pockets, especially if Mitchell Robinson's got a bad digit. You don't have the backup center, and don't foul because that's what he does. Just relax, Karl Anthony Towns. And the other thing about Wembanyama, I shouldn't say this out loud because this might get back to Mitch Johnson. He's still being misused. I love it. If that kid wants to shoot a step-back three because it's some oddity we've never seen before, 7'6". Did you see that? He put it between his legs and he's shooting a three. Do as much as you want of that. Shoot it again, big guy. Or when they give him the ball 30 feet from the hoop and they're like, hey, cross over and take your guy to the – go ahead. Because you're going to get bumped off your spot. The only thing that scares me is when he catches in deep. That the Knicks don't have an answer for. Nobody in the NBA has an answer for. But guess what? They have no idea how to get him the ball in deep, in close to the hoop.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think they want to do that too much because they don't want to they want to diversify a little bit more. But like the other thing about Wembanyama that to me separates him is, and he's going to score, but like if he doesn't score, he can still be a major problem on defense. And like I think he's got the kind of mentality that I think defensively in this series, especially if he's not, if the games aren't high scoring or if nobody's shooting high percentages, you know what I mean, how things get a little ugly in the postseason, I think that's going to benefit Wembanyama because the more it becomes a defensive game, the more he's just a huge factor. I
would agree with you. I think his impact defensively is on par, if not more so, than what it is he does in the offensive end.
The other thing is and I get it, they're young, and the one thing that did get San Antonio into trouble was turnovers in the Western Conference Finals, and that I would attribute to being young. But and go ahead and laugh at this. Where'd Castle go to school? UConn?
Yeah.
Come on, man. How many times he played at Madison Square Garden? No. I get it's different, but Stephon Castle is
I want to say Dylan Harper went to Rutgers. He's a Jersey kid.
Dylan Harper.
He knows the Garden.
I'm not worried about Stephon Castle. That guy's different. He's pretty tough. But now Harper could struggle. Let's grab a call. Let's go to who's been waiting. Dan in San Jose. What's up, Dan? How you doing, man? Boy, Castle's good.
What's going on, guys? I want to address what you just said about Castle. Caruso was getting in Castle's head just last game. You're going into the Garden. You're going against people that, they lost last year. You remember game 1 against Indiana, the choke? They've been battle-tested. I don't think San Antonio has been battle-tested. You take Wembanyama. If Wembanyama is on the foul line guarding Karl Anthony Towns, they could just swing the ball and they could get an open three. Bridges and OG, they're money from the corners. So you just got to swing the ball and get out of Wemby's wingspan. Granted, it's probably the biggest wingspan we've seen in the NBA, but I just don't think that the Spurs can hang with them. I think Castle, you could get into his head. These guys play aggressive. Brunson is going to be just a magician with assists. He doesn't have to put it up. And that guy's 6'2". He's been putting it up against 7-footers since he's been in the NBA. He was doing that back when he was working with Luka. And people forget, Brunson is made for this. When Luka was out, when they were playing in Dallas, Brunson came up and he was a monster in that series. So I just think that the Knicks have too many pieces. And then you could throw Mitch and his 9 fingers because he has one digit that's broken, and he could just drive at Wemby. Wemby has had games. He's had hot and cold games, and yes, he affects it like nobody else because his wingspan is just incredible. If the Knicks swing the ball, I think they got enough playmakers, and it's the others. It's going to come down to the others. And yes, Harper had a really good series. I just don't think that with OG and Bridges, and then you have Shamet off the bench as well, and then you also have Deuce that has that crazy 3-point launch angle that I don't think Wemby can get to. So if the Knicks keep up with their three-point shooting, and then nobody's been talking about the defense. Their defense has been clutch, and Mike Brown has the secret sauce. Putting Cat at the high post, it's different. Cat has the three-pointer, so Wemby has to keep him a little bit honest. He can't just hang out in the paint and then use his wingspan to catch up to Cat.
All right.
So if they're doing well with their shooting percentages, I think the Knicks have this.
Appreciate the call, Dan. This is the part that I don't think I reject it, but it's like I think it's one-sided. So the Spurs aren't ready, but they just knocked off the Oklahoma City Thunder, the defending champions, in a Game 7 on the Thunder's home floor. I get it, they're young, but the Knicks, they've never been to a finals either. And if you say the finals are different, then they're starting from ground zero.
They're older. But at the end of the day, they're older.
I guess what I'm saying is, yeah, they're older, but I'm not giving them an advantage just because they're older, because they don't have any champions on that team. I get it. They've knocked on the door the last 2 years, but what I'll say is, I don't think people are giving the Spurs the credit that they deserve for knocking off the defending champions, being down 3-2 with having to win a game on the road in a Game 7.
No, I think that they deserve all the credit in the world. And you saw their reaction afterwards. It was everything to them. And they got nothing left in the tank for the New York Knicks. Here's the thing, that one player that I want to underline it is Josh Hart. He always gets overlooked when you're handicapping these games. You know this. Every NBA champion has a Josh Hart. Whether that's Alex Caruso, whether that's a Drew Holiday, maybe a Draymond Green. I'm talking about the guy who plays with his hair on fire, does all the little things. He's on the floor. He's defending. He only knows one way to play. The San Antonio Spurs don't have a guy like that. One of the reasons why OKC scared me, Caruso scares the crap out of me because he's a winner. I hate playing against Caruso. San Antonio, not only are they young, they haven't defined that guy. Maybe it's Carter Bryant in years to come. They don't have
Champagny.
No, Champagny's a shooter. He's not somebody who plays with that attitude. No, you know what I'm talking about. A Caruso, the dirty work, man.
Okay.
The guy who connects. I'm not talking about a guy who sits on the wings and shoots threes. Do you have something? We're getting out of here.
Yeah, we'll get out of here. All right, 888-957-9570. Boy, the Knicks are becoming more and more the favorites as we head toward 2 o'clock. Hey, as you know, we're live on YouTube throughout the entire day. Just search 957 The Game and you'll find us. And now we're expanding the community for our super fans. Become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to full-length shows, private AMAs, and exclusive content like Shasky's Electric Giants post-game rant. Guru did an AMA recently, and mine is coming soon. All you have to do is go to YouTube, search 957 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro. That segment was also brought to you by Safeway, and no one plans to call a lawyer, but a lot of people wish they had sooner, because after an accident, the clock starts immediately. Insurance companies move fast. They call, they record, they push for answers. And one wrong move, saying too much, signing too early, trusting the process can cost you thousands. That's why waiting is the biggest mistake you can make. Call Beam Law first. Before you speak to insurance, before you agree to anything, before you risk your case. This isn't just a claim, it's your recovery, it's your income, it's your future. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Megan, trapeze artist and scratchers enthusiast. So, Megan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, they're easy to play when I'm hanging around.
Oh, okay. Like when you're relaxing?
No, like when I'm hanging on the trapeze. I swing upside down, then do a quadruple somersault, all while playing scratchers. Watch this. Ta-da!
Unbelievable.
I know, right?
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
UFC fans, listen up. Want to win the ultimate UFC fan experience? Total Wireless, the official wireless provider of UFC, is sending 4 lucky winners to Washington, D.C. for a VIP UFC Freedom 250 Fan Fest experience. We're talking travel, VIP access, and so much more. Text TOTAL to 23955 to enter for your chance to win. No purchase necessary. Data rates may apply. Ends May 19th. Entrants must be resident of the 50 U.S. or D.C. 18 plus. Official rules at TotalPowerSweeps.com.
If the rice ain't with it, then it ain't right. Yo, what it do? It's your boy Pilo, and I'm out here with Senior Sisig. If you know, you know. These guys been serving up Filipino flavor and repping the Bay for the last 15 years. Whether you're cruising through San Francisco, headed to the game, or just looking to grub, tap in with Senior Sisig and make sure you try my special collab item, Pilo Sinigang Wings. If the rice ain't with it, then it ain't right.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com. Don't miss Built Like a Baller every Friday as the Morning Roast breaks down the standout performance of the week.
Burton a heave at the horn from 28. Banks it in!
Brought to you by Baylord, wealth management for the Bay and the people who've built it.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation, and neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we got Dan Devone in for Daryl the Guru Johnson, and we got some sports news to talk about in case you're just joining us. Myles Garrett's been traded to the L.A. Rams, Defensive Player of the Year. Played for Cleveland last year for Jared Verse and a 2027 first-round pick.
Also a second round in 28.
Okay.
A third round 29, just to make sure.
There you go. Those are the final details coming in for that trade. We talked about what that may mean for the Niners. The Giants won yesterday, scored 19 runs, and now they play the Brewers 4 in Milwaukee. Harrison pitches tomorrow. Kyle Harrison against the Giants. But right now we're talking about the NBA Finals, and a lot of people seem to want to talk about it, and a lot of people are giving the Knicks a heck of a chance, it feels like. I'm not giving them let me be clear, I'm not giving them no chance. I would never do that. But
what is it?
I think they're still the underdog. I think the Spurs are really, really good.
But what's going on here? You don't like New York, you don't like Manhattanites. I mean, let's just cut to the chase here. Like, what is it?
I don't. Well, a lot of it has to do with their fans always overinflate their teams.
Thank you. There you go. So you're afraid they're going to win, and those obnoxious fans.
It's not going to change my life, Devon.
Those obnoxious fans are going to annoy you. So that's essentially, if we were to tear this down and go psychoanalysis on you, that's.
No, I mean here's really what's captured my attention is all year long we've been talking about the Spurs and the Thunder, and to a lesser extent maybe the Celtics, and I think we're being prisoners of the moment. Yes, the Knicks have won 11 games in a row in the playoffs. That's great. But I just think the Spurs are a better team. I think they've got way more athleticism. Yes, they're younger, but I don't necessarily think that's a huge disadvantage because all the Knicks players are essentially making their first finals appearance too. As for playing in Madison Square Garden, I mean, if you want to sell me that that's going to be a way different atmosphere than Oklahoma City, fine, but I still think the Spurs, their athleticism, their youth, I think defensively they're going to give the Knicks some trouble. And I'm just like, I'm not going to forget about like how good the Spurs have been all year and into the playoffs.
They've been good, and they're going to be good. But as far as right now in these NBA Finals, they're not good enough. They will be. I mean, the NBA Finals could go through them for the next 5 to 7 years. I could see that easily. I'm talking about this year, 2026. And being prisoner of the moment is everything, because the moment is what we're talking about in this very moment.
Right, but I'm not letting an 11-game win streak against Eastern Conference teams like change my overriding opinion that I think the Spurs are better than the Knicks.
Well, then you're dismissing what's happening right now.
No, I'm not dismissing it. I'm putting it into the equation. But I'm not going to change my opinion that I had all year in the last 3 weeks. I think the Spurs are really, really good. And look, maybe they'll show their inexperience and the Knicks beat them in 6, and I'll say, wow, I'm wrong. But then it's a matter of that the Knicks were clearly playing better than the Spurs right now. But I'm sorry, you played Atlanta and.
Don't go there.
I have to.
Back there.
Who'd the Spurs beat in the second round? The Timberwolves?
Philadelphia. Spurs.
I mean, come on. That's all I'm saying. The Timberwolves are going to lose games if you play the Timberwolves and the Thunder back to back. There weren't those teams in the East.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. That's again. You could have said the exact same thing about Indiana last year. But what you had to do, and the mistake people are making again this year, is look how Indiana had played in the latter part of the season. It's like, how did Indiana play in the postseason? Well, they went on this roll, and they never stopped.
Yeah.
And it was Therese Halliburton doing everything, and Miles Turner, and all of those guys who are just was it Mathurin and Nembhard? I mean, these aren't very good basketball players, and if you looked at them and you said you put them side by side to OKC. You're like, OKC's going to roll these guys. Not only are they not very good, but they're coming out of the East. But how are they playing at that particular moment? Well, they were playing well enough to push mighty OKC on the precipice of losing that damn thing. And I think they would have lost it if Therese Halliburton doesn't blow his Achilles heel.
Okay.
But here we are, a year removed, and the New York Knicks are much better doing the exact same thing, but we're falling into the exact same narrative. And that is, it's Atlanta, and it's Philadelphia isn't very good. And what the hell is Cleveland? Cleveland, by the way, the biggest payroll in the NBA. And Donovan Mitchell and James Harden.
You know what this reminds me of a little bit? The Knicks beating the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Right.
And who'd they beat before that? It's like when the 49ers went into Philly and beat the Philadelphia Eagles in the wild card game.
Oh, and
everybody was feeling great, and then they had to play the Seahawks. Like, I feel like the Spurs are a different animal than any of the teams that the Knicks played. But hey, man, I'll tell you what, you have succeeded. I'm open-minded. I don't think you're going to be able to change my mind. But again, I'm not saying, like, what does Vegas say? How do they do that?
Has the line come out in Vegas yet?
Like if I want to bet on the Spurs, if I bet 100, I'm going to win what, 80? And if I bet on the Knicks and bet 100, I'll win what, 120,
Is there a
something like that?
Money line on the series?
We can take a call in the meantime. Let's go to Skip in La Jolla. Hey, Skip, how you doing?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? All this Nick hyperbolicness right now is kind of funny. First of all, the Knicks have never played a team. You look at the Spurs. Spurs have been doing this since day one. They've just been knocking off people. Knicks have just done it last 11 games. Spurs have been doing this all year long. Second of all, the Spurs they've got guys who could defend and get in the airspace of Bridges, OG, Brunson, and then you got Wembanyama. Wembanyama's going to just put the clamps on Karl Anthony Towns because he's all those cuts from the high post are going to disappear with Wembanyama on them. So you can count on that being done. So yeah, it's not. I'd like to say the Knicks have a chance, but it's just not going to happen.
Thanks for the call. So Spurs are minus 200 essentially. So you bet 200 to win 100, and the Knicks are plus 170. So you bet 100 to win 170. So the Spurs are favored.
Perfect.
I'm not saying that's a bad bet on the Knicks. 100 to win 170. Perfect. But the caller brings up a real good point, and it's a little bit sensitive, apparently, for people in New York. But it's this. The one thing that we're forced to deal with when we face the Knicks in anything is we do have to take into account the hype, because we know that the hype normally doesn't match the performance. And so that is a big part of this for me, is trying to decipher what is legitimate optimism that you seem to have from that naive, over-the-top, crazy Knick fan that just thinks they're going to win because they're the Knicks. You know what I mean?
Well, I think that crazed fan and just the Knick fandom has been wrong before, but they've never had a team do what it is that this team is doing. So it's the perfect storm to answer your question. Like, this is legitimate. Like, all those bozos, like all those nuts from the Bronx and from all 7 boroughs, right? All of those obnoxious people that everybody at some point despises because, if you ever listen to WFAN, shout out our Odyssey sister station, these people are the worst. But this is legitimate. They actually have something that they can scream about and be right. This is what they've waited for, man.
Okay, let me ask you this. Since you're so big on history, what's the difference between, like, you say, well, they're ready. Hey, in 99, when they had that team.
Oh, come on.
That team was every bit as the fans were as wound up with that team as anybody. They loved Spreewell, and who else they have? Starks?
Marcus Camby,
no Starks.
Charlie Ward. Come on, man.
Larry Johnson on the team.
Patrick Ewing was hurt.
Ewing was beat up. It was that was.
We're also an 8th seed, and no one thought they would even get that far in a short season.
They were garbage.
Oh, so they didn't capture the heart of the city. That 99 team.
They were in the finals, so obviously people got excited. But my point is that, if New York does anything where they're sniffing the playoffs, that place is going to go nuts. But the perfect storm is that they have a reason to get behind a team that has a legitimate chance of winning the NBA championship. And this team has been not only good in the postseason, but epically good. Only the Warriors had the biggest point differential going back to 2016, and the Knicks blew that out of the water in the postseason this year. So this is, when it comes to a closeout game, you can win, but win by 30? Sonny, there's something going on here, man. Just open your eyes. Why reject it? You're winning playoff games by almost 20 points. Like, this is real. Why do what it is that you're doing?
Well, because the team that I always think that the way a team gets eliminated is important, and I feel like the Cavs were done. Like, yes, the Knicks exposed them, but they were done. I don't know that they're going to be able to do that to the San Antonio Spurs.
No, they're not going to sweep in 4.
Well, how many games do you give the Spurs, Dan?
I see it going 7. Kenny thinks it's going 6. I think they win this thing out in San Antonio. Thank God, because if they won it in New York, they'd burn that place down. Like, I'm telling you, that place is so out of control. So, you know how you got to don't you have to get licensed by the city if you're going to sell merch? I see people like just pulling up a random poker table and just selling shit and waiting for the cops to come by, and they pick things up and they run away. Like, it's all over the city. This is...
Yeah, I just don't...
You're not playing the Knicks, man.
I don't put any stock in that.
I'm telling you. Okay, the last analogy I'm going to give you to New York, and I'm going to give us a baseball story once again where the Mariners won 116 games. It's post 9/11. And I told my producer that we're not playing the Yankees. We're playing the damn city, and they're not going to let this team lose. So a guy by the name of Carl Rhodes, he's a reliever for the Seattle Mariners. He's warming up, and Lou Pinella's got him up for like 2 innings. And this is the deciding Game 6. And the bleacher creatures on both sides out there in Yankee Stadium, if you've ever been there, you know what I'm talking about. They're in his ear, and I happen to walk by and see this. For 2 innings, they're in his ear like, Rhodes, do you know where you're at? Do you know what time of the year this is? This is Yankee Stadium. You don't belong in. He's trying to ignore him, and he's just trying to focus on the catcher and hitting the mitt. This goes on for like 25 minutes. And I made a call to my producer, and I said, they can't bring Rhodes into this game. They cannot bring him into this game because the Yankee fans have been in this dude's head for almost a half an hour. And he comes into the contest, runners at first and second, and a guy by the name of David Justice goes upper tank at Yankee Stadium, 3-run bomb off of Carl Rhodes. Boom, it's over. Yankees go on to the World Series, and that thing was lost in New York. And it was lost at the hands of the fans post 9/11, whatever you wanted. Spike Lee going nuts before the game. All that crap was real out in New York. You can dismiss it and say whatever. But if you're going into the Garden and you're saying that the Garden's just another arena, it's 94 feet of hardwood. Is that what you're telling me? 2 nets and 94 feet of hardwood?
We'll see what it is. I mean, I'm not saying you might not be right, but I never believe in before a series. Like, it'll be the Knicks' year if they beat the Spurs. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's their year. That's why they're going to beat the Spurs. Like, they haven't really done anything yet. They haven't played the best team they're going to play in the postseason. They're playing a team that very much does not resemble any of the teams that they've played in the postseason, because I think this team is way more athletic. And I don't I don't want to piss on Madison Square Garden, but it's not going to win them the series. You know what I mean?
I hear what you're saying.
All right, Burnsy and Fremont, what do you got, buddy?
Hey. Damon, let me just apologize for the afternoon fans around the Bay Area, because you're sitting next to a guy that more than likely rooted for the Russians in 1980, right? USA had no chance. Russia. He doesn't believe in miracles, all right? But I do. And I can feel it, man. I felt it before the playoffs. Entering the playoffs, it's that dang Brunson kid, and he's going to be the difference, man. And this is, Steiny, this is for you. This is how the Knicks are going to do it. It's going to be the hard foul. Break the toothpick. I'm not talking about trying to hurt him or nothing, but make him pay, man. If somebody has to get kicked out of a game, then somebody has to get kicked out of a game. But that kid must go down. Just like Drago said, if he dies, he dies. It's all about the Knicks, man. If you can't feel it now, then you can't feel it at all. And hey, Damone, every time I hear your name, bro, it always reminds me of Fast Times. I think there was a Dan Devone. But, man, you're Fast Times now, bro. Fast Times from the East Coast, West Coast. Let's do this, man. Get that guy woken up next to you, and let's do it, Knicks. Bye-bye.
Spicoli shout out.
Now, who's the guy who sold the concert tickets? That's the guy he's talking about. It was
no, it wasn't. It was Ramon, not Ramon.
No, it was he was the guy who scalped the tickets all the time at the mall.
With the slick back black.
What the heck was his name? It was like Devone or Devone. It was actually. Was it Devone?
I think it was Devone.
I think it might have been.
It's not Devone. I know it's not Devone. I wouldn't have known that.
It's not the Spicoli character, though. It's the guy with the black hair, greased back.
Damone.
It was Damone.
That's a great stick.
Let's go to Joel in Berkeley. Where are my Spurs fans out there? Hey, Joel.
Damone. It was Damone.
Sorry. Joel, get off your... Joel, you there? And how do you want to do this?
What kind of rookies are calling in the afternoon?
Never mind. We can...
Call back. Turn off the radio.
Well, how come... Okay, let me ask you this. Why are the Spurs favored to the extent they are?
Because of Wembanyama. Because of the West. Because everybody feeding into everything that you seem to believe. And I think, again, just remove New York from the equation. All right? Forget about all of that.
All right.
If I'm looking at this basketball team, that being the New York Knicks, and what it is that they've been able to do, and the way they've been able to come together, and Jalen Brunson, and now everybody having these defined roles. Karl Anthony Towns now, he's a playmaker. Bridges. Don't forget, Bridges is a guy that they gave up 5 number ones for. And all that's been validated. All of it's been validated. And everybody is playing their role. And Anunoby, the do-everything guy, it's about the team, the quintessential team right now that is better than whatever it is that OKC and San Antonio is serving up. There's not a box that they don't check. You gave the analogy to Detroit. That was perfect. They got their Ben Wallace. They've got their Rip Hamilton. They've got their Chauncey Billups. It's at this point, it's not about who's your 1A. The hell with you, Becky Hammonds and Draymond Green. It's not about a 1A. Yeah, you need a go-to. If I need a bucket and it's the end of the first half, we'll clear a side for Jalen Brunson. You need a go-to. He is that guy. He will create his own space. But as far as needing a 1A, a Kevin Durant to win this thing, no, I need Brunson as much as I need Karl Anthony Towns and Anunoby and Mitchell Robinson and Alvarado and Deuce McBride. It's the team that has emerged over the last month that everybody has to recognize.
See, I see one of the issues for the Knicks being kind of the style that Brunson plays. And he's like Wemby just lurks. And I get it. If he's lurking in the key, then you hit it out, you pass to a three-point shooter for an open shot. Or, Wemby sticks with his man and then Brunson can take his guy one-on-one and get that little 12, 15-footer in the lane. Like, it's more gray than that. Like, I don't think he's going to be able to pick them apart like some people think. I think it's going to be crowded in the lane. I think, like, Wemby can really occupy a lot of space. And I just wonder, when Brunson's making his move in the lane and he knows that now he's got a shoulder by his guy so he can get his shot off, well, now he's got he took care of one thing, but now he's got to worry about Wembanyama.
No, you know what? I'm going to agree with you there. And the reason why I'm agreeing with you is because this dude really is an alien, and we've never seen this before.
I mean, the one thing I am looking forward to seeing is if the Spurs, because it sounds like this is the other thing the Knicks are counting on, is that the Spurs aren't going to be able to meet the moment. If you're right on that, then the Knicks are going to win the series. But I'm not going into this series saying, well, the Spurs have less of a chance to meet the moment than the Knicks, even though just because they're younger.
I just think they're a year away. I think if you're going to get the Spurs, it's this year. The window is ajar right now. And Wemby is too young, and so is Stephon Castle, and sure as hell that rookie who has done so well, Dylan Harper. You can get them this year. And everything that I've talked about that you ignore, that you hate hearing about, but the wait in New York and Madison Square Garden and the fact that these guys are so young, that's real. And that's what puts them over the top.
I mean, and this is what I mean, 707. How's Wemby going to lurk when Towns is a 40% three-point shooter? Good luck with that. It's like that was what happened a lot against the Oklahoma City Thunder. They would kick out to Holmgren, and like Wemby can cover both at times. Not all the time, but that's what makes Wemby Wemby. That Brunson will go into the lane, he'll pass to Karl Anthony Towns, and Wembanyama will come running out at him, and it just won't be his normal three-point shot. Or he'll have to just think for a split second. And that can be the difference.
No, there's validity to that because SGA was terrible for 4 games. And his shooting percentage was terrible for 4 games.
Right.
And a lot of it is just he couldn't get off. And he has a very similar game to Jalen Brunson. He lives off that mid-range. And so there's something to that. I'll give you that. I'm not going to be blind about this.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We can keep talking NBA Finals. I see some guys who want to get in. We can do that. Spurs play the Knicks Wednesday, Game 1 in San Antonio. Also, some big news today involving the NFL. Myles Garrett, the Defensive Player of the Year, is now a Los Angeles Ram. Been traded for Jared Verse and a first-rounder in 2027 and then a second and third later down the line. So Myles Garrett is now in the NFC West. But do you guys give the Knicks a chance in this one? Or do you feel like the Spurs are just a better team and they're going to be able to come out on top? What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Bay Area sports fans have plenty to cheer for. Here's one more. San Francisco Fire Credit Union is celebrating its 75th anniversary with a limited-time 7-month tiered certificate. Earn 7.5% APY on the first $3,000 for the first 90 days, then 4% APY on the full balance for the remainder of the 7-month term. Start with as little as $250. Visit sffirecu.org and go to discover our best offers. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI up to $250,000 per account.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code QUICK to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code QUICK to borrow up to $10,000. Use code QUICK to borrow up to $10,000.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Paid advertisement by Ovation Law Firm, a California law firm. Some cases may be referred to partner attorneys. No attorney-client relationship is formed without a signed agreement. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
California drivers, your 2022 or newer car problems could actually qualify you for a major payout. Ford drivers got up to $186,000. GM drivers got up to $173,000. And those are just some of the settlements recovered this year. Some drivers may qualify for even more. If your 2022 or newer car keeps breaking down, stop paying for a mistake the manufacturer should be paying you for. California Lemon Law could entitle you to a massive cash settlement, a vehicle buyback, or even a replacement vehicle. If your 2022 or newer vehicle has repeated issues, warning lights, engine trouble, transmission problems, electrical issues, or it's been stuck in the shop for 30 days or more, you could already qualify. We fight to get your money back, and you pay absolutely nothing unless we win. Call 800-527-2131. That's 800-527-2131. 800-527-2131.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, we're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit HabasLaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Dan Devone in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And if you're just joining us, Myles Garrett, Defensive Player of the Year last year, is now a member of the LA Rams. The Rams acquired him for Jared Verse, a first-round pick next year, and then a second and third down the line. And the NFC West just got a little tougher for the San Francisco 49ers. Myles Garrett, now a Ram. We can talk about that. How 49er fans may be thinking about that. We're also talking a little bit about the NBA Finals that'll start on Wednesday. The Giants, they win a game yesterday but lose 2 out of 3. And I'm just here with Dan Devone, and we're chatting about it all. How you doing? You
Do we have what's the wager? You know what? I'll give it to you.
Okay.
Me, you, Ev, and your boy Guru. The
all right.
ship.
Okay.
I'll take care, not of a round, I'll take care of the drinks.
Okay.
And then I'm drinking free if the Knicks win.
That's fair.
Right?
Yeah, and I'll bet you might be able to get Guru or Evan over to your side, so it'll be a 2-2.
All right. You sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure about it. I
don't see a lot of Nick love in this place.
Well, I mean, it's because, texts like the 707, they just beat the reigning champs with no experience. The Knicks haven't won anything either, so why are we talking about experience? Towns isn't Chet, Steiny.
I love seeing...
is that... Seriously, can I be honest about Karl Anthony Towns? Is that what you have to do?
What's that?
Play 8 good playoff games, and then your reputation is back to being a great player?
I think... Yeah, actually it is.
Okay, 8 games. All right.
No, but that's exactly the problem. Is that people are looking at the body of work. People are thinking about the New York Knicks during the regular season or historically what the Knicks have done and not looking what's in front of them right now. And what's in front of them right now is a reclamation project named Karl Anthony Towns. And a lot of that is Mike Brown who's like, listen, we got to get you involved. We're going to run the offense through you a lot of times. Like he's never played in this. He's never been. And he fits in with these guys. Are you buying the Villanova vibe? Is that
no.
does that mean anything to you?
No, it doesn't.
Like you don't like this team from a personal standpoint. You don't like can you get behind Brunson? How about the Brunson story that Leon Rose, who of course is the president of basketball ops in New York, his first client ever when he was a struggling agent was Jim Brunson, who was on that 99 team, and his son, Leon Rose's son, first agent, and Jalen.
And how does this
enhance
the Knicks' chances?
Like sometimes you pull for good people. Like the storyline here is just these are good dudes, man.
I think Wemby seems like a great dude.
Oh, come on, with the sunglasses after 9 o'clock at night so he can sleep well, the melatonin crap. He's working out with monks, dribbled a basketball up a mountain. Come on.
And you meant Rick Brunson.
What'd I say? No. Yeah, Rick.
I think you said Jim. It doesn't matter. I know who you meant. He played in the NBA. He's got pedigree. No doubt about it, Jalen Brunson. Let's go to Eric's in Shasta. Hey, Eric, how you doing? Nobody likes Karl Anthony.
Hey, fellas, good discussion today.
Oh, thank you.
I just want to bring up, I'll preface this by saying I'm a Knicks fan because I grew up loving Frazier. And then the Warriors are obviously my number one team. I'm from the Bay Area. But the connection for me or what pushes it over is Mike Brown.
Okay.
I think it's Mike's year. I think he makes better in-game adjustments. I don't think Johnson's had that tested experience yet, and I think Mike learned from the Warriors how to do it, and I'm hoping that the Knicks win.
Thanks for the call, Eric.
I'm glad he mentioned Mitch Johnson.
Why? He's not coaching the team.
No, but it's not about Mitch Johnson. Just to go off track for a second. You know that whole idea, when I was doing Warriors this week, I'd always get calls, well, you want to get rid of Kerr, Devone? Who's going to coach the team? Who? And I'm like, there's somebody out there. I don't know. There's somebody that's sitting on a bench in the NBA, I guarantee you, that's innovative, a young mind, that's not playing basketball like it's 2016. And this dude, Sean Sweeney, who sits on Mitch Johnson's bench, you couldn't tell me if he wanted to come to the Warriors. He's going to Orlando. This is the architect of their defense. This is the guy who got, along with Jason Kidd, the Mavericks into the NBA Finals. He worked with Giannis. This is a young, this little leprechaun is like the next, right? So all these people are like, there's no one out there. You got to go to the college ranks. A guy like Sean Sweeney, him taking over the Golden State Warriors is like, That's a bad idea.
But how's that going to look with Curry and Draymond still on the team?
You don't know until it happens. That's one of those things that
I get it. But hold on. So I'm not saying the guy couldn't come in and do a nice job, but like I don't think they ever would even consider a guy like that had Kerr not been here or had Kerr walked away. Like you would have had and this gets back to the whole thing. Like you would have had to sell Curry and Draymond on it, and like it just wouldn't have been a fit right now. It'd probably be a fit in 2 years.
No, you might be right, but do you remember Mazzulla taking over for Udoka?
True.
And everybody,
he was on the staff for a while.
He was on the staff, but in Boston, they're like, Udoka, by the way, keep in mind, had just gone to the finals. He was the guy. That was Tatum, and all those guys loved him for the defense and stuff. And all of a sudden comes this little dude, Mazzulla's going to, what? Huh? And then he takes over, and it was seamless. You don't know until you do it.
No, you're right. But I think where the Warriors are, I mean, it doesn't matter now. Kerr's back for 2 years. But if you're asking me if they would have had the guts or the wherewithal to hire a first-year coach, they wouldn't. I just don't think they ever would have done that. Even though the first two coaches they hired had no experience either, and Mark Jackson and Kerr. Let's go to Daryl. Daryl's in D.C. What's up, Daryl? How you doing, man?
Hi, how you doing this afternoon, you guys?
Doing well, thanks.
Loving this conversation. I can see that Devon is a big New York Knicks fan. This series is going to be great, but I would preference the Knicks fans to at least keep it calm for a minute. You don't have Mitchell Robinson about to play in this finals. Karl Anthony Towns is a mismatch against Victor Wembanyama. Not only Victor Wembanyama, but Luke Cornett, and they still have, I think, Kelly Olynyk as well to substitute as centers in the series in case. While Mitchell Robinson is the only center that they got, and I know the Knicks are not going to play their rookie center that they drafted. So that's going to be a big problem. I think Mitchell Robinson is a big key for the Knicks to win this series because Karl Anthony Towns, let's be honest, he has trouble with getting into foul trouble. And if he gets more than 2 to 3 fouls in the first half and you have to sit him, the question is, who does the Knicks have to play at center once he's off the floor? Because if that's the case, Wemby is going to take over. There's no one that's going to stop him in the paint. It's just all go from there. And the guard plays for the Spurs are good enough to keep up with Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby and Josh Hart. Mikal Bridges is not going to have the shooting his shooting percentage he's having in his playoffs has been good. To say that he's going to have it all the way through the finals is belligerent. So I would not say that. Like, I'm just being 100 with you. Every series is different. I think Stephon Castle, Devin Vassell, I think De'Aaron Fox is going to be key in that series against Jalen Brunson and Julian Champagnie as well. I just think you guys are not giving the Spurs enough credit. And let's not forget, Mitch Robinson, the coach for the Spurs, had to knock off the coach for the Thunder. And 2 years ago, we were saying the same thing that we're saying about the Spurs, that they were too young, they're too inexperienced, they couldn't do it. And look what happened to the Thunder. We're talking about them as dynasties. So I don't think the experience matters in this playoff series. Thank you guys, and I hope you enjoy your afternoon.
Thanks, Darryl. Appreciate the call.
How many things can you be wrong about in one call? Mitchell Robinson's playing.
Yeah, he's playing.
He's got an oven mitt, but he's playing. And he doesn't need his hands. The last thing I need Mitchell Robinson to do is dribble or shoot a basketball. Set a screen, give me boards, use all 5 of your fouls, and you're good. I don't care if you broke 3 of your fingers. You can't shoot free throws anyway.
There's actually a guy in this series for the Spurs that I think is going to be a little bit of a problem for the Knicks. Well, let me put it this way. All you need is a role player or two to help you win a game or two. And the guy that I'd be a little worried about if I were the Knicks, and I'm not even crazy about this guy, but it's De'Aaron Fox. Like, I feel like almost in a way he's going to be better against the Knicks than he was against the Thunder. And I know he's got some deficiencies, but he's the kind of guy that, like, he is a veteran. He's never been there before, but he's been around for a while. And I think he could be a guy that we're not really thinking about who could be a factor in this series.
Well, he was a factor in Game 7.
No doubt.
He went for 15, and, keep in mind, he's got that high ankle sprain, and he didn't play, I want to say, the first 2 games of the series against OKC.
Yeah, at least the first one I know.
And then, and he really solidifies the backcourt. That ain't enough. Well, what? The Knicks are going to lose this because of De'Aaron Fox?
Well, you'll lose the series if he's a big player and a couple wins.
He'll do some good things, but he's not that guy anymore.
I don't think he's that guy anymore, but that's what I'm saying. Wemby's going to win the series for the Spurs if they win it. Obviously Castle's going to be a big factor. Vassell, Harper.
Harper's legit.
I think De'Aaron Fox could.
See,
all he's got to do is have a game or two.
Harper scares me more than Fox. Harper's when you think about San Antonio for years to come, it's going to be Wembanyama, but there's going to be Harper right next to him. Those are going to be the perennial all-stars. That guy's got the mentality. You could see it.
Who would you rather have, Mitchell Robinson or Cornette?
Right now?
Yeah.
I'd take Cornette.
Okay. Because don't forget about Cornette.
Yeah. He had the play of the game.
That block?
Yeah.
It was a big play. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. There's another piece of news. Let's go to TC in Sacramento. He's probably not happy. What Bay Area fan is happy right now? If you're a Niner fan, you're not happy. If you're a Warrior fan, you're not happy. If you're a Giants fan, you're not happy. TC, are you happy?
To be honest with you, bro, I'm not even really. I'm gonna be honest with you, Stoney. What's going on, man? This shit. You know how I feel about Kyle Shanahan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I called in. So the NBA Finals is gonna be a chess match. Fox knows Brown, but also Brown knows Fox, right? So they gonna know what each other. They gonna know what each other to get under each other's skin. It's gonna go 7 games. I don't know who's gonna win, but it is what it is. Me as a Kings fan, I moved on from that situation. But that's Kings talk.
Gotcha.
Niners. Listen, Steiny, you know why I'm always calling in talking about the boys are high-level losers? This is why. This is part of the reason why. We didn't have that little package to give up for Garrett. If we're serious about winning, are we just serious about being faithful, be quiet, and we're just good by just going to the playoffs, and that is our championship, and Kyle Shanahan's the best coach ever, and he has 10 rings to show for it, and everybody has to be quiet and like it. Come on, man. I'm out on all that. I called to tell you guys that, bro. That's all I got. Think about what I said.
Thanks, TC. Appreciate the call. So the Rams got Myles Garrett for Jared Verse, a 2027 first, a 2028 second, and a 2029 third.
It's a lot.
I mean, if you're the 49ers and you don't have a player like Verse that you're willing to give up, would you have been willing to give up 2? Maybe 3 first?
It's a lot.
I think it is too. But, I mean, how much do you factor in that he's going to a team in your division that you compete with now, you know?
I'm wondering what Brock Purdy is thinking about right now. Because, I mean, that changes everything, man. They were already in his grill, and now you got Myles Garrett. Wow. That's a score. I mean, who the hell cares about how much he costs? And I mean, it's Myles Garrett at the end of the day, I guess. That's the way they look at it. I mean, I appreciate that they go after their guys, right? Devontae Adams, Odell Beckham. They when they wanted Stafford, like You know, McVay he's a riverboat gambler. He's about winning and winning now.
I mean, if the Rams are about winning now, like, where are the Niners?
Yeah.
I mean, like, and this gets back to kind of the Warriors. Like, if I'm the 49ers, like, I'm not, I don't want to put this. Like, I got to look. Obviously, you're going to play the season. You're going to be as good as you can. Maybe do better than people think. But it's like, now you've got to start thinking about putting a team together that's better than the Seattle Seahawks and the Rams. And that might take a year or two now. It takes less time in football. But, I mean, the 49ers were the third best team in the NFC West last year. This is kind of what I mean. Like, how can they be better than the third place team this year, all things being equal?
Yeah. It's tough. I mean, you got to hit on some of these kids.
Right.
Like some of these picks, and including last year's class, like, you know, some of these guys have got to pop in order for you to have a chance here.
Yeah.
And Miles Garrett, you kidding me?
And this is a fair point, and we threw around a name, but from the text line, tell me which defensive lineman we could have given up to match versus value. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about a guy like Fred Warner, obviously not a lineman, but we're talking about Fred Warner, and that's probably something you don't want to do. Verse was a young player on his rookie deal. I don't know that you want to give up the heart and soul of your defense. So I do agree that maybe the 49ers probably didn't have a player like Verse that Cleveland would be interested in, but would they have been interested in, you know, one or two more first-round picks, and then would you have wanted to do that if you're the San Francisco 49ers? I mean, I do think there's so much of this is timing, when you want to go all in. You know, like, do you really want to go all in with a player like that when you don't think you're that close to being over the top?
My question is, how do the Rams do this every year? Do the salary cap rules not apply to them? Look at that payroll.
I know.
Seriously. They got somebody in that front office that defers money. You know, they're Progmerate.
Les Snead. That's the guy's name.
Yeah, I had a Les Snead Snorri. Yeah.
Huh? Do you?
Yeah. Do you know Les Snead? Have you ever seen him?
Yeah, I saw him at the podium.
Unassuming dude in the world.
I saw him at the podium with McVay when they made that move for what they do. The move they moved up to get the quarterback.
Yeah.
What about him?
I saw him at a conference once, and it was in between sort of speakers, and we were outside. It was in L.A., and he's a slight little sort of unassuming guy wearing jeans. I thought he like worked there, like he was, you know, part of the staff. And we were just talking, and he said, "Oh, you're from San Francisco?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And I was like, I can't stand L.A. I hate L.A. teams. Rams suck. And then I was like, "Yeah, so what do you do?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm the president of the Los Angeles Rams." Like, you got to be kidding me.
Why do you hate L.A.?
I mean, I don't, actually. I'm sort of like every other San Franciscan. You know, it's not hate. You know what it is? It's envy. I grew up in Candlestick, man, and I'm watching Dodger Stadium with all these pretty people and Richard Hamilton and the fake tans and like 40,000 people strong, and I'm freezing my ass off with 1,500 people.
All right. How many people do you think know who Richard Hamilton is?
Ken?
He's got
about Rip?
No, not Rip Hamilton. Was it Richard Hamilton? No, it was George Hamilton.
Oh, did I say Rich?
Are you talking about George Hamilton?
From Godfather 2 or whatever, 3?
Well, no, this guy was like a Hollywood actor, but he always had a big tan.
Yeah,
I think it was
George.
Yeah, I think so. I can't remember. But anyway.
I'm just saying, like, L.A. is, well, just getting back to the trade, it's like, how do they afford these guys? How are they putting his $40 million a year on that payroll? They just re-upped Stafford, did they not? Last week?
They signed him to one more year. One more year.
I mean, they got some serious contracts. But, I mean, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
When it comes to, forget about the X's and O's and winning on the field, just when it comes to front office stuff, does McVay own Shanahan? We know they're rivals. Like, he got Stafford. He got Devontae Adams. He won that Super Bowl because he went out and he pushed all those chips in the middle of the table. And here he is doing it again.
I mean, like, Yes, but didn't the 49ers push their chips into the table onto the table when they got McCaffrey?
No. Yeah.
And nobody's going to like
Trent
this.
Williams.
Yes, and they pushed their chips into the middle for Trey Lance, in a way, and luckily they had, they drafted Brock Purdy in the last round, so they ended up, saving face there, but like they've swung big at times, but the Trey Lance thing is the one that obviously sets them back.
I think McVay influenced a lot of that. I think what it is that the Rams were doing and being so progressive that Kyle Shanahan felt as though he had to make that move. I sincerely believe that. If you were to take yourself back to 2021, that was sort of what was going on at the time.
There was something about the like Kyler Murray and that kind of quarterback, especially on the heels of Garoppolo, where, Kyle wants a guy who's a great quarterback, but can only run on Kyle's terms. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think they thought they might get that with Trey Lance, but Trey Lance turned out to be James Wiseman, essentially.
He was garbage. Good thing I didn't see. I thought we did the crossover with Shasky, and I'm convinced that he doesn't like me because I had never seen the guy, and all I did was go after him and Bonte Hill without even meeting
nice.
Guys. Yeah.
What'd you say about him?
Well, because they were on Trey Lance. I'm like, that guy's he's the worst. Yeah, but I was going after Trey Lance before Trey Lance was bad. I saw him throw a forward pass. I'm like, that ain't right. Like, he's got a hitch in his giddy up. And they were all over this guy. And I was the one dude howling at the moon like, no, it's not the guy.
Well, he turned out not to be the guy. That's a fact. But yeah, no, Shasky and...
Can just go back to the Knicks for 1 second?
So you got off on a bad foot with those guys?
No, I mean, Bonte mentioned it to me. He's like, I did a show with him, or I saw him, and he's like, man, what was up with you? Like, for a whole year, you just leaned into me, man. We don't even know each other. He was doing it in his Bonte Hill with a big smile on his face, but I was like, oh, wow, there is some pain here. Wow, what was I thinking? You know what it is, man? I went to an all-boys Catholic grammar school, all-boys Catholic high school, and that's how you become popular. You have to make fun of other people. I'm insecure that way. It's like that way.
You went to Catholic school?
You survive. Yeah, hell
Where?
Yeah. St. Ignatius and Stuart Hall.
You're a Stuart Hall guy?
Yeah.
Isn't that where Carter went?
He went to the high school.
So you went to that school with the basketball court in the back that overlooks the Golden Gate Bridge?
Oh, yeah. It's called the Highlands.
That's an incredible court.
Yeah. How do you know about that?
Because I told you I once did a story on the 10 best pickup basketball courts in the Bay, and I put that one up there because it's incredible. If you miss a shot, it bounces over the fence. It's going to land in the Bay.
Well, there's no run.
Stage left, stage right.
So what's your motivation? Because your performance feels so real.
Oh, I was just tapping into my inner scratchers.
Incredible. incredible.
Yes. Bravo me.
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
If the rice ain't with it, then it ain't right. Yo, what it do? It's your boy Pilo, and I'm out here with Senior Sisig. If you know, you know. These guys been serving up Filipino flavor and repping the Bay for the last 15 years. Whether you're cruising through San Francisco, headed to the game, or just looking to grub, tap in with Senior Sisig and make sure you try my special collab item, Pilo Sinigang Wings. If the rice ain't with it, then it ain't right. C6.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
Internet work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
UFC fans, listen up. Want to win the ultimate UFC fan experience? Total Wireless, the official wireless provider of UFC, is sending 4 lucky winners to Washington, D.C. for a VIP UFC Freedom 250 Fan Fest experience. We're talking travel, VIP access, and so much more. Text TOTAL to 23955 to enter for your chance to win. No purchase necessary. Data rates may apply. Ends May 19th. Entrance must be resident of the 50 U.S. or D.C. 18 plus. Official rules at TotalPowerSweeps.com.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Dan Devone in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Crossover coming up in about 20 minutes with Willard and Dibbs. And I got to tell you, I thought of you yesterday.
What happened?
I thought of you, and I got a little worried. My understanding is, we go way back, but we haven't kept up over the years, is, I like to swim. You're a swimmer.
Yeah.
Be careful of those sneaker waves.
What's that?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
A sneaker wave. It's like when you swim in the ocean, you get caught up in a sneaker wave, it's over. You can be taken out to sea. It just happened to it was a guy, and he didn't die. Luckily, they got to him in time. It was down in Pacifica somewhere. Was it just out?
Is it an eddy, an undercurrent?
It might be, like Eddie Johnson, No, but dude.
Thank you.
Be careful if you swim in the ocean or the bay?
No, I'm in the bay, but I'm still curious. Like, what? I've never heard of a sneaker wave.
Yeah.
So
you're just in, maybe up to your waist, and boom, you get sucked out, and it's all over.
Yeah, you're missing something here. This doesn't sound plausible.
Oh, my God. See?
That's just not, that ain't right.
I'll prove it to you. Wave.
You're not wading in your waist and then getting swept out to sea.
As temperatures climb, Dan, into the mid-80s, the National Weather Service is warning Bay Area residents to be cautious when heading out to the beach. On Sunday morning, meteorologists issued a beach hazard statement for dangerous conditions, including sneaker waves and strong rip currents due to a long period of southwesterly swell. That statement remains in effect through tomorrow morning. There you go.
Well, that's it? Yeah, the strong currents every day. You got to be careful. I thought it was some sort of sneaker wave that actually, literally drags you out, and there's nothing you can do about it.
The warning, Dan, comes after a fisherman was swept into the ocean at San Francisco's Baker Beach on Friday. People who saw the man and called 911 reported a sneaker wave, quote, struck without warning, sending him into the water, San Francisco Fire Department spokesman John Baxter said. Firefighters arrived at the scene at 1 p.m., joined by the SFPD police and a drone and a helicopter, and they fished him out.
No, that's off of Baker's Beach is dangerous. So that area there, it's called China Beach, which is right next door, which is also a swimming area. Like a lot of people from the Dolphin Club will also swim out at China Beach because it is, for that, to your point, it's more ocean-esque.
Right.
Whereas the bay is a cove and it's much more controlled. But when you get into Baker Beach, it's very different. Very different. Much more dangerous to your quote-unquote sneaker waves and currents and riptides and those sort of things. But it's all, you really have to be aware, especially when you get on that side of the bridge. You got to be really aware of where it is that you're going. If you're gonna swim, certainly if you're gonna go fish or get into your knees or over your head.
Well, let me come back to that and say, A.J. Brown? A.J. Brown to the Patriots. Eagles have traded A.J. Brown to the Patriots. Good riddance.
Rossini and Vrabel.
Good riddance.
Yeah, they send a
I don't care.
First round 2028 pick and a 2027 fifth round pick.
Take it. So
wait, let me look this up.
You swim in the bay. Isn't that kind of dirty?
It's disgusting.
Do you have goggles on?
I don't wear goggles. I personally don't wear goggles, but you should wear goggles. Yeah, because it's all runoff, right? Like if it rains, you're just getting all sewage.
Well, what did you, I'm sure you've seen some stuff out there.
You don't see it, but you feel it.
What do you feel?
Well.
You ever see a shark?
Don't see a shark, but I'm just saying, it's your intestines or your bowel movements may change drastically when you happen to take a mouthful of something you shouldn't.
Now, do you swim with other people?
Occasionally, yeah.
I wouldn't do that alone, man. Be careful.
That is a rush swimming alone. Sometimes the problem when you're swimming with other people is it gets probably if you were to ever swim, you'd be that guy. You'd be Devon, let's go for a swim. Let's do a cove today. I'm like,
Sure.
yeah, sure. But you get competitive. Like, you'd want to win the damn thing. And I don't want to race, man. I'm just out there to swim. But the last 100 yards, you put into another gear.
I'd be worried too much about the stuff around me.
The stuff around you is fine. It's the seals. Just sort of freak you out. Like, is that what you're referring to?
I'm just referring to anything. A shark, a fish. You're a fish. You're a fish. I want no fish near my leg.
Well, the seals. The sharks.
All right.
There was a shark attack at Baker's Beach. There was a fatality. It's the only one I know of in my entire life.
Okay.
You swim? Do you know how to swim? No, seriously, you don't know. I don't know.
I know how to swim. I mean,
oh, that's right. You were doing laps in his pool, in Ken's pool.
No, I didn't go in that day.
Not many did.
First of all, what are you doing with the pool, man?
I don't swim anymore because
What do you mean?
Because you have to take your shirt off to swim, and I don't take my shirt off anymore. And I don't want to be the guy with a T-shirt swimming. What's your problem, Ken?
No, he asked, what am I doing with a pool? I said, what do you mean? I can't have a pool?
I don't know.
Well, you know what he means.
What are they paying producers around here?
Don't worry about that.
All right. That's a pool, and you're not in the city, right? You're...
No, I'm in the East Bay. Hey, we got some Anthony Slater sound we can get to.
Okay. Sorry.
All right, first of all, set it up.
Well, he was on the Ryan Russillo podcast, and Ryan Russillo was asking him about, the current state of the Warriors, and he's not too keen on, where they're at as far as, how thirsty they seem when it comes to winning a championship.
You know where Ryan Russillo lives?
No.
Manhattan Beach.
All right.
Well, I'm just saying, what does he do? He's a podcaster, right?
Okay.
So I'm walking Manhattan Beach, beachfront property. My buddy goes, you know what house is that? Whose house that is? Big balcony, just beautiful. That's Ryan Russillo. I'm like, that's podcast money? Dude, he's on beachfront property in one of the most picturesque places in Southern California. And he's doing this.
Yeah, but he made big money in New York back in the day,
No,
didn't he?
he didn't. Wait, ESPN?
Didn't he?
No, it's all of this stuff that he's done as an independent podcaster. And he's, partnering with Bill Simmons and that whole thing. I'm just saying, when
sounds like you're a little jealous.
When you decide to do something else, there's always just, throw on with your huge following, just get in your laptop in your room one day, turn on a camera and
talk about 1975 baseball. Yeah, that'll bring him in. That'll bring him in.
Sorry, you wanted a soundbite you wanted to toss to.
All right. Warriors, they have a lot of action, or do they? Go ahead, Kenny. Or did you put it on my board? Oh, here it is. This is Anthony Slater saying the Warriors' strategy may have changed.
I've said this, in the past couple of weeks, but I sense a decreased level of thirst from them to make a monster move. And you could hear that in Steve Kerr's press conference afterwards about, discussing the future of the franchise with Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy and coming to a more realistic understanding that they aren't chasing championships they're just kind of trying to guide out the Steph Curry era while, protecting the future. And I believe using the 11th pick.
All right. That's another way of saying that they probably already know they can't get Giannis, Kawhi, or LeBron James. That's why their thirst would have decreased for signing a big fish.
Or they've come to the realization that I'm going to give up all my picks and I'm going to take on that salary and Steph for what? For a guy who's played his least number of games, 65 games last year, played his least number of games in the season the year before.
Just for kicks, where are you on Giannis?
I'm out.
You're out?
Yeah. Would you give up the farm for that guy? He's going to Miami anyways.
The thing with Giannis, to me, is twofold. So remember when the 49ers were trying to sign Ayuk, but they also wanted to trade him. And they couldn't trade him because you were asking a team to not only give up assets, but then they were going to have to pay Brandon Ayuk. It was just too much. I feel the same way for the Warriors. It's you're going to give up 3 future first-round picks for the right to pay him $275 million over the next 4 or 5 years. And the one thing that I do put into the equation is, like, how confident are the Warriors that they can sign a big-name free agent at some point? Because if they're not confident they can, then they've got to try to acquire a guy via trade and probably have to give stuff up, because that might be the only way they get a player of that caliber in here. But I'm with you. It's a little too much for me.
Let me ask you this. When is the last time, and you see this every single year, that teams go after someone, whether it's Kevin Durant or Giannis or a guy in his 30s who's a high-priced free agent and has sort of the resume like that of Giannis? Have you ever seen a trade like that where a team won? Like, oh, we got him, and we win a title, or even get to a title.
Who won it? The Thunder won it last year. Who won it before the Thunder?
Celtics.
Somebody made...
Nobody. It's never happened. The closest is LeBron. I don't even throw LeBron into that category. Kyrie, I guess Kyrie was... You went to Dallas in a big trade.
I mean...
It just doesn't happen.
No, I got you. What about, like... And I get it. They lost in the Eastern Conference Finals. But what about Cleveland going after Harden? And it gets them to the Eastern Conference Finals.
No.
Okay. No, I'm not necessarily saying it is. Who was the trade? God, I can't remember it. Was it Dallas?
For who?
Dallas, the year they got to the finals, they picked up, like, I want to say Gafford
at
PJ
the half
and PJ Washington. But those weren't huge
I'm
names.
talking
That was
about,
like a tinker for sure.
Like Paul George. They were in on Paul George, and they felt that was the missing piece to go along with Steph and Draymond. How many times has that ever worked out? You're spending all of this money. It happens every year with Kevin Durant. Like Houston's like, that's the guy.
Time with Durant.
That's true.
In fairness.
I don't think he was over 30.
No. Well, that's true. Over 30, I'm out.
What's Giannis, 31?
But he's an old 31.
Right?
Because he was in the league when he was like 19 years old. But, I mean, we'll see what the Warriors do. Here's the other thing I want to play. Do you feel like Buster Posey is taking a requisite amount of criticism from Giants fans?
Yeah.
FP Santangelo.
We're going there.
Yeah, part of the broadcast crew was doing a podcast with Susan Slesser of the Chronicle. And I want to get into this even for a little bit because I want to know what you think.
I don't understand the hatred right now from Giants fans to what's going on against a guy that gave us all those thrills for all those years. I know it's a different role and a different time, but when I talk to Buster Posey, I think about the 2010 World Series ring that I have on my shelf at home, and he's a big reason why I got it. I think of all the great memories he gave me as a San Francisco Giant and the 3 World Series that he brought to the city of San Francisco, and there's nothing that can happen with him as a president of baseball operations that's going to change any of those memories for me. So when I see people lashing out, and I got to get off Twitter. It's just a horrible place right now. But when I see people lashing out at a guy just because a team has played poorly for a couple of months and all these things they're saying about him, whether it's on the radio, whether it's on social media, it just blows my mind that you can be that guy, a wonderful human being, a great person that's brought us all these unbelievable memories, and then you have a bad couple of months or maybe, a 500 year last year, and people are lashing out, man. I just don't get that. I'll never get it. He'll always be Hall of Fame catcher Buster Posey to me.
That's pretty lame.
Do you think?
Yeah, that's pretty. I like FP. And
I do too. I like him a lot on the broadcast. I think he's clever. I think he's insightful.
But that's one of his worst takes ever. Well, he's a huge homer. That's why. But that's brutal.
I mean, part of this goes hand in hand. One of the reasons an organization goes with a guy like Posey is to keep the heat off for as long as possible. You know what I mean? Like Buster Posey's going to have more of a grace period than Farhan Zaidi did, or even that. I know Gabe Kapler was a manager, but obviously more rope than a guy like Gabe Kapler or even Bob Melvin because he's been a part of this organization forever. I just wonder I'm fascinated by how this is going to play out and where this team goes from here, because I feel like they're just in a wait-and-see mode till Buster Posey's, something comes across his table that he's going to like and just make a move because he's almost got to make a move.
Well, I told you this before the show when we met. I went after this the minute they hired Posey. I just don't think it's not a knock on him as a player, FP, not at all, man. You have to separate the two. But GMs or the president of baseball ops these days, these guys are nerds. These guys have MBAs from Ivy League schools. Like, that's where Neander from Baltimore and Thopoulos, all of these guys are Friedman. They're not former players. It's not about whether you can square up a four-seam fastball. It's about player development, scouts, and all that, having a system, creating a culture. Like, those are the best baseball minds right now. Playing has very little to do with any of this. So I was out on sort of Buster from the outset, but.
Well, I wasn't in or out, but I always am intrigued that, people give him the benefit of the doubt. He got the benefit before he ever started,
okay,
yeah.
But now?
Now I think the questions are starting to surface as to whether he's in over his head or not, and especially with this team right now. The Vitello hiring is really coming under scrutiny. The guys he signed or traded for are coming under scrutiny. But, to me, I'm fascinated by how long he's going to wait to do anything if he ends up doing something.
Trading, you mean?
Yeah. All right, this is more FP Santangelo.
He knows more baseball in that rant I just went on about Buster Posey than I'll ever know. He's forgot more baseball in this last sentence than I'll ever know. And while maybe this is a work in progress for him and a new experience for him and possibly overwhelming at times, he's learning, Tony's learning, Hector Borg was learning. And I said this before the season started. There's going to be a lot of moments early in the season with a new manager from college that we're going to be like, whoa. And there's going to be some whoa or WTF moments. But I think for the most part, Tony's done a good job with what he has. And a lot of stuff looks good on paper in spring training. A lot of stuff looks good in the offseason when you make these moves. And then it's up to the players, to your point, Susan, to perform, to get to the back of their baseball cards and do their job. But all this hatred toward the front office right now is just blowing my mind, man.
Oh, come on.
First of all, I don't think Buster Posey knows more than FP Santangelo. Why would Buster Posey know more than FP Santangelo about baseball? I mean, to my way of thinking, FP Santangelo stayed in baseball after he was done playing to a greater degree than Buster Posey. Like, I know it's a nice thing to say about Buster Posey, but I don't believe it. Like, I don't believe. Why does Buster Posey know more about baseball than FP Santangelo?
Maybe because he was a catcher.
Maybe.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I like listening to FP. I learned stuff from him. He's smart. And he's witty. I like that guy.
Yeah, I do too.
But he's off on this. This gets again back to, we were talking about New York and the difference between sports in the East Coast and the West Coast. Well, this is this wouldn't play in the East Coast. Like, can you imagine?
What do you mean it doesn't play?
Well, if he used to say this to Met fans right now.
Oh.
Hey, why are you upset? Come on, give the GM an opportunity. Root for the home team. Come on, I thought we were all in this together. If there was a Buster Posey equivalent that was pulling the strings out in New York and he was to say that doesn't wash.
Right.
The bottom line's the bottom line. If you suck, heads got to roll. That's just the way this thing is done. And you wanted to be the president of baseball ops, well, guess what comes along with that? It's like you come under this sort of scrutiny and you get, verbal darts are headed your way. You got to know that.
No, I mean, I just don't understand fans that think this can be turned around so quickly. And I've said that a million times, but I do think, look, how long was Farhan Zaidi around? 6 years?
Yeah.
I mean, how can you not? Okay, and they had one great year and 5 average years. I mean, if Buster Posey wants to be the president of baseball operations, he's probably going to be the president of baseball operations through at least 2030. If he wants to. right?
If this continues to go bad, I don't know.
But like, how can you get rid of a guy like Posey, give him less time than a guy like Farhan Zaidi?
Well, because you mentioned it, the only reason that Farhan was able to extend his tenure is because of 2021.
True.
I mean, he won 107 games and beat the Dodgers. That bought him a couple of years. If Posey doesn't have at least something like that, yeah, I don't know. This has got to end. The thing is, who's going to fire him?
That's the question that I have. It's because the people above Buster Posey aren't really baseball people, and he's already in the ownership group. So I don't. Next month for the Giants it's gonna be fascinating because they've got to start playing better, and if they don't, Posey's got no excuse for not making or trying to make almost wholesale changes.
Well,
with this team,
he pulls the trigger. I'll give him that. I mean, he's not gun shy. So I don't know. How much can you put of this? The one thing I would put on him is you didn't play, Eldridge, and that's proven to be a mistake. But the rest of this, I like Chapman re-signing at the time. I was in on Adames. I like Devers. I don't know. Is that Buster's fault they can't hit?
Well, it's the issue is that those three guys all have tons of years left on their deals. And so if they're already starting to decline, then...
But didn't we just pat Sean McVay's back for doing the very same thing, putting all his chips in the middle of the table and going for it?
They got to the NFC Championship last year, didn't they?
Yeah, but a lot of it, they won that Super Bowl because he was just like, the hell with tomorrow.
That year. Yeah.
Let's just go get whatever, Marcus Peters, every guy that was available. They're like, I don't care about. They had a slogan, like something F the draft picks or something.
F the picks, yeah.
F the picks?
F the picks. I know, they just gave those old shirts to the Warriors, I think. Now the Warriors are using them. We'll see. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Hey, how do you think it went? Hey, Friday and Monday.
Yeah, hey, it's all right. I think today was better.
Did you work Saturday?
I did.
Well, a Giants show?
Yeah.
How was that?
Well, it's, Sam Levin breaking down middle inning relief for 4 hours.
Is he, I
like Sammy.
Is he doing all right? Loveman. 13 under, for goodness sakes.
Is he doing all right?
I mean,
in life?
Dude, let me tell you something. Now, you and I are mature and old. These kids that we work with that are 30 and under, they still live and die with sports.
Oh, I know.
Look at Rosoto coming in. Like you take out sports from his life, he can't function.
No.
You know what I mean?
He
gave the thumbs up.
He's nothing. He's in a body cast.
I also realize you work with all these guys, so you know them.
Oh, these are my guys, man. I love working with these people.
I love these people. I know these people. I work with these people. All right, 888, and forget the number. We got crossover on the other side. We'll soldier on one more segment with Dibley and Willard.
More Nick hatred. Bring him in.
Yes,
Bring
sir.
him in.
That segment brought to you by the San Mateo County Fair.
It's time for the San Mateo County Fair. Powered by tradition, inspired by innovation, blue ribbon moments, fun, and bottle cake! And where experiences bloom everywhere you go. San Mateo County Fair.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Hey, baseball fans, want to turn your good deed into game day? This June, donate blood with Stanford Blood Center and score 2 free tickets to see the San Francisco Giants in action. No batting average required, just a little time and a big heart. In about an hour, you can help save lives, and we'll send you to the ballpark to celebrate. So grab a friend, roll up your sleeve, and make it a double play. Help patients in need and catch a Giants game at Oracle Park. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org to book your appointment today. Stanford Blood Center, where heroes win big.
It's the best time of the year for sports. teams are making big moves. Maybe it's time your money did too. Celebrate the 75th anniversary of San Francisco Fire Credit Union with a limited time 7-month tiered certificate. Start with just $250. Visit sffirecu.org and click Discover Our Best Offers. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI up to $250,000 per account.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Drew from Burlingame. Jason and RNS were great. We had a residential garage door installed and the whole team was great to work with. Very satisfied. Thank you. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
When back to the office means back in traffic, turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Second crash in the back.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Sophisticated, award-winning, and incredibly fuel efficient. Get the Accord Hybrid today. It's the right car right now at your Northern California Honda dealers.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Megan, trapeze artist and scratchers enthusiast. So, Megan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, they're easy to play when I'm hanging around.
Oh, okay. Like when you're relaxing?
No, like when I'm hanging on the trapeze. I swing upside down, then do a quadruple somersault, all while playing scratchers. Watch this. Ta-da!
Unbelievable.
I know, right?
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery. Staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. It is the crossover. and that means it's brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We've got you covered, Bay Alarm. Let's welcome in Mark Grandy and Mark Willard, and Dan Devone and Matt Steinmetz already here. What's up, guys? How are you?
Yo!
Good. How are you? Happy Monday.
You guys have been fun listening today.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Sure.
Good job.
What in particular?
Well, so what's fun about listening to you talk about this series?
Let's go. Let's just get into it. Well, we don't even have to stop with the preamble.
There's no problem if you think the Knicks are going to win. That's an allowed take. You literally sound like it's bananas to even think the Spurs should be in this series. Like, that's what it sounds like. Like, what are the Spurs even doing here? Why are we playing the games?
No,
this thing's over in 3.
That's a little of New York coming out.
Mm-hmm.
But that's part of what it is.
We noticed.
That's part of what it is. You as a Spur fan, and you
Not
as
a
well.
Spur fan. I mean, I'm visiting.
For the sake of this conversation, you are.
I was a big Spurs fan in the Western Finals series, that's for sure.
They saved the NBA.
That's what you're up against. But think about coconuts like me, X10, that have been waiting since 73 or have heard the stories through the parents and grandparents. Like that is real. That's an entity. He dismisses it. He's like, that's not a thing. I'm just telling you.
Oh, you think that's going to affect the games?
I think that's real. I think the Garden, and I told Steiny almost threw something at me when I said that you're not only playing against the Knicks,
Here's a baseball Steiny you wanted.
You're playing against the city.
Oh, God. I just had to tell him, like, this is where people can. I wouldn't let Guru get away with that.
Throw it at him, Steiny.
I can't let Devone get away with
What
that.
happens if when they get to the city to play the city, they're already up 2-0? Then what happens?
I expect a clunker, maybe in game 1, because this team has been so good for so long. And I think maybe it's game 1.
Well, then they're going to have to win 4 out of 5.
That's fine. They could be down 2-0.
6.
No, he's only 7-6. It's no big deal.
They could be. It could be one way. Okay, worst case scenario, it's 2-0.
Yeah,
you're not winning the Garden. You're just not.
Okay,
you're
counterpoint.
Well, they don't have to win at the Garden to win the series.
No, I know, but the Knicks can win in San Antonio, and they can do that on multiple occasions.
And the Spurs can't win any of the 3 in New York.
It's like I want to bet you twice. Do you want to do something? I know you're already in on drinks with this guy. We can
if it's at the ship and we're all together.
No, let's just do money, dude.
All right.
Let's just do money.
Classic.
But now I have 2 bets. I wanted to just bet you that I think the Spurs are going to win the series, but now I want to bet you that they will win just a game at the Garden.
All right. No. They'll win a game at the Garden.
Oh,
my point is,
they couldn't win at the Garden.
Well, now you got to win 2 in San Antonio.
I'm just saying that you gave me the scenario if they're down 2-0.
Yeah.
Is that what we're doing? So you're
no.
If you want to qualify the bet that they win the first 2, then I'll say they won't win the Garden.
No. And I didn't know if you meant that they weren't winning game 3 at the Garden or they weren't winning at the Garden, period.
I'll say if they're down 2-0, they're going to. If they're down 2-0, they'll win game 3 at the Garden.
You're probably right.
Okay, you don't want to take that bet.
Nope.
All right.
Nope. No, I don't think this is a sweep. I'll give the Knicks credit. But your whole, you're ignoring what's happening thing.
That's a little fandom craziness.
You're kind of ignoring what the Spurs just did.
But what is the main reason? Is it experience? What is it?
It's experience. And it's the fact that I think guys like Mark, Steiny, Grandy, I don't know if I'll throw you in this, but you guys you're dismissing what's happening. And what's happening is epic in the postseason. They're not only winning, but they're winning by the biggest point differential ever. In closeout games, they're winning by 30 points. What's happening right now with the New York Knicks is not what was happening with the New York Knicks during the regular season and the ebb and flow, which is why they were a number 3 seed. What's happening to the New York Knicks is not what happened last year or if you listen to WFN, all the trades and all the mania, all the Dolan sucks. Throw all of that out the window and do not dismiss what is happening right now. What's happening right now is that this is the best team in basketball. And
the Spurs just beat the best team in basketball.
Wait, Devone. Without dismissing how impressive the Knicks have been, if I just asked you in a vacuum, and I had asked you this 3 weeks ago, what's more impressive, going 8-0 against the Sixers and Cavs, or going 8-3, or what is it, 8-4, 8-5?
They lost 2 to the T-Wolves.
Okay, 8-5 against the Wolves and Thunder.
I would say the Knicks.
Okay. I mean, it's a fair take.
And it's not about...
It was also dominant 8 wins. Dominant 8 wins. Other than game 1 in the Eastern Finals.
And the only 2 games they lost were by a point.
To Atlanta, yeah.
The Sixers and the Cavs. And I know you don't like that, but the Thunder...
I thought you were listening earlier. I got to do this again. I got to do this again.
I was, and I was yelling at my radio. No, don't do the dismiss the opponent.
Indiana last year.
Thunder down 3-2, game 7 on the road. The champs.
I get it.
Like, this dude's built different.
Congratulations. Yeah, and he cried.
I don't care.
He cried after.
He's built different. Look what he did to the All-Star game. Look what he's done with
All-Star game.
Yes.
All-Star game's going to factor into this?
No, listen to me.
Steiny, where the hell are you? All-Star game? You going there?
Wemby.
I'll come in a sec.
Wemby is built different.
I give you that.
He is setting a tone that we're not waiting for next year because people tell us we're a year away. We're not.
But he is.
We're not bebopping through the All-Star
How many times does a team in their first playoff experience win it all? It's crazy.
That's
why he's not.
Dude, he's different. He's different.
Even get to the finals. That doesn't happen.
He sets a tone where losing is unacceptable.
So
and he's the best player on the planet.
Here's the Eastern Conference take. All right. So last year we did this exact same thing. It's like OKC was even better last year. OKC had a healthy Jalen Williams. They were wire to wire, and they were taking on the East, and the East was even weaker last year because Jason Tatum blew a tire. And they had the Indiana Pacers, a 4 seed, and we dealt with the exact same thing. It's like OKC is demolishing anybody out of the East, especially the East this year. And what did Indiana do? They pushed him to the brink of elimination, and if it wasn't for Tyrese Halliburton blowing out his Achilles heel in the first quarter, I strongly believe that it was Indiana that was beating OKC.
And you're maybe right, and no one's saying the Spurs are going to demolish them. What's funny is that you sound like the Knicks are going to demolish the Spurs. And that is factually not happening.
I'm just going to this idea that the East is so weak, and we're dismissing how dominant the wins have been by the New York Knicks.
No, and they found a way to be down by 22 in the fourth quarter of their game 1. So let's not act like they dominated every minute. Yes,
well, that's true. And what happened? With 7.5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter.
Then the Cavs barfed on themselves. But that's also, like, think about that. Game 1 after a long rest, that's how they looked. They looked like crap for 3 quarters.
I think they're due a clunker.
Could happen again on Wednesday.
I would agree with that.
Yeah. Anyway, I think it's a series, Devone, I do.
Would you not
I just want you to think it is too. You sound all day like this is Knicks in 3.5.
Who did you want to play? Did you want the Spurs or did you want the Thunder?
OKC.
You wanted OKC because of the injuries or what?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I wanted San Antonio.
You think you have a better shot versus San Antonio?
Hell yes. They're just not ready for this. They're going to own this thing for the next. They're going to own this thing for the foreseeable future. They're just a year ahead. They're just.
They don't need this. They don't care.
Only a New Yorker thinks the weight of the Garden is more than on the road of the champs for Game 7.
It's real.
Okay.
Let me tell you who's real.
Wemby's ready for it, though.
I've been waiting for that all day. Thank God Pasta's here. I've been waiting for that all day.
The news.
Pasta, my God. It's part of my contract that he and I work together. The once every 6 months I get a chance to do this during the week.
I think there's something about Wembanyama. How old is he now?
22.
22.
And he, like...
Third year, first playoff experience.
He's got the same mentality as all the greats.
Oh, you're buying that.
I am buying it. Jordan, he's every bit as serious about the game as Jordan.
What did you ever hear Jordan say that I want to win or make deliberately trying to put himself in rarefied air? Either you are or you're not. Let it be organic. And take off those sunglasses that you wear after 9 o'clock because it helps you sleep at night, working out with the monks and dribbling a basketball. That's too choreographed. If you're special, we'll anoint you as being special. You don't have to sell yourself on us.
Who's special for the Knicks?
Serious?
You're damn right I'm serious. And when I'm talking NBA Finals special dog, and like who wins championships?
I mean,
who is that person for the Knicks? Do you even know?
Jalen Brunson.
You sure?
We're about to find out.
Okay.
I'll put. I said this is Steiny. The one thing that people overlook is Josh Hart.
I love Josh Hart.
Right, but my point is that
I like the Knicks.
But
It's
would
a
you
good
agree
team.
that every NBA championship team has a Josh Hart? It's Caruso. It's Drew Holiday. I would even throw Draymond Green, that guy that does the dirty work, who just plays defense. Like, when we play pickup basketball, it's that guy's like, oh, in your grill. Like, dude, what are you doing? It's pickup. Get out of here. He only knows one way to play. San Antonio doesn't have that guy. They do not have that guy. They don't have a guy that's going to get on the ground or is like every loose ball is mine or every rebound or you're not scoring in this possession.
Say it.
I mean, I would put Castle.
I was going to say too.
I mean, but you're not. But you're not going to give him that because you know why? He's too talented.
No.
Yep.
But Castle is really.
He's really good.
I like this.
He's pretty tough.
He's a good player, but that's not what I'm talking about.
I don't think he's any less tough than Josh Hart.
No. I'm talking about that special sort of the Caruso types, the connector, the guy that you can't even really describe until you see him do what it is that they do, and then you realize that like those guys win championships.
We won't remember Stephon Castle that way because in a few years he's going to be like an all-star, but I think that's who he is right now for the most part.
I like the way you said it, Steiny. You're not going to give it to Castle because he's too talented. He's too good.
The only guy that has the potential makeup, and you'll know, who's the rookie out of Arizona?
Out of Arizona?
Bryant?
Oh,
Bryant.
Carter Bryant?
Carter Bryant. He's the one
He
guy.
should have been thrown out of game 5 or 6.
Because he's got the nasty.
He thrown out. You can't look. You can have the nasty, but if you're a 10th man and you come into a game like that, hit the pike. You can't be ruining games by being a Scribini and interjecting yourself into a game of stars.
I will say though, Dan, if the Knicks get this one, it will be, I think, nice.
If they get this one,
it will be nice for the NBA
I won't
because
be working and I'll show up here for the crossover.
You watch Wemby, you watch Steph Castle, you watch Dylan Harper. Imagine how good that trio is going to be in a couple of years.
it's scary.
Dylan Harper is so good. He is so good already.
Yeah, I think it's him and
man.
Wemby. Like that guy is.
Like they're going to move off of De'Aaron Fox soon because Dylan Harper is already so good.
But I think the window was you get him this year is my point. The window was ajar because I'm with you. It's Wemby's. It's going to go through Wemby for the next foreseeable future.
Maybe. I've watched too much sports.
Things change.
Yeah,
quick,
like it's
but-
just every time feels like the last 3 NBA champions always go dynasty. Here we go, Nuggets. Here we go, Thunder. And it just so. But I like in theory, conceptually, I'm with you. I don't know how the hell you beat this guy, but he also might get hurt. I don't know, but
he's kind of different.
He's so good.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. I will say this, if the Knicks win this and Brunson plays like he's been playing, then I'm not going to say he's in the league of these two guys, but he'll be in the league of small guys being the best player on their team that have won a title, not dissimilar from Curry and Isaiah Thomas. He'll like he's 6'2", he's unequivocally their best player, and that'll be a big accomplishment.
That's legit.
No doubt. No doubt.
Unless he doesn't win NBA Finals MVP and they've got to give it to Josh Iguodala Hart because he's grinder.
Give it to Mikal Bridges.
You know what? There was something
OG
I did
Anunoby.
at the University of Arizona when I joined a fraternity, which I regret, but they put me in. I was the bull in the ring. So they made me sit in a chair and all the lights are out and all the actives were around me. And they just pelted me, question after question, and just grill me to the point where they try and break you. I'm having this is a flashback of my days back at the U of A. Like, go ahead. What else do you want? What else do you want in your pound of flesh? Because you guys, I think that I'm actually making sense.
Who would you compare the Knicks to if they were to win it all? What past champion? Is it like a Detroit Pistons, Chauncey Billups, Rip Hamilton era?
I think that's a little...
Is that a little disrespectful to Brunson?
It's a little disrespectful to the scorers the Knicks have. I don't think they're that...
But Brunson is what? The 10th best player in the league? Somewhere around there?
That's what I mean. You know what I mean? Like the Pistons just felt like a bunch of people scoring 15 a night and really good defensively.
Also a different era.
Yeah, different era. But it feels a little bit like that because usually the NBA champion has this guy.
One of the five best players in the whole world.
Yes.
So are you sort of in the Draymond, Becky Hammond camp that he's a 1A and you don't win with a 1A? Jalen Brunson. He's not.
That's where it sits now, yeah.
And so do you think that's a deterrent as far as the Knicks winning a championship because they don't have a Steph for it?
It feels like history would suggest that. I don't know if in this moment I feel that way, but history suggests that. I'm not pelting you. I like the Knicks, and they've got a shot, and it's not a sweep.
See, I would...
But you're the one today that sounds like the Spurs are just a moronic idea that they could even win a game.
I'll say this. He has hammered home the point of that the Knicks are veteran and they're together right now. And he's really keen on Wembanyama crying on Saturday, meaning that was his finals. But I think the Spurs will probably do a good job in letting that team know that there's still another series to play. You know what I mean?
That's what's going to happen.
It's not a crazy point. We've seen it before in sports where in the semifinal you beat what is considered your hardest opponent, and then you let up. We see that sometimes.
Yeah, we also see that the inferior team just gets beat in the finals. And
now you're getting pelted.
Well,
I mean,
your interpretation of who's inferior.
Exactly.
I don't think the Knicks are the inferior team.
That's fair. And again, I'm going on the whole year up to this point.
Oh, see, there you go.
And right, you're going playoffs up to this point.
Well, you have to.
Well, you don't have to, and here's why you don't have to. Because you have to take into account the opponents. And, of course, the Thunder had more trouble in the semifinals and the Western Conference Finals than the Knicks did. They were playing better teams. You think Minnesota, and let me just ask you this, are Minnesota and the Thunder better than the last two teams that the Knicks have beaten?
Yes.
Okay, and I think that's important.
If we're
they're going to see a team that they haven't seen in the postseason, the Knicks.
If we're going to do the regular season, who won the season series between the Knicks and the Spurs? And I don't even go there because it's useless.
But you know,
and who won the NBA Cup? It was the Knicks and the Spurs.
Right. But if you know,
the Knicks won't even hang that goddamn banner.
But if you're paying attention. That was earlier in the year. Wembanyama was on
earlier in the year, but I thought
he was on a minutes restriction early. He's not anymore.
Don't worry, both teams will be champs this year. The Knicks have the NBA Cup. The Spurs will have the NBA Finals. Everyone goes home happy.
They're only hanging one banner. Well, two. Eastern Conference champs and then NBA champs.
The bottom line is...
Pasta, come here. I'm going to kiss you.
The bottom line is that...
Oh, cut that, please.
I mean, Wemby didn't even start when the Knicks beat him.
In the NBA Cup?
I was not the one who referenced...
He wasn't even in the starting lineup.
I didn't reference the regular season. I wouldn't even go there and support.
You brought it up.
No, he did.
Oh.
No.
Well, you said who won the regular season series?
Because I was trying to drive home the point that this is where they're at over the last month, where you can't dismiss this.
Did they only play each other once this year?
Well, you have to play each other twice.
Don't you have to play each other?
No, they played.
Oh, no, I see it. Yeah, and the Spurs whacked them. Well, they won by 2, but they won. Yeah, they went 1-1 this year. Why are you talking about winning the season
plus
series?
the Emirates NBA Cup championship game.
Okay.
Which the Knicks won.
No, that's one of the ones I'm talking about.
No, it's an extra game.
No, they were...
I don't see the third game. I must be missing it.
I want to say they handed the Spurs their worst loss of the season. And for some reason, you can't find it.
Oh, there it is. No, you're right. 114-89. March 1st.
Well, I guess Wemby was a -8.
Wemby was... no, he's -15.
Oh.
Yeah.
March 1st. At that point, Spurs had second seed in the West wrapped up. They didn't care.
Yeah. That was one of those nights, Devon.
You cleverly omitted that.
No, I
don't. A 114-89 spanking.
I just put it in there. Yeah. 3 months ago to the day.
Huh.
Yeah.
What'd you guys think of Myles Garrett to the Rams?
That's one of those, it's a tricky one, Grandy. It doesn't have anything to do with the Niners, but it has everything to do with the Niners. I can't imagine it's going to sit well with 49er fans that Myles Garrett's now on the Rams. I don't know. If you're the Niners, would you have given up at least 2 first-rounders if you didn't have a player like Verse that they wanted? You know what I mean?
No chance I would have done this deal if I were the Niners.
Okay. Probably would have cost 3 first-round picks.
Well, that's what I mean. If Verse is on his rookie deal, so there was nobody comparable to Verse that they might want on the Niners. So you'd have to give up more picks.
Yeah, I think a Bay Area sports fan can relate to this in that the Rams are treating Stafford the way the Warriors treat Curry.
Okay.
And therefore and to a degree the way fans want the Warriors to treat Curry, which is to just shove everything into the middle of the table for a very short term.
Trent McDuffie and now Myles Garrett this offseason.
And the Rams already were maybe the best team, and now they're the bester team. So I don't know that it changes everything that much like it does some. Myles is the best defensive player in the NFL, in my opinion. But I don't. The Niners are not in that spot that the Rams are in right now. I don't want the Niners shoving everything into the middle of the table for this year. That doesn't make sense for them right now, in my opinion.
Isn't that how they won their Super Bowl, though?
Right, because 2 years ago they were in that spot.
Yeah.
Or are you talking the Rams?
Rams.
Yeah, well, the Rams played, this is their philosophy.
Yeah.
And I would argue that both philosophies have worked. Like both of them are kind of in the hunt every year. The Rams got over once, the Niners didn't. But it's their philosophy.
I mean, to me, this is the Christian McCaffrey trade that the Rams made.
Yeah.
Similar.
And the 49ers have tried. Like, they tried to make the big move with Lance. They got McCaffrey because they thought he was the missing piece, and they gave it a run, and they didn't get over the top. But I don't, okay, they didn't win a title with McCaffrey, but the intent was the exact same. They thought they were at a point where McCaffrey could put him over the top. He almost did. And that's why they did it. I don't know if they're there now, though, where they were 4 or 5 years ago.
My question is, how do they afford all these guys? Does the salary cap not apply to the Rams?
You can be super creative with when the money comes off the books. But, yeah.
They got somebody that's...
I mean, all the talent they have. They have the reigning MVP, the reigning defensive player of the year. They have the best receiver in the NFL, the best red zone receiver in the NFL. You could argue Puka's the best receiver in the NFL.
He's having a rough offseason.
Yeah, but I mean, he has a great season every time out.
There's a reason he's extension eligible and hasn't signed one yet.
He'll sign it eventually.
I would.
And then they got Devontae Adams as well, and they have Trent McDuffie.
They're loaded. They're loaded.
By far the most talented roster in the NFL. I don't think it's close.
And they removed the most embarrassing home game from their schedule. They're good. They're a problem.
How the hell are the Niners going to block Myles Garrett twice a year with this offensive line? Ben Bartch.
Chip him.
Connor Colby. He's up to it. He's got him.
Don't worry. Kittle will be back week 1, right? Yeah. No worries.
Right, we got a big series against the Brew crew for the Giants. Never too late.
Thank God they're playing Bryce Eldridge every day.
He's playing first base today.
Yep.
Actually get to see him defensively.
On the diamond.
I like the home run.
How can you not?
It was up around his neck.
I know. It's a fastball.
It was.
Well, for him, it's our neck. For him, it's his belly button. But that's part of why he was able to do it.
And 2 doubles.
All right. Well, good to know Dibs isn't here this week. And
thank God, no Dibs.
Yeah, he ain't listening to Hawaii. On 95.7 The Game.
Aloha.
This is Dan DeBone saying, so long, everybody.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys.
Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge. Oh. All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Ooh, boy, we got a lot going on. My goodness. And we're going to talk about this a little bit later. I think we got some Giant stuff that we want to get to right out of the gate. But since we were just talking a lot of NBA, before we do this whole Knicks Spurs breakdown, and we've got 48 hours till there's a game, can we just thank the Spurs for a second?
Thank you, San Antonio.
Y'all damn saved the league. You saved the league.
You know what's crazy? If you would have told me, even just 5 years ago, you would be rooting for the San Antonio Spurs to make the finals over almost anybody else in the West, other than, of course, I would have called you crazy. No fan base has had it better than the San Antonio Spurs fans. And here I am sitting watching Game 7, screaming at my TV for them to win.
And I would love for everybody, including social media and the league and the refs and everybody, to explore that for a second. We were, my lovely Christy and I were doing our Saturday night thing, and we were walking right by Flatiron in San Rafael, California, 1 minute to go in the basketball game. And we'd been bouncing around in the evening and following the game, and then we were making our last stop. We were going to go over to California Gold. What's up, California Gold? But we walked by Flatiron, and there's a minute left to go. And you go, hey, let's jump in here and watch the end of the game. We jump in there and watch the end of the game. And when the Spurs had that final defensive stop and threw it down the other end and had the big, exclamation slam dunk, the whole bar stood up and gave a collective standing ovation. And to any fan of the Thunder, any defender of the refs, any defender of the league, it made me want to ask the question, why do you think watching the Thunder makes us all feel this way? And don't give me the answer haterade, because they've only won one. They're not Tom Brady and the Patriots and you're sick of them at the Super Bowl party. Everyone I know is just I can't stand watching them. And it got me to a point where I was like, can the Thunder, can the league, can Shea and his grin and his shades and the refs, can they answer that question? Why do you think watching the Thunder play basketball makes so many of us feel this way, to where we will collectively root for whoever they're playing? They're not they don't have the big fancy. They're from Oklahoma. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander kind of went the journeyman route to being a star. Why do they make us feel this way? And in that answer, I think you will sort of find the question. It's like Jeopardy for a second. If you answer that, you'll realize, NBA, what you need to do and why you need to be so thankful that this thing hit the skids, because it was horrible displays of different things on the basketball court that the refs in the league just kept buying into. And it finally, we got enough of a light shined on it that they stopped enough for somebody to beat them. And that's not haterade. That's awful crap on a basketball court, just absolutely thrown out there on the regular. And you know who didn't get enough shade? Dagno. Dude, this has to be, it's not just Shea. It's the whole team. You can't tell me this isn't being coached.
Well, it's also a league-wide thing.
It is. But
they're the poster boys for it.
There's no question that they take it to a ridiculous degree. There's no, in my mind.
Spurs were flopping an awful lot.
Nowhere near the same kind of a situation.
I'm with you.
Nowhere near.
I will say, as far as one-time champions go, the Thunder are in a pantheon kind of by themselves, because they were a champion last year, best team in the world by a mile all season long. Took to a couple of Game 7s in the playoffs, but they got the job done, and they were elite once again this year. As far as one-time champs go, maybe not enough for everyone to get tired of them winning it all, but it had been 2 straight years of just utter, complete dominance.
Yep.
And with no end in sight because they're so perfectly well run that they have every single first round pick for years to come too.
They're a great team.
We're kind of getting tired of them in advance.
I guess. They're a great team. That's one of the things that gets lost in all of the vitriol. They're a great basketball team.
But what you're talking about, I more blame the NBA as opposed to a singular team. This is on the NBA to fix the way that they call their games.
No question.
And what they enforce and what they don't.
I think part of why certain players suddenly struggled was Wemby, but it was also the attention that finally, we shined a light on it. People started finally just being like, you've got like the social media montages of Shea, the articles about how he's leading the league and falling down by a significant margin.
The montages of every shot attempt that he's on the ground on every single one of them.
We're writing articles about it. And finally, the league was like, oh, so maybe when he falls down, if I'm a ref, I should at least pause? Should I wait and find out, was I actually watching? So I should blow my whistle, or am I just seeing someone fly into the stands out of the corner of my eye and assuming that he got thrown there? So they paused, and enough of that happened to where they could finally get beat. Thank goodness the Spurs have saved basketball.
It's a little aggressive, but I'm happy. I'm very happy.
God,
and I hope the NBA actually changes things this offseason because it has to happen.
And what a great matchup we get now. For if your team's not in it, this is about as watchable as it gets, I think.
Oh, yeah.
You know? So
get a chance to see Wemby, who's maybe going to end up being one of the all-time greats in his first ever finals, versus the Knicks of all teams, one of the most storied, iconic franchises is in any sport ever, and they're back in the finals finally. This is awesome.
Love it. So that's Wednesday night. Meantime, by the time that thing gets started, the Brewers will beat the Giants 3 times in a row.
Oh, you're awfully pessimistic.
Well, no, not pessimistic, but good Lord.
This is realistic?
Well, you sit here and watch this season all year long, and it's been the season from hell for 10 different reasons. But I don't know, man, which gut punch stands out the most right now? Because Friday night has got to be on the list. This is just bananas. And I love what you said. The silver lining that plays right now is, yay, you scored 19 runs yesterday. And maybe more importantly, there's young players.
At the center of it.
Farmhand young players who are starting to do some things. So I like that we've gotten through the Bryce Eldridge wars. And we won. So
congratulations.
That's wonderful.
To all of our soldiers.
Man, I feel like Tim Robbins and Shawshank, man, we had to work our way through a long pipe hole of crap to get here. But here we are.
And he's not just starting today, he's playing first base.
Playing first base. So all that's great. However, I think because of that, we've wiped to the side the fact that there is a built-in expiration date to this. And you brought up, I thought, a really good point with regard to where this stands for the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah, so, I mean, you tend to use the trade deadline as a point where your season changes and turns one way or another, whether you're going to buy or you're going to sell. And the Giants have had a lot of frustration around the trade deadline in the past. I don't think the trade deadline is the date this year, though, where things have to change by or when a decision is made by. I think the Giants' trade deadline, essentially, or their deadline to change their plan or to make a decision, is Elliot Ramos's recovery timeline.
I think it's a great point. Which right now, to the best of our knowledge, 2 to 3 weeks.
At least, yeah. Maybe it's the whole month of June. We don't know. He's already missed 2 weeks. Got a quad injury. He hurt that in the series against the A's a couple of weeks ago in the middle of May. When Elliot Ramos comes back, assuming that all else is relatively equal, and by all else I mean there's no other injuries on the infield or hell, even the outfield, because you could just plop who knows out there in the outfield and clear up a spot on the infield as well. If all else is equal, by the time Elliot Ramos is going on a rehab assignment and getting ready to rejoin the San Francisco Giants, something has to change.
What would you like that to be?
It could be a trade.
I made a little list.
Oh, let me hear the list.
I got some options for you.
But the Elliot Ramos recovery is the deadline for something to happen because, as you talked about yesterday specifically, but also the last 2 weeks, Casey Schmidt has continued to hit. This feels real for Casey Schmidt now at the plate. And the last 10 games for Bryce Eldridge, he's been their best hitter. So if those are what you're going off of, when Ramos returns, there's no guarantee both those guys are in the lineup every single day going forward. So that is the date. I don't know exactly what day it's going to be, but I'm planting my flag on whenever Ramos is back, that's when something has to change. What it is, though, I'm not exactly sure.
Look, he's not the first guy to come out of 3 games in Colorado with better numbers than when he arrived.
Yeah.
But for those of you, and I've been trying to fight this fight, those of you who have been doing the whole, like, what's the big deal? He's hitting 180. He's been hitting hard balls all over the yard for a while now, and they were bound to start falling. His OPS is damn near 800 now. For the year, it's at 777. The batting average went, I think, from somewhere in the 180 area to now 241 over the weekend. He's got a plus WAR. The at-bats are starting to build. He's 21 years old.
All the advanced analytics love him in terms of
he's fantastic.
Bat speed, exit velocity, barrel percentage, all that crazy stuff that we don't know a ton about. They all suggest the numbers are going to come around, and they've begun to come around.
Listen, I am tremendously bullish on what I see from Bryce Eldridge, more so than anyone who's come up from the farm in a long time.
The best thing for him, last 10 games, 6 strikeouts, 5 walks.
There you go. And how many times did he sit in the last 10 games?
Only twice.
There you go. That needs to be moved up to once or nonce going forward. So anyway, you're absolutely right. Casey Schmidt can't sit either. So when Ramos comes back, what do? Because Eldridge and Schmidt sitting is not an option. So here are the options that I scribbled out. Feel free to come up with your own, or you can pick one of these. So here are the things that would open up Ramos, Schmidt, and Eldridge all in the lineup. Choice 1, move Jung-Hoo Lee back to center field. Now you put either Schmidt or Ramos, make them your right field.
And you just use Bader off the bench?
Sure. Or he looks like he'll be hurt for half the year anyway. So there's that. Choice 2, you can go back to lineup roulette.
Nope.
And just being like, this guy takes a day off, this guy takes a day off, this guy takes a day off. Okay. Option 3, bench Matt Chapman. Move Casey Schmidt to third.
That one intrigues me, but I don't know how realistic it is.
And option 4 is, as you just pointed out, make a trade earlier than you need to. We're 2 weeks to the day from when the Rafi Devers trade happened last year.
Yep.
And I think those candidates would be numerous, but the first name that comes to mind is Luis Arraez.
Yeah.
Because what's he really doing here in the grand scheme of things?
Makes your team worse, but he's probably not going to be back after this year anyway.
Right.
Or if he is going to be back, him being on the team in September might not have an impact on whether he's going to be back or not.
Or you could, someone else could trade him too.
You could trade Elliot Ramos if you really wanted to.
You could trade Jung-Hoo Lee.
You could trade Jung-Hoo Lee.
Today might be a good day to call.
11 hits in the last 3 games in Colorado.
Once again, though, not the first guy to go to Colorado
Coors Field
and come out of there with really fun numbers.
But I do think this conversation about the Giants, the trade deadline isn't until August 3rd or whatever it is. No, something is going to change before then. I feel very confident of that.
Well, you can't put either of those guys on the bench.
Nope.
So I'm with you.
There'll be a riot if they do.
I mentioned it at the time. The Ramos injury was a blessing in disguise. It's played out that way, but he's going to be back at some point. I don't really know when, but right now they say mid-June-ish, and welcome to June, everybody. Here we are.
June 1st.
Yeah. All right, so Grandy's in for Dibs. Aloha to Dibs, 888-957-9570. Let's keep talking that out. We'd love for you to weigh in. Your call's next. We're sponsored by Safeway, Willard, and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for Lucerne shredded or chunk cheese, 32-ounce selected varieties, just $5.99 each. Limit 4 items. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Paid advertisement by Ovation Law Firm, a California law firm. Some cases may be referred to partner attorneys. No attorney-client relationship is formed without a signed agreement. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Attention, California vehicle owners. Feeling worn down by a 2022 or newer car that won't stop breaking down? We know the sleepless nights. nights, the missed hours at work, the money and pride tied up in a vehicle that keeps letting you down. If your 2022 or newer purchased or leased vehicle has had repeated problems or been in the shop for over 30 days, California's Lemon Law is on your side. You could be entitled to a full refund, replacement vehicle, or a cash settlement. We've helped thousands of people get real relief, and we'll fight the manufacturer so you don't have to. There's never a cost to you. For a fast, free qualification check, call now at 800-535-0310. That's 800-535-0310. 800-535-0310.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with a toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Invest your tax refund in your home with Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Upgrade with Milgard windows and patio doors and get up to $100 back on patio doors and up to $40 per window, depending on the series. Hurry, this offer ends June 8th. Connect with us at goldenstatelumber.com. The first 50 customers who mention this radio ad get free delivery. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dell PCs with Intel inside are built for the moments you plan and the ones you don't. For the time you forgot your charger at the gate.
Passengers, we are now on our initial ascent.
Or when you're bouncing between projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
I feel like we should take everybody through like a little, newsy minute or two.
All right.
A bunch of stuff happened today. Bunch of stuff.
Some really big stuff.
Okay, Myles Garrett is a Ram.
Yeah.
A.J. Brown's a Patriot. That doesn't really surprise
we kind of knew
anybody.
that for a few months.
That's official. A.J. Brown's a Patriot.
He's wearing number 1 in New England.
The Giants put Joel Piguero on the long-term injured list and sent Jesus Rodriguez back to Sacramento.
Oh.
Right after he homered.
It's in course.
Whatever.
Off of that was off an ephus too. That was off of a position player, right?
I have a take, but let's
save
just,
it.
Yeah, let's save it. That pissed me off. But anyway.
So who'd they call up if they're sending 2 guys away?
Right-handed reliever Wilkin Ramos is now on the team.
That's the Piguero replacement, essentially.
Yes, and the Rodriguez replacement is infielder Buddy Kennedy.
Oh.
Buddy Kennedy has dabbled in the majors with the D-backs and the Dodgers, never done a whole lot, but he was crushing it down in SAC. He's a utility infielder.
Yeah, he's played, he's played some first. He's played a lot of third. He's even played a little left field this year, although this was with a different organization. Oh, that was last year, in 2025. This year, he's only played third base, first base, or DH.
Okay.
40 of his 47 starts or games in the field came at third base.
I'm sure the Giants will use him in center field. That is what this year has been so far. But anyway, Buddy Kennedy is up, and the Giants have already replaced Woe.
Oh, Ron Wotus, the third base coach?
Is no longer the interim third base coach.
That was the quickest interim stint of all time.
I'll tell you what, if you want to be a third base coach, but just for a short period of time, do it in Colorado. They probably replace him because he's worn the hell out.
I don't know. His shoulder's probably sore
Seriously.
from waving everybody in.
So Woe back to the bench, and Gary Pettis, former big leaguer.
I remember him third base coach with the Astros.
And also,
I think under Dusty Baker. Was he under Dusty Baker?
And I believe, as Pasta brought up, under Ron Washington in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got Dusty, you've got Ron. Also, his son was a failed draft pick for the 49ers once upon a time.
Dante Pettis.
But anyway.
I'm not talking about this.
No, you're right. I probably should have left that one out. But anyway, Gary Pettis. Welcome, Gary Pettis, the new third base coach of the San Francisco Giants.
At least he has third base coaching experience at the big league level.
He does.
I feel like maybe that should be a prerequisite going forward.
Well,
maybe.
The word experience is an interesting one with the San Francisco Giants, especially with the conversation we all had with Dan O'Dowd, the former Rockies GM, last week. Like, right now, I know there's a lot of stuff going on about Buster Posey, but for me, what's kind of at the top of the list is that Buster Posey took the job as an inexperienced person and then surrounded himself with more inexperience.
His GM and his head coach.
Correct.
Manager.
Correct. But then was really hesitant to let any inexperienced players play. Like that's what for me, that's at the top of the list. I actually, and I know I'll duck after I say this, we're still relatively early in the whole, you literally just grab something to throw at me.
Yeah, say it.
We're relatively early in the whole Judge Buster Posey as a president of baseball ops process. Whoop. Right, like aren't we?
Yeah,
we're 60 games into his second year.
We're almost a year and a half in.
Yeah, and for year one for me is always just like, dude, get your shoes on and get your outfit ready. And
I don't judge him in any kind of real way out for what happened last year.
We got to figure this out. And then you go into the judgment zone. And he's been in the judgment zone for 60 games. And they've sucked.
Oh, it's been a terrible 60 games.
They've sucked. But, and I think we can point to specific mistakes. I have no issue with that. But the overarching, like, he sucks at this isn't going to go well for, like, that just feels early to me. That's all. It just feels early. I'm not wrong early.
I'm not sitting here and saying like he's not the guy to lead the Giants organization going forward, and they should really consider firing him this offseason if it doesn't get turned around or any of that. But like there's a pretty clear like direction in terms of the decisions that he made, and you're like, ooh, you probably regret that. Ooh, you probably regret that.
Fair.
Ooh, you definitely regret that. And it's the big contracts that he handed out, particularly at Chapman, Adames, and Devers. The Devers wanted, like, I'm still doing that. If you present it to me again, that might sound crazy considering how good Kyle Harrison has been and James Tibbs, whatever, with the Dodgers now. Whatever. That's a separate conversation. But it's also the decision to go into this season without anybody proven in your bullpen, with a starting rotation that feels like it is, I don't know, top heavy is the best way you could possibly describe it, but that even, I don't think, accurately describes what their starting rotation was coming into the season. His biggest decisions have so far failed, and there's been decisions that he haven't made, which also feels like the wrong decision. So there's been more bad than good. And I think by a pretty decent margin. Doesn't mean that he can't turn things around. You and I were sitting at Senior Sisig opening night, the Netflix deal at Oracle Park. And you and I were both talking about how it feels like forever ago.
So long ago.
And we were both talking about how I just like, look, this might blow up in our face, but I like having somebody leading my organization, leading my team that is willing to take risks.
Sure.
And you take risk knowing that you're not going to hit 100. Like, no one is ever going to do that. But it hasn't happened yet.
We also need to, you know what I'm starting to get uncomfortable with is the whole the big three contracts discussion. I'm starting to get uncomfortable with it, and here's why. It's time for us to get Rafi Devers' name out of our mouth. Like,
he just had a great May.
Rafael Devers' OPS in May was 949.
That's superstar stuff.
That's absolutely right.
Yeah.
Absolutely right.
Yeah.
Like, you're damn near Judge and Ohtani. 949 for the whole month of May.
And that's prior to becoming a Giant, has been normal for Devers over months at times in his career.
He hit 306. He started the month with a batting average of 207. It's now 253.
And an endless amount of doubles.
Yeah. Rafael Devers has looked like Rafael Devers. So, let's stop. In fact, a bunch of people from Boston were telling me at the beginning of the year, don't worry about April. It's going to suck. That's Rafi. Now, does that make it okay? I don't know. April is one of the months of the season, so it'd be great if you were ready to hit.
Please.
But I also I get it. I've never been a big league ball player, man. Sometimes at the beginning of the year it takes you whatever to get going. He's gotten going. So even if Kyle Harrison's on the All-Star team and Tibbs is a Dodger in a couple years and a thorn in the Giants' side, which is still a huge question, if Rafael Devers looks like Rafael Devers, then you got Rafael Devers. So, for me, let's put that at least aside for now, as Devers is fine. Now.
That's fair.
Yeah.
The other two are two of the worst contracts.
Different.
In Giants history.
Do you feel the exact same about both of them?
No.
Okay. Well, how do you feel about that? How would you separate them?
I mean, Chapman this year has just been absolutely atrocious, almost in every single way. I mean, 2 more errors the other day in Colorado?
Yeah.
Is that right? And he leads the league in errors. You play on the left side of the infield, you're going to lead the league in errors because you have the most chances. He also makes a lot of really good plays, but he has not been as good defensively as he has been in the past. And his bat, it's been a little bit better of late, but it's nowhere near good enough.
Nowhere near.
The issue for me isn't necessarily what's happening this year. I just look at, and this is specifically Adames, although the Chapman contract is long, 4 more years, and he's already, 32 years old? It's going to look real bad in a couple of years. And Adames is more per year, but not quite as long of a contract. But you get towards the end of that contract as well, and you're gonna sit there looking at it and be like, oh.
I'm gonna pick those apart too.
Ooh.
I'm gonna pick these apart too. Willie Adames, by the way, 3 offers in the last 15 games.
He's been a lot better.
His OPS is up over 700. I will forever believe, and I know Willie Adames is leading the league in errors, and he forgot how many outs there are, and all of the stuff. To me, you got to look at the timing of the signing of each. Devers was the one where you're like, It's time to go. We can get a star. Let's do that. Now backtrack to the other two. Chapman was already on the team and got re-signed.
Buster wasn't even the president of baseball ops at that point.
No, though he was involved in re-signing him. But most Giants fans I know, like through those first 2 years of Chapman, they had fallen in love with the guy. He's struggling like crazy. Can he get out of it? I don't know. No trade clause, scary. That one to me right now is the one that looks the most concerning. Willy Adames is a fascinating one because Willy Adames, because of the contract and because he was the first dude who finally, at long last, said yes. Like the guy who goes through the bar and asks 7 people if I can buy you a drink, and the first 6 are like, actually, let me throw my drink in your face. And then the 7th one says yes. Your hopes are so turned up at that point. You are so emotionally attached. The Giants needed someone to A, say yes, and B, come in and change the culture. And I don't think Willie's been great, but I think Willie arrived at a time when Giants fans were so thirsty that we thought he was better than he is statistically. This isn't all that far off from who Willie is.
I was fired up when they signed Adames. I was fired up when they traded for Devers. Chapman, I don't think I could describe myself as fired up when they re-signed him, but I was like, you know what? Yeah, they probably should do that.
Like, fine.
Like, I wasn't, pitchforks like at that. No. I haven't been pitchforks about any single one of those moves. I've maybe been pitchforks about the lack of moves at other spots, but not about those specific moves. But again, I can give Posey credit for getting some of those things done and saying, hey, I like somebody that's willing to take those risks. That's the opposite of what Farhan was, I felt like, for specifically the back end of his tenure here. But we can also be fair and say, all right, Buster, like I give you credit for getting it done, but I also say they haven't performed up to level yet. And you get blamed for that.
If we're going to give Devers credit for his OPS in May, have you looked at what Willie's is?
Not specifically in the month of May.
Month of May. Willy Adames. 829.
That's pretty good.
It's really good.
That's all-star.
I still believe, I'm not saying Willie's been great. Willie has been, there have been problems. But defensively, focus. I still believe that whatever you think about Willie, I think you're a little bit more mad than you should be, mainly because they stink and he's happy. Like, I really think there's a whole dynamic
Maybe, but the Posey conversation is also about, as you talked about, them stinking and the wins and losses.
For sure.
And on one hand, you have these big contracts that he's given out that either are performing better now, but over the course of the length of the contract hasn't worked out yet. And you also have gigantic holes on your roster elsewhere that are losing you games right now.
Now we're talking. So this is my effort right now. This, in my opinion, is not about Devers, Adames, and Chapman.
Like, you got Devers and Adames to do that in May, and you're still whatever your record was in May?
Correct.
Like, that's terrible.
Correct.
10-18 in May.
Stop being offended by the signing of Devers, Chapman, and Adames, and start being much more offended by the signings of Malley, Hauser, and Bo Rocky.
Or the lack of other signings.
That is what is killing you. The Giants don't get consistent outs, and then you paired that lack of credibility with your offseason pitching signings. You pair that with the people you thought you could count on also not doing the job. Logan Webb, Robbie Ray. I don't know what's going on with Robbie Ray. He has no clue where the plate is anymore.
No, he was bad yesterday.
I mean, he was out of gas, and then when they got the final out of the fourth, what should have been, and he should have gotten out of a huge jam, he's so out of gas, he couldn't even throw the ball to first base, and he hucked the ball into right field. So that's all. I want us to go a little deeper than the names that we've heard of. And in my opinion, the Giants' problems, while those guys have at least at times, certainly in April, underperformed, I don't think that they are the guys who are just out and out killing the Giants. What I think is killing the Giants is at certain points of the year, there were too many automatic outs, not working counts, Patrick Bailey's of the world kind of thing. And their pitching staff from top to bottom has been disappointing. They don't have any starters you can fully rely on. They don't know what the roles are in the bullpen, and they've blown a crap ton of saves. And that's the kind of stuff that just, it rips your heart out from you. So
that game on Friday.
Oh,
my God.
I mean, it feels like that happens at Coors Field once a year.
Oh, yeah.
But you're like, the first game there?
But when you pair that with the Wednesday game before against Arizona, where you make those 2 outs on the base paths and late in the game in the 8th inning with your 2 best hitters coming to the plate, like those 2 games back to back, pow, pow.
Woof.
And you're getting what you need from Devers and from Adames.
Correct.
And you have one of the most frustrating months as a Giants fan that I can remember.
829 and 949. That's Devers and Adames' May OPS. And a lot of us are still running around the city yelling at them.
You went 10 and 18.
They are raking. Like, that is not an overstatement. 949 and 829. They are raking. And we're like, Devers and Adames. Stop. It's not Devers and Adames. It's all of these other things. It's all of them. It's managerial mistakes. It's a third base coach who did not know what the hell was going on. It's poor defense. It's automatic outs. It's who comes out of the bullpen, any of them, who you're like, all right, this guy's going to give me 3 outs.
Who the hell knows? Not Caleb Killian. He couldn't do it on Friday.
None.
No.
None.
Which is why some of the conversations that I hear about Tony Vitello makes me laugh, because none of this, in my opinion, is on Tony Vitello. You could say, well, the guy he went to in the bullpen, that was the wrong decision. Like, okay, who would you have gone to?
What would you want him to do?
Who the hell would you have gone to? At some point, everybody's let him down, and that happens over the course of a full season, but it's definitely going to happen with this bullpen. But you're right. The big 3 signings, and maybe specifically it's Adames and Devers, those are looking better lately than they have in the past. But all the other issues that are costing them games, despite Adames and Devers hitting the way that they're hitting, I think fall on Buster Posey.
Oh, I completely agree.
So this isn't like, but yeah, sure, the some of the bigger moves you made, Buster, maybe not as bad as the fan base is making it feel, but it's not as if Buster gets off scot-free. He's the leader of this whole entire thing, and they're one of the worst teams in baseball.
No, but for me, there's time for Buster to save this. That's kind of how I look at it.
For this season or in the future?
No, just like his tenure. Yeah,
absolutely.
There's plenty of time for him to save this.
I think this season is kind of
it feels kind of toasty, doesn't it?
But yeah, Buster's tenure, for sure. There's a ton of time.
Yeah, and even I still think there are things you can make of this season. I don't think the playoffs are one of them, but there are things you can make of this season. If Bryce Eldridge comes up, stays up, puts up big numbers, that's huge. Can you get something out of one of the other young pitchers? Can Trevor McDonald sustain? Can you pull up Blade Tidwell or Carson Wisenhunt? Have that sustain? Is Jonah Cox going to be on the team?
Starting in center tonight.
Yeah. What can you do with this bullpen? I think people need to feel like there are things that they can rely on. And then, yes, win more games. Like, obviously, the playoffs feel like a story now.
Dream,
a total dream. But, like, that's kind of where I get when, like Guru comes in every day. He's like, they're 9.5 out. I'm like, I'm not even thinking about that.
I haven't pulled up the wild card standings in weeks.
I want to see better baseball. I want to see you play good baseball. And it gets distracting when they score 19 runs on a Sunday. And everyone's like, all right, let's go.
Am I allowed to be mad still?
Like, you lost 5 in a row of some of the most disgusting stuff I've ever seen at the big league level before that game.
If you lost yesterday, you would have been the worst team in the National League.
Right.
The Rockies would have passed you.
And even that one, like I said, once upon a time, Robbie Ray threw a ball down the right field line and it was 4-3. Thank goodness every ball they hit fell into a hole. But I'm not it's not okay right now.
You know what's going to be just poetic in terms of the irony is they're going to get 3 hit today.
Well, I know they're going to get 3 hit tomorrow because they face Kyle Harrison.
Yeah, but no Mizorowski this series. Have you seen Mizorowski's numbers this month?
He's impossible to hit.
Who's going to be the National League Pitcher of the Month? Christopher Sanchez for the Phillies.
Sanchez gave up like nothing the whole month.
So did Mizorowski.
Correct.
Mizorowski actually had a better month.
Right.
But it's going to be the most unfair thing ever because Sanchez deserves it. He was amazing, but Mizorowski's going to win.
There's a station, they've come on here and we go on there, Mason Crosby's show out there in Milwaukee.
Oh, yeah.
So they called today, or Green Bay, whatever. They called today. They're like, hey, Brewers and Giants. And I'm like, sure.
We're going to talk crap about the Giants for 15 minutes.
Seriously, come on, give me a call. We'll talk Brewers and Giants. And then it was right before the Myles Garrett thing broke. And so we talked some about that. And then they wanted to talk about Giannis also and that trade market. But we did get to Giants, and he's like, hey, you guys, you miss Mizorowski.
Congrats.
I think the Giants would rather face Mizorowski than Harrison. Just because of the emotional side of it.
Christopher Sanchez for the Phillies. In 5 starts, he's 4-0 with a 0 ERA, 45 strikeouts in 39 innings. Jacob Mizorowski, 6 starts, 5-0, .23 ERA, 57 strikeouts in 38 and a third innings.
Right.
In the month of May.
So watch the Giants get swept in a 4-game series without that as an excuse.
Without Mizorowski.
Anyway. Yeah, Kyle Harrison tomorrow.
He was supposed to go today, wasn't he?
Yeah, they pushed it back. I don't know why. I think they just,
Yesterday's 19-run output scared them.
Yeah. I better do a scouting report on this Jonah Cox guy. Figure out what's going on there. Never heard of him.
You like that? You like that?
So here we go.
I think you were talking earlier about like what you want to see the rest of the season going forward, and playoffs feel like a pipe dream. For me, it's pretty simple. It's just I got to see Casey Schmidt and Bryce Eldridge in as many games as possible
every day.
And I'm a pretty easy fan at this point when that's what I'm caring about more than anything else. But I think that's where I'm at. I just have to see them, unless they're hurt, they need a day off here and there. They're playing every single day. And I'm at a point where I want Eldridge to be playing first, and I'm glad he's doing it today.
Let's see it.
But he could DH. I just need him out there. I need to see him every game.
100%.
And the same thing with Casey Schmidt. If anything happens that makes that impossible, I'm against it. Like, it almost doesn't even matter what it is at this point.
Completely agree. That's why we came out. Like circle back to the list. Does one of these speak to you more than the others? Move Jung-Hoo Lee back to center. This is when Elliot Ramos returns. Lee back to center. Keep doing lineup roulette. Let's eliminate that because that's what we're talking about. Bench Chapman or make a trade before then.
I'll give you my answer on the other side.
Okay, we can do that. I have a rant also on the other side.
Oh.
Well, you sort of touched on it for a second there. Something about yesterday's game bothered me, and not the 19 runs part.
Brew Baker?
But the 19 runs was related to it.
It was.
All right, I'm ready.
Yeah, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Myles Garrett is a Ram. The Giants are on a 1-game winning streak.
Woohoo!
The NBA Finals are set. Thank God. Thank you, Spurs, for saving America. And Derek Fisher's on the show today at 5 o'clock.
D-Fish.
Yeah, that
Warrior
Derek Fisher.
legend.
Yeah.
Do you remember that one year?
Oh, I remember the year, and then I remember when he pulled a fast one on him, too. 888-957-9570 is the number. Grandy's in for Dibs on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, it's Dibs. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. France is trading at 18% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $519 if they win soccer's biggest prize. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, D-I-B-S, to get $10 when you trade 10, K-A-L-S-H-I. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, use kalshi.com/regulatory.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
You only get one shot at this. One chance to handle your injury case the right way. One chance to get the compensation you actually need. And one chance to protect your future. And once you make the wrong move, you don't get a do-over. Sign too early, it's final. Say the wrong thing, it's recorded. Take a low offer, you can't go back. Before you make any decisions, call Beam Law. They'll step in immediately, guiding you, protecting you, and making sure every move is made with your best outcome in mind. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't take that risk. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Father's Day, go big for Dad. Celebrate Father's Day with 5 courses fresh from the Wok Fire. Enjoy a 5-course celebration experience starting at $89.99, featuring premium entrees like New York prime strip steak tataki, oolong chili and sea bass, and lobster and prawn fried rice. Bold flavors, sizzling favorites, a meal made to impress. Because Dad deserves more than just a dinner. He deserves a celebration. Celebrate Father's Day with some sizzle. Only at P.F. Chang's.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
As the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026, Bank of America knows how much hard work it takes to achieve a dream. So when it comes to owning a home, we're here to help. Get guidance and resources to buy a home you love, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
All right, first bite of the ranch snack wrap. Oh, wow, that's really good. Juicy chicken, crisp lettuce, shredded cheese, Cool Ranch, all wrapped up in a soft tortilla. Yeah, next time I'm definitely trying the spicy one.
McDonald's Snack Wrap, ranch or spicy. Order ahead in the app, $2.99 each. Looks like I've got plans for tomorrow. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
That's a great question.
That's a great question.
It's a great question. That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
But it's not Dibbs. Grandy's here, everybody.
Yeah.
Say hi to Grandy. Hey, it's one of them Twitter days.
There's a lot going on right now.
God, I can't keep up. The Giants just put a press release out, and Shams just dropped a very large Steph nugget. Wouldn't you call it that?
Yeah.
Like, it's not like if you're a Warrior fan, he's not hurt. They didn't trade him, but
and they didn't sign him to an extension.
No.
But it's Steph Curry related news.
What do you want first, Giants or Curry?
I think not doing the Steph thing would really piss off our audience because we told them it's a Steph related piece of news. And then we talk about Giants injuries. No, that's just mean.
They're like, I'm pulling up to the mall. I just parked.
Say it, Willard.
Golden State Warriors star Stephen Curry has signed a shoe endorsement contract with Chinese company Li Ning, a landmark 10-year deal. Li Ning extends his Curry brand venture globally and encompasses basketball products, athleisure, the ability for Curry to sign other athletes under his brand, and then here's the big one, and a full golf line.
That's what sold Steph.
Steph's like, I don't know. And they're like, oh, and golf. I'm in. Sign it.
So Steph is no longer a sneaker free agent.
Correct.
The days of him wearing all those other shoes last year, those are done.
Yeah.
He's going to be back wearing just the Curry brands, I would imagine, which is now courtesy of Li Ning.
Li Ning has acquired the Curry brand.
Okay.
Good on you, Steph.
I was looking him up. I was surprised to find a lot of names that we all know that are Li Ning athletes, including Jimmy Butler.
Oh.
CJ McCollum. Who else? D'Angelo Russell. Dwayne Wade's shoes are the Way of Wade's are Li Ning as well. I did not know this. I honestly didn't even know Li Ning at all.
No. I'm totally unaware.
I was expecting Nike or Adidas or something for Steph, but
happy to be educated on it. I don't know. So anyway, that's the Steph nugget.
Steph's free agency done.
That's right. People are like, wait a minute.
The last free agency he'll ever have.
Maybe. And then this from the Giants, and it is it's an all-encompassing injury update across the entire organization.
Okay.
So let's start with. I know you've all been anxiously awaiting the return of Tyler Malley, but he will begin his throwing progression today. Will return to the mound later this week.
You mean the injury they made up?
Exactly. I know fans are all like, don't hurry, Tyler. Take your time. Jared Oliva, whatever, that's the hamate fracture. That's going to take a whole lot of time, and he's just still rehabbing. We mentioned that Joel Piguero goes to the 60-day injured list with a hamstring strain. Here are the two that matter. Harrison Bader has left plantar fasciitis, is in a walking boot, and is scheduled to see Dr. Robert Anderson later this week for a second opinion.
Oh, that means the first opinion was bad.
That's right. And with Jonah Cox coming up, Drew Gilbert's
hanging around.
If you want to call it emergence, but that just has the vibes of a long time.
Usually you get a second opinion if the first opinion is your season might be over. Right. Get surgery.
Right. So anyway, and then the last one is Elliot Ramos is now in Arizona continuing his rehab. He started his hitting progression today. Okay. And that's significant to us based on the conversation we've been having because it represents A, the return of Elliot Ramos, but B, the return of the roster puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
And so what do you do when Ramos comes back? Is it Jung-Hoo Lee back to center field so that Schmidt can continue to play left or move to right? Is it a trade of some sort, or is it a benching of some sort with Matt Chapman being at the head of the list?
Yeah, the Bader news maybe makes Jung-Hoo Lee in center more realistic. If that means Casey Schmidt now has to learn right field too, I guess that is what it is. I think I'd rather honestly have Casey Schmidt play right than Ramos. We've seen Ramos's issues in left, and right is more difficult, at least in this ballpark. So I don't know there, but that is interesting. Now they do have, as you mentioned, Gilbert and now Jonah as well. So I don't know what they do in center field. They said that they plan to play Jonah Cox in center field when he plays. We'll see how often that he plays, but they said that's his spot. They said that he's the best outfielder in the organization, in the entire system.
Okay.
Is what they said.
Okay.
Now we'll see if the bat can be good enough to where they feel comfortable playing him. But I don't know. I still think a trade is the likeliest scenario.
Yeah, I think
probably a trade of Luis Arraez.
Luis Arraez. It's probably time. They've lost.
Which sucks.
It sucks.
He's been great this year.
Really, really good player.
It took me a little bit to come around to it because you know how these things work. You want your opinion to be proven right.
Yep.
But he's been amazing. Awesome.
It'd be funny if they traded him before the All-Star game and Major League Baseball's like, who the hell are we going to put in the All-Star game now?
Casey Schmidt.
Casey Schmidt, yes. Casey Schmidt is the answer. No question. So anyway, that's everything going on there. And then speaking of Jonah Cox, and for some of you are probably like you went away for the weekend. You're like, I don't know who is Jonah Cox.
Did you see that guy run around the bases real quick yesterday?
Right, so
that was him.
He is a speedy outfielder who has been hitting the cover off the ball at Double-A. And over the weekend, just quietly made the jump from Double-A straight to the majors. But there was something about the whole experience yesterday. I think he's from the Colorado area.
Yep.
His whole family was there for his major league debut. He got in the back half of this game that was out of control. And Jonah Cox went up there for what was, I think, his first ever major league at bat. Was it? Yeah,
yes.
First ever major league at bat. The family is there, and he rakes a double down the right field line, and the family is going crazy, a la the Susaks. Remember them earlier this year? So that was all fun until you think of one thing that I haven't mentioned yet. The pitch he hit was like a 48-mile-an-hour banger from I don't know who's not a pitcher. And that just is like,
That bugs you?
Did he really get his first major league hit?
Yes, it was a hit.
He didn't get
in
it
the
off,
majors.
He didn't get it off of a major league pitcher. Here's
the guy he got it off is a major leaguer, and he was playing pitcher. That's a major league pitcher.
It's not a major league pitcher.
Yes, it is.
It's not. He's not a major league pitcher. He is not in the majors to pitch.
He is in the majors, and he pitched.
Yeah. I don't like it, and this is not the first time I've not liked it.
It was a 70.8 mile an hour changeup, is what they're calling
it. It was not a changeup. They're calling it that because the guy was just lobbing balls over the plate. And it's like, I don't know, man. It takes a little bit of the romance away from it, but it's obviously much bigger than Jonah's first at bat. The larger issue is, to me, in sports, like I've argued this all along in college football when Alabama's playing the Citadel, and like the Citadel get mad because it's like you can't throw a pass when you're up 70-6. Look, if you want the game to be over, then leave. Just leave. Get off of the field. If not, if there's still time on the clock, then there's a game to be played. And the people who are out there are allowed to play. Do they need to throw flea flicker bombs? No. The same way you are allowed to go get that guy out of the bullpen that you really don't like, who's only there for an emergency anyway, and let him pitch. I do not believe that this is a good look. I don't find it entertaining. People end up getting upset because whether it's stats or, Fernando Tatis once upon a time pimped a home run that he hit off of one of these guys, and people get all triggered. I don't like position players on the mound. If you want the game to be over, leave. Just give everybody a few bucks back as they leave from the stands, and let's get out of here. There's no point in having somebody walk up there and throw eephus pitches because you've decided that this game is over. I don't think it's a bad look.
It's what teams have decided is the best strategy for them going forward when the game's out of reach.
Once upon a time, teams decided to put 5 people on one side of the diamond as well, and baseball went, you know what, this is a bad look, and we're going to stop it.
What if a team is all out of relief pitchers because they use so many of them?
This used
that
to
guy
happen.
just has to pitch?
This used to happen basically when before this ridiculousness at second base in the extra innings. This was part of how you had to deal with it.
You got to go to a starting pitcher?
Or
in a game in which you're down by 15 runs?
If you wanted a special waiver for if the game gets to the 17th inning, now we can put your backup shortstop in. But this game never even reached the 10th inning, and they rarely do because it's usually obviously when one team has a lot more runs than the other. Yeah, y'all got mop-up dudes. Mop it up. It's your mess. Mop it up. If you want me to get like baseball nerd on you, a lot of times the way like if you did this on Friday, like Rockies, sorry, your bullpen's going to be a mess for the weekend now because you can't get any outs. You don't get to be saved because you just put your backup right fielder in there to throw lobs. It's completely not entertaining.
I think it gives a lot of entertainment. It gives you some fun moments. Remember when Brandon Crawford put up a 0?
Yeah.
And you got to rub that in Brandon Belt's face after all those years?
I do.
That was fun.
It's a rare
Pablo Sandoval pitching.
Rare circumstances.
You're going to take that away from me?
Yes. Who were the Rockies who pitched?
I don't know his name.
Exactly.
Troy Johnston. I knew that off the top of my head.
Oh, yes.
All right.
Not Troy. He got lit up.
Yeah.
Jesus Rodriguez went yard and then got sent down to sack.
They were so offended by that they sent him off of the roster.
He also struck out Rafi Devers and got Luis Ariz to fly out.
I'm just not into it. And I felt bad for Jonah Cox.
That's a unique circumstance, but in general, no, I don't mind it.
888-957-9570. Myles Garrett is a Ram. We're going to get to that in just a little bit. Derek Fisher joins us at 5. That's Grandy. He's here for Dibs. Dibs, aloha, Willard and Dibs.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. Time for some real talk. A lot of people are hearing about GLP-1 medications right now, but figuring out what actually works for you can get confusing. That's why I like Jumpstart MD and what they're doing. It's not a do-it-yourself weight loss program where you're left on your own with an app and a prescription. At Jumpstart MD, you work with real clinicians who personalize your plan and make the adjustments as necessary. They offer medical weight loss with GLP-1 medications like semaglutide and tirzepatide, and also non-GLP-1 options. They have testosterone therapy for men, hormone optimization for women, and even peptide therapy. Everything's based on your goals, labs, and health history. You can have it in person or virtual visits. They've got 13 Bay Area clinics and online care throughout California. Right now, mention the game and get up to 70% off. Plus, all members receive a free hormone consultation. Check them out at jumpstartmd.com or call 855-JUMPSTART. Jumpstart MD. We got you, California.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Joan, a method actor and scratchers enthusiast. So, Joan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, as a method actor, it's about becoming the ticket. Scratching up, down, stage left, stage right.
So what's your motivation? Because your performance feels so real.
Oh, I was just tapping into my inner scratchers.
Incredible.
Yes. Bravo me.
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
J Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries, continuing its mission to uplift women across industries. J Vineyards and the Valkyries share a commitment to female leadership, ambition, and breaking barriers to support women who raise the bar in sports and beyond. So Valks fans, join us at the game, at home, or at Jay's Tasting Room in Healdsburg for a memorable experience. J Vineyards, raise a glass to excellence, on the court and in every bottle.
The sports calendar is stacked, and San Francisco Fire Credit Union is stacking up a big offer of their own. SF Fire Credit Union has a limited-time 7-month tiered certificate. Earn 7.5% APY on the first $3,000 for the first 90 days, then 4% APY on the full balance for the remainder of the 7-month term. Start with as little as $250. Visit sffirecu.org and go to discover our best offers. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI up to $250,000 per account.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the Workers' Compensation
compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, but it's Grandy in for Dibs. All right, hey, Niner fans, can we talk this out?
Possibly.
888-957-9570. So during the break, I went to the microwave in the kitchen. Had some snacks that I needed to get.
What'd you heat up?
Some leftovers.
Huh.
Yeah, I had some rice and ground turkey and some meatballs. And
nice.
Some salsa. We got some stuff going on there. It's afternoon snack time.
Yeah.
It's
always the case for you, I think.
It's a transitional period between lunch and dinner. It's right now. It's 3:20. Anyway, and I ran into one of the greatest people at our company. His name's Joe Hawks. I don't like he's just one of the do-it-all people around here, but a great Bay Area sports fan.
Yeah.
And it's Monday, so it's kind of like when you see people for the first time, hey, you know, what been going on? How was the weekend? And what do you think about all the stuff that happened? And so we talked for like 30 seconds, and then he looks at me and he turns around and he leans up against the counter in the kitchen and he just goes, man.
The Rams?
Well, I was going to say, like, if you're a Bay Area sports fan and here on Monday, you lean up against the counter in the break room and go, man, what is it that you say next? Man.
Well, in general, right now, it's probably the Giants.
Or is it, man, they hit the snot out of the ball yesterday?
No, it's not that.
Man. I thought for sure Steph would be wearing Nikes. Or,
man, how are the Warriors going to compete with Wemby going forward?
Right? But he was like, man, the Rams.
And Myles Garrett.
Okay. So as a 49er fan, how'd this land? How'd this land?
I don't know if pissed me off is right. It frustrated me because the Rams got better.
Okay.
And they already were really, really good. Probably the best team in football already, in my estimation.
I guess the first question...
And they get the best defender in football.
Right. So, I get... The first question, though, is did you feel like the Niners should have done that?
I don't know if the Niners could have done that.
Fair.
If it would have taken a young defensive lineman and 1 first-round pick, 1 second-round pick, and 1 third-round pick, yeah. But the Browns were not taking one of the Niners' young defensive linemen and the trade being equal because Jared Verse, the young defensive lineman the Rams gave up, one of the better young defensive linemen in football.
Okay, so what if, because also what the Rams did give up, just so that we're all clear on compensation, is they gave up Jared Verse, very good young pass rusher, a 1 next year, a 2 the year after that, and a 3 the year after that. So never did they give up 2 picks in the same draft. Mm-hmm. So 27-1, a 28-2, and a 29-3.
Valuable picks, but yeah.
For sure.
Spaced out.
Let's say the Niners went Mykel Williams, next year's 1, and a 1 the year after that as well. That's something the Browns might have looked at.
I would consider it.
Would you have done that?
I would have considered that, and I might have been willing to pull the trigger. I wouldn't have done it for 3, and I would think it probably would have taken 3 first-round picks because the Rams, the Browns probably value Jared Verse highly enough to where he's worth more than just 1 first-round pick.
Now, also, run this because here's my take. It's very easy to hop on your phone and rip John Lynch for not doing this. But I want all of the ramifications to be clear. So it is.
Ramifications.
Yep. Well, they're not Seahawkifications.
Was that purposeful?
It was not.
That was funny. I liked it.
Does our radio station do we do too many puns? I feel like somewhere today Joe Spadoni's like, that was a banger. Like, do we do too many? Are there too many puns?
I feel like you paused for a second. I thought it was purposeful. That was good.
I paused because I was going to be like, ramification sensation. Like, is it too much? Hey, thank you. Is it too much? Is it too much?
No.
Nope. Are you sure? Our station wants more women to listen, right? Women don't like dad jokes. They don't. Believe me. If I'd been like with the lovely Christy and I'm like, ramifications.
Am I right?
She'd have been like, oh, God.
Elbowed you?
Don't do that. Are you going to do more of that as we get older? I'm like, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know my dad. That's how it works.
I think there's a correlation between age and dad jokes.
You know what that is?
It's a correlation sensation. Am I right?
Get him, Pasta. Anyway.
I don't think I have a buck on me. The text line is talking about I would have traded Nick Bosa and a first-round pick. The Browns not doing that.
They're not doing that. See, so here. Look, sorry about the ramification joke, but
Jared Verse has more value than Nick Bosa. That's just how and specifically a team in the Brown situation looks at it.
Remember, that's not because they think Verse is necessarily better than Bosa, but he is significantly way cheaper.
And younger and not injured currently.
So keep that. It's not just what the Niners have done. Mykel Williams and at least 2 first-rounders. Now tell me, when you fit Myles Garrett's deal into the Niners cap, what happens next season as Brock Purdy's deal starts to balloon and a lot of other deals that have already been signed, Kittle, Warner, all of this stuff, like you're getting rid of people now too. You're getting rid of players. And maybe you're okay with that.
Yeah.
But that's what the Niners would have had to do to get into this conversation. And I think that's crazy.
Three first-round picks. Yeah, I mean, how old is Myles Garrett at this point? Is he 30?
He's probably 30, 31
he's on
is my sense.
He's on the back half of his career. He's 30. He'll be 31 towards the end of this season.
Yeah.
He was the best player in football, put together one of the best seasons a defensive player has ever had this past year. So the Rams are going all in. They're trying to win now, and they should. at their point. I think the reality for Niner fans, and this might frustrate some Niner fans, considering you have an aging Kittle, you have an aging Warner, you have an aging Bosa, you have an aging McCaffrey. The Niners are not in the incredibly desperate position that the Rams find themselves in, and desperate can mean a bad thing, but for the Rams, I think it's ultimately a good thing as well, because they're very, very good, and they're very, very good right now. But their quarterback is one that, who knows, this might be his last year. The Niners have a quarterback that they hope is their quarterback for the next decade.
That's the point.
So you don't feel an incredible amount of pressure to do everything possible to win right now, although we might want them to, because you do have some aging, really good players on this roster.
Who wouldn't love to have the guy?
But the quarterback is, the most important position, and if you are looking at having an extremely veteran and very good quarterback with your backup option being Ty Simpson currently, they obviously liked him enough to draft him, or at least some people in their front office did. But you feel like, okay, if we don't win this year or next year, we might not have a chance again for a long time.
I've seen a lot of people suggest that this helps explain why the Rams grabbed Ty Simpson. And people go, whoa, what does that mean? Well, the Rams knew that they didn't have next year's first-round pick.
So they needed to get their quarterback now.
They knew about this deal. They knew about this deal 2 months ago.
The NFL, there was a major hint when the Browns kicked back the deadline date for the money to kick in for Myles Garrett. When that got kicked in from March or whenever it was to June, that was a hint that they were going to trade him. So teams knew. Teams had an idea. I'm sure the Niners called. I'm sure the Niners were in conversations.
Sure.
Who knows how deep they got? Probably not terribly deep.
Far,
would be my guess. But teams around the league knew.
Yes.
So this was going to happen, or a very good chance it was going to happen for a while.
Yep. So the Rams knew that they did not have a first-round pick next year. Next year is, in theory, the year that they would need to get a quarterback in order to replace Matthew Stafford. I don't want Kelly mad at me. But that's why they had to do it now, or that's why they felt like they wanted to do it now, and give the kid a year to learn under Stafford. And then go from there. But I think you're touching on at least reason. It's not all of the reasons, but it's reason number one why this kind of makes more sense for the Rams right now than it does the 49ers. I get that. It's a gut punch. There's no way around that.
I mean, the two best teams in football are in your division.
Yes, they are. And you're
not bad, but it feels like you got a mountain to climb.
And they're both built around their defensive line. And when we watch the 49ers, the one thing that I did, it's a very fair, I can't say criticism yet because let's watch them play, but it's a very fair concern to say, I don't feel confident in what I'm looking at right now with the offensive line. It feels a lot like the Giants bullpen, where you're like, okay, you can tell me all offseason, well, this guy's going to do that and that guy's going to do this. And I'm like, well, it feels like there's a lot of question marks in there.
A lot has to go right for it to be, you feel like a positive offensive line.
And maybe that's not fair because I do think the Niners like both of their tackles. One of them is headed for the Hall of Fame. The other one, I think, is a very underrated player. But a lot of what's happening in between those tackles is just a big question mark.
Specifically left guard.
Yeah.
You don't know who's going to play there.
So, and now,
Shanahan loves the center. I don't think anyone else does.
But that's what you're looking at. Well, Brock Purdy loves him. They went to a Giants game together a couple of weeks ago.
Brock.
Anyway, what? They're not allowed to be friends?
No, they're allowed to be friends.
Okay.
But of course, Brock isn't going to say anything bad about any one of his offensive linemen.
It's just funny because the cameras panned up to the suite, and it was Brock Purdy and Jake Brendel, and the camera just focuses on both of them. And the crowd's like, yeah! And the Giants just put it up on the screen, and they're like, it's Brock Purdy.
No one cares about Brendel.
What you probably should have done is tell us who is the other guy. We all knew that was Brock Purdy. Who's the bearded dude next to him?
You're just going to have Myles Garrett and Leonard Williams and all these stars chasing around Brock Purdy 4 games next year.
It feels like not just the two best teams in football. It feels like the two best defensive lines in football. And so, yeah, I'm not...
It's really terrifying.
What if I threw this at you, though? How would you describe how different the Rams are just next year versus to Garrett?
They got better at one position.
Significantly?
I think pretty significantly. I mean, versus good. and a good young player.
Very good.
He was much better as a rookie than he was this past year, but he was still good last year, and you expect him to continue to improve. He was really good. Myles Garrett is generational, and you expect to be generational for at least another year or two. At least. Maybe even more than that. Maybe he's so special, he might do it for 4 more years. We'll find out.
He's great.
But I think they got quite a bit better at that one spot, and it's one of the most important spots in the entire field.
I can't argue with it's one of the most important spots. I guess
a position of strength became the best spot in the NFL at that spot.
That's fair.
But they were already good there.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you're the 49ers and you were playing the Rams tomorrow, you already could argue, like, we had a little bit of a problem before they got Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
So now
it wouldn't be like the Niners acquiring Myles Garrett, which would take a below-average defensive line to maybe the best defensive line in the NFL with Garrett and Bosa. Like, that would be a major jump.
Could be. Yes. Right. So, like, I guess that was my reaction to it. If somebody comes up to you at your office today and they're like, whew, the Rams are a problem, my answer might be, they already were. They
became more of a problem.
I guess. I
know they beat them in LA this past year, but like the Niners already were going to have their problems with that team.
Yes, they were. As the rest of the league will.
They have the reigning MVP, Matthew Stafford.
38.
They have the reigning defensive player of the year in Myles Garrett.
Mm-hmm.
They have, for my money, the best wide receiver in the NFL in Puka Nacua. I know, a strange offseason.
Provided that he gets through rehab, yes.
They have...
No, I'm not kidding. That's where he has spent the majority of the offseason.
They have the best red zone wide receiver in the NFL in Devontae Adams.
Facts.
They got Trent McDuffie from the Chiefs this offseason as well.
They're fantastic.
They have stars everywhere.
They are a problem.
And that's not even mentioning the reigning Super Bowl champs.
Right.
Who are, at least in my mind, your number one rival, the team that I hate more than anybody else in the NFL.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of how I look at it. It's like, I don't know, today feels like getting a parking ticket if you're already late on rent. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't have the money for the parking ticket. It's like, well, it sounds like money was already a problem. And now it got worse, and maybe parking ticket is underselling it a little bit, you know?
He's amazing.
It's like rent getting...
He just broke the sack record.
It's like rent getting raised when you were already late. That's kind of how I feel about it.
You get raised a decent chunk.
Your landlord just said, oh, by the way, we'll just tack another 1,000 on that.
Renters out there, I'm sure that's happened to you recently.
For sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, it ain't great. So...
I hear you, but it's Myles Garrett.
No, it's not. It is an emotional and mental gut punch, but the first thought that went through my mind should be very relatable to our fans here. It feels to me like the Rams are operating around Stafford the way the Warriors operate around Steph.
I think more than the Warriors did around Steph.
Maybe. I know some people wanted them to do it more, but this sort of there is a feeling to me of Myles Garrett and Jimmy Butler they're like similar acquisitions to me. I know that Butler was much older. I know that's not a perfect comp, but I'm more talking about emotionally, where it's like we have got urgency to support an all-time great as they get into their late 30s.
Myles Garrett feels like Giannis to me. It's different in the NBA because a singular player can have a much bigger impact. But in terms of
no, I agree
a singular player's value or how good they are in their respective league, Myles Garrett is like Giannis.
I'm not talking about the player. I was talking about the concept, the emotion behind the deal.
Yeah.
Like it is all in support right now for a great player. But understand,
they got Trent McDuffie from the Chiefs earlier in the offseason.
Understand what the Rams just did really hurts them after Matt retires.
Yeah, but they hope they get a second Super Bowl in the Stafford era.
Absolutely. I don't think nobody in LA or nobody in NFL circles is going to call the Rams dumb for doing this. I'm just like, we're not that far removed. You and Sterling and Evan did all those draft shows, and there were so many Niner fans that are like, we're really activated on this draft. And I think even a larger issue, our entire city, especially because of the Warriors, to a degree the Giants as well, there's this lack of young talent. And so a lot of people have been like, can we just, please, let's do the draft and do it better and get some people that we're excited to build around. And then in the next breath, you're mad that John Lynch didn't mortgage 3 years to go get Myles Garrett going into a year that I would argue, no matter what the 49ers do, they are an NFL favorite, but not a division favorite.
Have you seen a lot of angry Niner fans like, oh, John Lynch, you should have done this?
I mean, again, in the same place where you always find angry fans, yes.
On Twitter.
Sure.
Social media in general.
I mean, I haven't talked to any. I didn't get any texts from friends like, what are they doing?
Well, I want to hear 888-957-9570. Are you pissed at the Niners for not doing it, or are you just frustrated that the Rams were the team that did it? Because look, the way that this happened is, I also think it speaks to the way the Rams have run their organization, which is in general being willing to part with really valuable assets to bring in stars. They did it in the past when they won that Super Bowl, and they barely snuck by to get it done, but they got it done. They said F them picks multiple times. It turned into a Super Bowl. They managed to get through some pretty rough times. Sean McVay earlier this offseason, I forget which year it was, or the year they won like 5 or 6 games, they had a down year. And Sean McVay essentially said this offseason he was contemplating quitting because of how bad that season was. He came back. They got some of their picks back after, those years went by, and they made some really good draft picks. And one of those draft picks was Jared Verse. And now you fast forward 2 years from then, Jared Verse becomes one of the best young pass rushing D linemen in the NFL, and that is how they parlay that and other picks into the best defensive player in the world.
And that's completely a fair point.
And the reason why the Niners didn't do it was not because they didn't want Myles Garrett, but because they didn't have the young asset that the Browns wanted, would be my guess, and the Rams did. So the 49ers... look, the drafting record is something we've talked about a lot lately, and we'll see how good this year's was. And even last year, jury is still out, of course, on that group last year. But part of why this is happening and Myles Garrett is a Ram is because the Rams hit on a couple of draft picks. And they have a ton of value as a young player, while the Niners' young players don't have as much value.
Okay, year in and year out, though, and this is, my take on this. Like, the Rams... one time, if we go back to 2019 and sort of run what you just said through the hopper, is the philosophy working? The Rams F them picks. It's hard to say that it's not working, like they've had the results, but compare them since 2019 to the 49ers philosophy, which is not F them picks, although they have done it here and there. Well, Christian McCaffrey, they weren't trying to F them picks. They F'd up those picks with Trey Lance. Yeah. They weren't trying to remove the draft from their thought process. But 2019, the Rams missed the playoffs. 2020, they were a divisional round team. 2021, they win the Super Bowl. 2022, they go 5-12. 2023, playoff team, first round out. 2024, won one playoff game, then knocked out. 2025, you all remember, just last year, they won a couple playoff games, lost a heartbreaker to the Seahawks in the NFC Championship game. But the 49ers through 19, I think what they could argue is pretty similar output. They just didn't win the last game one time, right? Isn't it? 2019, they go to the Super Bowl and lose. 2020, 6-10. Following year, NFC Championship game, lose. 2022, NFC Championship game and lose. 2023, Super Bowl and lose. 2024, 6-11. Last year, second round playoff team. They both have missed the playoffs twice, and then they both have danced deep into the game.
Well, they got to the NFC Championship game this past year.
Who?
The Rams.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, we said second round.
No. I said that the 49ers.
Oh, 49ers, sorry.
Round. Sorry. Yeah, it's a pretty. I think it's an interesting discussion to see which philosophy is working better.
Yeah, I mean, the Niners have had. You compare wins over that stretch, it's similar, and even playoff wins, it's similar. I mean, the major prize the Rams have.
Yeah,
the Niners
Rams
don't.
got the ring.
Now the Niners are as close as you possibly could be, and they did that twice in the span that you're talking about. So, they've gotten to the Super Bowl more often than the Rams have in that stretch. The Rams got there. Well, I guess the Rams also. What year did the Rams? The Rams went in 2018. 2018 season, the year just before that. So I guess it's a little unfair to cut it off at that point exactly, but this is the Stafford era as well that you're talking about. but winning it all carries a lot of weight.
Of course it does.
That's the ultimate prize.
Of course it does.
The Niners haven't gotten there, but it's not as if they've been miles away, to your point.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
I hear you.
Of course that's the ultimate prize, but if we're talking about overarching philosophy about the draft, I'm not going to put 1/4 quarter of the Super Bowl like the Rams. The Rams win a game by 3, the Niners lose a game in overtime. Like the philosophies, I mean, the quick answer is they're both working.
Mm-hmm. They are.
They're both working. But I get it. The Rams, more often than not in recent years, have been fancier. I mean, the Niners have been doing this as a quarterback.
They should have won the Super Bowl this last year, the Rams. Oh, my God.
You thought they were the best?
Yeah. And they were a lucky bounce of the ball from beating the Seahawks in the regular season, getting the 1 seed, and probably beating the Seahawks in the NFC title game in L.A.
That's a fact.
And then they would have also dominated the Patriots.
I would think.
Yeah.
Both those teams were better. It's almost like the Spurs and Thunder.
Kind of.
Anyway.
Dan Devon, you listening?
Yeah. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good. Derek Fisher at 5 o'clock. Your call's welcome. Grandy's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Safeway is celebrating 100 years with you. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app and breeze through checkout. Mix and match signature select chicken drumsticks or thighs. Value packs are buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy 2. It's kind of like how you buy 1 host, get 2.
And this is me right here. Enjoy a clip or click offer on juicy green or red seedless grapes for just $1.49 per pound. Limit 4 pounds. Lucerne, shredded or chunk cheese, 32-ounce selected varieties are just $5.99 each. Limit 4 items with a clip or click offer as well.
Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items that you already buy. Go to Safeway.com for more of the details, and we'll see you in the aisles.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Paid advertisement by Ovation Law Firm, a California law firm. Some cases may be referred to partner attorneys. No attorney-client relationship is formed without a signed agreement. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
California drivers, your 2022 or newer car problems could actually qualify you for a major payout. Ford drivers got up to $186,000. GM drivers got up to $173,000. And those are just some of the settlements recovered this year. Some drivers may qualify for even more. If your 2022 or newer car keeps breaking down, stop paying for a mistake the manufacturer should be paying you for. California Lemon Law could entitle you to a massive cash settlement, a vehicle buyback, or even a replacement vehicle. If your 2022 or newer vehicle has repeated issues, warning lights, engine trouble, transmission problems, electrical issues, or it's been stuck in the shop for 30 days or more, you could already qualify. We fight to get your money back, and you pay absolutely nothing unless we win. Call 800-527-2131. That's 800-527-2131. 800-527-2131.
You've got better things to do this summer than deal with old appliances. That's why right now at Lowe's, you can still get in on Memorial Day savings and get up to 45% off select major appliances.
Plus, get up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. It's time to upgrade what's outdated. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/3. While supplies last, selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. If anyone knows about diehard sports fans, it's me. I get to live and breathe the excitement of the season all year long. Now for advertisers, that passion matters. It's exactly why sports radio performs for brands. People who listen to sports on radio via streaming or on sports podcasts are nearly 3 times more likely to consider a brand that supports their favorite team. So if you are interested in reaching sports fans, we have the playbook for you. Check out our comprehensive ebook, State of Audio, Sports Fandom. Check out stateofaudio.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Here's my take. It's very easy to hop on your phone and rip John Lynch for not doing this. But I want all of the ramifications to be clear. So it is.
Ramifications.
Yep. Well, they're not Seahawkifications.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, yeah, I think we might push it too far here. I really do.
Well, maybe some of us.
I just, you know what I mean. Not everything has to be a pun.
Not everything, but there are good ones. There are bad ones. I like the ramification one. That was a good one.
But that's because it was unintended.
Yeah. But then you recognize it the second you said it.
Well, you stopped and you're like, Anyway. From the files of you never know how things are going to work out.
Myles Garrett.
Yeah,
Myles Garrett's a ram.
Well, but okay, check this. This goes both directions.
How the hell are we going to block anybody?
Grandy.
What?
You don't know how this is going to go.
At least we're not the Cardinals and we're in a contract dispute with Jacoby Brissett.
I mean, at least we've got the Cardinals. Thank you.
If you think it's rough if you're a Niner fan and you're frustrated, just imagine being a Cardinals fan.
Could you imagine if the 4th team was good too?
You're in a contract dispute with the 28th best quarterback in the league?
It's actually one of the funniest holdouts, I think, in the history of the NFL, because you're like, I don't know how there could be a winner in all of this.
Just say screw them and go sign somebody else. It's not like it's going to matter.
I'm fascinated to know who it is. Like, what leverage do either of you think that you have? It's the opposite of a high leverage situation. It's a low leverage situation. Like, the Cardinals are sitting here and Jacoby's going, who are you going to play at quarterback? And the Cardinals are looking back at him and going, who cares?
It doesn't matter.
Do you think it matters if it's you? It doesn't matter if it's you or not. And Jacoby's like, good luck. And they're like, good luck. And the rest of us are sitting here going, why are you? I don't.
We can go sign anybody to hand the ball off to Jeremiah Love.
I mean.
And throw quick little slants or outs to what's my guy, the tight end. His name is
McBride.
Trey McBride.
Boy, you really are out of fantasy football season if you can't think of the name Trey McBride.
It slipped my mind.
Yeah.
McBride.
If it wasn't for fantasy football, I don't know if the Cardinals would even play this year. So, but here's what I'm getting at. I'm not going to blow smoke up your wahoo. Myles Garrett on the Rams, it's a gut punch. It's a gut punch. But there are a few thoughts that go through my head. I'm like, they were already a big problem. So now it's like a bigger problem.
Feels like the Dodgers signing Ohtani a couple of years ago. I know it's not to that level because Ohtani's Ohtani.
That's a little much.
They were already really, really, really good.
Does it
and they got the best player at their position.
Does it feel like when the Dodgers signed Kyle Tucker? I know that's giving Tucker too much credit, but I'm talking emotionally. I'm not comparing Garrett to Jimmy Butler and Kyle Tucker.
Maybe a little bit, but the Dodgers were coming off of 2 World Series, and the Rams haven't won one.
No, but they've been damn close.
Years.
It feels like an embarrassment of riches.
Best team in the NFL, in my estimation. They were the best team in the NFL yesterday, and they got better.
And they were already really good at that. They were scary already at that spot.
I wouldn't have picked the Niners to finish ahead of them in the division yesterday, and they got better.
Well, so then what'd you lose? The Niners went from third to third?
Well, it's going to be harder to beat them. Harder for anybody to beat them. I don't want the Rams to win it.
Not in 2029, it won't.
You don't know that.
Correct. And you don't know that in 2026 either, and here's why.
Sure. I mean, Matt Stafford could get hurt, and then it all comes crashing down immediately.
You don't know what's going to happen next. And I have seen too many seasons where, something like this would happen, and I would think it's going to be really bad, and then it's not, and the vice versa. You know what I mean? I thought the Giants' infield was just going to be murderer's row this year. It's not. And even when it is in the month of May, they still don't win baseball games. So there's both kinds of things where you think you know what it's going to look like when it goes into a season, and quite frankly, more often than not, it doesn't. Actually, you want to feel good about Matthew Stafford? Go look. He's like low-key the individual of the San Francisco Giants during their dynasty. He's kind of got an odd-numbered, even-numbered year thing going on. I know he's the reigning MVP. How did he do the year before that?
Not great. And then he came into that season with supposedly a terrible back issue that never cropped up in the season.
And now he's 38, and I'm just saying, I don't know. You know, and the Niners 2 years ago had a horrible season where everything went wrong right off the heels of an incredible Super Bowl performance and season, and everybody thought they were the best team in the NFL, even though Patrick Mahomes won. And then they come back, and everything goes wrong. I mean, I feel silly today. This is not a great comp, but it's a fun little story. I don't know if you saw my thing on Instagram over the weekend.
I don't think I did.
I told you my what's bugging you on Friday was that Saturday morning, my son in a double elimination Little League playoff series, they'd already lost their first game, and they had a game Saturday morning.
Okay.
And I'm like, I think they're going to win, but they're 12, so who knows what the hell's going to happen out there. But Boyle Park in Mill Valley, where we live, is just a special place. It's a beautiful little park, and it's a gathering spot for all the kids, and so it's very emotional. They go through there their whole childhood, and when you get to the game where it's like this is your last game ever, at this park, maybe.
Yeah, it's sad.
There's emotions everywhere. Sometimes the parents are not helping each other. There's a lot of moms walking around trying to make you cry. And you're like, just stop. It's okay, you know? But anyway, point is, they lost. They lost, and it does hit you. Just as you're walking off, you do take a look around. It's like Klay Thompson in Sacramento, where you're like, I don't know, we're not going to do this anymore. And it's emotional, and then you go have the team party and all of the pizza and the speeches and the awards and the gum and the fathers and sons and all of the things. And I put up a post, and I'm like, thank you, Boyle Park, for these memories of our life. This is incredible. He's never going to play here again. And then as I'm getting ready to go to work today, I get a text message from the league. They're like, we need a pool player in the playoff game tonight. And that's how you get it. When you have players that are missing, you have fill-ins.
From a different team.
For a different team. So I did a whole Instagram. He's never going to play at Boyle Park again. He's playing at Boyle Park in 2 hours. Stuff doesn't go the way you think it's going to go, is the message. And that's a stupid, silly one, but we don't need to learn that lesson over and over again in sports. That happens all the time. I don't know that the Rams are just going to hot knife through butter the league at all.
The Rams are the first team in NFL history to pair the reigning MVP and the reigning Defensive Player of the Year together.
Yep.
They now have last year's NFL leader in passing yards and passing touchdowns, receptions, that's Puka, receiving touchdowns, that's Devontae, and sacks, Myles Garrett.
Mm-hmm.
NFL leader in passing yards, passing touchdowns, receptions, receiving touchdowns, and sacks on one roster.
And all of those, while I acknowledge the fear that goes into that and the talent that they have, all of that is on paper. And last year.
Yeah,
crap
I know.
Changes fast in the NFL. Like really fast. Really fast. He is 38. Do you know of any other 38-year-old players who are really good, but then sometimes the year doesn't go the way you think it's going to go?
No, nothing comes to mind immediately.
Nothing. So that's all I'm saying. And maybe I'm grasping at straws. I'm not here to tell you the Rams don't look amazing on paper. They look amazing on paper.
It kind of sounds like a defense mechanism for you as a Niner fan.
No, but that's how I look at all things. Positive as well. You know what I mean? The Niners can, or any team can put all this stuff out there, and I can be like, I really like this. But in the back of my mind, I'm like, it might not go that way. It might not go that way. And the NFL especially. I think the NFL is special in this way.
It changes so fast.
And there are surprises and the big things that you expect. I mean, look at the Chiefs last year. Look at this. Like, you just...
And that was going poorly even before Mahomes got hurt.
It's the hardest league to just go roll the ball out and go out there and have it go the way you think it's going to go because the injury rate is so high.
You think the NFL is the North American league with maybe the most unpredictable regular season?
Probably. Yeah, I think so because,
It's also hard because it's so dependent on schedule.
Yeah, and my mind goes to the other big two that we talk about a lot, but the NHL has some unpredictability to it for sure. But I think that, and in fact, I think those are the playoffs that are the hardest to predict. You'll see the most upsets and whatnot. But in baseball, we know that the league is filled with haves and have-nots, who spends and who doesn't. And that often is not perfect, but largely predictive. And in the NBA, it often, like, who's the best player, who's got the best player, and kind of who has that pedigree. Although,
no one was predicting, not many were predicting the Spurs to win the West.
7 different champions in the last 7 years in the NBA.
Yeah.
But yes, I will agree that the NFL, like, I'll give you an example. I don't think the Seahawks are just going to, the Seahawks are one of my top 4 teams that I think will regress. I got 4 teams in the NFL that I think are going to regress.
Patriots.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And the other 2 are the Bears and Broncos. And part of that is the simple first place schedule that you didn't play the year before.
Yeah.
For all 4 of those teams. And if you look at how narrow some of what they achieved was, I find that to be difficult to repeat. And then I also look at all 4 of their quarterbacks and I go, you're either young or none of the 4 have achieved superstar status.
No.
So that's all. I'm not saying they'll be bad. They're good teams. But I think that I kind of would bet they're under on their win total. All 4 of them.
I don't know if I agree with the Seahawks. I'm not saying I predict the Seahawks to win the Super Bowl, but they're still really, really good. And that defense is amazing.
They're very good.
Even with Myles Garrett, the Seahawks probably have the best defense in the NFL. That Seahawks defense is scary.
They're good.
They're amazing.
They're very good.
They're amazing.
Very good.
I would trust a healthy Matthew Stafford over Sam Darnold, but who knows if he's going to be healthy. If the Rams, their individuals on the team coming up here in 2026, if they stay healthy like they did in 2025, they will win it all.
But that's largely
a big if.
That's the huge if. And how often does that happen?
And Stafford is the number one question because he's 38 years old.
2-3 years in a row.
Absolutely. I know that is a big if.
I also think that
undoubtedly the most talented roster in the league.
But like, here's another thing. Why is it so hard in the NFL to have, when you're the big dog, to come back and do it again the following year when you are out front like the Rams and Seahawks were? If everybody in the league thinks those are the 2 best teams, then that means the best coaches in the world have all spent the last 6 months focused on how to beat you.
Yeah, that wasn't the case for the Seahawks a year ago.
Right.
No one predicted them to be the best team in the league. Thought they were going to be good, but not that good.
Right. Like that's what.
Yeah, you become the hunted.
That's what 30 other offensive coordinators are trying to figure out.
You think
how to deal with these two defenses.
What do you think was the number one thing that Kyle Shanahan's been doing this whole offseason?
It's a good question. Let me ponder that while I tell everybody that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I think I've got my answer, and it's probably not the one that you think it is. I know people are like, you got to figure out how to block the Seahawks. I think the 49ers' number one thing this offseason was speed. That's what I think.
It shows up with their first draft pick.
Mm-hmm. I think it was speed. And I think that's where they feel a lot of their problems came from, which was, it's not like the Seahawks and Rams or whatever, the Bears. Like, it's not like they were just overwhelmingly bigger or stronger or anything like that. I think they were faster. And that showed itself when, for instance, the Niners tried to move the ball on the Seahawks. Mm-hmm. They were slower. And that just kills you. Kills you.
It comes down to a certain point to the Jimmies and Joes, not the X's and O's. And I think the 49ers were at a point where Shanahan is as good as anybody out there in terms of the X's and O's. Mike McDonald is maybe his defensive equivalent, and that's fair to say. Who has the better talent, the Niners offense or the Seattle defense? And it's the Seattle defense. To a certain point, when you are coming at it from a talent deficit, you need your guy, your schemer, Kyle Shanahan, to just out-scheme the other. And Shanahan's really, really good, but so is Mike McDonald. So if you don't have the necessary guys that make it easier for you to scheme your guys open, what are you supposed to do?
There is no scheme that makes my guys faster than their guys. Mm-mm. You're totally
or stronger right. or better blockers. No. If you got guys that just simply can't block those dudes one-on-one, then what do you do? You got to get the ball out quick to guys that can break tackles, and who you throwing it to?
Yeah. And do remember, I do at least, like the 49ers had such a weird special season in an odd way last year. It was only when they got to the very top of the league that they really super got exposed, and they were playing in a lot of spots, not just at a speed disadvantage, but yeah, talent one, because so many of their top players weren't there.
Even if it was a fully healthy team, I would say that the Seahawks defensive guys would out X's and out talent the Niners offensive guys. Even fully healthy.
Probably.
It's a lot closer.
Probably.
If you got Kittle and you got fully healthy Pearsall, and McCaffrey doesn't have the weight of however many touches he had on him last year. Like it's and then we saw that week one. Niners won week one.
Yeah.
Despite Kittle getting hurt early, that's also not the same Seahawks team. They got so much better over the course of the season.
The Niners got a little fortunate in that game, too.
They did. They also missed a field goal in that game.
They did.
Too. But, yeah. Seahawks they still have room to improve, which is scary, though, considering they're so young at a number of spots defensively.
I am interested to see what that offense has for a redo. I am interested. Kenneth Walker is no longer on the team. Charbonnet ended the year with a very, very significant injury, so I don't know a thing about their run game. They've got a very good receiver, the best. And then after that, I don't know much. And I still think that Sam Darnold ended up having a really good playoff. And I'm not he's a good player. He's a good player, but I don't think he's a great player. And I think even going into, that NFC Championship game, a lot of people thought that was the weak link. And he had some not great games. And, even against the Rams, for example, a few weeks earlier, pick six and whatnot, but he was able to rally back. He held up nicely, but I'm not going to take last year's playoff run and decide that Sam Darnold is now one of the top QBs in the game. I just don't think that.
No, me neither. I'm not picking the Seahawks to win it this year.
I can tell you're picking the Rams.
I'd pick the Rams. Yeah, it just sucks they're both in the Niners division. It really feels, you're a Niner fan, you feel good about who you are. I think, honestly, you have issues. You've got complaints. I got complaints. I feel better about the Niners as a team, just talent-wise and who they are, than I do about the Warriors. But I can't help feeling this sense of not what's the point, but just it feels like an impossible mountain for you to summit. Kind of like how the Spurs and OKC you feel like in the Western Conference in the NBA. You're looking up at the Rams and the Seahawks. The two best teams in the world are in your division, and you will play almost a quarter of your season against them. It's reeking of inferiority and inferiority complex in my mind, but it's the way that I feel.
Yeah, but I'll sit here right now. There's a couple, my mind starts going to wagers. You clearly think the division goes Rams, Seahawks, Niners,
Yes.
Cardinals.
Yes, I do.
I'll bet you $100 it doesn't finish that way. Next, you clearly think the Niners are going to go 0-4 against the Rams and Seahawks. I bet you $100 it doesn't go that way. And not because I've got some great reason or answer, just because that's not the way it goes. That's just not, you know what I mean? If it were that easy to just say, this is what a roster looks like, therefore that's how a season is going to go, I just think that
you would venture that both, specifically the finish in the division, that's probably the likeliest scenario, right?
That's
definitely the betting
favorite. That's the betting angle, but the betting angle, the only thing I feel super confident about is that the Cardinals will finish fourth.
Yeah.
That's what I feel super confident about. The other three teams are really good. They're really good.
So this trade, Myles Garrett, is just
it's not a nothing
big deal
burger.
to
No,
you.
it's not a nothing burger, but again, I just feel like it was already really strong. So the fact that they got stronger is all right, you were already really strong, and Jared Verse was a problem, and so now Myles Garrett is a bigger problem. But to say that the Rams today got is their win total going to go up? No.
It was already, how high was it?
Exactly. That's my point. They were already a massive problem. You already thought they were the best team in the NFL. So what are they, bester?
Yes,
Okay,
they got
great.
better. The best team got better. That's
Great.
a problem.
But to me, only a little bit. This is one player on a roster of 50 people in what was, on paper, the best roster in the NFL. So now they're really, really great roster. I said that yesterday. Now we'll say it again. I don't think this suddenly takes them over the top. They might have already been over the top. That's all I'm saying. No, it's not a nothing burger, but I don't think it changes the outlook of the league very much. What was their win total yesterday versus today?
I can look it up. I'm looking up something else at the moment.
What was the spread of the game in Australia yesterday versus today?
The 49ers had 20 sacks this past year. Myles Garrett had 23.
Well, the Niners were absurd with their pass rush this year.
20 sacks by the Niners. Myles Garrett had more than the entire Niners roster.
Right.
A single guy who's being game planned against like no other in the league for the entirety of the season outsacked the entire Niner roster.
Best defensive player in the game.
And now he's a Ram. On the roster that was already the best roster in the NFL.
By the way, the Niners played him last year. How'd it go?
Well, the Niners are a better team than the Browns.
Yeah, but how did they block Myles Garrett?
They figured it out.
Okay.
They schemed against him.
Okay.
But it's harder to scheme against the Rams.
They used to do this against Aaron Donald, who would usually win the game. I honestly, that's what I wanted. How did the spread change for Australia? And what happened to the Rams win total with this news?
I don't know.
I'll bet you right now it didn't even move.
Where am I seeing?
They were already a problem.
The Rams opened as 2.5-point favorites. Can I find that game now?
Yeah, but that's open.
I'm trying to find what it is now.
Just this trade.
I don't know.
How does it change the spread? How does it change the win totals?
I don't know how Dibbs does his magic and figure out those things.
He's got all these websites and stuff.
I'll ask him. He'll tell me off the air.
Yeah, he probably will. He's texting us from Hawaii
right now,
which I think is a bad sign.
I don't know, just the one time.
Just understand that if I ever go to Hawaii and the first day I get there, I text you guys.
This is his first day. He didn't go over the weekend.
I don't know when he went there, but it's our first day. Like if the first hour of our show, and he's texting us.
Wait, he asks if we miss him?
If I ever do that, that means the trip's not going well. Just saying. I am not going to Maui and thinking about y'all. That's for sure.
It looks beautiful in Maui.
It does.
Wow.
It's Hawaii.
Oh, my God. I'm jealous. It looks amazing.
When's the last time you went to Hawaii?
Oh, God.
Has it been that long?
Yeah. It's
Have you ever been to Maui?
No, not to Maui.
Not to Maui.
I went to, where did we go? We went to Kauai like 20 years ago when I was 10 or something.
That's my favorite.
Kauai?
Kauai.
Yeah.
And I've only been to 3, maybe 4. I haven't been to all of them. I'd like to.
That's almost all of them.
No, and well, there's little ones too.
I'm not counting those.
You don't want to go to Molokai?
No, I'm not counting those.
No, I think I've just been Honolulu, Maui, Kauai.
Honolulu's a city.
Well, but that's the
Oahu.
Yeah, Oahu. Big Island? Did I go to the big? Anyway, it doesn't matter. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, make sure to check out the roast and the reaction to the Giants losing 2 out of 3 to the Rockies, but scoring 1 billion runs yesterday. All of that is there as well. All right, speaking of those Giants, 888-957-9570. Let's get back into it. Your concern level specifically directed to Buster Posey. Let's talk about that coming up. Grandy's here for Mr. Aloha on Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add 1 line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Every detail matters when designing a space that feels intentional. With rich tones, natural texture, and timeless character, Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products help bring thoughtful outdoor spaces to life. Redwood is non-toxic and stays cool to the touch even on the hottest days. A real wood alternative native to California that is naturally termite and decay resistant and beautiful too. Visit Ashby Lumber online or in store to explore our selection of Humboldt Sawmill Redwood products for your next project.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Megan, trapeze artist and scratchers enthusiast. So, Megan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, they're easy to play when I'm hanging around.
Oh, okay. Like when you're relaxing?
No, like when I'm hanging on the trapeze. I swing upside down, then do a quadruple somersault, all while playing a scratchers. Watch this. Ta-da!
Unbelievable.
I know, right?
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS4KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS4KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Tune in every Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. to hear The Morning Roast, hosted by Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni, as they dive into the latest sports news to get your morning going. Presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, where everyone is treated like a hero.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
San Jose, mid-80s today, a bit cooler for tomorrow.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
I get it. I got it. Everybody get it? The people on YouTube are like, what?
Thanks.
This is, Dibs is not Hawaii 5-0. He is Hawaii 5-7. Hawaii 5-7. Dan Dibley. Hawaii 5-7.
Enjoy the trip, Dibs.
Look, he should, I would think, you should feel a little honored if you get talked about when you're not even here.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That means that we miss you.
You're important enough.
Right.
That we notice when you're gone.
All right. So, 19 runs in Colorado. Did it make you forget about the 5-game losing streak leading up to it?
No. Was that resounding enough? I couldn't even let you get the question out.
No,
not the Rockies.
All right, I think we've eliminated one of the things that I threw out there. 888-957-9570. What we started out talking about is, what does Buster Posey need to do between now and when Elliot Ramos gets back? What do you do? I mean, you're certainly not taking Bryce Eldridge out of the lineup now.
Or Casey Schmidt.
We will go down there if they do it now. Like, I was already mad enough. This is and if you look at our content, you could argue that in my 7 years back here home, that 2 weeks, like a couple weeks ago, was the maddest I've ever been at the San Francisco Giants.
And let's be honest, the last 7 years or whatever haven't been that great for the San Francisco Giants. There's been a lot to get mad at.
Right. But like the handling of Eldridge, and more so the lack of answers, like to bring him up and then just shoulder shrug at everybody.
Inconsistency.
And then wheel back and forth like he's here to play every day. He's actually a pinch hitter. Oh, it's day to day.
Except he's pinch hit like twice,
right?
Or something.
And so all of these answers have just been mind blowing. And then they finally put him in there, and he starts hitting seeds, and now balls are just flying off the walls and over the walls all day yesterday. And I get it's Colorado, but still, The kid is clearly a great talent.
There were signs of his bat coming around before the Rockies series.
For sure. The ball that got oracled against Arizona, all of these things. So I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think that we won the Eldridge Wars. We did it. We did it.
I'm really proud of all of us for fighting as hard as we did.
And I'm excited that they also, like when Ramos went down, I'm like, put Casey in left and get Eldridge in the game. And they did it. But okay, what happens when Ramos comes back?
Which, who knows, maybe it's 2 weeks away, maybe it's 3. Hell, maybe it's still 4. But it will be before the trade deadline.
Right.
That is their new deadline. Something has to change by the time Ramos comes back.
And that's a way, way, way before the trade deadline.
It could be as early as like 6 weeks before the trade deadline.
Yeah. If it's 2 weeks from now, I mean, the trade deadline's not till August 3rd.
Yeah.
So I had thrown 4 options out there. It's clear that one of them we don't like. One of them is to just go back to the way it was. Oh, my God. And we just look at each other all day, and we spin the bottle and then tell one person that they've got to sit. I know spin the bottle's different. Anyway. But we don't want to play lineup roulette anymore. All right, so of these 3 other options, what speaks to you the most right now? Let's pretend Ramos comes back and everybody's still healthy. Ramos comes back. What do you do? Does Jung-Hoo Lee go back to center field? Do you bench Matt Chapman, or do you make a trade?
I think the best, easiest scenario, and I think what makes most sense for the direction of the organization, given how bad this season has gone, is you make a trade. And the easiest person to trade that creates an easy spot for both Casey Schmidt and Bryce Eldridge is Luis Arraez.
I agree.
Casey Schmidt can definitely play second base every day going forward, and that creates a space in left field still for Ramos. You can move Jung-Hoo Lee to center if you really want to, and you could play somebody else in right or whatever the hell you want. But trading Luis Arraez, I think, solves all of the Giants' issues, and it makes logical sense because they're going nowhere quickly this season in terms of competing. He's on an expiring deal. There will be teams out there that want him. You won't get a ton because he's on an expiring deal and he's a rental, but I think it checks all of the boxes.
I agree with you conceptually on all fronts. The issue, though, is of the 3 options, that's the only one that where they don't have complete control.
True.
You have to have somebody to play ball with you. Somebody has to trade. Now, maybe, you talk about how the return for Arraez wouldn't be great. Maybe it would be even better if you do it early. I don't think anybody else is on the market right now. Literally. I mean, how many teams right now would raise their hand June 1st and be like, we're out of this thing? And maybe there would be, and who do they have? What veterans? The Rockies don't have veterans. Would the Mets act that way? I doubt it.
The Devers trade last year, which was in this month, in June, was a unique situation.
Totally. It was 2 weeks from now, and it was because they were all fighting with each other out there in Boston.
The Red Sox just wanted nothing to do with him ASAP.
So, who is the contender that needs a second baseman right now?
The Dodgers would like a second baseman.
They would?
I'm sure I could look through all the other rosters and find places.
By the way,
he can also play first base, although he might not want to.
I'd have no problem trading him to the Dodgers.
If they give you some.
Yeah,
give us Tibbs back.
Yeah, it's a 1-year deal. Why would I, people go, oh, don't make that team better, but you're not going for it this year. And the deal is only for this year.
If they give you something of value, then
I'd have no issue with that.
I don't have an issue with it either, as long as you're a big fan of the guy that you're getting back in return.
All right, so what if you can't find a deal? Bench Chapman, Lee to center field. Those are the 2 things I thought of.
I could consider other trades.
Sure.
Sure. But if you can't find any trade, we're not just talking Arraez. I think Tony Vitello would have a really, really difficult time benching Matt Chapman.
I agree.
Just saying, all right, vet, you're not playing anymore. You'll get some spot starts here and there, but you're not our regular third baseman anymore. That's Casey Schmidt. I don't think that would fly, and it would cause major, major problems. And that might be the kind of thing that maybe, if it's for the Giants to move on from Tony Vitello, some crazy drama would have to happen, and that might be like the start of something. Who the hell knows what would happen from there on out? If it's not a trade, the easiest thing is, especially with Bader looking like he might be done, potentially, or at least for a long time, you move Jung-Hoo Lee back to center, and you probably play Casey Schmidt in right.
Yep.
And you say, all right.
That's how I see it. And then keep trying to make a trade.
Yes,
because I think that a few things happen there. A, you've got Lee back out of position. I don't know why anybody cares about Lee being out of position. You've got almost everybody on the roster is out of position. So why does that matter so much? I don't know.
Yep.
But Lee back to center field, but you don't want to do it forever because there are some interesting other players. This kid, Jonah Cox, who is in center field tonight, might be one of them. I don't think you totally want to block Drew Gilbert off of the team, although get a helmet, dude. I got a thing to say real quick about him.
Oh.
I've already said this about him, but yesterday was even worse. Well, here, we're here, so let's do it.
He was good this series.
Fine. Okay, the whole like your helmet is falling off thing, it's sort of annoying when you're at home plate, but when did you see his triple? Did you see the triple yesterday?
Yeah.
The helmet almost fell off 3 times, and all 3 times, instead of let it fly, like, dude, you'll get it later. Get to third base. He keeps adjusting the helmet as he's running. And only because that ball almost came all the way back to the infield
did he get a triple.
Was it okay?
He also pimped it. He was looking at it thinking it was a home run for quite a while.
But he's distracting himself, trying to keep his helmet from flying off. And I'm like, dog, you either got to let the helmet go or we got to start talking about getting a helmet that fits.
What is it with Giants players and helmets that don't fit?
I don't know. There needs some Velcro on their heads.
It's one thing if you're crazy fast, but no one on the team is crazy fast. Like it happens to Corbin Carroll when he gets out of the box, but it's because he's the fastest dude in baseball. You have a lot of real small gripes.
Yeah,
with the Giants.
Well, that's what happens when you lose all the games. You know? But anyway,
it's a lot of things that doesn't bother anybody else.
I don't know. People got other things that bother them that don't bother me. My things are different. But that's.
So do you agree that maybe the likeliest is a trade? Who knows when it would happen? But then if that doesn't happen or until that happens, it's Jung-Hoo Lee in center.
I would think, but I don't know if they're thinking that way. They like Drew Gilbert, and what if Jonah Cox? What if he hits for a couple of weeks? You know, like you could do. That's a little bit of a platoon option out there in center field.
Okay, let's just say that nothing changes. Ramos comes back. What do you think is the likeliest scenario? Does it mean that even if Eldridge is hitting, that somehow he goes back to not playing every day?
It can't. Not if he's hitting. There would be a march.
What would they do in that situation?
I think
who gets the seat? Is it just musical chairs and one day Jung-Hoo Lee, one day Ramos, one day Chapman, one day whoever is your center fielder?
Might be.
That sounds like a nightmare.
It sounds like a nightmare. And they won't answer the question yet. I'm quite confident.
No,
if
it's
you
far
asked,
off.
Yeah, they'll say those things tend to work themselves out. And maybe that's true.
The other thing that could happen is a different injury. Which is definitely possible.
Sure. But Buster, his history suggests that these trades happen earlier than you think they're going to happen. So I would keep an eye on that for Luis Ariz and Robbie Ray for that matter.
Mm-hmm.
These trades, Devers, Bailey, these trades happen earlier than you think they're going to happen. And so I do not think that a June deal is off the table at all. And I would think if he's thinking, and I know he is, you've got to be looking at this, and there's very little risk. If you trade Ariz and then Ramos re-injures himself, well, then that's another opportunity to bring up these young players. Can be Jonah Cox, can be Bo Davidson down on the farm. You've got Gilbert. There's other pieces. You can move Schmidt back out there and start subbing in an infield or whatever. There's other pieces that they want to look at, and that's probably where this is all heading anyway. So to me, that's just a low-risk thing, and he tends to move that way, it seems.
Yeah, and the trade that we'd be talking about to clear a spot, it isn't one where you're delaying because you're trying to get, the whole market involved, every other potential buyer involved, and you're trying to pit them against each other in a bidding war and up your prospect haul in return. You obviously want as much as you can possibly get, but the main reason you're doing it isn't for the prospect haul. That's part of it, but it's so we have spots that we can play everybody we want to play.
It's just it's a win-win.
It's a The Giants are motivated to do it because of what their own roster looks like, not because they're trying to put somebody in Double-A or wherever.
Right, and I think you're trying to not let Vitello get a migraine every day.
Well, might be too late for that.
Like, good Lord, can you imagine?
What he said after Saturday? How we need more pride or whatever it was. We need to show more pride.
Just brutal.
I feel bad for him, honestly.
It's just been a brutal season because it's not even just losing. Like, it's just gut punch loss after gut punch loss after ridiculous loss or whatever. The reasons behind the losses, the ninth inning meltdowns, the base running around third, the defensive miscues, it's the kind of stuff that makes little league managers freak out. Like, it just is
You're not wrong.
Come on.
You're not wrong.
Come on.
Obviously not a good day.
Thanks, Tony. You could just play that every day, and it would be true.
Dennis in the city. Hi, Dennis. Thank you for calling us. What's going on?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Yeah, I don't, not much. I don't blame Vitello. And, when in the offseason, when I saw how the roster was constructed, the one thing I thought that they would do well was hit, but that hasn't been the case, as we all know. I thought with Devers maybe having a full season here and, Adames, even though they say Adames is a slow starter, Chapman the last couple of years have been pretty good for him. I don't know why they signed him to that extension, though. He's never been a favorite of mine, but I like that he goes, he's got a good glove, and he hits well enough. He has anyway since – but I just wouldn't have signed him to that big contract. But I think that they're in trouble, a little bit because, they're not going to be able to get rid. Like you guys were talking about, Arias is probably the only one they can trade because he's, Devers has a huge contract, and so does Adames, and so does Chapman. So you got three guys that aren't hitting the way they should be, and you hopefully that they'll come around, but they don't have a pitching. That's what I thought in the offseason, the pitching – no bullpen, and they needed a couple more starters, and they got these guys that, are, I don't know what they are, but they don't seem like they're major league starters. I never heard of either one of them, not that I've been following them that closely, but anyway, I hope a lot better for them as far as this thing with Myles Garrett. It's time for the Lynch and Shanahan bromance to be broken up. We need a real general manager, not somebody that just, who is there for window dressing. He even admitted himself he defers to Shanahan, and Shanahan has to have a general manager that he can play for, that he can coach under, that will take care of the contract negotiations, which have been horrible, as we all have witnessed. They're horrible at the contract negotiation. They're horrible in the draft room.
The Niners the Niners are horrible at contract negotiation. I'm interested in hearing that. I think the league thinks they're one of the best. Got the most cap space in the whole NFL right now. Why do you think that, Dennis?
Mark, haven't you? Do you remember what happened with Debo? You remember what happened with every contract that they do with Bosa? They didn't get done until training camp was in there.
Yeah, I mean that happens across the league. That happens across the league. The Debo thing didn't really bother me much. The Bosa thing was excessive. The Ayuk thing was a massive mistake. But I think that if you look at the way the Niners structure their contracts with a lot of their stars, there's a lot that's tucked in there that we don't really get to see that's been very, very helpful. The Niners are great with their books. They really are. They in terms of creating flexibility for themselves, and this is more of a Parag Marathe thing than it is Lynch or Shanahan, the Niners are very, very good at that, Dennis.
Mark,
yes.
You look at, has Trent Williams not held us up the last 3 years?
Trent Williams has not held us up the last 3 years. They're negotiations.
What do you mean? He hasn't held out. He hasn't held out.
Dennis,
why has he held out? Because Shanahan refuses to draft an offensive tackle in the first round. He drafts wide receivers that don't play.
Trent Williams is still really good. And Dennis, he didn't hold him up. It's June, and it got taken care of weeks ago. I just think
that was this year.
Yeah.
That was this year, but I'm talking about the years before.
What about it? He never missed a game.
He didn't. No, Yeah, but he was. How many times has he been hurt? He was out of shape.
That's football.
When he came out, he was out of shape.
No, he wasn't.
He was out of shape.
No,
he wasn't. He was in a lot of shape in the beginning of last year.
Okay,
well, you're not watching the same game I'm watching. I had season tickets since Kezar Stadium.
Oh, well,
you know
then,
what I mean?
then,
I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, Dennis, that's fine. You don't need to get mad about it. I think football players get hurt. I think Trent Williams is a Hall of Famer. And has been a wonderful Niner. And yes, you missed some games. And yes, this is big-time negotiations, and sometimes they're hard and they take a minute. But if you really dive in to the way these things are structured, the Niners are not perfect the same way no one is, but I think that I think you can argue what they're doing more often than not. Let's put it that way.
I'll tell you something. They've had from 2020 to 2023, whatever, the 4 years there, 20, 21, 22, 23.
Yep.
You know how many players are on that team from the drafting that they've done?
Now you're changing the subject, Dennis.
7.
Now you're changing the
7.
subject. You're changing the subject, Dennis.
I'm talking about Lynch and Shanahan as my subject.
Okay.
I'm talking about Lynch and Shanahan. Shanahan's a great coach. We all know that.
Okay.
That's not in dispute.
Okay.
That's not in dispute. I'm talking about drafting, contract negotiations, and how and that's a big deal. You look what the Rams do with their drafting, what Seattle's done with their drafting. They're the 2 teams ahead of us. You look at their drafting. Go look and
that's right now, Dennis.
I researched all these drafts. You go back and look at Seattle's drafts. And you look at the Rams drafts and look at the Niners drafts. And you tell me who's drafting better.
Now look at Seattle for the last 7 years and look at the Niners. You want the Seahawks results other than this last year? Like, are you going to tell me?
It's hard to, Mark, it's hard to argue with Shanahan's success.
Right.
He's had a lot of success.
Yeah.
And I understand, but he's gone to the Super Bowl twice, and he was outcoached twice.
Okay.
And yeah. I mean,
I'm not
fact.
like, I don't, and I think I've got a lot of facts too. Dennis, I'm not here to argue with you about whether or not the Niners are perfect, because they're not. But I think you're labeling them with some things that are not true. You're adding in some drafts that actually were not that bad of drafts. There were 2 bad drafts. They were mainly because of the Trey Lance issue, and calling them bad negotiators, I think, is a poor label. That's just my opinion, and you've got yours, and you've got season tickets, so you're probably right.
Hey, Mark, since they have been here, and I'm dying for. I'm a Lynch and Shanahan fan. I want them to do well.
Yeah.
But it's not working out, in my opinion.
Okay.
In my humble opinion.
And in my humble opinion, it is working out. I think the Niners are one of the top teams in the NFL. They're relevant and they compete every year at a high level. They've fallen short of the ultimate goal, but they're pretty damn good. Pretty good results over the last 7 years.
They're better, but maybe you still think Steph Curry's championship window's still open too.
Yeah, Dennis, thanks for calling, dude. Call again.
That was fun.
Hi, Dennis.
I think the truth is somewhere in the middle.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
I think Kyle Shanahan is an amazing head coach, and I sat on this very show. I think you were out. I was in with Dibs, and I thought he was one of the 5 most valuable individuals in the entire NFL. Players, coaches, GMs. I think he's one of the 5 most valuable individuals in the entire NFL.
Agreed.
I think he would be a whole lot better if they were drafting a little bit better.
Well,
what he's done has been remarkable with what of late hasn't been great drafts.
Well, of late, meaning like 2022, 23. If you want to start talking about 24, you know my take on recent drafts. I don't like it when people start assessing them.
Yeah, I can't have a sweeping decision on the 2025 draft yet.
Correct.
And of course not on this year's draft. They haven't played a snap yet. Of course.
Correct.
But I think you would agree that their hit rate in drafting has gone down this decade.
It leaves something to be desired.
Absolutely. And just because Shanahan and the organization has squeezed as much as they possibly can out of the talent that they have does not mean that it couldn't be better.
Of course.
It's been good.
Well, everybody can be better.
It's been good, but man, it could be better.
Everybody could be better. I do not support what I think he was insinuating, which is that John Lynch should be fired and that Kyle Shanahan needs less of a yes person next to him. I disagree. I think this is a good regime that has done, this is why I get triggered by this. This regime took over a crap show.
Yeah, they were terrible. Worst roster in the league.
You have to give them credit for that. Period.
Well, Dennis...
Season ticket holder or not.
Dennis was saying Kyle Shanahan's amazing.
No, the whole group gets credit for taking over a crap show.
Who gets the most credit?
Kyle.
Yeah, which is what Dennis was saying.
But the other ones do too.
John has done a lot of good things.
Yes, and Parag and all the people you never heard of.
This will be a bunch of ifs, I know, but let's just say the 2025 draft doesn't return a whole lot for you, and this year's draft turns out to not be great either.
Well, now these are negative hypotheticals that aren't true yet.
Mark.
Yeah. Hi, Dennis. Good to have you back. Now, if those happen, then Dennis will call and we'll have a different conversation.
Okay, that's fair.
But like this regime has cooked from top to bottom, overarching view. They've cooked. Not perfect, didn't get the ring yet. They've cooked. They took over a big pile of junk.
Which is your job. Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do, and they've done their job.
Okay, so now we're just like, yawn, you did your job?
No.
Like, yeah.
I'm just saying it could be better.
Yeah.
It could be better. If you just, refuse to draft running backs in the third round or trade up to take a kicker or a tight end that's never played a snap for you.
Ain't a fan base in America that doesn't have that list. Of course.
Not many fan bases that could say maybe drafting a kicker in the third round is a potential reason why you didn't win a Super Bowl.
Not many fan bases can be like, oh, you went to the playoffs 6 times in 8 years? Oh, must be doing something right.
No one is saying they're not doing something right.
Don't say that.
Dennis is taking it extreme, but you're misrepresenting what he said. He did not say they haven't done anything right.
First of all, he insinuated that the GM should be fired. And second of all, I'm not only talking to Dennis. There are other people listening to this show, and yes, many say that.
Well, we don't need to listen to the crazy people.
I mean, anyway. All right. I'm brought to you by Fremont Bank.
Thanks, Dennis.
Here for you. Here for good. Grandy's here for dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
Mark.
And it is Mark for Habas. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards and asked, do you smile or not? And then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It is on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything is on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com. Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Helping people achieve their goals is what we do. So if your goal is owning a home, we're here to help with guidance and resources, including up to $17,500 in select markets when combining down payment and closing cost grants. Visit BofA.com/home team. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America N.A. Equal Housing Lender. Credit and collateral is subject to approval. Restrictions apply. This is not a commitment to lend.
Hey, it's Dibs. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. Brazil is trading at 9% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade will pay out $1,021 if they win soccer's biggest prize. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, as it can throughout the tournament, you can buy in and out of that position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, D-I-B-S, and you get $10 when you trade 10, K-A-L-S-H-I. Kalshi. Trade on anything 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
All right, first bite of the ranch snack wrap. Oh, wow, that's really good. Juicy chicken, crisp lettuce, shredded cheese, Cool Ranch, all wrapped up in a soft tortilla. Yeah, next time I'm definitely trying the spicy one. McDonald's snack wrap, ranch or spicy. Order ahead in the app, $2.99 each. Looks like I've got plans for tomorrow. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Don't miss Built Like a Baller every Friday as the Morning Roast breaks down the standout performance of the week.
Burton, a heave at the horn from 28. Banks it in!
Brought to you by Baylord, wealth management for the Bay and the people who've built it.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Mark,
yeah.
Haven't you? Do you remember what happened with Debo? Mark,
yes.
You look at, has Trent Williams not held us up the last 3 years? You're not watching the same game I'm watching. I had season tickets since Kezar Stadium.
Oh, wow. Well,
you know
then,
what I mean?
Then,
I know what I'm talking about. Mark, since they have...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I got to tell you. No, listen.
Mark with a K.
Dennis.
Mark with a K.
I did not know when I started that debate that he had season tickets.
Mark.
I didn't know. I didn't know that he watched all the games.
Not mad at this, Mark.
I only watched some of the games.
Mad at that, Mark.
Mark.
Don't be afraid to have somebody get mad at you.
Oh, plenty of people are mad at me.
Dennis can call anytime.
That was great. Yeah. I was really enjoying that.
Fine.
We should have kept him on and brought him back after the break.
That's what we're all doing, man. We're just talking sports here.
Sports, man.
Yeah, like, I love that stuff. I love that stuff. Sports, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't think John Lynch should be fired. I'm not wrong. That was the insinuation, was it not?
Sounded like it.
Kyle Shanahan needs a blankety blank next to him at GM. I don't think John Lynch should be fired.
I do think there may be some truth that the ideal situation would be Kyle Shanahan perhaps a little less involved or a little less power in terms of drafting and personnel.
You can make, sure. Like this is all up for discussion. I don't think we're in a spot where anybody right now has earned being fired.
I'm with you.
Let me start with that.
I'm with you. I agree.
And then the other part, he kind of we went from the draft, which is its own subject, where I think there's a lot of discussable stuff, to then just labeling them bad negotiators, which I patently disagree with.
Although you will also admit they have made a lot of mistakes when it comes to negotiations.
The Ayuk thing was bananas. It was awful. And you sat here with us. I said that starting in June. Mm-hmm. I'm like, don't do this. Trade him. And I actually, to this day, we don't even really know. I mean, that's probably, from the story they've told, that's more on Kyle than anyone else.
Seems like it. He ran upstairs to nix the trade to the Steelers.
Yeah. Is that really how the story went?
Well, that's what
Kyle all of a sudden in slow motion. And the elevator's closing, and Kyle dives with his right hand and
he throws his phone to stop it. It gets lodged right between the closing elevator doors.
I don't know. Man.
He sneaks his way on, runs into John Lynch's office.
John!
No, doesn't even say anything. Just hangs up the phone. John is on the phone, and then he actively just hangs up. John Wade. I got word from Brandon.
Down.
He wants to be a Niner.
Yeah. I mean, that is so sure.
By the way, it's June 1st. This is a big day in the Brandon Ayuk stuff.
Is it now?
No, not really.
I mean,
they hold all the power because if he doesn't show up, they don't have to pay him $1 and they would get out from everything they owe him.
I want to let everyone know real quick. Derek Fisher is going to be on with us in 7 minutes. Derek Fisher. Who is a former Laker, a former Warrior, a former Jazz, and also
did he play on the Thunder for a year?
He might have.
I think he did.
Yeah, check it out. But anyway, he is also now one of the 2 morning show hosts at our new sister station in LA 97.1 The Fan, and we want to kind of welcome Derek Fisher to the daily grind of having to have people like Dennis call you and scream at you. I love you, Dennis.
He played on OKC his last year. Actually, let's see. In 2011, 2012 for a bit. In 2012, 2013, and 2013, 2014. Yeah, he's been a Thunder.
Yeah.
Teammates with Kevin Durant.
He must have been just devastated on Saturday then. When a team that Derek Fisher once upon a time eliminated from the playoffs with that I should know this. Was it 0.4? Remember the seconds on the clock?
It might have been 0.3.
God, I was covering the team then. I should totally know this. Was it 0.4, 0.3?
I think it was 0.3.
It wasn't 0.2. You're not allowed to do that.
It's 0.4 is what this is.
0.4. Yes. I got it. Thank goodness. That would have really ticked me off.
The Derek 2004, that Derek Fisher jumper.
That shot
is so crazy because it just completely erases from everybody's memory that epic Tim Duncan buzzer beater right before it. You remember that Tim Duncan shot?
Gosh.
That would have been one of the best shots in NBA history, and then it's just gone, wiped from everybody's mind. Exactly.
There are moments in sports media that are really weird, where things that are happening on a diamond, a court, or a field have a humongous effect on what happens next in your life. Even though, I'm not on the team.
So what happened next in your life?
I booked a flight to Detroit.
Oh, for the finals.
Yeah. That. I was at all of those games.
Well, yeah, but that's just your job. I thought it was going to be something bigger.
No, but I think that's a weird, sure, I guess if you travel a lot for sports or for work, then things like that happen where it's like this, that, or the other. But I think most of the time if you travel for work, Like, yeah, there's a conference in Vegas in July. We're going to send
it out
you.
way ahead of time.
I think it's a weird feeling if you slow things down and go, okay, there's a ball in the air. If it goes in, the next month of my life is A. If it doesn't go in, the next month of my life is B. It's a weird feeling. It's a weird feeling. And that shot was one of those shots.
Yep.
And it's not even just personal travel. It's also, as you well know, what we do here on a daily basis completely changes based on the outcomes of these games.
And the Pistons wiped the floor with the Lakers.
Wiped the floor with them.
Yeah.
I remember someone asking me, that Fisher shot last night, like, what do you think happened? And I'm like, I think the Lakers won a championship last night. And then they got beat in 5. And if memory serves correct, they should have got beaten in 4. They should have gotten swept. Kobe, I think, hit a buzzer beater like off the backboard in game
Lakers
2.
won game 2, 99 to 91. Was it OT?
Check that. I don't.
Why can't I see this here?
I can't remember. But there was some late heroics by Kobe, and they won that game. And then off to Detroit they went and never won again. So something like that. Maybe it wasn't a buzzer beater, but there was something late from Kobe that
Game 2 was overtime, so maybe there was a buzzer beater to force overtime.
That's what it was.
This series is crazy. 5 games. Only once did either of the teams score 100 points or more.
The Pistons,
and it was the Pistons in Game 5 scoring 100 on the nose.
The Pistons defense was insanity.
We had a game in this series that was 88 to 68. Pistons won Game 1 with 87 points. They won Game 3 with 88 points. They won Game 4 with 88 points. And they won Game 5 with 100 points.
And you mentioned the overtime game. And still nobody got to 100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the Pistons only scored 2 points in that overtime, meaning they had 89 points in regulation. So their point totals in regulation were 87, 89, 88, 88, and 100.
They were suffocated.
And they won that series in 5 games.
Yeah, their length was incredible. Tayshaun Prince was amazing on Kobe.
Yeah.
What was going on that we didn't know that was going on, though, was kind of the last dance. We didn't know. Like there was the thought or whatever, but it was nowhere near like the Bulls thing. But I'll never forget it. That Game 5 in Detroit ends, and the championship is on, and we head down into the bowels of the stadium to go to the press conference, and Phil Jackson pops out with his whole family. They're all up there. And Phil didn't get down like that. Like it was not like Draymond and his kid is at the.
Oh yeah.
It was like
Phil's seen everything.
Right, and all of a sudden. It was sort of like how the Warrior media described when Steve Kerr hugged Draymond and Steph on the sideline, and everyone went, "Oh,
he's saying bye.
Oh God, what's it like?" Right? Everybody suddenly is writing. They're like, "Is that? You know what I mean? Is that it?" And then also, you see that come up, and all of a sudden, everybody's just thinking to themselves, like, "Wait a minute." Oh, gosh, this is over. And then the whole Shaq and Kobe and Phil and everything, that was the end of that.
Poof.
That was the end of that.
Gone.
So, anyway, Derek Fisher will join us in just a sec. It'll be interesting to catch up with him a little bit. But if anybody wants to yell at us about the 49ers front office, we can do that, too, in the meantime. So, it'll be interesting to talk to Derek about sort of how he sees this Warrior off season. It was interesting to go on the air in Milwaukee earlier today, and
do you guys talk about Giannis?
Definitely did. They asked like what because it didn't. I've sort of filed this in the back of my mind, but it like Giannis is getting traded this month.
Like sure seems like it.
I feel
probably in the next couple of weeks.
Sounded like they felt it too, and they were like, "Oh, the Warriors going to get in on this," and I'm like, "Oh, they're totally going to call, and they're totally not going to get him." That's what I think.
I think so too.
They're going to try, but they just don't. They don't have the offer.
I also don't think Giannis wants to come here particularly. And Giannis has the essential, not officially, but he has the right to choose where he wants to go. He's not going to get traded to a place he doesn't want to be at or won't sign an extension at. And 2, of course, the Warriors have to have an offer that the Bucks will accept it. I don't think either of those things work out in the Warriors' favor.
Listen to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios and now out to the River Islands guest line to bring in the new morning show host of LA 97.1 The Fan, but as we like to call him, former Warrior, Derek Fisher. How often do you get introduced as former Warrior, Derek?
Not as often. I think some people forget that I was there for 2 years for the most part. But but nonetheless, it's in my memory for sure, man. I enjoyed my time in the Bay.
I tell you what, Derek, I'm mindful of this, and you won't know this or remember this, but I worked in L.A. during your time with the Lakers and was in that locker room after every game. And I first want to say you were a lot of fun to cover. You were always very kind with your time and very fair with the media. And now you're one of us. And so I want to hear about that transition for you, man.
Yeah, no, it's been interesting. Like, I still, obviously wear that like former player, former coach hat, and I think it'll give me an interesting perspective on, talking about the teams, talking about moments, talking about the coaches' decisions, the way fans feel. I'll be on the other side of it for the first time, and I'm looking forward to it, just in terms of exploring it and not always being right, not always, having every take that everybody will agree with, but just doing my best to at least do it in a way that's respectful, even though it's still, direct and fair and transparent.
Derek, you've been on a lot of really good teams. You've been teammates with some amazing players. Your time with the Lakers, even later in your career with the Thunder, obviously some Hall of Famers, some of the best of the best. I'm curious, though, have you ever seen anybody like Victor Wembanyama and what we're seeing him do in the playoffs this year?
No, that's a very short answer there. That is an absolute no. He's interesting because he's the combination of so many of the former greats. I mean, he shoots the ball as well as, some of the great shooters we've seen in the history of the game. He can put pressure on the rim as well as some of the great players we've seen that play in the paint and dominate the paint. We've seen, great defensive players that have dominated the game and been defensive player of the year. And so it's like he possesses all of these skills and talents, but probably the greatest ability of his is his mindset and the way he approaches his work, and it's inspired his team and his teammates, and they're in the NBA Finals now, man. I don't think any of us saw this coming as fast as it has.
Derek Fisher is with us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game with Grandy in for Dibs. Derek, where do you think this is going? I think it's easy for people to see this and they're like, he's going to win the next 7 in a row. But like, assuming health, where's this going?
That's a great question. It definitely, from what we know historically, it does look like he's going to dominate, the Western Conference or dominate the league for many years to come. But I think what has changed is an individual player can reach certain levels of greatness consistently, and it still not necessarily lead to, 4, 5, 6 NBA titles. It's just there's so many changes year to year, from personnel changes to coaching changes. Roster construction around salary cap and luxury tax, as we've seen. And of course, as you guys saw with the Warriors this year, injuries just kind of mount up, and those are not always things that you can control. And so even though he'll have the ability to dominate the league for a long time, it just takes so many things to go right that, can he lead a team to 3 or 4 titles over the next 10 years? Sure, that can happen. He's that capable. But you just have to have so many things go right while the rest of the best basketball players in the world and best coaches in the world are also trying to chase you down. So it's just hard to replicate that long-term success the way it used to be.
Things tend to change, it seems, pretty quick as well. We've seen that recently for some of the recent champs. They haven't stayed dominant maybe as long as we were expecting. I'm curious, though, Derek, what you would recommend the Warriors do going forward, because they're kind of stuck in between where you still have Steph and he's playing at an amazing level, but you don't quite have the guys around him to compete with Wembanyama and the Spurs and SGA and the Thunder. What should their plan of attack be this offseason and maybe the next couple of years or however long Steph is still playing?
Yeah, I mean, I think as long as Steph is still playing, you have one of the, 15 or 20, best, most players in the world. And so although the roster as currently constructed doesn't necessarily, looks like it stacks up to the test, I mean, that applies to 20 teams in the NBA now. That's not just a Warriors challenge to face. And so, I think Mike Dunleavy is a smart leader. Steve Kerr, obviously, re-signing a new contract extension. Like, I think they're going to be able to collaborate really well on, like, finding the right veteran guys to surround. But as you saw even this year, there was a little bit of that movement towards playing more young players that can add some of that dynamic athleticism and speed next to Steph, next to Draymond, next to Jimmy Butler when he returns, and guys that can just do things that the age just doesn't allow you to do anymore. And if they add a few of those guys at the right time, like Steph Curry can help you win a 7-game series, a play-in game on the road. All you need is to get the right matchup at the right time. And, you saw the Atlanta Hawks this year. Like, they weren't necessarily the best team in the East, but they're the only team that beat the New York Knicks twice so far in the Eastern Conference playoffs. So, you don't have to be the best team in the world to still put yourself in position to be 2 wins away from advancing to the next round.
Derek, in a general sense, when your best players are closing in on 40 years old, in order to get great veterans, the Warriors are going to have to give up a bunch of future picks. Does that make sense to give up draft capital when your best players are almost 40?
Oof. I mean, I do not envy the guys that do have to make these decisions. It's tricky, right? But if you think about look what the Los Angeles Rams did in football today, right? Like, you have a team that was 1 win away from going to the Super Bowl last year. Your veteran quarterback just signed a contract extension for 1 more year, and everything is about right now. The Los Angeles Rams aren't thinking about 5 years from now. And so I think the Warriors are in a similar situation where they have to figure out, like, how do they do this now without entirely salvaging the future? But at the same time, like, there's no future after Steph Curry. So what does it really matter if he's no longer there anymore? Like, you're going to be rebuilding this thing from the scratch anyway. So it's a tough position to be in, but as long as Steph is on your roster, it has to be about right now. It's not fair to him to start over while he's still there.
Derek, I know you were off the air this morning when that news of the Myles Garrett trade dropped. I'm sure you're going to be talking about it a bunch tomorrow morning on our new sister station down in LA, 97.1 The Fan. I'm curious, though, what the vibe is down in LA, because up here in San Francisco, I can speak for myself. I'm a little terrified. That Rams team was already really, really good, and they just got the best defensive player in the world. So how was LA feeling about it?
Yeah, I mean, the Rams have, like, over the last 3 or 4 years, like, really become, more of part of just the L.A. fan base and the fabric of L.A. It's been a Raiders town for a super long time, probably always will be. As you guys know, like, the Oakland and Bay Area will always have some Raiders, twinge to it as well. But people are excited. But it's sports, man. I mean, you saw last year, Micah Parsons get traded from the Cowboys to the Packers, and just things happen. And so, you still have to go out and play the games. Everybody's excited. I think the most excited person in L.A. is Matthew Stafford, because he is not going to have to play against Myles Garrett, who could have potentially landed in Seattle or in Philadelphia or somewhere else in the NFC, where Matthew Stafford would have had to face him 2 or 3 or 4 times in a season.
The show is Derek and Decker alongside Cody Decker, the morning show at the all-new LA 97.1 the Fan. Derek Fisher, hey, before you go, now Myles Garrett is there. All these fancy stars in L.A., if you, Derek Fisher, were in charge and you had to give up either Shohei, LeBron, or Stafford, who goes?
Oh, man. Well, whichever one of those you give up, you don't have a job after that. So at least that part is clear. Man, that's a great question. I mean, I'm a basketball guy, so another sport has to go. Right now, to me, Stafford maybe, but that's only because it's not football season yet. During football season, Stafford has to stay.
Fair enough, Derek. Fair enough. These are the takes you're going to have to get used to saying now. Stupid stuff. You know what I mean? That's what we do here.
Yeah. It's going to take me a while. I'm getting there, though, man. I appreciate you giving me some practice.
All right. Perfect. Hey, Derek, we hope to talk to you again soon. Good luck with everything, man.
Get some sleep.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you guys for having me.
All right. There it is. Yeah, Derek Fisher, whose alarm now goes off at like 4. Derek and Decker, 97.1 The Fan in L.A.
They have their show set for tomorrow. I know what they're going to be talking about.
They do. When
did that break? At like 10:20 this morning? Something like that?
L.A. Sports Radio, this is usually how it works because I did this for years. All right, so Myles Garrett is now a Ram. What does that mean for the Lakers? Where does Myles Garrett now rank among the top stars in L.A.? Well, we'll start with LeBron and Luka.
Shohei.
No. Lakers, and then a bunch of other stuff. That's why Derek is perfect.
Well.
Yeah.
Well. Derek
Anyway.
is underrated in terms of the all-time greats he's played with.
Well, go ahead. Fire away.
Well, I mean, he was with the Lakers from 96 through 04, and then again in 07 through 2010, 2011.
Well, and remember, 04 means that he didn't just play with Kobe and Shaq. That means he also played with Karl Malone and Gary Payton.
That's true.
Yep.
Yeah. And then the later Laker years with Powell, and then OKC teammates. Was he a teammate with James Harden? I think he was a teammate with James Harden, Kevin Durant, and Russell
Westbrook.
That's pretty darn good. Figures with the Warriors, but there was nobody special.
Who did he play with the Warriors? Antoine
Jason Richardson.
Okay.
That's about it.
And then when he defected to go to the Jazz, then who did he play with there?
Andre Kirilenko? Darren Williams? Is Darren Williams there?
Okay, so
he was there.
Yeah,
he was there 06, 07.
Okay, this is well post Stockton and Malone.
Yes.
All right.
06, 07. Paul Millsap, Andre Kirilenko, Carlos Boozer, Darren Williams, Mehmet Okur. Essentially the team that beat We Believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't get me started.
Actually, he was on that team. He left the Warriors, went to the Jazz, and then beat the We Believe Warriors. Yeah.
The next time he comes on, I'm going to ask him. Especially since he already gave me 2 great questions in one interview.
Yeah, what the hell was that, Derek?
The next time, yeah, you're welcome, Pasta. The next time he comes on, I'm going to be like, Derek, I'm going to bring my voice down a little bit. Derek. Dog. What the hell was that, dude?
Mark.
No, Derek. Like, what? Come on, man. I thought you retired. And then suddenly you were in Utah. What the hell's going on, man?
Yeah, he retired, and then he played more basketball, more seasons than he did before that.
Correct. Now, the only thing that I'll give Derek is the fact that back then, I'd have probably wanted to get the hell off the Warriors, too.
Yeah.
But to leave Golden State to go to Utah?
Well, it was a good Utah team. They went to the Western Finals.
I know.
The Warriors, his 2 years, were 34 and 48. Both years. Oh. Under Mike Montgomery.
Yep.
Consistency. 34 and 48, back-to-back years.
Boom.
Led by Andres Biedrins. Oh, remember Calbert Chaney, Ike Diagu, Mike Dunleavy, Adonal Foyle, Troy Murphy.
Yes, I remember all of this.
What about Chris Taft? I don't remember him.
Well, I know Adonal Foyle makes me smile because he's still in touch with us and is an awesome human being.
Go Warriors!
Yeah.
Speedy Claxton, Dale Davis, Eduardo Nahara. I used to love Eduardo Nahara. Clifford Robinson.
Oh, yeah, I remember them all. Every single one of them was going to be the next. They were all going to be the next. And then
they weren't.
And then they weren't.
And the rest is history.
Right. But then the Warriors drafted Steph Curry and everything became okay.
Yeah.
How long does a championship last you?
What do you mean?
Well, like, for example, you know, I used to say this, like, for instance, I've told this story before, like I was in the building for all of the 02 World Series games. I was working in LA and I was tasked with being at all of these games.
That sucks.
And I was literally, well, it sucked.
It was
in the
great.
end. It was about to be the greatest thing that had ever happened to me in my entire life. Like, I was sitting there, I was 27 years old, and I was what I thought was a half hour away from going into a room filled with champagne, Barry Bonds, and Jeff Kent. And then it all fell the freak apart.
Damn rally monkey.
Right. So that all happened. And then I used to sit there as a longtime fan and thinking, they've never won in my life. And then not only have they never won, now like the ultimate teases have happened.
Mm-hmm.
I'm 14 years old in 89, the world starts shaking. I'm 27 in 02 with a credential, yank that out from under your face. I used to say, I just need one. I just need one. And then 10 rolls around and you know, I cried. And then 12 and 14 and all of that. And so how long does it last you? And same thing for the Warriors now. The Warriors did this as recently as 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
How long does it last you? How much patience do you have?
I think you get trained as a fan both ways. When it's been terrible, you'll say one will be fine for the rest of my life. But then you get the taste of one, and maybe you look into a second, and you're like, whoa, this is okay. I have new expectations now. I've been trained to expect this more often than is realistic. And the Warriors, I think, are dealing with this more than anyone else. The Giants, to a certain degree, I think Giants fans are now at the point where they say that 14 championship, it's so far gone that, like, we're getting restless, or at least restless for meaningful postseason baseball.
Yeah.
Win a series, you know, get to the second round, get to the NLDS, right? Get out of the wild card. We haven't been out of the wild card since 2016. It's been a decade, right? Like, just get to something else. The Warriors, I think, are still too close to the greatness and still have the great one on the roster that I don't think anyone has really... I don't think people are accepting just being like an average basketball team to this point.
I think what you're pointing to, I think there's a distinction there, right? Like all of it can be the same fans, but your vibe is different.
For the different teams.
For the different
teams. And the way you won it matters. The Warriors were dominant. The Giants had 3 magical runs.
The 49ers are the only one right now where I think fans are like on the verge of being ticked on a yearly basis when they don't win the Super Bowl. My opinion, that's how you get a phone call like Dennis. That's how we arrive at that. And that's totally fair. It's totally fair. It's just not the view that I share, but that's okay. Like, there are a lot of people that it's like, does being relevant annually matter to you at all when you've been starved, but not when you've been starved for 30 years?
Well, I'm the perfect test case for this because I haven't seen a Super Bowl.
And you're mad.
And I'm mad.
You're super mad.
I'm mad, but I would rather have the pain of losing when you're that close than not being there at all.
I get that.
It doesn't mean that I'm not pissed when they get to the doorstep and they can't get it done, or they don't get to the doorstep and they don't get it done. Like, last year's an exception because of everything that happened in terms of injuries. But just in general, as a Niner fan, like I really need one.
But see,
I need it badly.
I don't think a Giants fan even thinks, quite frankly, about the World Series right now.
No, Giants fans let's get to the playoffs.
Good baseball. And the Warriors have adopted this phrase that Steph used of meaningful basketball. And I honestly think that would
Which
be...
pisses off a lot of fans, even though it came from Steph's mouth.
It does, but I think it's satisfactory, quite frankly. Like, I think that, honestly, if you're a Warrior fan and you're demanding championships still, like, nobody is a bigger fan of Steph Curry than me. We all are like, this is the greatest athlete probably who's ever come through these parts. But at age 38, if you're literally sitting here, and by the way, he'll be 39 by the time the next NBA Finals runs around, for which the Warriors are eligible. Like, if you're sitting here thinking, no, that's That's exactly what the Warriors should be able to compete for as you watch what these other teams are doing and this 7'6" giraffe of a human being who can do it all on a basketball court. I think that you're being unrealistic. If the Warriors could get back into the playoffs and run around and win some games and do some things and advance a little bit, to me, you have to feel decently good about that. The Niners are the one right now where it's like, dog, win a ring. Win a ring.
I think it's harder for Warrior fans to completely move on and separate themselves or their fandom from the golden era of, 15, 17, 18, and 22 when Steph is still on the roster. It's not saying you get rid of Steph to make everyone move on quicker, but Steph's still on the roster. So it's like, the guy that did it for us is still here.
I get it.
And you can admit he's 38 and it becomes 10 times more difficult when you're that age, but he's still on the roster. It's easier for Giants fans to move on and say, all right, we're getting near the time where we're getting restless because there's nobody around anymore, unless you count Buster as the president of baseball operations. But no one is thinking Buster can have as big of an impact on the team now that he did when he was the starting catcher and winning MVPs and World Series for him.
Rob in Richmond is on the line here. Grandy in for Dibs on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Rob. What's up?
I don't even know if I want to still comment, but...
Why?
Man, you sound bitter, Willard.
About what?
Myles Garrett.
Bitter?
He's an amazing player, and he went to the Rams. The Dodgers are just an amazing team. You just sound bitter, bud. And I don't want to keep hearing you sound like this
Rob,
because I really like listening to you.
Rob, get personal. I want to know exactly what I said that sounds bitter.
Dude, you just keep on like, oh, well, Myles Garrett's not going to really do anything for the Rams. They're already good. Dude, they're going to be amazing now. And, I'm not a Niner fan, but, like, just give it up. Like, the Rams have done a big move, and they're very well. They're good. The Dodgers are very good.
Well, that's not even a conversation.
The Warriors are going to be okay.
Let's try this test, Rob. What would you like me to say? What do you think I'm actually thinking that I'm hiding?
I would be like, man, they're going to be really good.
Yeah, I already thought
I don't know. I get it. You're not a Niner. You're not a Niner broadcast system or whatever. But
no, I'm not. I am the system.
Man.
Actually,
you sound very bitter.
Okay,
you sound very bitter.
Okay, Rob. Well, I can promise you, I'm not. Here's my thing. Like, if y'all think the Rams won the Super Bowl today, I disagree with you. So if you want to call that bitter, then and thanks, Rob. Appreciate you. If you want to call that bitter, call it bitter. But I look at this very realistically. A, the Niners were not in position to do this. They weren't. They did not have the offer to make. B,
they could have, but it would have taken a haul of first-round picks.
I feel it would have been stupid.
To the point where you probably don't want to do that.
I feel it would have been stupid.
The Rams could do it because they had a valuable young defensive lineman that the Browns requested, would be my guess.
Completely. And I also... And
the Niners don't have the equivalent.
No. So can I get away with this? I think this was a good move for the Rams and would have been a bad move for the Niners.
If it would have cost 3 first-round picks or
That's
whatever the number is.
Right. And so, the Los Angeles Rams were already going to be really good. Now I still think they're going to be really good. I have watched enough football and, quite frankly, a lot of sports to know that the big swing doesn't always work. And I'm not telling you that that's what this is. But I know it's never sexy and fun to say, but wait and see. The same way I don't like draft grades, I'm not going to sit here today and say the Rams are an unbeatable force. If their 38-year-old back spasm quarterback gets hurt, they're screwed. Screwed. And that is a real possibility. The same way it is for the 49ers and the Seahawks.
Less so for the Niners because they have a much better backup.
At that position. But for instance, I was the one who... And my daughter teases me that I jinxed it because I was the one that said to her about 4 minutes before Fred Warner got hurt. If Fred Warner gets hurt, they're screwed.
And then they got to the playoffs.
And then Fred Warner got hurt.
And won a playoff game.
Yeah, but they still couldn't. They weren't legitimately a Super Bowl contender
It felt
anymore.
like the season ended that day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they wowed me with what they did after that. I didn't think they'd be able to do that.
I wouldn't go as far as saying you sound bitter about Myles Garrett, but I do think...
You think I sound dismissive?
I think you're underestimating his impact.
Well...
And I know they were already good, and Jared Verse was already good. Myles Garrett is like miles better than almost anybody else. At least he was last year.
Wait, he doesn't get the pun thing when he does that? I get it for ramifications, and he doesn't get it for their miles better.
Miles better,
What the hell's
Garrett?
going on around here? How come we play it? Play the, yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Beepity boppity boop. Now here comes Grandy with the zingers. Anyway,
I think you're underrating the impact that Myles Garrett is going to have on the team.
That's fine. I don't even know if I have rated it at all. Like, he is legitimately the best defensive player in the game. That's my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I think it is going
Which should make them a whole lot better.
Right, but, well, no, not a whole lot.
See, this is where I think you're underestimating it.
And
I know
that's
Jared
fine.
Verse was good.
Really good.
Myles Garrett is the best defender in the league.
Okay,
coming off of the best individual sack season in the history of the NFL. And yeah, well, you could throw the what ifs. Well, he might get hurt. Well, Matthew Stafford might get hurt. Well, anything could happen. Yeah, that's true. He could also sack a quarterback 23 times again next year.
He could, which has never had impact in the NFL in his career ever.
They've been to the playoffs with him.
Like, come on.
They've been to the playoffs with him.
Come on. So, listen, let me see if I can pull this comp off.
With the lack of quarterback talent they've had, they haven't been that bad.
Let me see if I can pull this comp off.
All right, I'll shut up.
No, you don't need to shut up. I don't want you to shut up.
Shut up.
Don't sound bitter over there.
Shut up, Evan.
Not Evan. I'm Grandy. People get us confused enough.
I don't like the phrase "shut up," but anyway,
please get away from me. I'll be quiet.
Especially in radio. All right. What if the Rams? I want to think about this. What if the Rams acquired Josh Allen today in a trade that included Matt Stafford? So my question would be, are you like, oh no, they're a problem?
Well, I never said they weren't a problem before, which I know is what you're saying.
But
a problem became a gigantic problem.
I don't think it became gigantic. I think it was big and it became bigger. That's what I think. So if that is either bitter, dismissive, or any other fun pun word that you want to throw out there.
You're being a hater.
That's Myles Garrett's the best defensive player in the game. The Rams probably have the best roster in the game, and it got better today. But I also do not believe in the idea, quite frankly, in any sport except for maybe the NBA. I just don't believe in the idea of one player, like, hands you a ring. They were already really, really good. They got better today.
But
I don't. And the other
they were already the best team in the league. Did you think they were the best team in the league before today?
Kind of, yeah. Yeah. So now they went from 1 to 1.
It kind of feels like you're just dismissing it then. Like it.
All right.
They're already the best. It almost feels like, and I know this is not it, but what it sounds like almost is like waving the white flag. No, I know you're not waving the white flag, but like they were already so good, Niner fans. What's the deal with them even getting better? We don't stand a chance anyway.
I'm doing the opposite. Like, I just don't do off-season awards. I've seen too much. I worked in L.A. when they're like, well, watch this, Dwight Howard, Colby Powell, Steve Nash.
I'll never forget that Sports Illustrated cover.
Out loud.
I think it was Now This Is Gonna Be Fun.
8 seed got swept.
That Sports Illustrated cover was amazing.
Right? How'd you feel last June 15th? Ooh, the Giants got Devers. Wah. Team sucks. So that's all I'm saying. This can go a bunch of different ways, and I do very much like you're saying, oh, white flag. When the Dodgers got Kyle Tucker, they got the best player available in all of free agency.
He's been bad.
And he hasn't done much, but they were the best team, and then they got, quote-unquote, better. And look at them. They have the best run differential in the National League, and they're going to win the division. Are they going to win the World Series for sure?
Well, no, of course not for sure.
Are the Braves and the Brewers and the Padres, are they going to have their shot at this?
Yeah.
Okay, that's how I feel about the 49ers. Are they the favorite? No. They weren't the favorite when we woke up. They're not the favorite when we're going to go to bed. Did it get a little harder? Probably. But, there's 1,000 ways for this to go. And I'd only be mad if I thought it was a deal the Niners should have made. And I don't. They're at a different time and evolution than the Rams are. The Rams quarterback is 38. The Niners is 26. These are different scenarios. Some have a young pass rusher to give up. Some don't.
Mm-mm.
Some are going to give up a third rounder. Others would have to give up a one. I don't feel like doing that right now. So that would tick me off. That's when I would actually be bitter if I was like the McCaffrey thing. That's what I liken this to. If the Rams had done that, which they almost did, I'd have been pissed because I'm like, Niners should have done that. But they did that. I don't think they should have done this. So, hey, good on you, Rams. Let's play.
I think the part that frustrates me as well isn't just that it's the Rams and then it's Myles Garrett, but it's now you might have not only the two best teams, and this might have been the case anyway, Rams and Seahawks, two best teams in the NFL, arguably, but you also probably have the two best defenses and maybe two best defensive fronts, two of the best in the NFL. And what's the area I know that I have been frustrated by with the Niners when it comes to team building for a really long time is the offensive line.
And that's a fair.
And I know Trent's great, but 38-year-old Matt Stafford, 38-year-old Trent Williams.
It's totally
And you got
fair.
questions at every other position, maybe other than right guard. Pooney not as good this past year, but I don't have major concerns about him at right guard. But McKivitz, underrated, underpaid at right tackle. Yeah, sure. Am I going to fool myself into thinking he's one of the 10 best right tackles in the NFL? No, I'm not going to fool myself into that. I'm not a fan of Jake Brendel at center, and they don't know who's going to start at left guard this year. I am terrified about the Niners in this division having to protect Brock Purdy against those teams. It sounds like it's going to be really, really tough. Now, Shanahan has done a good job at times of scheming away from some of the best of the best. It happened a lot with Aaron Donald when he was a Ram. It happened last year when Myles Garrett was a Brown. Shanahan is capable of neutralizing some of those guys, but it's going to happen 4 times a year against those fronts.
There's no question, and that's all fair. I don't dispute any of that. However, let me add this to the conversation. The issue with the offensive line last year was not pass protection. It was run game. It was run blocking. Right. And this has been a Shanahan staple his entire career. And if they don't do better at that next year, they are going to be a worse football team. But I think that they have attempted to address that in a number of ways, and time will tell if they did a good job of that or not. But they need to be able to run the football. Brock Purdy last year, in terms of time from snap to the release of his throw, was number 2 in the entire NFL by a 1/10 of a second.
Behind Josh Allen?
No, behind Caleb Williams.
Oh, that makes sense.
He's number 2. So let's not act like, and I get it. I watched all the games. Yes, the pocket, and I know he moves well, as does Caleb, and that's part of that scenario. But their issue, the number one issue, I would say, was not pass protection. It was run blocking, and it was the overusage of their runner. And they could not run the football. And I shudder to think what would have been the outcome if they had, because they still ended up with no pass rush and no run game, and none of their good players. They went 12-5. So what if there's a new scenario this year where they do have a pass rush and they are able to run block a little bit and they do have fewer injuries? Maybe this actually goes really well for them next year. I don't know. But I like your offensive line concern is a totally fair one. It's a completely fair one. I fall back on the idea that this is the way Kyle does it, and we can bang our head against the wall, but this is the way he does it. This is his philosophy. Yeah, thank you.
What do you think the Niners do better than the Rams?
What do they do better than the Rams? That's a fun one.
You can take it any way you want. I don't know.
What do they do better than the Rams?
They don't have better receivers than the Rams.
Traditionally or just last year?
You're right. The team's going into this season.
I would have said run the ball. Would have been my first answer.
However you think about the team entering the 2026 season is how I want you to take this. The Rams have the better receiving group. Niners not a bad receiving group if they stay healthy.
And they're completely, I mean, there's so much unknown.
And that's going to change.
There's so many new faces.
The Niners have a better running back in McCaffrey, but you don't feel great about his health.
They have more mobility at the quarterback position, but less experience, less arm talent, if you will.
Rams don't have an amazing offensive line, but probably a better offensive line than the Niners.
I think the Niners have traditionally been the more physical team up front. I think that's how they've beaten the Rams a time or two through the years.
I don't know if I would feel that way going into this season.
Maybe not, but that traditionally that has been the case. And I think that the game that they won in LA, the physicality in the trenches.
Yeah, you made a couple plays on the inside.
Yeah.
The Rams have a better defensive line. The Niners have the better linebacking core if they're healthy. Rams have a better defensive back group.
Yes.
By a wide margin, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, McDuffie comes in. I think the Rams on the outside in the defensive backfield were not great last year, but the Niners weren't either. And the Rams defense, it's interesting because they mirror, or at least attempt to mirror each other a little bit. The 49ers defense attempts to go from the front to the back. They want their pass rush to lead the way. This is why I thought Robert Saleh did such a great job last year, and I do give the 49ers a little bit of leeway because their secondary play was poor, but I don't just go A to B like, oh, it was poor, so the players are poor. Jair Brown, you're poor.
Defensive line was a part of it, not getting pressure on a quarterback.
You don't rush the passer, your secondary will suck, I promise, no matter who's back there.
And maybe Bosa's healthy for a whole season, and Micah Williams takes a step forward, and Odigizua is good, and maybe that helps things out in total.
Totally.
But it feels like when you are a team that is trying to take down a team that maybe has you out-talented on the whole, right? In total, the entire team, it feels like you have to be maybe not like way better than that opponent at a certain singular thing, but you have to have like the key advantage. All right, we might not have the better quarterback. We might not have the better receivers. Hell, their defensive secondary is full of all pros and ours isn't. But guess what? We got the fiercest, most deep pass rush in football, and we're going to make life hell on your quarterback.
Do they have the better play caller? They're both good. We don't need to get into that. They're both very, very good. Do they have the better play caller?
Play caller, I think I would go Shanahan.
I would too. I'd also
add... It becomes a little muddier for me when you just take into account everything about the person. But specifically play calling, I would say Shanahan over McVay.
I would too. And if you...
Game planning is involved in that.
Let's flip the roles. If the 49ers had done at the end of the overtime game what the Rams did at the end of the overtime game last year, Shanahan would have gotten skewered for that play call.
Yeah.
And I know McVay came right to the microphone and said he was sick about it and all that stuff, but that 4th and 1 handoff right into the teeth of the 49er defense was a legitimate error. That was a legitimate coach. What do you think about this? 415 is texting in and saying, Myles Garrett is a KD level difference maker on a great team. In other words, and it's kind of along the discussion we're having, right? If you thought the Rams were already the best team, and everyone thought the Warriors were already the best team.
They just fell short of winning it all.
Right? They went 3-1 on the Cavs. They blow it. Same thing with the Rams. You fall short against the Seahawks. See, I disagree with that. I think Myles is obviously a difference maker, but the Warriors, in my opinion, at that time went from probably the best team in the league to...
Well, they just won 73 games the year prior.
Right, but they didn't win the title, so that was a debate. But I thought they were the best team in the league, and then they went to absolutely, unequivocally unbeatable, if healthy. I do not believe that the Rams are now absolutely, unequivocally unbeatable. I just don't think football works that way. Basketball sometimes does.
Yeah, I hear. I mean, the only way the Warriors got beat with KD was when there were injuries all over the place.
Massive injuries.
That's the only way it happened.
They were so overwhelming in terms of talent that there was nothing you could do.
Basketball is different than football.
Agreed.
Or a star player. In terms of star level, like rank the best players in basketball, Myles Garrett and Kevin Durant are relatively similar. Like basketball to football, where they are in their sport.
I'll buy that.
But the impact that a singular player has in the NFL, not named quarterback, is way lower than a single star can have in the NBA.
Right.
So in that sense, I think the 415 is a little off, but in general, like KD and Myles Garrett, like in terms of how good they are, that's relatively similar.
No doubt.
But Myles Garrett will not have nearly as big of an impact as KD had on the Warriors.
There's 22.
That was also a free agent signing. It wasn't a trade. You didn't give away
but
Jared Verse.
Basketball, you got one player who's on the court. Like, there's only 5 players, and one of it you can be on the court
It's
the
much
entire
easier to
time,
have a big
offense
impact.
and defense. Myles Garrett is only a defensive player. Myles Garrett is one of 22.
I don't dislike the comp, though.
Not in terms of who they are within the league.
I think the 415 is onto something there, but Myles Garrett isn't going to come in and make the Rams the best team in NFL history, which is what that Warrior team was with KD.
And I don't believe that at full health it means the Rams are patently unbeatable.
Football is different.
Yes, and the playoffs are one game instead of a 7-game series.
I think it makes them, when healthy, favored in every single game they play.
That's fair.
Every single game they play. They might have already been, maybe other than in Seattle this year.
Yeah. All right. Got some people that want to weigh in. We'll take your calls next. 888-957-9570. That's Grandy in for Dibs. Willard and Dibs.
Dan Dibley here. Fellas, let me ask you something. Are you feeling tired all the time, struggling with motivation, losing muscle, gaining weight, or just feeling off? A lot of guys chalk it up to stress or aging, but low testosterone and hormone imbalance could be the reason. That's where Jumpstart MD comes in. They specialize in testosterone optimization and total health support for men with real clinicians who actually work with you one-on-one to create a personalized plan. At Jumpstart MD, your care is guided by medical professionals who monitor your labs, symptoms, goals, and progress every step of the way. They also offer GLP-1 weight loss medications, peptide therapy, and personalized wellness support. You can visit one of their 13 Bay Area clinics or do it all online anywhere in California. Right now, mention the game and get 70% off. Plus, all members receive a free hormone consultation. Call 855-JUMPSTART and get started today. Go to jumpstartmd.com. We got you, California.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Joan, a method actor and scratchers enthusiast. So, Joan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, as a method actor, it's about becoming the ticket. Scratching up, down, stage left, stage right.
So what's your motivation? Because your performance feels so real.
Oh, I was just tapping into my inner scratchers.
Incredible.
Yes. Bravo me.
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
It's 5:30. Everyone's hungry. Nobody wants to cook. So make tonight fried chicken night with Safeway's fried chicken. Usually found hot and ready in the deli section. It's crispy, home-style fried chicken. Hand-breaded with a seasoned blend of herbs and spices for that golden, craveable crunch the whole family loves. Whether you're driving home from work, picking up the kids, or running one last errand, Safeway has dinner ready when you are. Stop by Safeway tonight and bring home fried chicken from the deli. Safeway, fresh food, easy dinner, right on your way home.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving.
Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code MONEY to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code MONEY to borrow up to $10,000. Use code MONEY to borrow up to $10,000.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Off to a 2-0 start on you. It's a big week.
It's Derek Fisher.
I will be texting.
He felt bad because he didn't remember you from the Laker locker room.
No,
he was sucking up to you.
I will be texting Dan Dibley that was a twofer on Derek Fisher on a Monday.
This sucker.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we could talk about this tomorrow because it's something that's been bugging me.
Well, that's not till Friday. You don't get to talk about things that bug you on a Tuesday.
The way the NBA has decided to officiate games and SGA is at the center of all this. We can talk about it tomorrow because we don't have enough time to do it now. We want to get to some calls. I wanted to ask Derek Fisher just how he views that in general.
That would have been a good question.
We ran out of time.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I would have gotten a good question there. I think we could just give me one. So it's 2-1.
I don't think you can. I don't think that's like assuming the double play. You can't do it. Sorry. Yeah. That's going to be a no from me.
Better luck next time.
Let's take some calls because we're only got a handful of minutes left here. Will in Oakland. Hi, Will. Thanks for calling. Willard and Grandy. What's up?
Hey, what's up, fellas? The thing that frustrates me the most about this Myles Garrett thing is I think you kind of alluded to it earlier, Mark, when you were talking about, the Niners fans are just more angry at what's going on. And I mean, that's pointed to, we've seen our Warriors, and I know it's been a while since our Giants, but I have 3 World Series to kind of fall back on with those guys. The Garrett thing is just tough, man, because for the last 15 years, if you're going all the way back to the 2011 NFC Championship game, and I was born in 93, man. I didn't get to see a Niners Super Bowl as 2 the last time they won. We have come so painstakingly close, and it feels like we're at the end of our window and just another hurdle to overcome with Myles Garrett, and through all the Super Bowl losses, through all those NFC Championship losses, seeing the Seahawks win in our own stadium and the Rams in 2022, it hurts, man. I'm not ready to give up just yet, but, I mean, that was a gut punch today. The guy broke the sack record last year. Like, this is not just some average cat. But, man, I love what you guys do. Keep giving the positive vibes. We need more of that, especially in tough times like this. But I'm hoping we can overcome it. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Well, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
and
Will.
I love it. He's like, I'm not giving up yet. Well, it's June 1st. You're not allowed to give up in June 1st. So that's right. Stay positive, Will. There's 1,000 ways this can go. Most recent texter just said only 6 times in the history of the NFL has the preseason favorite won the bowl.
And only 5 times have the Niners won the bowl.
on any of those occasions, were they the preseason favorite? It's got to be one of them.
Probably.
They're back-to-back here. They had to be the preseason favorite. Let's go to Jose in Oakland. Hi, Jose. It's been a minute.
Hey, Mark, how are you?
What's up?
Yeah, I'm a football guy, first and foremost. That's why I haven't called that much. Miles Garrett, okay, would you say he's better than Aaron Donald?
Better than who?
And Aaron Donald.
Oh, is he better than Aaron Donald? Ooh, that's an interesting one. Donald, so they're different, right? Because Garrett was more of a pass rusher and Aaron Donald was a run stuffer up the middle. I think Myles Garrett is more known and flashy because of the position. I think they're both the best that the NFL had to offer at their position at the time. But I actually think that if you asked that to players, if you asked offensive linemen, I think they'd rather go up against Garrett than Donald, but it's close.
Yeah, well, the point I'm trying to make is he is good. I mean, obviously he was the best last year, but he has always been in the AFC. The NFC is a different story. I don't know. I think it's kind of overkill for the Rams, if you ask me, because last year they were the better team. They did everything they could to give that game away against the Seahawks, and they ended up losing that game. They could have easily won it. I think the Rams' fate pretty much rests with Sam Bradford. I mean, as long as he's healthy, they are the favorites to win the Super Bowl. But if he gets hurt, I mean, you can have, two Miles Garrett back there, and it wouldn't make any difference. It's all on the quarterback. If your quarterback is healthy there to throw the ball and he's going to take him all the way, I don't think it's going to make much difference. As far as the Niners, you know what? It is what it is. I mean, you can get mad, you can get sad. It is what it is. If you're being realistic about it, right now the 49ers are pretty much in the same boat as the San Francisco Giants are. Whatever they do, there's two teams on the same division that are much, much better talent-wise. So it is what it is. Whatever we get this year, it'll be a bonus.
Jose, thanks. See, and that's, for me, that's even maybe a little too far in the other direction. I think it's an odd scenario where the Niners on paper are the third best team in their division, but they're also, my opinion, probably one of the top 5 rosters in the NFC. So it's like, it's weird to be one of, quote unquote, the favorites, but also scheduled to be third in your own division. Yeah. Pro Football Network did a full-blown NFL power rankings. This is just one group's opinion, but they did their power ratings, and they released them this morning, and 3 of the top 4 teams are in the NFC West.
Rams 1, Seahawks 2, Niners 4.
Yep, and the Bills were 3.
Yeah.
Their opinion. Yeah. But, I mean, the Niners are expected to be a top 10, a top third of the league team.
Yeah, they should be.
Yeah.
Assuming health, they have one of the more talented rosters in the league. It's a veteran roster, but it's a talented roster. To answer Jose's question earlier about Myles Garrett versus Aaron Donald, you're right, they play different positions. Donald the tackle and Garrett on the outside. I think Aaron Donald is one of the best defensive tackles ever, and probably specifically the best pass rushing defensive tackle ever, in my mind. At least the one that I remember watching. Yeah. Pass rushing D tackle. It's rare you have somebody that can affect the quarterback as much as he does from the inside. Myles Garrett, I don't think, is anybody's best edge rusher of all time, but he's maybe the best of this era.
Maybe the best of the game, now.
Maybe the best of the last 15 years.
With that take.
10, 15 years.
Also, I'll throw one more thing in about Matthew Stafford. You know, Jose was like, look, if he's healthy, they're the best. If he's not, they're not. I just want to remind everybody, Matthew Stafford doesn't always look like he did last year. In fact, he never has in his entire life.
The best year of his career.
By far. 46 touchdown passes last year. 20 the year before that. Less than half. His QBR last year, 109.2. The year before that, it was 93. And the year before that, it was 92. And the year before that, it was 87 in only 9 games. So, like, they got something going last year, and that's the other part of this I want to bring up. Like, we're acting for the billionth year in a row like whatever is on paper is. And sometimes players show up, and it's just different, and it's not explainable. Like, the Giants fans are dealing with that right now, where you're just like, why do you not look like you did last year? And it can especially happen, I think, when you get close to 40, because you can get old overnight. I'm not predicting that for Stafford, but boy, I would take the under on